Chapter 79, xianxia. It matters not. I am sufficient unto myself. A multitude of wild beasts traverse the mountains, their thunderous roars shaking the very heavens. Tang Shi was abruptly awakened from her meditative state, letting out a sigh before shaking her head in resignation. Was it possible that xianxia and his companion had provoked every demon beast in the entire mountain? Nonetheless, she was not overly concerned. Time rewinds to before the two ventured out. Xianxia approached Tang Shi with a pleasing demeanor, kneeling beside her, and with a cheeky grin, he said, "Sister, where have you been all these years? I have missed you dearly." Tang Shi cast a sidelong glance at him. The moment Xianxia raised his rear, she knew he was about to utter some nonsense. Surely, he had nothing of substance to offer this time either. "Speak plainly," she replied in a flat tone. Xianxia rubbed his hands together, grinning sheepishly. "Might I borrow your treasured sword?" "Absolutely not," Tang Shi replied succinctly and decisively. "Sister," Xianxia leaned in closer, adopting a pitiful tone, "I implore you, lend it to me. I am your most beloved junior brother. Must you truly be so cold-hearted?" He extended his arms as if to embrace her. "Indeed, begone." Tang Shi unceremoniously pushed him away. "Oh, come on, sister. Look at how ferocious the beasts are in this mountain. What if we encounter danger?" Xianxia shamelessly persisted. The handsome youth gazed up at her, his eyes sparkling like stars, his features exquisitely defined, with thin lips pressed together, exuding a slight vulnerability that made him seem pitiful. He certainly projected the aura of a frail junior brother incapable of self-sufficiency. However, Tang Shi was not easily swayed by such theatrics. She tugged at the corners of her mouth, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Have you truly wasted your time learning evasion techniques?" Xianxia was rendered speechless. "Then, sister, if I find myself in peril again in the future, may I still call upon your assistance?" he asked cautiously. Tang Shi shot him a sidelong glance, her mind wavering between the choice of intervening to save him or providing him with a sword to face his own challenges. To intervene could potentially trigger the common tropes of fantastical tales, where the young are challenged by the old, and the old meet their demise half-buried, while those half-buried do not return from the heavens. The repercussions would be vast, and the entanglements too deep. One could never know when calamity might strike, and thus, she must remain untainted. Yet, the threads of fate between Xianxia and herself were already deeply woven. Could she truly turn a blind eye in the face of danger? Hence, she chose to toss him a sword. "I shall not assist with trifles, and for significant matters, you must resolve them yourself." After a brief pause, she added earnestly, "Junior brother, I have guided you into the path of cultivation without seeking recompense. You need only remember, should you stir up trouble in the future, do not implicate your sister." Xianxia accepted the sword, grinning widely. "Sister, I understand." As her thoughts returned, Tang Shi gazed distantly at the mountains, murmuring, "In the realm of cultivation, one is either embroiled in conflict or on the path to conflict. It is truly perilous." Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, vast swathes of forest were shattered, debris flying, and clouds of dust swirling. The cries of the demon beasts grew increasingly shrill, dense, and high-pitched, as if to pierce the heavens, sending chills down one's spine. "Brother Mu, this is the golden purple spirit flower. You surely have not yet reached such a level of prowess that you could cultivate it, have you? This could be immensely beneficial for you. To save them is to save ourselves. What are we hesitating for? Quickly summon sister." Bai Liu urged Xianxia frantically through telepathy, his tone urgent, pressing him to call for reinforcements. Xianxia smiled slightly. "They are merely lowly beasts. It matters not. I shall take action." Bai Liu was bewildered. "A motley crew of inconsequential beasts? Surely, you are unaware of the classification of demonic beasts. Those are third-tier beasts equivalent to the human golden core stage, and there are even numerous fourth-tier nascent soul beasts among them. It matters not. I shall take action." The words, delivered with a calm demeanor and an aura that surged towards the heavenly gates of his mind, nearly led Bai Liu to doubt whether the person before him was indeed Mu Exant, the one who had fled in a frenzy alongside him at the left residence. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. "Are you certain?" "I am certain," Xianxia affirmed with a nod. Bai Liu stood there in a daze, utterly questioning the meaning of life. How did such confidence arise? As a cultivator who had yet to form a core, from where did this audacity stem? Had he forgotten how he had previously fled in utter disgrace? How could it be that so little time had passed, and he dared to deem fourth-tier beasts inconsequential? What had caused this sudden inflation of ego? Surely, his mind could not have gone awry. Xianxia paid no heed to Bai Liu's inner turmoil. With a flick of his fingers, a long sword materialized from thin air, emanating a chilling and sharp sword intent. Bai Liu gazed at the sword, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Grasping the hilt, Xianxia summoned the sword's radiance, a murderous intent subtly revealing itself. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn, a flash of cold light erupted, tearing through the void. Bai Liu blinked in surprise. This sword, it bore a striking resemblance to that of Yi Qing'er. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your righteous assistance. As he unsheathed his sword, Su Yizhi and the others also brandished their weapons, preparing to confront the demonic beasts. Su Yizhi's gaze lingered on the long sword in Xi's hand for a brief moment before shifting away. This fellow cultivator always exuded an air of inscrutability. Moreover, the sword he wielded emitted an intense sense of danger, instilling a measure of trepidation within him. Suppressing his unease, Su Yizhi nodded to his fellow disciples before solemnly declaring, "Everyone, let us join forces to slay the demonic beasts and carve a path of blood to escape this place." In unison, the group responded affirmatively. Just as they were about to strike, a cold voice resonated from behind them. "Retreat. I alone am sufficient." Su Yizhi hesitated, his expression becoming peculiar. There stood Xianxia, sword in hand, gazing down with an air of disdain, proudly positioned atop the treetops. His countenance was imbued with a fierce aura, as if a war god had descended from the heavens, enveloped in an overwhelming presence that commanded reverence. In that moment, everyone was stunned. They looked towards Xianxia, their expressions filled with astonishment. "Fellow cultivator, are you serious? While I have faith in your abilities, most of those are third-tier beasts and above, surpassing the prowess of ordinary golden core cultivators. Can you truly handle this alone?" "It is not a matter of disbelief. I simply believe that we should act together for greater caution, as this concerns the lives of us all. What say you, fellow cultivator? I suggest we pool our strengths." Xianxia cast a glance at the disciples from Feishing Valley who had spoken. He understood that cooperating would be more prudent. However, he could not fully gauge his senior sister's Zuowang sword. Should he accidentally harm his own comrades, the situation would be exceedingly awkward. "I alone am sufficient." The disciples of Feishing Valley fell silent. Why not soar to new heights, riding the winds? This person was remarkably arrogant. Who on earth was this individual? Su Yizhi inhaled sharply, his gaze gravely fixed upon Xianxia. The depth of this person's strength was yet unknown, but to stand alone against such formidable demonic beasts suggested he possessed some formidable backing, far from an ordinary person. Chapter 80. Sixth-Order Demonic Beasts. Roar hiss. Several demonic beasts shrieked and howled, their crimson eyes glaring fiercely, their fangs glistening with menace. They moved with astonishing speed, reaching their target in the blink of an eye. At the very moment Xianxia uttered those words, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and darted away, his swiftness nearly imperceptible. Immediately thereafter, his sword descended, radiating a brilliant light as a terrifying aura rippled outward in layers, sweeping through the horde of demonic beasts like a tidal wave. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted. The sword's brilliance surged around, and the violent gusts of wind toppled nearby beasts, staining the forest with blood. The onlookers stood stupefied. Where the sword light passed, numerous beasts were cleaved in half, blood spraying like rain. They gazed in astonishment at Xianxia, their faces flushed, utterly dumbfounded. A single individual stood against an entire army, effortlessly slaughtering the tide of beasts. Wherever the sword light reached, the beasts fell lifeless. So powerful, remarkably formidable, the crowd was both shocked and exhilarated. To think that so many demonic beasts could be severed in a single encounter, without even a hint of resistance, was simply terrifying. He must at least be at the nascent soul stage, right? Su Yizhi's face twitched. He had previously believed that Xianxia was merely at the peak of Foundation establishment. But with this display, It was evident that he was at least at the nascent soul stage. A youth of barely over 10 years, at the nascent soul stage. Su Yiji's heart convulsed sharply, leaving him in a daze. In the sect, everyone claimed he was a prodigious talent, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Yet at this moment, he suddenly understood the meaning of there are always greater forces beyond. With such extraordinary aptitude, it was likely that in the entire 13 continents, few could match him. Even in the southern domain. Who is this young man? Where did this monster emerge from? The crowd was filled with awe and speculation. Unbeknownst to them, this strike was entirely reliant on the assistance of the Xianxia's sword. Following Song Xi's decisive action, the remaining demonic beasts, having survived due to their distance, no longer dared to recklessly attack, instead surrounding him warily. They had begun to develop a rudimentary intelligence, sensing that this human was not to be trifled with, and thus chose to avoid provoking him. However, the leader lurking deep within the mountains was evidently unwilling to let the matter rest. It growled with fury, its bloodthirsty aura emanating. Dare to intrude upon my territory, seize my spiritual herbs, and you shall pay with your lives. Boom. A colossal shadow lunged from afar with astonishing speed. Song Xi glanced upwards. It was a massive, pitch-black ape, approximately 3 meters tall. Its furry arms were covered in thick black fur, its claws sharp as daggers. As it sprinted, it crushed the ground beneath, leaving charred craters in its wake. Exuding an overwhelming aura, it was the 6th-order demonic beast, the iron-clawed demon ape. Su Yiji's expression shifted slightly. This iron-clawed demon ape was a formidable specimen among the 6th-order beasts, its strength unmatched, capable of contending with peak nascent soul cultivators. Fellow cultivator, we should withdraw, they urged. This iron-clawed demon ape is far too powerful. A direct confrontation is inadvisable. We cannot match a 6th-order beast. We must flee, the crowd hastily implored. A sense of retreat welled up within Song Xi. Although he possessed the Xianxia's sword in hand, his cultivation was insufficient to face a 6th-order beast head-on. If he could not slay the iron-clawed demon ape, remaining here would be futile, and a single misstep could cost him his life. He glanced at Su Yiji and the others, nodding, all right. Then, he leapt into the air and swiftly retreated with Bai Liu. Su Yiji breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. He had feared that Song Xi might rashly attempt to confront the 6th-order beast. Let us go. He led the disciples of Feishing Valley to follow closely behind Song Xi, hastening their escape. The iron-clawed demon ape, enraged, was filled with fury. How dare these insignificant insects attempt to seize its spiritual herbs? They would not escape unscathed. It let out a deafening roar, its powerful legs propelling it forward in pursuit. The cacophony of its roars echoed through the forest, causing hearts to tremble. The disciples of Feishing Valley felt a chill run down their spines and quicken their pace. Yet, their speed was no match for the iron-clawed demon ape. As the distance between them shrank, anxiety gripped their hearts. Su Yiji furrowed his brows and turned, striking the pursuing iron-clawed demon ape with a slash of his palm. Bang! The air trembled, and the iron-clawed demon ape's claw shot out, sending Su Yiji hurtling away. Uffed! Su Yiji spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crashing into a towering ancient tree. Brother! The others cried out in alarm. Hurry and go. Don't worry about me. Su Yiji gritted his teeth. Ha ha! The iron-clawed demon ape laughed maniacally, its voice resonating and instilling fear in the hearts of all. It leered as it advanced, its crimson gaze fixed upon Su Yiji, sneering. Pitiful insect, meet your demise. Its massive tail swung through the air like a whip, creating a sonic boom as it aimed to strike Su Yiji. Su Yiji's mind reeled, his pupils constricting as he could only watch helplessly as the tail approached. With no means of escape, Song Xi halted his flight. If the disciples of Feishing Valley perished, then the promised spiritual herbs would be lost as well. No, he could not allow the disciples to die. However, the sword strike he had just unleashed had nearly drained his vital energy. It was impossible for him to cast any spells to save them now. In this dire moment, with life and death hanging in the balance, Song Xi gazed at the sword in his hand, which emitted a faint azure glow. Zhuang, you can do this, right? Buzz. A clear and melodious sword song resonated, and the sword trembled lightly, as if in response to Song Xi. Go, and take it down yourself. Song Xi broke into a radiant smile. In the next moment, the sword slipped from his grasp, soaring through the air to collide with the beast. Clang! The sword and the iron-clawed demon ape's tail intertwined, producing an ear-piercing metallic clash. Song Xi narrowed his eyes, his gaze shimmering as he observed the battlefield. Despite the terrifying strength of the early 6th-order iron-clawed demon ape, the master of the Xianxia's sword was indeed a legitimate transformation stage cultivator. In this clash, the human and the beast were evenly matched. No, it should be said that the iron-clawed demon ape held a slight advantage. After all, the master of the Xianxia was absent, Only the sword remained to sustain the confrontation. However, for the time being, a clear victor could not be determined. As Xianxia pondered whether to continue fleeing or to seize the opportunity to join forces and eliminate the iron-clawed demon ape, he observed the battlefield where the Zhuang sword and the iron-clawed demon ape were locked in combat. The demon ape, wary of the Zhuang sword, cast a glance at it and turned to flee deeper into the mountains. Xianxia was taken aback. It's leaving? Bai Liu was equally bewildered. Is that it? Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Isn't that the sword belonging to Xianxia? She has lent her sword to her junior brother for protection? What a stroke of luck. At that moment, the desire to be Xianxia's junior brother surged within him. I too wish to be Xianxia's junior brother. I wish to roam freely in the southern domain. Bai Liu wept with envy and jealousy. Chapter 81. Finally, you managed to impress them. Is it really over? As they watched the iron-clawed demon ape's silhouette vanish into the vast sky, the disciples of Feishing Valley stood in stunned silence, grappling with disbelief. It just ran away. Just moments ago, the sixth-tier iron-clawed demon ape appeared ferocious, as if it intended to devour them whole and tear them to shreds. Yet, how could it suddenly retreat in utter disarray? It defies comprehension. This is truly astonishing. A sixth-tier beast is nothing extraordinary. It was so effortlessly repelled. Before his words could fully settle, another disciple chimed in, his expression reflecting shared sentiments. Indeed, such a vicious beast had us fearing for our lives. Who would have thought it would flee on its own? Some were so elated they danced with glee. However, many others remained silent, their gazes fixated on Xianxia. Their emotions complex and subtle. Have you ever witnessed a sword capable of single-handedly vanquishing a beast? This sword is undoubtedly a spirit weapon of earth-grade quality or higher. Among the various tiers, the most common are yellow and then mysterious grades. Yet, the existence of earth-grade items is sufficient to be deemed a treasure of great significance. Even a lowly earth-grade spirit weapon could incite fierce competition among the ancient figures of the cultivation world. After all, for those at such a high level of cultivation, possessing an earth-grade spirit weapon means a substantial enhancement of power. Moreover, in a realm where the adage one tier, one sky holds true, being invincible at the same tier and challenging those above becomes a mere formality. And now, a mere youth of barely over 10 years, wielding an earth-grade spirit weapon, evokes a sense of incredulity. Why is there such a vast disparity between individuals? The core disciples of Feishing Valley toil endlessly yet cannot acquire even a lowly mysterious grade weapon, while this boy emerges wielding a peak earth-grade weapon. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Their eyes burned with jealousy. Who exactly is this fellow? They were all lost in the incredibility of the moment, their expressions dazed. Ahem. A light cough broke the reverie, snapping the disciples of Feishing Valley back to reality as they turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Their senior brother still lay on the ground. In their haste to express their concern, they abandoned thoughts of envy and jealousy, rushing to his side. Are you all right, brother? Is your injury severe? Quickly, bring out the healing elixirs. The disciples of Feishing Valley scrambled to assist him, feeding him elixirs. Are you feeling better? Su Yizhi, after consuming the elixir, managed a weak smile. It's nothing serious, no need to be overly concerned. He scanned the surroundings, and then his gaze settled on Xianxia, imbued with a hint of curiosity. Are you all unharmed? Xianxia took the initiative to inquire. Just a minor injury. It's nothing to worry about. Su Yizhi stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze toward Xianxia grew increasingly fervent. With cupped hands, he inquired, May I ask for your esteemed name and the sect from which you hail? I am. Xianxia pondered for a moment. From the Zhaodian gang, Muexian. Su Yizhi was taken aback. Zhaodian gang. Is that the renowned Zhaodian gang among cultivators? Su Yizhi swallowed hard and cautiously probed. Would you happen to know Yiqing? Of course, Yiqing is my senior sister, Xianxia replied with a smile. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap had struck a clear sky, leaving the crowd in shock. The pupils of the disciples of Feishing Valley dilated, and they gazed at Xianxia in astonishment. The name Zhaodian gang resonates like thunder in the southern region. Yiqing is famously known as the Invincible of the East, commanding respect far and wide. As everyone speculated about the origins and formidable background of the Zhaodian gang, no one anticipated that yet another disciple of the gang had entered the fray. Consistently formidable and audacious, he perfectly embodied the image they held of Zhaodian gang disciples. And then there was the other individual beside him. The disciples of Feishing Valley turned their attention to Bai Liu. Su Yizhi's gaze lingered on him for a few breaths. The youth had a rebellious air about him. Clad in a moon-white robe adorned with silver-threaded cloud patterns, on his chest was embroidered a vividly lifelike ivory lion-tiger beast, with dark golden threads subtly woven into the hems, exuding an air of nobility. The emblem on his chest seemed to be the crest of the city lord's mansion of Wanxiang City. Might you hail from the city lord's mansion of Wanxiang City? Su Yizhi blurted out. In his mind, Wanxiang City was a thriving and affluent mid-sized city. Due to the prohibition of combat within its walls, it attracted cultivators of ambiguous identities. The city lord's mansion, as the sole power in Wanxiang City, held a divine transformation expert in its ranks, making it a force to be reckoned with throughout the southern region. Bai Liyu rolled his eyes, responding irritably. What kind of look is that? The tone of reprimand made Su Yizhi glance at Song Xi and then at Bai Liyu. Could it be that he too belonged to the illustrious Xiaotian gang? Judging a person by their attire was indeed a narrow perspective. My apologies. Then you must also be a disciple of the Xiaotian gang. It is an honor. Su Yizhi respectfully clasped his hands, his demeanor sincere. TCH. Bai Liyu rolled his eyes again, but quickly reverted to a serious expression, declaring, Indeed, I am Bai Liyu of the Xiaotian gang. The disciples of Feishing Valley gasped. Another disciple of the Xiaotian gang. The Xiaotian gang, when hidden from view, is inconspicuous. When it emerges, it shakes the world. With Yi Qing'er having made her entrance, cleaving through a major sect, and now encountering these two disciples of the Xiaotian gang, one of whom had just swept away a tide of beasts with a single strike, while the other, though he had yet to act, likely possessed equal prowess. Terrifying. The Xiaotian gang is indeed formidable. Could it be some hidden sect or an immortal sanctuary? If one could join such a sect, what would stand in the way of attaining the Grand Tao and standing atop the myriad realms? The disciples of Feishing Valley felt a powerful surge of ambition. Their eyes sparkled with fervor as they gazed at Bai Liyu and Song Xi, as if they beheld a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I urge you all to remain calm. Leaving Feishing Valley is no simple matter. The punishment for abandoning one's cultivation is not to be trifled with. Su Yizhi's timely transmission shattered the dreams swirling in the minds of the disciples of Feishing Valley. Once you join the sect invests substantial resources in your training. Is it something you can simply abandon at will? Unless, like in the case of Yunyan sect, where the sect leader voluntarily releases you, otherwise you are bound to the sect in life and death. Su Yizhi's words promptly awakened the restless crowd. They collectively regained their composure, their expressions awkward. Song Xi cast a cool glance at Bai Liyu. When did he become a disciple of the Xiaotian gang? Did he unilaterally declare his membership? How amusing. He certainly managed to impress you. However, Song Xi himself also made a unilateral declaration of joining the Xiaotian gang. Ahem. The two of them are quite evenly matched. Thus, he chose not to expose Bai Liyu. That said, considering his senior sister's temperament, it was improbable that she would join another sect. The Xiaotian gang must have been a name she casually invented. After all, with Yi Qing'er having emerged, the Xiaotian gang surely does not exist. If his sister forbids him from revealing her, then it should be fine if he mentions Yi Qing'er, right? Chapter 82. The sixth-tier beast strikes again. Su Yizhi's expression turned grave as he deeply bowed to Song Xi, respectfully thanking him. Thank you for your assistance, my friend. Song Xi glanced at Su Yizhi and nonchalantly replied, What we have between us is merely a transaction, mutually beneficial. There's no need for excessive formality. Su Yizhi shook his head, expressing profound gratitude for the life-saving kindness bestowed upon him. He then retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch, which emanated a faint glow, pulsating with soft waves of spiritual energy. This was the golden-purple spirit flower, one of the primary ingredients for concocting the dust-settling pill, which could significantly enhance the chances of forming a golden core. He urged, Please accept it, my friend. Song Xi's decision to act was largely influenced by this item. He had no reason to refuse, and smoothly accepted the jade box into his own storage pouch. Su Yizhi continued, The golden-purple spirit flower is but a mere token and cannot possibly repay the debt of gratitude I owe you. I owe you a favor. Should you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. As he spoke, he tossed a communication stone to Song Xi, adding, You may contact me through this stone whenever you require anything. Song Xi caught the communication stone, his gaze flickering momentarily. The stone bore Su Yizhi's distinct imprint, and activating it would allow him to reach Su Yizhi effortlessly. All right, I will keep it, he replied. Su Yizhi nodded. Then we shall take our leave. Until we meet again. With that, he signaled for the members of the Flying Star Valley to depart. Song Xi watched as the group gradually receded from view before turning his attention back, lowering his eyelids as he stowed the communication stone in his pouch. Brother Mu, what shall we do now? Bai Liyu inquired, leaning closer. Song Xi lazily lifted his eyelids. Of course, we shall return. Oh. Bai Liyu hurriedly followed suit. As they took their first steps, Song Xi abruptly turned his head to gaze into a distant corner. Bai Liyu looked puzzled. What's wrong? There's an ill-intentioned individual trailing us, Song Xi replied. Bai Liyu's expression grew serious, and he scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Could it be that relentless sixth-tier beast, seeking an opportunity to ambush us? He muttered. Xianxia furrowed his brow, uncertain. Regardless, we must first shake them off. The two of them stepped into the void, their speed suddenly surging to its zenith, and within the blink of an eye, they vanished entirely. In the distant mountains, among the treetops, a burly man squinted, his eyes glinting with malice. He watched as the two streaks of light gradually faded from view, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The Qi refining stage cultivators seize the essence of heaven and earth, their lifespans prolonged, their bodies brimming with spiritual energy. The flesh of a divine transformation cultivator is even more potent. If I could devour them, he murmured, his gaze growing increasingly fiery with greed. Licking his lips, a bloodthirsty crimson light flickered in his eyes. He then lightly tapped his toes, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he sped toward the direction in which Bai Liu and Xianxia had disappeared. Xianxia and Bai Liu raced through the forest, circling the mountains at a breakneck pace. Both were martial artists capable of flight, their range far exceeding that of ordinary mortals, and their speed was astonishing. Ordinary individuals could not hope to pursue them. We should have shaken him off by now, Xianxia thought to himself, glancing back. Huff, huff. Bai Liu gasped heavily, his legs trembling, sweat beading on his forehead. His dantian was already depleted of spiritual energy, and he was thoroughly exhausted. I need to rest, he panted, collapsing onto the ground, his breaths uneven and intermittent. Xianxia frowned and halted. Seeing this, Bai Liu quickly shifted aside. Brother Mu, you should rest as well. I'm fine. You need to recover your energy quickly. Xianxia waved him off. Bai Liu, not one to be stubborn, took out a pill and swallowed it, closing his eyes to circulate his energy. The towering ancient trees were lush and green, creating a serene and silent atmosphere, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. However, Xianxia felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were being watched by a venomous serpent or a ferocious beast, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. This made him increasingly anxious. Bai Liu was still in meditation, and Xianxia dared not let his guard down. Sure enough, mere moments later, a fierce wind surged from behind, laden with a palpable intent to kill. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a violent gust of air toppled ancient trees, sending debris swirling and obscuring their vision. Whoosh! A cold beam of light sliced through the air, carrying lethal intent as it came crashing down. Xiangxi's pupils contracted sharply, his heart plummeting. The icy radiance bore an overwhelming pressure, as if an immense mountain were bearing down upon him. In that critical moment, Xianxia instinctively drew his sword to parry. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The impact jolted his hands, nearly causing him to lose grip. He let out a muffled groan, staggering back 3 paces before steadying himself, his gaze fixed in horror upon the figure before him. There, unexpectedly, stood a man in black robes, his imposing figure reminiscent of a mountain, exuding an overwhelming and formidable aura. Even the residual pressure from him made Xiangxi's heart tremble, sending chills down his spine. This man was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond his capabilities. Under such absolute suppression, even with the sitting-forgetting technique at his disposal, he knew he stood no chance. Xiangxi's heart lurched violently, and he grabbed Bai Liu, who was still in a daze, and fled frantically. Humph! The man in black let out a disdainful sneer, leisurely trailing behind them. The 2 streaks of light fled rapidly. Xianxia pushed his evasion technique to its limits. An hour later, he leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Bai Liu collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his mind buzzing as if his eardrums might burst. After a long while, Bai Liu regained his composure, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He struggled to say, Brother Mu, have we escaped? As he spoke, he turned to survey their surroundings. The area was eerily quiet and desolate, with nothing but dense woods and barren hills, no sign of life. The feeling of being hunted had vanished. Yes, for now we seem to have evaded danger. Xianxia replied wearily, rubbing his temples. Who was that person? Such a formidable presence. It was akin to the oppressive sensation I felt from Yiqing. Bai Liu shivered at the memory. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that 6th-tier beast. Upon hearing this, Bai Liu's face turned pale. I can't believe I actually spoke it into existence. I didn't realize he was so powerful before. Was he hiding his strength? He murmured softly. Perhaps. Xianxia dismissed the matter from his mind, contemplating instead the urgency of reuniting with his senior sister and leaving this place. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of energy fluctuations emanating from a distance. Brother Mu, can you feel that? Bai Liu questioned, pointing ahead. There's a violent surge of spiritual energy over there. Xiangxi's brow furrowed deeply. Another disturbance? This cannot bode well. Should we go take a look? Perhaps there is something to gain, Bai Liu suggested excitedly, only to be met with Xiangxi's firm rejection. Don't be foolish. We're still fleeing for our lives. We have no time for such distractions. Bai Liu sheepishly agreed, glancing back toward the direction of the energy fluctuations with regret. Yet, just that fleeting glance caused him to freeze, his expression shifting. He swiftly leaped onto a treetop, peering into the distance. Brother Mu, wait. If we head in that direction, isn't it toward our senior sister? In other words, Song Si's eyes widened in realization, and he ascended into the air, surveying the distant landscape. The layered mountains came into view, and indeed, the direction pointed toward Tang Shi. In the next instant, a voice as cold as frost seemed to resonate from all around them. Within 3 breaths, begone. Chapter 83. Tang Shi faces utter despair. Song Si and Bai Liu, 2 foundational stage cultivators, were utterly disregarded by the 6th-tier demonic beast, the iron-clawed demon ape. It followed closely behind them, refraining from launching an attack, seemingly biding its time for a decisive strike. After all, it awaited the opportunity for the 2 to lead it to that elusive transformation stage alchemist. The body of a transformation stage cultivator is a treasure beyond compare. It offers more sustenance than some millennium-old spiritual herbs, and if it could partake in the flesh and blood of a high-ranking cultivator, it would be akin to receiving a gift from heaven, bestowing boundless benefits. Consuming that individual would offer it the chance to ascend to the 7th tier. Even further, evolving into an 8th-tier demonic beast might not be beyond the realm of possibility. As these thoughts coursed through its mind, a flicker of fervor ignited in its crimson eyes, accompanied by the licking of its scarlet lips. Yet, these 2 human cultivators continued to meander through the mountains, showing no inclination to seek out the transformation stage human. After another circuit, the iron-clawed demon ape could no longer contain itself. It needed to instill a sense of urgency in the 2. Otherwise, how could it locate that transformation stage human and subsequently devour them? With a roar that shook the earth, it unleashed a torrent of sand and stones. As the 2 humans paused for rest, it raised its lethal claws, which elongated and thickened to the length of a forearm, and then swung them. One cultivator managed to block the deadly strike with his sword, yet was still sent staggering back several meters. Once more, the 2 humans fled in haste. The demon was pleased. Run indeed. Give it your all. It could almost taste the enticing aroma of that transformation stage human. However, the 2 human cultivators still showed no intent to seek out the transformation stage individual. The iron-clawed demon ape's fury intensified, and just as it contemplated consuming the 2, it sensed something and turned its gaze. Its eyes landed on a particular area of the forest, and its heart raced. Deep within, an aura strikingly similar to that of the sword emanated, albeit faintly, yet unmistakably. It was the very being it sought. A wave of exhilaration washed over the iron-clawed demon ape as it swiftly altered its course, racing towards the innermost depths of the mountains. After a stick of incense's time, it arrived atop a towering peak, where the scenery was breathtaking, affording a clear view of the distant valleys and mountains. The delectable aura it craved emanated from this very spot. Though it was now close, the scent remained elusive, soon vanishing entirely. Were it not for its extraordinarily keen sense of smell, it might never have noticed. That human, it was certain, was now atop the peak. With a roar, the iron-clawed demon ape reverted to its true form, its claws raking fiercely at the ground before it threw its head back and howled. The sound surged like a tsunami, sweeping across the mountaintop and echoing throughout the ravine, lingering in the air. In an instant, all surrounding beasts were thrown into chaos, prostrating in fear, trembling uncontrollably. This only bolstered the iron-clawed demon ape's confidence, standing tall and proud like a sovereign of the realm, exuding an air of formidable dominance. After that low growl, it transformed back into human form and strode toward the peak. The forest was dense, casting shadows that obscured the interior's visibility. Undeterred, the iron-clawed demon ape pressed on. As it stepped into the woods, just as it took its first step, a voice, cold as ancient ice, suddenly rang out. Atop the mountain peak stood a woman and a young man. The beast's roar had roused her from slumber. Tang Shi sat upon a blue stone, resting her chin on one hand, her gaze cast down upon the distant forest, a hint of dark mist flickering in her eyes. Her slender waist, reminiscent of a water snake's grace, and her fair fingers lightly stroked her fingertips, exuding an air of indifference. Clad in a simple gown, her attire fluttered like a celestial being. Ding! Hidden mission activated. The ruler of the Mengqi mountain range, the 6th-tier demonic beast iron-clawed demon ape, has taken a profound interest in you, attempting to consume your flesh and essence to enhance its own cultivation. You have the following options. 1. The blade is not sharp, yet it is lean. What do you possess to contend with me? Slay it, and let the beasts of the Mengqi mountain range know who the true master is, earning a spellbook and 5,000 points. 2. Cultivation is not merely about killing. It also involves human relationships. Kindly advise it to depart, gaining 100 points. 3. For now, let us spread our wings and retreat strategically. Tomorrow we shall ascend to immortality, earning 20 points. Upon hearing the prompt, Tang Shi raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her lips. How intriguing. A sixth-tier demonic beast, rivaling a transformation stage cultivator. In truth, she harbored no fondness for violence. As the saying goes, one should leave a thread of connection for future encounters. The option involving human relationships is quite appealing. There are also 100 points to be gained. Slowly, Tang Shi rose, dusting off her clothing, having made her choice. She would kindly advise it to leave. Her delicate lips parted, uttering 7 words. Within 3 breaths, begone. Her voice, laced with spiritual pressure, reverberated through the forest, causing the beasts to shudder in fear and anxiety. The iron-clawed demon ape halted, turning its gaze toward the peak, its eyes glinting with malice and menace. It then roared in anger, raising its voice to a thunderous pitch, exclaiming, "Insignificant human! You dare to speak disrespectfully to the great ruler of the Mengqi mountain range. Today, I shall shred you to pieces." With that, it was engulfed in a dense black mist, spreading like ink, shrouding half the sky. It lifted its right foot and stomped down with tremendous force, launching itself into the air like a released arrow. Its ferocious gaze swept through the mountain, quickly locking onto the slender figure atop the peak, and it grinned menacingly. "Human, merge with me. Let your blood, essence, flesh, and spirit all submit to my will." Tang Shi stood unmoving, her expression serene, as though she were merely an observer. Her eyes devoid of emotion, neither sorrowful nor fearful. Hearing the frenzied voice, she cast a calm glance at it, her tone even. "To reach the 6th tier is no small feat for a demonic beast, yet you defy the heavens and still possess a sliver of life against me. You are utterly devoid of hope." A succinct statement, yet brimming with arrogance. In an instant, it ignited the iron-clawed demon ape's fury. With a roar, the iron-clawed demon ape unleashed its anger. At that moment, the winds and clouds seemed to shift, summoning a howling gale that sent nearby blades of grass swirling. "Insignificant human, you are far too arrogant. Once I rend you asunder, I shall slowly devour your flesh and essence, and then we shall see how you boast." The iron-clawed demon ape hissed ominously, its voice laced with a terrible ferocity. Tang Shi maintained her indifferent demeanor, unhurriedly replying, "Then let us see." The iron-clawed demon ape cackled with a sinister laugh. "Ha ha, humans are indeed arrogant fools. Today, I shall demonstrate the chasm between demonic beasts and humans at the transformation stage. Killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant." With that, the iron-clawed demon ape's arms surged, its form suddenly swelling tenfold. In an instant, a colossal aura erupted from its body, an indescribably terrifying, sinister, and awe-inspiring presence. Under that overwhelming might, the surrounding space cracked inch by inch, and even the mountains trembled, as if unable to withstand the weight of that authority. Chapter 84. By Liu, your senior sister is my senior sister. The iron-clawed demon ape strode forth with a thunderous resonance, its speed astonishingly swift as it lunged directly for the vital points of Tang Shi. Embrace death. In that instant, the ape's blood-red eyes erupted with a chilling, bloodthirsty glint, its massive maw wide open to reveal menacing fangs. Tang Shi's gaze shimmered with a profound cold light, her delicate hands waving gently. Buzz! The void trembled violently. Above, the very fabric of space shattered inch by inch, transforming into a chaotic, inky vortex. A colossal hand coalesced from the ether, imbued with the overwhelming power to annihilate all. With each increment of solidity, a more terrifying aura emanated forth. "What is this?" The iron-clawed demon ape's pupils constricted, its countenance paling as it sensed the terrifying might contained within that enormous hand. This place was not particularly far from Wuxiang City, and the events of the past few days lingered vividly in its memory. A titanic hand descending from the heavens, its force akin to that which could obliterate the world. Though it had witnessed it from a distance, the sheer destructive power was now palpable, sending shivers down its spine. If that hand were to truly descend, not only would it be reduced to mere rubble, but the surrounding area for miles would be laid to waste. Had it not been for the restraint following that devastating blow in Wuxiang City, the residual force might have reached this very mountain range. Thoughts raced through the iron-clawed demon ape's mind. Regardless of the circumstances, survival was paramount. After millennia of cultivation to attain its current level, it had no desire to perish so easily. Thus, without hesitation, it twisted its body, preparing to flee this perilous place. Too late. A voice, as cold as moonlight, resonated through the forest. In that moment, the iron-clawed demon ape felt a deadly aura lock onto it with unyielding precision. This life-and-death sensation sent a chill through its very being. "Damn human, I shall remember you. When we meet again, I will ensure your bones are ground to dust." With a fierce proclamation, the iron-clawed demon ape bit down on its own tongue, spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood to inscribe a rune before it. In an instant, the rune blazed with a blinding light, and it immediately vanished within its confines. The rune soon dimmed, ultimately extinguishing entirely. Tang Shi's expression was serene and composed. Yet her dark eyes sparkled like the most radiant stars in the night sky, glimmering with cold resolve. Gazing in the direction where the iron-clawed demon ape had vanished, she extended her spiritual sense to ascertain its departure. It had completely exited the mountain range. After a prolonged silence, Tang Shi's lips curled into a faint smile, accompanied by a soft sigh. What a pity. I had hoped to see if I could secure 2 reward options. Yet, the iron-clawed demon ape had escaped. Just a mere beast. How could it possess a teleportation talisman? Moreover, the talisman appeared to be of a high grade, undoubtedly valuable. The human talismans were already so easily wielded by her. A dreadful speculation took root in Tang Shi's mind. Could this beast be a guardian spirit of some sect? Perhaps a pet nurtured by an immortal sanctuary? Or the descendant of a long-hidden lineage of ancient beasts? Its origins were undoubtedly profound. Realizing this, Tang Shi couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Failing to capture it was a moment of negligence on her part. She had just delivered a severe blow to the beast, but now, the true master of the beast would likely soon make an appearance. The layers of complications were indeed troublesome. Tang Shi massaged her temples. The first option presented by the system indeed proved elusive, that 5,000 points were not easily earned. Senior sister. While she pondered, a worried voice called out from behind her, belonging to xianxia. Tang Shi collected her thoughts and slowly turned around. What is it? xianxia stepped forward, hesitating to speak. Senior sister, there is a 6th-tier beast in this mountain range. You haven't encountered it, have you? Unfortunately, she had. Xi's heart raced, and he inquired urgently, Then you weren't injured, were you? Tang Shi smiled. What injury could I possibly sustain? Xianxia exhaled in relief. That's good to hear. Bai Liu, nudging his companion, quipped, I told you, our senior sister would be fine. On her way here. Didn't you see the terrifying power she wielded? Xianxia shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing, What do you know? That 6th-tier beast is no trivial matter. Huh. Regardless of its strength, it remains merely a beast, Bai Liu retorted dismissively, boasting, Our senior sister is not someone a mere demon can shake. Xi's initial agreement was soon clouded by suspicion. He scrutinized Bai Liu, articulating each word. Our senior sister? Coughing awkwardly, Bai Liu explained, Well, we've faced life and death together. I value camaraderie. Henceforth, we shall refer to each other as brothers. Since we are brothers, your senior sister must also be mine. No need for such distinctions, right? Xianxia, unamused, interrupted, I am not familiar with you. Do not flatter yourself. She is solely my senior sister. And you should refrain from entangling yourself with us. Bai Liu merely smirked. Sorry, but this relationship is set. No one can stop it. He circumvented Xianxia and approached Tang Shi, inquiring warmly, Senior sister, that 6th-tier beast is quite ugly. Didn't it frighten you? Should I brew you a cup of tea to calm your nerves? Xianxia exclaimed, What is wrong with you? He quickly shoved Bai Liu aside. Leaning in closer to Tang Shi, eager to please, Senior sister, please sit here and let me know if you desire anything to eat or drink. I shall prepare it for you. Tang Shi's gaze flickered between the 2 young men before she coldly averted her eyes. There's no need. Xianxia, quick to shift gears, smiled and said, Senior sister, you have worked hard these past few days. Is there anything you need help with? Bai Liu chimed in, Senior sister. Do not hesitate to command us. I assure you it will be taken care of. Xi's smile vanished. Bai Liu, are you insane? If you wish for a senior sister, go ask your master to find you one. No way. I intend to die in your explosive heaven gang. Bai Liu chuckled. You truly are a piece of work. The 2 continued their lively banter, their chatter incessant and grating. Enough. Tang Shi's cold voice cut through the noise. Both Xianxia and Bai Liu fell silent, exchanging glances of feigned indignation. Chapter 85. The guardian beast of the divine Dao sect cannot be insulted. The mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles, shrouded in swirling mists, with celestial cranes soaring through the skies, issuing high-pitched calls that resonated sweetly. Radiant hues cascaded from the mountain peaks, blanketing the summit in a golden sheen, resembling a layer of gilded sand, dreamlike and ethereal, as if one had stepped into an otherworldly paradise. Among the peaks, the most prominent was a towering palace, appearing like a giant from afar, yet resembling a deity upon closer inspection. Surrounding the palace, ethereal energies coalesced into a tangible form, ascending like wisps of smoke, enveloping the entire region in a nebulous and illusory aura, as if one were transported to an alternate realm, cut off from the tumult of the mundane world. Before the imposing mountain gate stood several stone tablets, inscribed with 3 grand characters, Shindao sect. This place was Shuchuan. one of the 13 great states beneath the Eastern Lan Divine Continent, and the Xindao sect was the preeminent sect within Sichuan, monopolizing 80% of the region's cultivation resources. With a long-standing legacy and profound heritage, it boasted tens of thousands of disciples and was fortified by formidable cultivators in the integration stage, rendering it a veritable hegemon of the state. A gentle mountain breeze swept through, dispersing the cloud banners that hung before the mountain gate, leaving behind lingering echoes that still instilled awe. On a platform before the gate, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared, and a shadow plummeted from the void, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact that created a deep pit, sending dust swirling and shattered rocks cascading, stirring up a ring of gray ripples. The disciples stationed at the mountain gate exchanged glances and hurried to the edge of the pit to inspect the situation. A beast? One disciple squatted at the edge of the pit. This aura. A sixth-order iron-clawed demon ape? The iron-clawed demon ape, known for its ferocious temperament and arrogant disposition, relished in devouring the essence of cultivators to enhance itself, possessing an intellect not inferior to that of humans. Its razor-sharp claws and violent attacks made it adept at stealthy ambushes, embodying treachery. How could a sixth-order beast appear here? Could it be plotting against our sect? Quickly informed the elders, a beast has invaded. Just as he prepared to turn, he noticed a ripple in space, and a man clad in a blue robe materialized near the pit. The man was strikingly handsome and refined, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with a mix of mirth and reproach, exuding an enchanting allure that was both captivating and terrifying. He held a folding fan, and his brows were gentle as he lightly brushed his fingertips across the fan's surface, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth that instilled a sense of dread, as if he could devour one whole at any moment. I have seen the sect master, the disciple stammered, swallowing hard in fear as he knelt before the man, his voice trembling. The beast appeared suddenly. We were unprepared. His words tumbled out in a flurry, utterly flustered. In the past, disciples of their rank would never have the chance to see the sect master, let alone converse with him so closely. This felt like a dream. Do not worry. I am acquainted with this beast. You may withdraw. The man gestured nonchalantly. He stepped forward towards the pit, gazing down from his elevated position at the seemingly lifeless form of the demon ape. Huh. It's been a millennium and you've ascended to the sixth order? To think such a dignified beast has fallen to this state. What a disgrace. His tone was languid, devoid of malice, instead infused with a sense of languor. The demon ape grunted twice, ignoring him. How was your little excursion? The man inquired again. The demon ape continued to feign death, unresponsive. The man, unfazed, continued, TSK, such a stubborn temperament. You didn't heed my advice, did you? Clearly. You've been chastised during your escapade. Serves you right. The demon ape's eyelids flickered, finally conceding to open its eyes. You must help me kill that person. I want to devour her whole. Its muscular frame radiated an overwhelming desire for battle, casting an impression of ferocity, especially with its blood-red eyes glinting with a sanguine thirst. The man smirked, and why should I? Am I well acquainted with you? Will you help or not? The demon ape's voice was rough and hoarse, evidently strained. I refuse. Why? The demon ape's frustration peaked. I am, after all, half a disciple of the Xindao sect. You are its leader. How can you stand idly by while one of your disciples suffers indignities? Its tone grew agitated, and as it spoke, it suddenly coughed violently, blood seeping from its throat and trickling down its coarse, resilient fur to the ground. The man remained indifferent to its plight. With over 10,000 disciples in the Xindao sect, if each were to demand my intervention every time they faced injustice, I would have no time left to cultivate or pursue ascension. The demon ape roared, its voice thunderous. Bai Qing, am I not different from those weaklings? What makes you different? They are all weaklings. Bai Qing nonchalantly cleaned his fingers, appearing wholly unconcerned by the beast's indignation. You. The demon ape's chest heaved violently. I will seek out my master and demand justice. Bai Qing chuckled lightly. Oh, my master is currently in seclusion. He likely won't emerge until matters of annihilation or destruction arise. The demon ape's spirit immediately deflated. Several thousand years prior, the previous sect master, Kong Huajian, had encountered the demon ape during his own journey, and by fate, they had forged a contract, establishing him as the demon's master. Having spent 2 millennia within the Xindao sect, Kong Huajian had largely remained in seclusion, and after passing the mantle to Bai Qing 800 years ago, he had seldom shown his face. Bored within the confines of the Xindao sect, the demon ape had seized the opportunity to escape while Bai Qing was also in seclusion. If you assist me this one time, I shall remain in the Xindao sect for the rest of my life, guarding it and ensuring its stability. What say you? The demon ape tempted. I decline. The demon ape was driven to madness. If she does not perish, my heart will not find peace. Bai Qing, you must assist me. Bai Bai Qing lifted his gaze, his pupils shimmering with a faint golden hue, the corners of his eyes curling gently, enhancing his strikingly alluring visage. What concern is it of mine? He countered with a smile. The demon ape gasped you. Then it focused its thoughts, reaching out to connect with its master through the contract. Master, help me. Bai Qing regarded its display with cold indifference. Soon, he felt a powerful and resonant voice echo in his mind. Our sect's spirit beast shall not be subjected to humiliation. Bai Qing, resolve this matter swiftly. Bai Qing narrowed his eyes, the mirth fading from his expression, his gaze deepening. The demon ape chuckled triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Bai Qing, now you must help me, whether you wish to or not. Bai Qing lowered his eyelids, concealing the cold light flickering in his eyes, shrugging non-committally as he approached the demon ape. What are you planning to do? The demon ape stiffened, its body taut with tension as it warily regarded him, anxiety etched in its gaze. Without uttering a word, Bai Qing reached out to stroke its head, his movements affectionate and gentle. Yet the demon ape felt an icy chill spread down its spine, as if a dagger were poised at its throat, instilling a profound sense of dread. Stay back. It retreated slightly, warily demanding, what do you intend to do? Bai Qing smiled. How would you like me to assist you? There was a hint of concession in his words, causing the demon ape to lower its guard slightly. Eliminate that woman, then bring her body to me for dinner. Very well. Bai Qing acquiesced too readily, leaving the demon ape momentarily stunned, then elated. You agree? Bai Qing's smile broadened, one hand grasping the demon ape while the other formed a seal to cast a spell. In an instant, the two vanished from their location. Chapter 86. Exchange for defensive spirit garb. Recently, the weather in Wanxiang City had been tumultuous, with dark clouds looming ominously, thunder rumbling, and layers of storm clouds enveloping the entire sky, appearing as if it might collapse at any moment. Pedestrians on the streets hurriedly sought shelter, avoiding the tempestuous area. Suddenly, a contingent appeared on the distant horizon, draped in black armor. Their gleaming helmets and weapons exuded an air of authority. The oppressive aura they radiated rendered the very air around them dense. The crowd instinctively halted, murmuring in speculation. Is that the Wanyu Merchant Association? They have arrived. I wonder what treasures will be unveiled at this auction. In such a grand auction, one can undoubtedly expect a plethora of treasures. Let us hope fortune favors us, and we can acquire suitable artifacts. The crowd murmured, their gazes irresistibly drawn to a venerable elder clad in silver robes at the forefront. This elder, whose mastery lay in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, bore a stern expression that belied his white hair. His spirit was vigorous, and his eyes sparkled with a sharp, penetrating gaze. They hastened their journey and soon arrived at the gates of Wanxiang City, where their caravan stood still, awaiting inspection to enter the city. Dismounting, he instructed his attendants to prepare spirit stones for the entrance fee. However, upon readying themselves, the silver-robed elder noticed the absence of guards, furrowing his brow in confusion. What could be amiss? Having traversed various cities for years, he was well acquainted with their regulations. It was highly peculiar that Wanxiang City, which typically collected entrance fees, was now foregoing them. The guards, too, sensed something unusual. Where, indeed, were the patrolling soldiers today? Could something have transpired? Surely not. The lord of Wanxiang City was a deity-level cultivator. Who would dare cause trouble here? Yet, uncertainty loomed over the crowd. Very well. Let us enter the city first. The silver-robed elder waved his hand and led the way into the city, dispatching someone to inform the Lord's estate and inquire about the situation. Inside Wanxiang City, the atmosphere remained vibrant and bustling. The streets teemed with people. Shops lined the thoroughfares, and the air was filled with the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. The silver-robed elder navigated through the alleys, heading straight for the merchant guild's stronghold. Elder, look over there. A guard suddenly pointed in a particular direction. The elder lifted his gaze and beheld the city center, where the once grand and imposing lord's estate lay in ruins, its structure crumbled and in disarray. The elder's eyes narrowed, his expression growing grave. Find out what transpired in Wanxiang City. As you command, the guard replied before departing. The remaining members settled into the merchant guild's stronghold, busily unloading their goods. The silver-robed elder stood at the entrance, deep in contemplation. Soon, the informant returned. Elder, it is said that the lord's estate provoked the Exploding Heavens Gang's Yiqing, resulting in a single palm strike that obliterated them, leaving no trace behind. The elder raised an eyebrow. A single strike reduced the lord's estate to rubble? The guard swallowed hard, nodding in agreement. It is also said that the force of that strike could have nearly annihilated Wanxiang City, had Yiqing not ceased in time. The city would have been reduced to ashes. The elder fell silent. Throughout his journey, he had heard of Yiqing's formidable reputation. It was rumored that she was not yet 100 years old, The thought of such a young maiden possessing the cultivation of a deity-level practitioner was astonishing. After a long pause, he inquired, "Is there any information on the Exploding Heavens gang's origins? The guild has yet to gather specific details." "Very well. Continue to monitor the situation and report immediately should anything arise." "Yes." The silver-robed elder turned and stepped indoors, murmuring to himself. The Exploding Heavens gang. Could they be a hidden sect from the central divine continent, an immortal sanctuary? Such a prodigy of unparalleled caliber could surely only be nurtured by those concealed sections. Meanwhile, Tang Shi, now the subject of idle chatter, found herself in a secret grove outside Wanxiang City. "From this moment forth, we shall act separately," she instructed her two companions. "The six-tiered demon beast may have summoned reinforcements before fleeing. We cannot ascertain their strength." The two following her exchanged glances, their faces etched with concern. "No, senior sister. How can we survive without you?" they implored. "The realm of cultivation is fraught with peril. Will we ever meet again?" Tang Shi merely replied, "Be cautious," before her figure vanished into the distance. At that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly streaked across the sky, piercing through the void and entering their line of sight. The two were momentarily blinded, instinctively shutting their eyes. When their vision cleared, they found a person and a demon beast hovering in midair. "Xianxia by Liu," they exclaimed. "Isn't that the demon beast that has been relentlessly pursuing us? Could it be that it was not yet ready to give up?" As this realization dawned, they held their breath, their bodies trembling in the shadows, every hair on their bodies standing on end. The demon beast gazed intently at Wanxiang City, seemingly oblivious to their presence. "I can sense her nearby. She must be within that city," it stated, pointing at the silhouette of Wanxiang City with an air of agitation and fury. The man beside it merely nodded in acknowledgement before saying, "Then let us proceed." No sooner had he finished speaking than the golden light surged past them, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The two opened their eyes, staring blankly in the direction of the demon beast's disappearance, momentarily at a loss for words. After parting ways with her companions, Tang Shi made her way directly to Wanxiang City. Finding an inconspicuous corner, she opened the system marketplace. The marketplace was overflowing with an array of treasures, dazzling and vast, overwhelming to behold. She scanned the selection and clicked on the section for magical artifacts. Magical artifacts: the Luo Imperial Sword, Qing Jiao Banner, Xian Tai Flying Shield, Kai Tian Axe, Seven-Colored Demon Bell, Tian Ling Garb. The Tian Ling Garb, a defensive artifact, could absorb half of the energy from incoming attacks and convert it for the wearer's use. It also possessed attributes that concealed one's aura and strength, with the primary feature being the ability to alter one's appearance. Priced at 500 points, it appeared quite useful. Without hesitation, Tang Shi made the purchase. In the next moment, she donned the Tian Ling Garb, and her appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. Clad in white, with black hair cascading down to her waist, her features were merely delicate. In a realm where beauty was ubiquitous and no one was considered unattractive, her looks were merely average. "Not bad," Tang Shi mused, stroking her chin. Even if she stood before that demon beast now, it would likely fail to recognize her. However, if she continued to accompany Xianxia and Bai Liu, even with her ability to change her appearance, the demon beast could still identify her through them. Thus, she was not safe. She needed to depart. Chapter 87. A chance encounter with Bo Qing. She was right here. How could her aura suddenly vanish? The six-tiered demon beast, Iron-Clawed Demon Ape, had transformed into human form, his cheeks adorned with deep red markings, his pupils blood red, exuding a palpable aura of slaughter. He intended to track down Tang Shi, but found that as soon as he stepped into this area, her presence had abruptly dissipated. "I've lost her." The iron-clawed demon ape's countenance darkened considerably. Bo Qing's gaze was cool as he surveyed the surroundings. "Are you certain? Are you doubting my abilities?" The iron-clawed demon ape scoffed, his voice hoarse and grating. "Perhaps she took precautions and concealed her aura, but I am certain she remains within this city." Bo Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, his demeanor as calm as water. "If that is the case, let us continue searching." The iron-clawed demon ape felt a surge of frustration. There were at least 10,000 people in this city. How could one find a concealed individual amidst such chaos? If she had unknowingly escaped while he remained here searching, wouldn't that be a waste of time? Truly foolish. It seemed Bo Qing could see through his thoughts, and he spoke coolly. "What do you propose?" The iron-clawed demon ape's impatience was evident, his eyes aflame with menace. Better to kill indiscriminately than risk letting her slip away. Why search inch by inch? Just slaughter the city and eliminate them all. With that, he raised his hand and struck fiercely at the void. With a resounding bang, the air erupted. A fierce wind swept up dust, filling the atmosphere with swirling smoke. "Do you wish to incite the wrath of the Divine Path sect?" Fin Qing's brows knitted tightly. This act is utterly audacious. We are in the southern region, not in Sichuan Prefecture. You cannot act with such impunity. His tone was stern, carrying an air of intimidation. The iron-clawed demon ape was momentarily cowed, feeling a tumult of frustration within. The Divine Path sect held sway in Sichuan Prefecture, but here in the southern region, their influence was far less imposing. They could not simply do as they pleased. Yet, yielding without a fight was equally unsatisfactory for the iron-clawed demon ape. Thus, the two remained locked in a standoff, neither willing to concede. Suddenly, it cast its gaze towards the distant mountains, a flicker of cunning igniting in its eyes. Since you refuse to strike directly and raise the city, I shall devise my own means. However, when that person arrives, you must assist me in dealing with her. The iron-clawed demon ape's expression twisted grotesquely, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Rest assured, I will not act under the banner of the Divine Path sect. A glimmer of coldness swept across Thin Xing's eyes as he turned to gaze into the distance, nonchalantly uttering two words, "As you wish." Upon receiving this response, the iron-clawed demon ape snorted disdainfully before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Tang Shi sat leisurely at a roadside tea stall, savoring her tea. She squinted slightly as she observed the direction in which the iron-clawed demon ape had departed, her mind racing with various strategies. Raising a city, TSK, what a notion for a beast, she murmured to herself. Yet, this plan seemed rather tyrannical and ostentatious. The Divine Path sect they spoke of was the foremost sect in Sichuan Prefecture, of which she had heard whispers. It was said that a cultivator at the composite body stage was stationed there. The figure beside the iron-clawed demon ape had concealed their cultivation level. She surmised it must be at least at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. Tang Shi lowered her gaze, her fingertip tracing the rim of her porcelain cup as she discreetly checked her system panel. Host, Tang Shi, Spirit Root, Mixed 5 Elements, Supreme Bone, Cultivation, 4th Layer of Divine Transformation, 07. Technique, Cloud Transformation Heart Method, Yellow Grade. Low Level, Spell, 3000 Thunder Movements, Hand of the Heavens, Magic Item, Celestial Spirit Garment. Point Value, 7,724, originally possessing over 8,000 points. She had spent 500 to exchange for a defensive spirit garment, leaving her with just over 7,000 now. With her cultivation at the 4th layer of divine transformation, could she contend against someone at the pinnacle? Moreover, there was a beast nearby, eyeing her hungrily. Not to mention, the iron-clawed demon ape was no ordinary creature. Its intelligence rivaled that of humans, and its strength was equivalent to that of an early-stage divine transformation cultivator. Two formidable beings at the divine transformation level were not to be underestimated, unlike the soul within the soul banner of the city lord of Wanxiang City, whose avatar only possessed the strength of the 8th layer. If she were to face two opponents, the degree of danger would escalate significantly. Tang Shi furrowed her brow. This way, she could only be 90% sure of victory. 90%? How did that differ from courting death? Thus, she chose to bide her time. As she pondered, a commotion erupted behind her. An 8-person squad approached the tea stall, led by a burly middle-aged man with a fierce countenance, a sword at his waist, and eyes sharp as an eagle, radiating an aura of lethality. The others were similarly armed, exuding a robust aura, resembling mercenaries. They made their way directly to the tea stall, occupying the 2 remaining empty tables and ordering liquor without a hint of restraint. As they drank, they recounted today's peculiar encounters. Why were the beasts in the Mengqi Mountains so aggressive today? They actually attacked us out of the blue. It's simply unheard of. I nearly lost my life there, and I shall remember this debt. They grumbled, filled with resentment. Tonight, I must go to the drunken immortal pavilion to unwind. Let us go together. They laughed. Tonight, we brothers shall revel. Though this was the realm of cultivation, it did not mean that mortals were absent. Those without spirit roots and unable to cultivate were collectively referred to as mortals. Some with defective 5-element spirit roots, feeling hopeless in their pursuit of the Tao, chose to live a mundane life, settling down with a wife. Likewise, not all cultivators severed their emotional ties. Where there were needs, markets would emerge, naturally giving rise to places for entertainment. Tang Shi silently sipped her tea, eavesdropping on their gossip. The unrest among the beasts in the Mengqi Mountains might be due to their king's agitation returning. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her from behind, enveloping her in darkness. Might I request to share a table? A melodious voice inquired, warm and inviting. Tang Shi raised an eyebrow, turning her head to behold the striking profile of a man. His features impeccably chiseled, exuding an air of elegance. Clad in a green robe that accentuated his tall stature, he bore a faint smile, with pale golden eyes that shimmered like jade, as if they could absorb all the light of the world. Tang Shi was momentarily taken aback. This was the companion of the iron-clawed demon ape. As you wish. She quickly composed herself, nodding in calm acknowledgement. Thank you, kind sir. The smile on Thin Xing's face broadened as he gracefully seated himself opposite her. He then beckoned to the tea stall owner, ordering a pot of tea. The owner promptly delivered a steaming pot of tea. Please enjoy, he said, placing a stack of freshly brewed tea before them and bowing out. Thin Xing took a delicate sip, yet his gaze remained fixed on Tang Shi, too intense and invasive. As if attempting to penetrate the very essence of the delicate girl before him, Tang Shi lowered her gaze, sipping her tea with an air of composed dignity. She was unafraid of scrutiny. After all, with the celestial spirit garment shielding her, unless a celestial being were present, no one could unveil her disguise. Thus, she remained unperturbed, bold and fearless. After a moment, Thin Xing set down his teacup and inquired, "May I ask your name?" Tang Shi glanced up and replied, "In this fleeting encounter, why must we inquire about names?" Thin Xing appeared to have anticipated this response, chuckling softly, "You speak wisely, fair maiden." Tang Shi smirked slightly, choosing not to engage further. Silence fell between them once more. Chapter 88. Whispers of Yi Qing. Thin Xing's eyes were clouded with inscrutable emotions. Though he was at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, the girl before him was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of being unable to see through her. This perplexed him greatly. After all, he was at the apex of the divine transformation realm. Even if this girl wore a treasure to conceal her presence, he could still sense some fluctuations. Yet, the results of his probing revealed that she truly possessed only late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Could it be that he was genuinely mistaken? Doubts swirled in Thin Xing's mind. But he could not fathom where the anomaly lay. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the tea stall. "Wangda, do you dare to steal our prey? Have you grown tired of living?" A furious roar, mingled with the sound of rushing wind, approached. A group of mercenaries stormed in, surrounding the 8-person squad within the tea stall. The leader of the squad, known as Wangda, scoffed dismissively, "With your motley crew, do you think you can challenge me? You break the rules and act without honor. Everyone has a right to punish you." "Huh, what are rules? The world's most lawless principle is that the stronger one prevails. Do you understand?" Wangda scoffed. The mercenaries nodded in agreement, exuding an arrogant demeanor as if to say, "Even if that's the case, what can you do about it?" Anger surged among the newcomers. Wangda waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this nonsense. Since you've stumbled upon us today, you might as well stay here." Tang Shi frowned deeply at this. The situation was rather precarious. It would be wise to retreat. Although they were merely a group of foundation establishment cultivators clashing, her own displayed cultivation was also at the foundation establishment stage. Her life was of utmost importance. Just as she set down half a spirit stone and prepared to sneak away, a low, husky voice came from behind her. "Miss, might I trouble you for a ride? My strength is limited, and I fear I cannot protect myself." His tone was deliberate, laced with a hint of persuasion. Tang Shi's heart skipped a beat as she turned to meet a pair of deep, dark golden eyes. Bo Qing smiled gently at her, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. "Apologies," she replied coldly. "He still claims to be weak? How many would believe that if he were to proclaim it? In the entire southern region, there are no more than a handful capable of matching him." Tang Shi dismissed him indifferently and turned to leave. But just as she took a step away, the two opposing factions suddenly drew their weapons, and the flames of battle ignited fiercely. A chaotic melee commenced. Ignoring their conflict, Tang Shi quickened her pace to distance herself from this place of strife. After navigating through several alleys, she contemplated her next destination. However, Bo Qing seemed to have latched onto her, following closely behind. "Why are you following me?" she thought, perplexed. "Did I drop my disguise? This man surely has ulterior motives. You resemble a dear departed friend of mine, which is why I dared to follow you, hoping to alleviate my longing." Bo Qing replied with refined gentility, professing no ill intent. "Your words are quite antiquated," Tang Shi remarked with a forced smile. "Oh, is that so?" Bo Qing paused, then displayed a look of realization. With a smile, he said, "Then allow me to rephrase. I am smitten at first sight. Might you be willing to join me in matrimony and witness the path of enlightenment together?" Tang Shi's forehead twitched, and she gritted her teeth, articulating each word with precision. "I am not interested." Upon hearing this, a flicker of something unusual passed through Bo Qing's eyes. He raised his brows slightly, appearing bewildered. "Why must you resist me so?" "Because we are adversaries." Tang Shi remained silent. He continued to coax her, seemingly earnest in his suggestion, "Though my cultivation is modest, my appearance is quite commendable. How can we not form a pair? Here's an idea. Whatever request you have, I shall comply, if you find it agreeable." When it came to appearances, there was indeed much to discuss. No self, no others, no sentient beings, no lifespan. All forms are illusory. "You, sir, are clearly attached to forms," Tang Shi sighed softly. Bo Qing's eyes sparkled with insight, and he burst into hearty laughter. "Marvelous. Your words are enlightening. Tang Shi chose to ignore him and continued walking forward. Yet Bo Qing kept pace beside her. Suddenly, she halted and turned to face him, her lips pursed. What exactly do you intend? You are quite pleasing to my eye. I merely wish to spend more time with you, he replied. I am Bo Qing, a disciple of the Divine Path sect from Sichuan Prefecture. As this is my first time in the southern region, I hope for your guidance. He offered his name formally. Bowing politely with a courteous smile, Tang Shi felt it unwise to resist too strongly. If he detected anything amiss, it might arouse his suspicion. Thus, she smiled and nodded. Pleased to meet you. I am Lin Xiao. When one is out in the world, one must have many disguises, not fewer. Ah, Lin Xiao, what a fateful encounter. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall do my utmost to help, he replied with courteous sincerity. Tang Shi politely expressed her gratitude. Thank you very much. If he were to discover that she had once beaten his pet, he would likely wish to retract every word he had just uttered. Make way. Make way. Just as the two were conversing, a commotion erupted nearby. Shortly thereafter, a luxurious carriage approached. Flowers carpeted the path, with beautiful maidens surrounding it. The spectacle even grander than that of the former lord of Wanxiang City. As the curtain lifted, a delicate face appeared, with the corners of her eyes slightly raised. All irrelevant people, step aside at once, or face the consequences. The leader commanded. The surrounding crowd hastily dispersed. Who is that riding atop? What a grand display. Shoo. You mustn't wish for your demise. The one atop is none other than the renowned Yi Qing'er of the Exploding Sky Gang, the Fairy Yi. What? That's the Yi Qing'er? My goodness, I've heard she has reached the transformation stage at such a young age. Truly impressive. Oh, no wonder the display is so extravagant. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Yi Qing'er held her head high, radiating pride, as if she were the center of the universe. Tang Shi's expression turned complicated. Yi Qing'er? Is that truly her? Indeed. A burly man beside her confirmed, then lowered his voice. Yi Qing'er is notoriously ruthless. Angering her is tantamount to a death sentence. Do you know why she possesses such a disposition? Tang Shi inquired, noticing the man's eagerness to share. She slowly shook her head, encouraging him to continue. Because she walks the path of ruthlessness. She once killed her husband to attain enlightenment, which has shaped her current character, proud and tempestuous. The burly man sighed. In any case, do not provoke her. Tang Shi was taken aback. Wait. She killed her husband for enlightenment? She is such a person? Indeed. It is said that she enjoys toying with men's affections, ensnaring any man she desires, using whatever means necessary to make them love her, only to attempt to kill them for enlightenment again. The burly man leaned in closer, whispering, especially the more handsome the man, the more she desires him. You ought to keep a close watch on your companion. Tang Shi was left speechless. Chapter 89. With a furrowed brow, she stepped back among the crowd. Ah, my friend, you may not know, but ever since Yi Qing'er's fame rose, many cultivators have developed a keen interest in the Exploding Sky Gang, all wishing to join. Unfortunately, no one knows where the gang is located. The burly man's tone shifted. However, the fact that Yi Qing'er killed her husband to attain enlightenment was discovered and made public. Can you guess the outcome? Tang Shi blinked. What was it? The man chuckled, lowering his voice. Naturally, it led many cultivators to mimic her, rushing to kill their beloved in an attempt to attain enlightenment. Tang Shi was dumbfounded. Such an absurd rumor, and people believe it? But that is not all. The burly man chuckled again. There's more? Tang Shi's confusion deepened. Indeed, what is even more outrageous is that someone imitated Yi Qing'er, surpassing her by killing all their relatives, merely to attain enlightenment. Remarkably, they succeeded, advancing from a Qi refinement cultivator to a core formation stage in a single leap. Tang Shi's brow furrowed deeply. This was not right. She had only revealed herself twice in public. How could such outrageous rumors arise? A nearby girl gasped. Is that true? How is this any different from the demonic path? The burly man suddenly found himself at a loss for words. What of the demonic path? And what of the righteous path? Suddenly, Bo Qing let out a low chuckle and interjected. When the sage strikes unerringly and the mountains crumble, you, as the common folk at the foot of the mountain, and when the great demon king, like a tiger, devours the land, you, as the woodcutter in the mountains, will still utter those words? Here, strength reigns supreme. The weak are fated to be crushed by the strong. The path to becoming powerful is inherently fraught with bloodshed and corpses. The demonic path merely offers a clear route for those unwilling to accept their fates and wish to defy the heavens. Tang Shi cast a deep glance at Bo Qing, her heart heavy with silence. The survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle, this is the overarching theme of this world. Whether human or beast, all adhere to this rule. Then, she looked intently at the girl, her expression darkening, before quietly retreating behind the crowd. The girl, seemingly comprehending yet confused, asked, So what you mean is, to become stronger, one may resort to any means necessary. Bo Qing cast her a fleeting glance. You may interpret it that way. The girl fell silent for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. Well said, take them away. With this command, four figures clad in black suddenly appeared, surrounding Bo Qing and the others, drawing their swords menacingly. The four black-clad individuals were all at the golden core stage, evidently having lurked in the shadows, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Bo Qing's usually warm and gentle eyes turned icy. What is the meaning of this, young lady? The girl lightly raised her delicate hand, and a surge of overwhelming power enveloped the area, causing the onlookers to change their expressions drastically. A nascent soul old monster? They appear quite youthful. Who would have thought they were a nascent soul cultivator? Good heavens, I step outside and a nascent soul cultivator is everywhere? Truly frightening. Ignoring the gasps from the crowd, the girl remarked casually, you have quite the appearance. You are indeed qualified to be presented to Fairy Yi. At her words, a collective intake of breath resonated around them. Yi Qingyu? Has she set her sights on this person? That spells doom for them. Encountering Yi Qing, there is no outcome other than death. Another one poised to sacrifice themselves for Yi Qing's grand ambitions. Sigh, we should retreat quickly, lest we become collateral damage. The surrounding cultivators hastily dispersed. Bo Qing, sensing something amiss, scanned the area and noticed Tang Shi's figure had vanished, his expression darkening further. To have encountered someone he could not see through, only for them to slip away, was a pity indeed. However, the mention of Yi Qing piqued his interest significantly. Thus, when the four black-clad figures advanced to apprehend him, he chose not to retaliate. Let us go, take him back to report. With a wave of the girl's sleeve, the group vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there. Meanwhile, Tang Shi was already outside the city of Wanxiang. The moment the girl appeared, she had been on high alert. Little did she know, she was indeed a minion of Yi Qing. But who exactly was Yi Qing? Never mind. It was of no consequence. On one hand, she made a grand entrance into the city, as if eager for all to know she was affiliated with Yi Qing. On the other, she spread rumors frantically, perhaps digging a large pit for the true protagonist to leap into. Furthermore, the sixth-tier beast and Bo Qing were contemplating a massacre. With both parties advancing with great momentum, it seemed Wanxiang City was no longer a safe haven. The auction would be of no participation either. Each passing minute increased the danger. It was imperative to return and hide, for that was the prudent course of action. Tang Shi promptly contacted Xianxia. Her sword, Zhuo Wang, was still with Xianxia. A simple communication would reveal his whereabouts. At that moment, Xianxia and Bai Liyu were still hiding in the dense forest, hesitant to reveal themselves. Brother Mu, are we to wait here indefinitely? Bai Liyu inquired, somewhat bored. Xianxia sat on a branch of an ancient tree, arms crossed. What do you propose? Are we truly not entering the city? Did you not see that the beast arrived with its reinforcements? Bai Liyu furrowed his brow. He had indeed noticed, but there are tens of thousands in the city. They may not notice the two of us, right? Xianxia cast him a cool glance. What cultivation level do they possess compared to yours? Finding you would be as effortless as a stroll in the park. Bai Liyu's mouth twitched. Brother Mu, your words cut deep. Ultimately, he added, but aren't you going to participate in the auction? Aren't you going to save your senior brother? Xianxia's face remained indifferent. My senior sister has already gone, has she not? Bai Liyu was taken aback. So, you're not going? With my senior sister there, what need is there for me to go? Would I merely add to the chaos? Xianxia made a rational and objective judgment. One senior sister was sufficient. Bai Liyu pondered for a moment, finding this reasoning quite sound. Xianxia then produced a handful of sunflower seeds from his storage bag and leisurely began to crack them. Knowing the dangers yet choosing to venture toward them, isn't that foolish? The world is vast, but one's life is paramount. Without a 98% certainty, what difference is there from courting death? Bai Liyu? Whoa, 98%? That's stable. In fact, perhaps it's too stable? Bai Liyu hesitated to voice his thoughts. Xianxia grabbed another handful of seeds. Want some? Bai Liyu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ran over, extending his hands. A little? Xianxia immediately pulled out another handful from his storage bag and stuffed it into his hands. Eat up, there's plenty. Bai Liyu caught the seeds. His smile radiant. Thank you, Brother Mo. No need for thanks. In the dense forest, the two youths sat upon separate tree trunks, cracking seeds and chatting, finding it quite pleasant. Suddenly, Xianxia felt Zhuo Wang warming in his possession and quickly retrieved it, noticing it emanating a faint glow. Chapter 90. The Conspiracy of Possession. What's wrong, Brother Mo? Is something amiss? Bai Liyu asked with concern. No, it seems my senior sister is returning. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, a flash of white appeared before them in an instant. Senior sister. Xianxia leaped down from the ancient tree, calling out in delight. At that moment, Tang Shi had resumed her original appearance. Exquisite and elegant, clad in a white dress, reminiscent of an orchid drifting in a secluded valley, standing apart from the world. She surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was present, then quietly instructed, "We cannot remain in Wanxiang City any longer. We must leave." Song Xi and Bai Liu exchanged glances, both perceiving a shared confusion in each other's eyes. However, they did not press for further details and followed closely behind Tang Shi as they departed. The three soon vanished from sight, arriving at a hidden cave. Zhuge Qingchen lay unconscious on a stone bed, his eyes tightly shut. Tang Shi exchanged some points for a spirit birth pill. At 800 points per pill, the system refunded 50 points, leaving her with a cost of 750 points. It was indeed costly, but prolonging his life by a couple of years would make it worthwhile. They had entered the sect together, embarking on their journey of cultivation side by side. They were partners in their tasks. If she were to stay in the cave, turning a blind eye to his plight would weigh heavily on her conscience. The substantial points from the hidden mission were certainly not easy to acquire. With constant threats to life, the option to rescue senior brother Zhuge was directly discarded, replaced with the first option. This pill should be given to him. It can restore his spirit. Tang Shi handed the pill to Song Xi, instructing him. Song Xi nodded and placed the spirit birth pill in Zhuge Qingchen's mouth. The pill instantly transformed into a warm current that slipped into his abdomen. Tang Shi cast a glance at Zhuge Qingchen's condition before turning her attention to Song Xi and Bai Liu. "You must refrain from approaching Wanxiang City in the near future. The monstrous beasts are in a frenzy, intent on slaughtering the city." "Slaughter? Slaughter the city?" Song Xi and Bai Liu exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. "However, there is a new force that has audaciously taken residence in Wanxiang City under my name, and their intentions are likely far from simple. The beast's plan to raise the city is also no trivial matter." She paused momentarily. "You should take Zhuge Xixiang and leave at once. The farther, the better." "But what about you, Shiji?" Song Xi inquired with concern. "I shall return to my secluded meditation, Shidi. From now on, act with prudence. Do not let your Shiji worry excessively," she concluded, gesturing with her sleeve as her figure abruptly became ethereal, gradually fading from sight. "Shiji, must we part so soon after our meeting?" Song Xi stood rooted, gazing at Tang Shi's increasingly blurred silhouette, a profound sense of reluctance swelling within him. Bai Liu quietly poked him, his gaze fixed on the place where his Shiji had departed, his eyes unblinking. "Mu Daoyu," Song Xi's eyelids flickered slightly, and he turned his head with a weary expression. "Yes, what is it?" Bai Liu pointed to a spot where a sword lay quietly, its sheath as dark as ink, radiating a chilling gleam. "Your Shiji's sword was not taken." Following Bai Liu's finger, Song Xi's gaze fell upon the sword, his pupils contracting sharply, breath catching in his throat. Earlier, when he had gone to feed the elixir to his Xixiang, he had placed the sword aside, not realizing that Shiji had not retrieved it. "Does that mean?" Song Xi's face lit up with joy. He walked slowly towards the sword, his fingertips brushing against the icy blade, a soft smile gracing his lips. "Sentimentality is but a fleeting cloud. It does not exist." The night was as cool as water, the moonlight cascading down like silver threads, illuminating the ground with a shimmering glow. The once desolate left mansion had now been revitalized. Pavilions and towers, intricately carved railings and painted beams, had regained their former splendor, even more lavish than before. In one of the chambers, dim yellow light flickered, revealing the silhouette of a delicate figure. Inside, a woman clad in a blue gauze skirt sat gracefully on a couch. Her exquisite form was enchanting, skin as flawless as jade, radiating unparalleled beauty. A crimson beauty mark adorned her brow, resembling a ruby embedded within, adding an alluring charm to her visage. She languidly lifted her hand, her tender fingers gliding over her storage ring, softly calling for the Jiutian Zwanking lotus platform. In the next moment, a petite and exquisite red lotus platform appeared out of thin air, slowly unfurling. The petals trembled, shimmering with vibrant colors, a sight to behold. The woman sat cross-legged, her eyes closed in tranquil meditation. The surface of the red lotus platform emitted wisps of azure smoke, enveloping her in a hazy mist, akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, evoking a sense of reverence. The Jiutian Zwanking lotus platform enhances the soul of cultivators, allowing those who meditate upon it to progress at speeds several times greater than usual. At this moment, as the woman sat in meditation, each breath seemed to connect her with the surrounding heavens and earth. A faint, ethereal figure slowly floated out from her, settling onto the Jiutian Zwanking lotus platform. After a quarter of an hour, she gradually opened her eyes and inquired, "Master, how do you feel?" The translucent figure clad in white robes kept her eyes tightly closed, the murky and aged eyelids flickering with obscure starlight. "Acceptable, though not completely restored. It is sufficient to handle most dangers here." She exhaled a breath of stale air and opened her eyes. In an instant, a sharp glint flashed through, akin to a divine sword being unsheathed, instilling fear in those who beheld it. The woman smiled slightly. Master, we have now entered Wanxiang City. Next, I shall seek a suitable body for you to possess. At this, the white-robed elder's eyes sparkled with a hint of longing. To be frank, I have already found a body suitable for your possession. The woman replied with a gentle smile. The white-robed elder's expression shifted slightly. Oh, who is it? The woman responded. Her name is Yiqing'er. She is under 100 years old and has reached the transformation realm, far surpassing her peers in strength, making her the ideal vessel for possession. Oh, the white-robed elder's interest was piqued, a sense of impatience creeping in. Is she currently in Wanxiang City? The woman pondered for a few seconds before slowly shaking her head. It is unclear at this moment. However, it has only been a few days since her last appearance here. She should still be around. Upon hearing this, the white-robed elder's expression grew anxious. Her soul had begun to deteriorate, relying entirely on the Jiutian Zwanking Lotus platform for sustenance. Each day was precious to her. The matter of possession could not be delayed. If prolonged, it might jeopardize her foundation, even impacting her future path. Thus, she needed to act swiftly. The woman paused before continuing. Master need not worry. I have already entered the city under the guise of Yiqing'er, and rumors have been spread. If Yiqing'er does not wish to be branded as a demon cultivator hunted by all, she should come forth. I believe she will reveal herself soon. At which point I shall lure her into the trap, allowing you to seize her body and powers. The white-robed elder nodded slightly, praising, truly, my good disciple. Your actions are cautious and meticulous, living up to my teachings. The woman smiled softly. This is all thanks to your step-by-step guidance, Master, which has enabled me to achieve today's accomplishments with my mixed elemental roots. The white-robed elder nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 91. Bo Qing meets Yiqing'er. As the woman and the elder were engaged in their discussion, a commotion arose at the door. The elder's figure immediately dissipated, returning to the soul jade pendant worn by the woman. Palace Master, the left envoy has returned with someone for you. An excited maid rushed into the room to report. They hailed from a demonic sect many miles away, known as the Xianxia Palace, and the woman before them, Bai Ji, was the current master of the palace. The sect primarily practiced the yin-yang harmonization technique. Though it had only a few dozen disciples, each was at the golden core stage, adept in the arts of harvesting yin to replenish yang, or vice versa, earning them the reputation of the most nefarious demonic cultivators, feared by many. The sect boasted 6 nascent soul experts and 1 settled transformation realm cultivator, making them a leading force in the local demonic realm. The current palace master, Bai Ji, was that transformation realm cultivator. Unknown to others, Bai Ji also harbored a remnant soul, once a cultivator at the late integration stage. Upon hearing the maid's report, Bai Ji raised an eyebrow slightly. Ahem. She cleared her throat and corrected softly. What should you call me? The maid paused for a moment, then quickly realized and respectfully replied, Fairy Yi. Indeed. Bai Ji nodded in satisfaction, then asked, what was it you just said? The left envoy has returned with someone. The maid reiterated. Bai Ji's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of joy dancing in her eyes, though it was quickly concealed. And what does this person look like? She inquired casually. Without a moment's hesitation, the maid replied, a stunning beauty. Bai Ji's smile brightened. Oh, if that is the case, then I understand. Let the left envoy bring her in. Seeing her smile, the maid quickly took her leave to fulfill the command. Before long, Bo Qing and the girl who had brought him were led into Bai Ji's chamber. I am Shi Ruo, pleased to meet you, Fairy Yi. The girl performed a respectful bow. She wore a pale yellow dress, her glossy black hair cascading down to her waist, her features delicate and charming. With a slender and fragile physique, she lowered her gaze, her demeanor appearing remarkably obedient, akin to a docile little rabbit, evoking a sense of pity. Had one been unaware of her practice in the dark arts, they would have been easily deceived, left without even their trousers. Bai Ji scrutinized the young girl before her eyes reflecting considerable admiration. The rumors had already spread. If one were to act, they must commit fully. Shi Ruo, the left envoy, was indeed worthy of her trust. Having executed her task commendably, she stroked her chin in contemplation for a moment, a faint smile gracing her lips as she languidly inquired, it is rather late. Do you seek an audience with me for a particular reason, my lord? She sat regally upon her chair, her legs elegantly crossed, exuding an air of dignified nobility. Throughout her statement, her gaze never once fell upon the girl beside her, Bai Qing. Shi Ruo slightly raised her chin, her expression respectful. I have long heard of the esteemed Yi Xianxi. I have come here today to pay my respects and hope that you would take me in, without disdain for our modest capabilities. Are you implying that you wish to seek refuge with me? Bai Ji raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued in retort. Shi Ruo nodded. Continuing, indeed. Bai Ji chuckled softly. Ah, you are rather confident. In response, Shi Ruo lowered her gaze submissively, her demeanor humble. I dare not presume. But why should I accept you? Bai Ji countered. Having chosen to submit, I naturally come bearing sufficient sincerity. Shi Ruo spoke lightly. Yet an undercurrent of determination tinged her words. Bai Ji narrowed her elongated phoenix eyes, fixedly studying her in silence for a moment. It is said that Yi Xianxi seeks the finest men in the realm. I wonder if this individual by my side would catch your eye? Shi Ruo gradually approached Bai Qing, extending her hand in an attempt to present him to Bai Ji. However, she found herself unable to push him forward. Shi Ruo looked up in confusion, only to be met with Bai Qing's icy, shadowed gaze. His expression was devoid of emotion, exuding an aura of danger. Shi Ruo furrowed her brow, shooting him a glare as she admonished, behave yourself. The man brought back by her left envoy was indeed handsome and tall, certainly a sight to behold. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Ji's eyes before swiftly vanishing. She regarded the two in silence, a playful smile gracing her lips. Shi Ruo, gritting her teeth, threatened in a low voice. If you remain uncooperative, I shall kill you on the spot. Bai Qing, however, ignored her threat, remaining utterly silent. His indifference only fueled Shi Ruo's anger further. She shot him another fierce glare before turning back to Bai Ji with a coy smile. Perhaps Yi Xianxi might consider? Hee. Bai Ji suddenly burst into laughter, her smile enchanting enough to seem almost liquid. Very well. Her response was filled with warmth. Keep him here. You may find a place in the manor to stay temporarily. Shi Ruo's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly bowed in gratitude before retreating from the room. Once she had completely departed, the door was shut tightly once more. Bai Ji abruptly rose, taking a step forward, her fingertips gliding across Bai Qing's smooth visage. The moment her fingertip brushed against his cheek, a chilling sensation coursed through her palm, causing her to pause momentarily. She squinted at him, her eyes shimmering with inscrutable brilliance. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand, turning back to her seat, languidly leaning against the soft couch. Bai Qing remained standing, his gaze upon her holding a trace of inquiry, silent as the night. Bai Ji lazily brushed aside the tousled strands of hair from her forehead, her smile bewitching. Her red lips parting as she spoke in a soft, seductive tone. What is your name? Bai Qing. Bai Qing? A fitting name indeed. Bai Ji murmured softly, her gaze lifting to meet his, each word that escaped her lips seemingly laden with meaning. Bai Qing's brow furrowed, a flicker of distaste crossing his eyes. You are indeed Yi Qing? This was a stark contrast to the image he had conjured in his mind of Yi Qing. He had presumed her to be an intelligent woman with a fiery temperament, outwardly composed and dignified. Yet, he found himself confronted with a being whose every move was laced with allure, captivating the masses like a reincarnated vixen. Of course, does anyone dare impersonate me? She tilted her head with a beguiling smile, utterly enchanting, gazing upon her luscious, rosy lips. Bai Qing's mind involuntarily recalled the sensation of her fingers gliding against his cheek, intensifying his aversion. This Yi Qing'er paled in comparison to Lin Xiao. It was said that Yi Qing'er donned a black robe, her face concealed behind a bronze mask, leaving none to know her true visage. Oh, is this what you speak of? Bai Ji retorted with a playful smile, then produced a black robe, draping it over herself. Immediately thereafter, a bronze mask appeared in her hand, which she slowly affixed to her face. In an instant, the combination of the black robe and bronze mask enveloped her skin entirely, obscuring her features and imparting an aura of mystery. Clad in this attire, she bore a resemblance to the Yi Qing'er he had envisioned, possessing a hint of her essence. Bai Qing stared intently at the bronze mask, his eyes darkening. Chapter 92. How many officials can withstand such trials? Noting Bai Qing's prolonged silence, Bai Ji removed the mask, tossing it lightly as she laughed. What? Have you been captivated by me? Can you not withstand my charm? She rested her chin in her hand, her smile radiant. Bai Qing remained silent. Seeing this, Bai Ji's smile grew bolder, her eyes shimmering with mischief. She leaned closer to Bai Qing's ear, her breath warm against his skin. Bai Lang, how about accompanying me? Bai Qing raised an eyebrow. Not at all. His response was devoid of emotion, merely a few words spoken flatly. Bai Ji was undeterred, a captivating smile gracing her lips as she spoke in a husky tone. That may not be entirely up to you. She leaned in closer, her enchanting eyes glimmering with allure. Ah, this is what they call evil people have their own challenges to face. At that moment, Tang Shi was positioned above them, hidden within the beams of the room. She looked down upon the unfolding scene with barely concealed glee. The city of all things was perilous, so she was merely projecting a fragment of her consciousness, attached to a paper effigy. It was imperative to uncover what trap these individuals had laid in wait for her. Then, she overheard the woman below discussing with an old crone about seizing her body. Tang Shi thought, no way. just as she prepared to stealthily depart. She observed Bai Qing being brought in. Gossip was the essence of humanity, and so she remained. Her skill in concealing her aura was unparalleled, rendering her undetectable for the time being. At that moment, below, Bai Ji raised her gaze to Bai Qing, her smile gentle yet lingering, as if savoring her prey. Your infatuation with me is quite evident. Have you taken a liking to me? A hint of a smirk played upon Bai Qing's lips as he regarded her with a teasing glance. Bai Ji leaned in slowly, her breath brushing against his ear. Bai Lang. Her voice was soft and melodious, imbued with an irresistible charm that rendered one helpless. As she spoke, her warm breath caressed Bai Qing's ear. Let us forge a bond as partners. The woman's voice was both sweet and intoxicating, sending shivers down Tang Shi's spine as if countless ants were crawling over her skin. The sensation spreading throughout her body, compelling her to tremble. Tang Shi inwardly lamented the potency of this woman's seductive skills, pondering whether Bai Qing, at the divine transformation realm, could withstand such allure. Bai Qing's eyelids drooped slightly. Tang Shi was unable to discern his expression, rendering it impossible to gauge his current state. Bai Ji's fingers, as sinuous and supple as a serpent's tail, slipped between his collar, caressing his chest, the pads of her fingers pressing softly. Bai Lang, shall we sink into oblivion together? The woman continued to ardently entice him, her crimson lips curving into an utterly captivating arc, each smile and frown exuding boundless charm. Her voice bore an enchanting power capable of effortlessly tugging at the deepest strings of a man's heart. If her seductive arts were to falter, how then could they hope to gather the sun's essence to complement the moon's? Bai Ji's smile grew increasingly joyful, her heart fluttering with excitement. This man, she was determined to conquer him. However, Bai Qing remained impassive, as cold as ice. Sensing Bai Ji's discomfort, Bai Qing furrowed his brows, a flicker of a shadow passing through his eyes. After a moment of silence, Bai Qing suddenly extended his hand, capturing her soft, boneless hand. The woman widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Under her teasing, there was not a hint of desire in his gaze. Rather, it was filled with profound disdain. Disdain? She, Bai Ji, the unparalleled beauty of the southern domain, and he dared to express revulsion? This man not only withstood her seductive arts, but remained unshaken by her advances? Fairy Yi, please conduct yourself properly. I already have a partner, he stated in a calm and unhurried tone. Oh, Bai Ji laughed, a hint of wickedness dancing in her brow. Pray tell, Bai Lang, which fortunate maiden has captured your heart? Her name is Lin Xiao. Upon uttering that name, a faint smile blossomed on Bai Qing's face. Bai Ji's expression instantly soured, her eyes darkening like an ink-soaked landscape, ominous and foreboding. At that moment, the air seemed to thicken, the room enveloped in an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, ha, 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 the woman erupted into raucous laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble. She leaned against the couch, tilting her neck back, allowing her long hair to cascade down to her waist. Finally, her slender fingers toyed with a golden hairpin as she carelessly remarked, "Who is Lin Xiao?" No sooner had her words fallen than Bai Ji's gaze sharpened, murder evident in her eyes. I shall have her killed shortly. But for now, the woman narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, her smile radiant and unparalleled. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces, Bai Lang. Let us engage in other pursuits. She stood upright, pulling off her sheer skirt, her fragrant shoulders partially exposed, alluring and graceful. From above, Tang Shi could clearly see a peculiar floral pattern on the woman's left shoulder, resembling a blooming peach blossom. Simultaneously, a fragrant aroma began to permeate the room, intoxicating and divine, capable of ensnaring the senses and lifting the spirit. Perhaps realizing that simple seduction could not sway Bai Qing, she resorted to another form of enchantment to entice him. Tang Shi couldn't help but marvel at which official could withstand such a test. Bai Lang, come. Bai Ji's dulcet voice echoed throughout the room. Humph. Bai Qing scoffed lightly, waving his hand, the glimmer of his sword slicing through the air. In an instant, not only was the fragrant scent shattered, but all suggestive and indulgent atmosphere was banished. Even the newly erected residence erupted in a thunderous explosion. Boom. With a resounding crash, it collapsed in an instant. The might of a single sword could lay waste to the heavens and earth. Dust swirled, debris fell in torrents, and the clamor was deafening. With the smoke billowing, Bai Qing stood tall, his azure robe billowing with the wind. He coldly gazed ahead, his eyes glinting with a frosty light. Tang Shi, hidden in the shadows, observed as the newly established area reverted to ruins, unable to suppress a gasp. To demolish an entire residence with a single sword strike was truly brutal. Bai Ji was taken aback. She had not only deployed her seductive arts, but also her most esteemed charm techniques, which had always rendered even the most steadfast souls into wolves eager to overpower her. Yet now, She had utterly failed to subdue this man. Instead, he had cleaved her abode asunder. It was simply intolerable. Bo Qing, she shouted furiously, her eyes ablaze with wrath. Bo Qing cast her a cold glance, devoid of any warmth, treating her as if she were a mere corpse. You shall die? Bai Ji roared, her spiritual power surging violently, crashing towards Bo Qing like a tidal wave. With his hands clasped behind his back, Bo Qing remained as unfazed as ever. A trifling third tier of the transformation god realm cannot pose a threat to me. He spoke coldly, the light of his sword flickering in an instant. A formidable sword intent sweeping across the surroundings. Bai Ji was caught off guard, staggering back several steps, a metallic taste filling her throat as she spat blood, her eyes nearly bursting. The pinnacle of the transformation god realm. Bai Ji, in a fit of rage, glared at him with her enchanting visage flushed crimson. Bo Qing sheathed his sword, his gaze indifferent. The rumored Yi Qing'er is of such caliber, I am quite disappointed. Chapter 93, Seeking Guidance. The newly constructed residence had once again been reduced to ruins, startling the inhabitants of the Shengyu Palace, who hurriedly rushed over to assess the situation. Upon discovering Bai Ji collapsed on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, they were all taken aback. Palace Master, Fairy Yi. Their faces paled in shock as they rushed to encircle her. Get away. Bai Ji struggled to rise, her exquisite features twisted in fury. A deep-seated resentment welled within her. She, who was renowned for her unparalleled beauty, had countless youthful heroes bowing before her, culminating in her own mastery of the transformation god realm. Yet now, not only had she failed to entice him, but she had been ridiculed as well. It was a profound humiliation, gritting her silver teeth. She longed to rend him limb from limb, but reality dictated that with her current strength, slaying this man was utterly impossible. She had no choice but to suppress her fury, sneering as she spoke. You possess formidable skills. You must not be a nameless individual. State your lineage, or I shall ensure you do not leave this courtyard today. As her words fell, Bo Qing raised his gaze to her. His icy glare pierced through the void like an arrow, striking her heart. Bai Ji trembled, an inexplicable fear surging within her, instinctively taking a step back. Bo Qing's lips curled into a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with contempt. Fairy, you need not probe. I am but a wandering cultivator. If you wish to retaliate, why cower? It would be a shame to tarnish your rumored reputation. With that, he slowly raised his long sword. The chilling sword radiance flickered from the blade, instantly cooling the atmosphere of the courtyard. Bai Ji's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Though he merely gazed at her, the pressure was overwhelming. Her complexion drained of color as she clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh as she struggled to steady her turbulent heart. Are you here today to provoke me? Bo Qing shook his head, replying blandly. Not at all. The name Yi Qing'er is well known throughout the southern domain. If I did not come to witness it for myself, it would indeed be regrettable. Now that I have seen, what will you do? Naturally, I wish to seek guidance. She replied. However, after this encounter, I have come to realize. Bo Qing paused, a proud smile gracing his lips. Fairy Ye's strength truly does not live up to the title of Invincible in the East. Not up to par? Yet again, she had been mocked. Bai Ji's delicate face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Her eyes blazed with fire as she glared at him fiercely, as if vowing to tear apart this scoundrel who dared to belittle her. With a raised brow, Bo Qing mocked. What is this? Does Fairy Yi harbor doubts? Do you believe my words to be untrue? His inquiry only served to further infuriate Bai Ji. Since embarking on her path of cultivation, she had never endured such humiliation. Yet, on the other hand, she was not Yi Qing'er. She was merely impersonating her. What was there to be so enraged about? With this thought, Bai Ji suppressed her fury and coldly retorted, Humph, whether I am worthy or not is not for you to judge. Bo Qing lazily lifted his gaze to her, his long sword flashing ominously in his hand. Enough of this banter, Fairy Yi. Prepare to engage. Bai Ji's expression shifted once more. Alone. She knew she could not triumph over this opponent. Gritting her teeth, she asked in a low voice, Are you certain you wish to spar with me? Bo Qing, with an air of frivolity, replied, Is Fairy Yi already quaking before the battle? Though your cultivation is profound, do not forget where you are. Bai Ji surveyed her surroundings, noting that they were surrounded by her own disciples from the Shengyu Palace. Even a multitude of ants could bring down an elephant. Since you have heard my reputation, you must know that should I strike, there would be nothing left of you but bones. Bo Qing paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. I see, Fairy Yi. No need for further words. Feel free to come at me. As he spoke, he leaped gracefully into the air, his right palm slapping downwards. Spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a colossal palm print that descended towards her. Arrogant, she shouted, her internal spiritual power erupting. Nine heavens profound spirit, break the waves. With a fierce clap of her hands, two water dragons formed, roaring as they surged toward him, creating a cacophony of thunderous noise, intent on shattering him. Boom! The clash between the giant palm and the water dragons produced a series of deafening sounds, akin to thunder exploding, piercing through the air. The ensuing shockwaves swept through the surroundings, toppling walls and debris alike. She actually managed to withstand it? I may have underestimated her, Bo Qing mused, his brows furrowing slightly. Bai Ji sneered. Your attack seems rather lackluster. Suddenly, Bo Qing erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice vibrant and unabashed. This counter from Fairy Yi warrants my utmost seriousness. As he spoke, his robes billowed, and a torrent of spiritual energy burst forth. With swift hand gestures, an overwhelming force emerged from within him, forming a vortex. A resplendent golden sword materialized in the air, its blade transparent and gleaming. The hilt was intricately carved with delicate patterns, faintly revealing an ancient celestial totem that exuded a primordial and ethereal aura, captivating the soul. Impressive, Bai Ji gasped. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the golden sword in his grasp. The aura emanating from it was so formidable that it nearly robbed her of breath. The danger posed by her opponent far exceeded her expectations, and she lamented internally. The Tianqing sword? A familiar voice echoed abruptly in her mind. Bai Ji was taken aback, silently questioning, Master, do you recognize this sword? Of course, the aged voice replied nonchalantly. This sword is the treasured artifact of a prestigious sect in Sichuan. A weapon of significant rank, having reached the level of a terrestrial artifact. The realization struck her. It was in his possession, indicating a profound connection with that sect. If her assumptions were correct, he was likely the sect's leader. What? Bai Ji frowned, visibly displeased. Sichuan is a million miles away. What business does a sect leader have here? The voice in her mind chuckled lightly. Who knows? Bai Ji pouted, but regardless of his identity, she resolved that he would not leave unscathed today. Master, lend me your strength. Relying solely on herself, she could not withstand Bo Qing's onslaught. Thus, she sought her master's assistance. The voice in her mind did not refuse, responding proudly, Rest assured, with me here, he shall not harm you in the slightest. As they spoke, she quietly channeled all her power into Bai Ji. In that instant, Bai Ji felt her spiritual energy surge dramatically, her confidence soaring. Bo Qing, wielding the golden sword, looked down at the stunned Bai Ji with a hint of confusion. Is Fairy Yi preparing to surrender? Certainly not. And is this sword your crutch? Bai Ji retorted with a derisive smile. It is nothing extraordinary. As her words fell, she suddenly spread her arms wide, her spiritual energy erupting. In an instant, she ascended from the early stage of divine transformation to the stage of integration, her power spilling forth and forming a sharp wind that rustled through her hair and garments, creating a resonant sound. Chapter 94. The Pinnacle of Divine Transformation. Bo Qing was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. What advanced secret art is this? To leap an entire realm. He had heard of such techniques, but had never witnessed one before. Today, he was experiencing a revelation. Bai Ji regarded him coldly, her tone frigid. Your cultivation is indeed commendable. Were we of equal rank, I might have to regard you with some caution. Bo Qing raised an eyebrow, and now? A smirk crept onto Bai Ji's lips. Now, you shall be at my mercy. With an icy chuckle, Bo Qing responded, if that is the case, allow me to experience the true prowess of Fairy Yi. With that, he swung the golden sword, transforming it into countless afterimages that raced toward her, accompanied by a gale. Bai Ji's gaze sharpened. 1,000 mountain overlapping peaks. She struck out with her right palm. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, numerous illusory mountains erupted from the ground, obstructing Bo Qing's path. His eyes narrowed as he witnessed the myriad golden swords dancing like a storm. Clang, clang. The crisp sounds of their collision echoed incessantly, each noise resonating like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of onlookers, leaving them in shock. Bai Ji scoffed. Now that I have reached the stage of integration, do you truly believe a mere divine transformation cultivator can withstand my assault? Utterly deluded. With a sidelong glance at him, she shifted her form and swiftly closed the distance to Bo Qing. Her fingers curled into claws, aiming viciously at his chest. This strike was powerful enough to tear through his defenses, potentially piercing his heart. Yet in the next moment, snap, a hand firmly grasped her wrist. It was Bo Qing. Bai Ji was taken aback, her gaze turning icy. Fairy Yi, while secret arts can indeed temporarily grant one greater power, they are ultimately a path of deception, able to sustain only for a brief time. Once their might is exhausted, your defeat shall follow. Bo Qing spoke lightly. Humph, what of it being a path of deception? I simply need to slay you before it falters. She reached out with her other hand, aiming for his throat. Yet Bo Qing, seemingly having anticipated her move, kicked toward her abdomen. Bai Ji sidestepped to evade and retaliated with a punch aimed at his face. Bang! Both retreated a step, acknowledging the prowess of the renowned Yi Qinger, whose strength was indeed formidable. Bo Qing suppressed his previous light-hearted demeanor, now adopting a serious expression. He tightened his grip on the golden sword, pouring a torrent of spiritual energy into it, causing it to radiate a dazzling brilliance. Golden edge, soul-cleaving. Accompanied by a low shout, a radiant beam of golden light swept through the air, as if it could cleave through all existence, sharp beyond compare. Double flower flame. Incinerate the heavens. Bai Ji, unwilling to be outdone, spread her arms wide as her internal spiritual energy surged forth. In an instant, a dazzling peony blossomed behind her, intertwining red and blue radiance. Go, she commanded with a delicate shout. Whoosh. The peony disintegrated into a flurry of petals, trailing wisps of ethereal flames as it surged toward Bo Qing. The heat was intense, causing the ground beneath to crack and emit tendrils of dark smoke. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the cacophony of violent collisions, the scarlet petals fell like a rain of fire, enveloping the arena. The flames clashed with golden light in midair, creating ripples of energy. The disciples of Xiangyue Palace, who had gathered to witness the battle, held their breath in anticipation, their faces etched with tension. They had never witnessed their leader unleashing her full power before. The ferocity of the conflict stirred their blood, compelling them to clench their fists tightly, their eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, as two forces met, a colossal wave of energy erupted. Boom! A terrifying blast of air overturned the surroundings, sending several watching disciples tumbling in disarray. Cough! The remaining disciples hastily activated their protective spiritual energy to stabilize themselves, their faces pale with fear as they gazed anxiously at the center of the arena. What has happened? One disciple stammered, swallowing nervously. The two sides had unleashed their ultimate trump cards, and the impact was overwhelming. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though a meteor had fallen, suppressing their spiritual energy to the point where it seemed unattainable. Though they managed to conjure some defense, residual shockwaves penetrated their bodies, causing pain. The power displayed by their leader far surpassed what they had previously perceived. The disciples exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. Look! Someone suddenly exclaimed. They turned to the source of the voice, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld Bo Qing standing amidst the searing flames, tall and imposing. A golden sword circled around him, gleaming brilliantly. He managed to withstand that attack? What about the palace master? An anxious voice inquired. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Surely, the palace master cannot be defeated. With that single thought, a wave of dread washed over the crowd. As the fiery inferno gradually subsided, the scene that met their eyes left them in shock. In the midst of the chaos stood Bo Qing, his expression devoid of emotion. The golden sword in his hand radiated a blinding light, the intricate runes etched upon it faintly visible. Opposite him, a graceful figure knelt on one knee, blood trickling from her lips and staining her white robe. It was none other than Bai Ji. Gasp! The audience collectively inhaled sharply. How could their palace master, with her formidable cultivation at the harmonization realm, suffer such a devastating defeat? Shock and disbelief coursed through the disciples. Bai Ji slowly wiped the blood from her mouth and pushed herself to her feet. You have lost, she stated solemnly. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances. The plot had taken a sudden and unexpected turn. Heh! Bo Qing chuckled softly, his gaze complex. Yi Qinger, you truly live up to your reputation. As his words fell, he abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as paper, his breath faltering as he collapsed. Fairy Yi, how shall we proceed? Shi Ruo stepped forward, respectfully inquiring. A faint glimmer flickered in Bai Ji's phoenix eyes. If she cannot be of use to me, then she must be eliminated. Shi Ruo nodded in understanding and approached the barely conscious Bo Qing, preparing to deliver a swift resolution. Just then, an urgent notification echoed in her mind. Ding! Hidden quest activated. The demonic cultivator Bai Ji has severely injured the leader of the Divine Dao sect. Should the leader perish, you will face relentless pursuit from the Divine Dao sect. You now have the following choices. 1. Be benevolent and steadfast. Saving him is also saving yourself. Rescue him from the demonic cultivator Bai Ji to receive a random magical artifact and 3,000 points. 2. Life and death are in the hands of fate. Quietly retreat to gain 20 points. The cold voice of the system reverberated in her mind, causing Tang Shi, who had been prepared to withdraw, to come to an abrupt halt. Rescue him? Bo Qing, at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, could barely withstand the attack. Could she, a mere 4th-tier transformation realm cultivator, succeed? Yet, the demonic cultivator had been wreaking havoc under her name, continuously creating enemies for her. And the most pressing matter was that he was secretly plotting to usurp her. This could not be tolerated. Until he was dealt with, he would remain a perpetual threat. With this in mind, she had made her decision. Chapter 95. Redemption of the Undying Slash. Although the demonic cultivator by Xi had the strength of a harmonization realm cultivator at her disposal, Tang Shi believed that her own strength could still save Bo Qing. Utilizing the 3,000 thunderbolts to their fullest extent, even if she could not defeat him, fleeing was certainly feasible. However, her intentions were not solely to rescue Bo Qing. With a thought, she directed the paper figure to act first, rescuing Bo Qing from the clutches of the demonic cultivator's left envoy, while she herself, for safety's sake, opened the system panel. Her gaze flitted back and forth between the artifact and spell sections. Artifacts: Deluo Imperial Sword, Blue Flood Dragon Banner, Mystical Iron Flying Shield. Heaven Opening Axe, 7-colored Magic Bell, Undying Slash of Pleading Tears, Undying Slash of Opening Doors. Her attention lingered on the Undying Slash. There were two versions, one red, called Pleading Tears, with a cherry blossom-shaped hilt and a single-edged blade, renowned for its ability to sever immortality. The other, black, named Opening Doors, with a lotus-shaped hilt and a double-edged blade, possessed the unique ability to reverse yin and yang, allowing the resurrection of the deceased in their prime by sacrificing the immortal. The power of the black Undying Slash was somewhat otherworldly. It could resurrect individuals, but it came with a grave drawback: the need for a sacrifice. It was akin to trading one's own life. Nevertheless, this did not diminish its formidable nature. Items produced by the system were undoubtedly top tier. Thus, upon seeing these two Undying Slashes, Tang Shi felt a surge of temptation. However, upon noting the required points for exchange, her enthusiasm waned. The red Pleading Tears Undying Slash required 10,000 points, while the black Opening Doors Undying Slash demanded 15,000 points. Goodness! Such a 5-digit sum of points was not something one could easily acquire. She currently possessed barely over 7,200 points. Clearly, she could not afford them. With a sigh, Tang Shi continued her search. Unable to exchange for artifacts, she turned her attention to the spells. Spells: Reverse God S 7 Steps, Ghost Fire Ground Seal, Azure Sea Shield. Wind-Induced Thunder Absolute, Friend-Sending Wind, Purple Spirit Heavenly Fire, Great 5 Elements Annihilation Fist, Inverted 5 Elements Formation, Undying Slash Secret Technique, Undying Slash Secret Technique, Vortex Cloud. The Undying Slash Secret Technique was priced at 3,000 points. Upon confirming that this secret technique could be utilized without needing the Undying Slash to exert its full power, a glimmer of determination sparked in Tang Shi's eyes as she made her decision to exchange for it. Secret techniques sounded impressively powerful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Undying Slash Secret Technique, Undying Slash. The exchange is complete. Would you like to learn it now? The system will impart the essence of this technique to you in a matter of seconds. Yes, Tang Shi replied without hesitation, and immediately felt an influx of obscure and complex knowledge flood her mind. It felt as if an eternity had passed, yet only mere moments had gone by. When she opened her eyes again, she had mastered the secret technique with unparalleled skill. At the same time that Tang poetry was exchanged for spells, Shi Ruo half-squatted, gazing at the ailing Bo Qing lying on the ground, shaking her head slowly. What a pity for such a fine figure to meet its demise here today. She chuckled softly, her tone gentle and melodious, akin to the tinkling of clear spring water, yet imbued with a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. As her words faded, her delicate right hand, slender and unadorned, rose, her fingertips curling slightly as she flicked them gently towards the void. Bang! A plume of pale purple flames suddenly erupted, coalescing into a resplendent lotus flower that soared towards Bo Qing, who lay in a pool of blood. Just as the flames were about to reach Bo Qing's chest, an immense force surged forth, abruptly blocking the flames. In the next moment, darkness enveloped her vision. Bo Qing, who had been lying on the ground, was whisked away by a powerful force, out of harm's way. Who dares to interfere with my affairs? Shi Ruo bellowed, her beautiful eyes gleaming with fury. In an instant, a white figure drifted down before her, coming to a halt. It was a woman clad in a plain white gown. Her appearance unremarkable. Yet, there was an ethereal quality about her, an otherworldly grace that transcended the mundane. Shi Ruo regarded this sudden arrival with caution, her voice low and commanding. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my estate and rescue my adversary? This is sheer audacity. The paper figure transformed into Tang poetry bowed its head slightly, neither servile nor overbearing. I am Lin Xiao, a wandering cultivator. Oh. Shi Ruo scrutinized her with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, unable to discern her level of cultivation, unless her power vastly surpassed her own. It seemed she had employed some form of magic to conceal it. At 150 years old, having entered the gold core stage, Shi Ruo was already a prominent figure. The woman before her appeared to be under 100 years old, Could she perhaps be a nascent soul cultivator? After a moment's pause, she let out a derisive snort. Wandering cultivators today have the audacity to meddle in the affairs of my exploding heaven gang and the Yi family. Do you not cherish your life, Lin Xiao? The nearby Bai Ji, hearing this name, furrowed her brows. Are you the Dao partner of Bo Lang? She suddenly interjected, her gaze fixating on Tang poetry, scrutinizing her closely, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. With such an ordinary visage and a lack of emotional depth, this was actually Bo Qin's partner? She, Bai Ji, a beauty of unparalleled grace in the southern region, could not possibly be outshone by such a person. Contemplating this, her gaze grew even colder, her eyes sharpening as she regarded Tang poetry. Yet under her scrutiny, Tang poetry merely raised her eyes calmly, her pale lips parting to utter two indifferent words, not at all. Huh. Bai Ji let out a chilling laugh, her eyes radiating lethal intent. If you are not Bo Lang's partner, why did you intervene to save him? Spare me the pretense. Since you have appeared, you might as well perish together with him on the path to the Yellow Springs. As her words fell, she lunged forward, reaching for Tang poetry's neck with the intent to take her life. Tang poetry evaded by sidestepping. Her form floated gracefully, each step tracing a mysterious trajectory, imbued with a crackling energy that danced in the air. Such speed caused even Bai Ji to involuntarily narrow her pupils. Soon after, her expression darkened further, her spiritual force boiling over. A full moon manifested behind her. Within that moon, silver lightning crackled, popping audibly. She formed a seal with her hands and chanted a spell. Dazzling moonlight thunder go. In an instant, a massive silver sphere materialized from thin air, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction, bearing down upon Tang poetry. Tang poetry's expression tightened slightly. She stamped her foot and propelled herself upward, retreating. Boom. The deafening explosion shattered the air, turning mountains and trees to dust. Where do you think you're running to? Bai Ji's eyes narrowed, her hands forming a seal, a cruel smile gracing her lips. Suppress her. The colossal silver sphere seemed to possess a certain sentience. As Bai Ji uttered a sealing command, it immediately flattened, rapidly shrinking like a droplet of water, ensnaring Tang poetry within, completely immobilizing her, rendering her incapable of moving even an inch despite her struggles. Bai Ji's lips curled into a triumphant smile, looking down upon the trapped Tang poetry. Humph. A mere wandering cultivator dares to be arrogant before me? Your speed is indeed impressive, but do you think you can escape? Bo Lang would actually choose you as his partner. It is truly a sight for sore eyes. With that, she flicked her fingers, unleashing a surge of spiritual power. The silver sphere constricted towards its center. Bang! With a resounding crash, Tang poetry was instantly crushed. Ha! Witnessing this scene, Bai Ji burst into maniacal laughter, her mirth piercing the night sky. Just a worthless being, easily dispatched. Her laughter abruptly ceased, her expression freezing. Chapter 96. Tang poetry, I possess a sword. Suddenly, yellow paper scraps began to flutter down from the sky. An ominous premonition surged within Bai Ji's heart. Her pupils trembled violently as she exclaimed in disbelief, "This is paper figures. Is it actually a clone?" She widened her eyes in shock, disbelief flooding her features. "Yes, just learned it. First use, please excuse me." Accompanied by a soft voice, a graceful figure descended. It was Tang poetry. At this moment, she donned a loose-fitting white robe, tied at the waist with a pale blue satin ribbon, her ink-black hair fashioned into a bun, adorned with a jade hairpin, simple yet elegant. Her ordinary face bore no expression, save for a pair of pitch-black eyes that sparkled with brilliance. She gently brushed her sleeve and spoke softly, "Though your power is formidable, it is still far from sufficient to send me to the Yellow Springs." As she spoke, an air of condescension radiated from her, as if she looked down upon the heavens. Bai Ji was momentarily taken aback. Who was this woman, that her presence could invoke such an overwhelming aura? It surpassed even that of her master. Not only was it her presence, but also her momentum. Since entering the Tao, she was only the second person to instill a sense of threat in Bai Ji. "Who exactly are you?" she demanded coldly. Tang poetry slightly arched an eyebrow, her tone still serene. "I believe I have already stated, a wandering cultivator, Lin Xiao." "Nonsense," Bai Ji retorted, unconvinced. "Believe it or not, it matters not to me." Tang poetry replied calmly, "I seek to save your life, yet I also demand a price. Let us engage in battle." Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's initial trepidation dissipated, replaced by a surge of indignation. "What an arrogant little wretch. Just based on you?" She shook her head dismissively, "A delusion." With that, she reversed her palm, summoning a silver-white flying sword that hovered in midair, radiating a chilling aura. Dazzling moonlight, slash. In an instant, the sky erupted with thunder, transforming into countless sharp blades that rained down upon Tang poetry. With her feet dancing upon an esoteric path, Tang poetry navigated through the thunder, her figure appearing ethereal. Like a specter. Clang, clang. The thunderous blade struck her, yet all fell short, failing to even graze her attire. Baiji's expression darkened further. Die, she roared, unleashing a surge of spiritual power, her fingers forming seals. In an instant, the silver flying sword crackled with lightning, morphing into a fearsome thunder dragon that roared and lunged at Tang Poetry. The thunder dragon's roar obliterated all in its wake, causing mountains to quake and earth to shatter. However, Tang Poetry remained composed, her body flickering to evade the attack. The thunder dragon crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater, the surrounding soil scorched black, leaving nothing in its wake. After the tempest of thunder, Tang Poetry stood unscathed. The pace is excruciatingly slow. If your prowess is merely this, you pale in comparison to the legendary prowess of the heavenly explosive gangs Yi Qing'er by a factor of 10,000. She slightly lowered her gaze, her tone nonchalant, imbued with an air of languor that inexplicably instilled a sense of trepidation. Baiji's complexion darkened to a shade of iron, and she spat venomously. What do you know of my strength? You, a mere loose cultivator, are hardly in a position to judge. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she flicked her arm, unleashing dozens of concealed weapons from her flowing sleeves. A myriad of blossoms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense swarm of silver needles descended like a plague of locusts, rendering evasion impossible. Tang Shi's figure swayed lightly, akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers, deftly dodging all attacks. The silver needles struck the ground, raising clouds of dust. Baiji's expression grew increasingly grim as she realized her strikes had not inflicted a single scratch upon the woman. In scarcely a moment, she had drained a third of her spiritual energy, while her opponent remained utterly unfazed. Her strength is anything but trivial. Is dodging all you can do? Baiji sneered. Tang Shi's gaze sharpened, a smile blossoming at the corners of her mouth, simultaneously mocking and sardonic. I possess a sword, care to test it? As her words faded, her delicate hand beckoned, and the slender azure sword appeared in her grasp. Clang! A clear, resonant sword chant soared into the heavens, akin to celestial music, stirring the soul. Baiji's expression turned peculiar upon witnessing this. Such a superior sword recognizes its master, unless refined to become a new owner's possession or granted consent by its original wielder. Anyone else can merely harness a fraction of its power. To wield another's sword without invoking her own? Is she a fool? Does she dare to look down upon me? Baiji scoffed. Though the Qingtian sword is a treasure of the earth grade, it ultimately does not belong to you. Even if you hold it, you cannot unleash its true potential. No matter, it suffices to deal with you. Tang Shi replied with serene confidence, twirling her slender wrist as her flowing sleeves danced. Baiji, she truly looks down upon me. Huh, in my lifetime, I have encountered many arrogant individuals, but none compared to you. Yet, they all met a grim fate, and you shall be no exception. With that, a murderous glint suddenly sparked in Baiji's eyes. She aligned her right index and middle fingers, channeling her spiritual energy to its zenith. Immediately, two brilliant golden rays erupted from her fingertips, akin to twin suns illuminating the sky. This was the mightiest technique she had acquired from the other party. A low-level earth-grade skill that had allowed her to sweep through the entire southern region, annihilating divine light. With a fierce cry, Baiji brought her fingers together, and the golden light erupted with a thunderous explosion. In an instant, the two radiant beams transformed into arrows, hurtling straight toward Tang Shi. Tang Shi's expression remained calm. She stood her ground, slowly lifting her sword-bearing hand and gently waving it forward. Swish! The sword light cleaved through the air, emanating a hue reminiscent of rich ink and water. The undying slash. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth shifted, the dense ink-like essence coalescing around her, forming a terrifying vortex that expanded in all directions. Boom! The golden light clashed with the ink shadow, erupting in a violent tremor. The black ink light enveloped both combatants. Tang Shi's figure was obscured within the inky mass, rendering her indistinct, save for her deep, enigmatic eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. The golden light was instantaneously devoured. Baiji staggered, her body trembling violently, a cough of blood escaping her lips as she swayed precariously. Her complexion turned ashen, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Her annihilating divine light, bolstered by her teacher's power, which had rendered her invincible throughout the southern region, was devoured in an instant? Before she could dwell on her shock, the clash of ink waves and golden light showed no signs of waning, only intensifying as they approached her. Baiji felt an overwhelming pressure, as though she were suffocating, and an instinctual fear washed over her. She would perish beneath this colossal sword energy. A tumult of negative emotions, unwillingness, rage, hatred, and resentment swirled within her heart. Teacher, save me! She cried out in despair. Chapter 97. The Ultimate Move, Possession of the Ghost. The old woman within the soul jade suddenly opened her eyes. Her lips were parched, cracked, and her silver hair cascaded like snow. With 70% of my power, you cannot even handle a mere little girl. Her voice was hoarse, imbued with an ineffable weariness, as though echoing from an ancient era, carrying a chilling aura. Teacher, please act quickly. It will be too late if you delay. Baiji was fraught with anxiety. Fear not, as I dwell within the soul jade. I await the moment to draw upon your strength to revive myself. Rest assured, I will not let any harm befall you. The old woman spoke slowly and gravely. Baiji exhaled in relief, her gaze shifting to Tang Shi, her heart brimming with boundless murderous intent and hatred. I know you are furious now, but you must relax and relinquish control of your body to me. I shall help you eliminate that girl. The old woman smiled bleakly, a touch of madness and bloodlust glimmering within her. Baiji closed her eyes, offering no resistance. She was prepared. Suddenly, a vague, ethereal figure emerged above the soul jade, the image of the old woman becoming manifest. The old woman possessed Baiji, slowly opening her eyes, a blue luminescence flickering within her pupils, enigmatic and inscrutable. She fixed her gaze upon the incoming ink sword light, extending her withered right hand. Fingers splayed, as a flicker of ghostly blue flame ignited in her palm. The flame transformed into a resplendent peony, swelling in the wind, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that illuminated half the sky, dazzlingly bright. Go forth, my most beloved, beautiful flower, and incinerate the world. The old woman flicked her hand lightly, and the ghostly blue peony shot forth, colliding with the ink sword light. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated. The surrounding space fractured and collapsed inch by inch. As a powerful shockwave surged outward, the cataclysmic energy erupted, creating tumultuous waves. Dust filled the air, and the earth shattered. Thud! The disciples of the Xianxia palace simultaneously coughed up blood, hurtling backward in disarray, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. The residual force generated by the clash of the divine transformation cultivators was sufficient to crush them to death. How formidable! The left envoy, Shiruo, of Xianxia palace turned pale, her heart racing. Instinctively, she clutched her chest, feeling as though her ribcage were filled with lead, an overwhelming discomfort enveloping her, as if her very bones might splinter. So this is the strength of the divine transformation realm? Utterly terrifying. Shiruo's heart raced. Despite being a formidable Yuan Ing stage cultivator, she could not withstand such a devastating assault, let alone the other disciples of Xianxia palace, who were of lower realms. They were unable to defend themselves, dying instantly, their bodies strewn across the ground, blood staining the earth. Fortunately, she had fled swiftly, distancing herself from the epicenter of the explosion. Otherwise, she too would have been unable to escape. Shiruo felt a wave of relief, but her concern grew. They had encountered a formidable adversary. She wondered if the palace master could manage. Deep in thought, Shiruo silently prayed for the palace master's safety. As she pondered, her gaze fell upon the scene ahead, where the spiritual energy surged chaotically, resembling a boiling abyss. The pungent scent of blood lingered, refusing to dissipate. Her vision pierced through layers of smoke and haze, gradually clarifying to reveal the unfolding spectacle. In the sky above, a figure clad in white silk fluttered gracefully, exuding an ethereal elegance. As always, she radiated poise and dignity. Xianxia's delicate brows furrowed tightly, a flicker of shock crossing her eyes. To her astonishment, despite being at the epicenter of the explosion, she remained utterly unscathed, her robe intact. Beside her hovered a black gold sword, its ancient blade emanating an aura of extreme danger and terror, sending chills down her spine. It trembled slightly in the air as if exuding excitement, yet also hesitance. Though the sword bore a pale blue hue, it melded seamlessly with her essence and momentum, resembling an insurmountable mountain, unshakable and formidable. Truly formidable. What a challenging adversary. Sierra gazed intently at Tang Shi, murmuring softly. A sense of crisis surged within her. What had become of their master? A tumult of anxiety swirled in Sierra's heart. After an extensive search at the heart of the explosion, she finally discerned the whereabouts of her master. Baiji stood poised in midair 100 meters away, her garments billowing as if her slender form could uphold the entire firmament. I knew it. The master is invincible. How could a mere loose cultivator possibly harm her? A weight lifted from Sierra's heart. Tang Shi treaded the void, as if traversing solid ground, her indifferent gaze sweeping across to Baiji. At that moment, Baiji's expression bore the weight of the ages, her eyes flickering with a ghostly blue flame, her entire being enshrouded in a hazy glow. Her form appeared ethereal, her aura venomous and cruel, instilling dread. This was in stark contrast to the Baiji she had faced earlier, a complete transformation. This was an ultimate move. Possessed by a spirit? Tang Shi narrowed her eyes slightly. Who might you be, esteemed one? Bai Ji's expression stiffened, her throat constricting as she rasped. I am the former master of Shenhua Palace, Jiazhu. Her tone was frigid and haughty, exuding an unmistakable superiority as if looking down upon mere insects. A chill ran through Tang Shi as she rifled through her memories, concluding that she did not recognize this individual, having secluded herself in her cave for so long. How could she possibly know anyone? Seeing Tang Shi's demeanor, Jiazhu's brows knitted in displeasure. She recalled her past. When she had reigned over the Donglan continent for millennia, her prowess profound enough to command respect even from the holy sects of the land, such as the Qinghuan sect. Yet now, upon her return to the world, she was met with the disdain of a loose cultivator. Jiazhu snorted coldly, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. You dare to offend the majesty of Shenhua Palace? You shall meet your demise. Her voice was sharp and chilling, like a malevolent spirit whispering in one's ear, sending shivers down the spine. Is that so? Tang Shi replied with a playful smile. Jiazhu's aged eyes widened in irritation. Tang Shi moved lightly towards her, her pace leisurely as if strolling through a garden. This disdainful attitude ignited Jiazhu's fury. You insolent wretch, prepare to meet your end. With a swift gesture, she vanished from her position, reappearing behind Tang Shi, her hand poised like a talon ready to strike. Tang Shi's smile faded, her form abruptly vanishing. Jiazhu's claw struck, only to pierce through an afterimage, inflicting no harm. Not bad, Tang Shi remarked, standing a short distance away, looking down upon Jiazhu. Your speed surpasses that of your disciple, but it is still woefully inadequate. Jiazhu's face twitched, fury flaring in her eyes. Do not be arrogant. She crossed her arms, a grayish light beginning to brew within her, her aura swelling ominously. In an instant, she surged forward, the light crashing like a tidal wave, carrying with it immense power. Go. The brilliance morphed into a sharp spike, aimed directly at Tang Shi's throat, its momentum awe-inspiring. Tang Shi's eyes darkened, her steps becoming unpredictable. With a resounding crack, the spike pierced the afterimage she had left behind, embedding itself in the earth and sending dust flying. Jiazhu paused, momentarily taken aback. Tang Shi chuckled lightly. With a crisp crack, the spike shattered inch by inch, falling to the ground in fragments. Jiazhu's expression shifted dramatically. Retreating a few steps, her gaze filled with trepidation. She's not merely a slippery eel, she muttered under her breath. That last move, though not executed with full force, had utilized 60% of her strength, yet it had failed to affect this loose cultivator. Her mind raced, eyes darting as she abruptly altered her strategy. Today, I do not wish to shed blood. Depart. Upon hearing this, Tang Shi arched an eyebrow and smiled. Do you truly expect me to trust you? Jiazhu grit her teeth in frustration. Damnable girl. How audacious. Enraged, she raised her right hand, revealing a pitch-black, glimmering orb that radiated a sinister light. The moment the orb appeared, alarm bells rang in Tang Shi's mind, a chilling wind sweeping past, causing her hair to stand on end. This is, Jiazhu sneered, since you refuse my invitation, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You shall become my new vessel. As her words fell, the black orb shot forth. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, thunder roaring. The black orb transformed into a comet-like brilliance, sweeping towards Tang Shi with an overwhelming force capable of suppressing souls. Tang Shi's pupils constricted. She attempted to evade, but in her vision, time stretched infinitely, rendering her immobile. This was the most bizarre attack spell she had ever encountered. To suppress the soul's response, such a technique was truly sinister. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds loomed overhead, the tempestuous lightning wreaking havoc, tearing apart the night sky. Each bolt of lightning contained destructive spiritual energy, as if it could rend the heavens and annihilate all beings. Jiazhu's cold laughter echoed. This black orb was the soul-devouring pearl, a spirit artifact she had painstakingly crafted over the years, specifically designed for soul capture, facilitating her possession endeavors. Unless one possessed an exceptionally robust soul, escape was utterly impossible. Jiazhu tilted her head back, cackling with glee. I had intended to ambush you as you fled, but since you choose to remain, I will seize you effortlessly. Ha! Youth is a blessing, while your cultivation is high. Your experience is lacking. Rest assured, I shall treat this body of yours with care. With that, Jiazhu's gaze fixated intently upon the black orb, eagerly anticipating the moment it would consume Tang Shi's soul. The black orb, accompanied by the thunder, descended, instantly engulfing Tang Shi's figure. A triumphant smirk graced Jiazhu's face, believing her victory assured. However, the next moment, her expression froze, for she witnessed the black orb collide with Tang Shi, only to pass through her form as if striking a mere illusion on the surface of water, failing to stir even a ripple. The soul-devouring pearl traversed through her body, making a circuit before returning to her grasp. "How is this possible?" she exclaimed, her shock rendering her nearly breathless. This treasure had been forged from her life's essence, a culmination of rare spiritual herbs and the souls of cultivators. Why had her soul not been devoured by the soul-devouring pearl? No, this cannot be. She refused to believe it. Jiazhu shook her head in disbelief and hurled the soul-devouring pearl once more, aiming again at Tang Shi. Bang! Yet again, the pearl passed through her body, achieving nothing, as if it were mere refuse. This cannot be. This is impossible. Jiazhu's eyes brimmed with rage, her gaze seething with profound hatred. This was her prized possession for soul capture. It is her final safeguard for resurrection. What sorcery have you employed? Why does the soul-devouring pearl hold no sway over you? Jiazhu roared in furious madness, striking towards Tang Shi with palm after palm. She channeled her remaining spiritual energy to its utmost limit. Instantly, a torrent of primordial force erupted towards Tang Shi, sending her crashing violently against the stone wall. Boom! A cacophony echoed as if the very mountains were crumbling. Jiazhu followed closely, unleashing her ultimate technique, the twin flower flames of heaven. Die! Accompanied by her piercing shriek. The flame peony rushed forth. Splutter! Tang Shi coughed up a mouthful of blood, her gaze gradually losing focus, as if she were on the brink of death. Ha ha! Jiazhu cackled with unrestrained glee. When I dominated the Eastern Long Continent, you had yet to be born. How dare you challenge me? You are nothing. Her laughter abruptly ceased. Jiazhu stared blankly at Tang Shi, who had transformed into a paper talisman, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Her expression froze in shock for 3 seconds before she regained her composure. Another paper clone? No wonder. No wonder the soul-devouring pearl was ineffective against her. Jiazhu's face turned ashen, her nails digging into her flesh. A mere piece of paper, hardly a clone, merely possessing a flicker of consciousness. Little girl, you are indeed cunning, but you have thoroughly incited my wrath. Jiazhu uttered slowly, her tone laced with a chilling malice. Is that so? And what will you do about it? A clear and melodious voice drifted from behind. Jiazhu's heart quivered, swiftly turning towards the source. There! A stunning figure in pure white materialized out of thin air, leisurely perched atop a stone, propping her chin with one hand, exuding an air of relaxed indolence. Jiazhu's pupils constricted. All the spiritual energy within her had been squandered in that last attack. Now, with her energy depleted, she feared she could not contend with the person before her. Jiazhu narrowed her phoenix eyes, a sense of crisis settling in her heart. A mocking smile graced Tang Shi's lips, the corners of her eyes slightly lifted. Calmly rising, she took graceful steps towards Jiazhu. Old hag, did you enjoy your beating? Her voice, akin to the enchanting melodies of celestial instruments, was laced with an oppressive chill. Jiazhu's eyelids twitched, and inexplicably, a shiver ran down her spine. Humph. Nothing but trifling skills. Jiazhu feigned composure, declaring, a mere paper clone and a wisp of consciousness. Crushing you would be simpler than squashing an ant. Tang Shi regarded her with a smile that was neither here nor there, her gaze shimmering like a dream. Jiazhu felt her heart race under her scrutiny, involuntarily taking a half-step back. You, don't come any closer. She gritted her teeth, threatening fiercely. I warn you, you'd best scram, or I will find your true self and tear you to shreds. The corners of Tang Shi's brows arched playfully. With your current lack of spiritual energy, how do you intend to shred me? Jiazhu glared at her in exasperation. Unappreciative little wench, do you truly believe you possess enough strength to be so arrogant? Let me tell you, you are still too green. The day I regain my power, I shall take your wretched life. With that, she turned and fled, not daring to linger even for a moment. The closer she got, the more palpable the overwhelming pressure became, suffocating her. She understood that she could not possibly oppose her adversary now. Lingering would only lead to her demise. Thus, she fled decisively. Once she regathered her spiritual energy and restored her peak power, she would ensure that Tang Shi had no place to rest in death. Tang Shi cast an intrigued glance at her retreating figure, a slight smile gracing her lips. She slowly lifted her foot, taking a step in the direction Jiazhu had vanished. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, truly too slow. Even an astute black bear would outpace you by hundreds of times. Chapter 99, Self-Detonation. Jiazhu fled at breakneck speed, covering 100 miles in the blink of an eye. Yet she did not anticipate that such velocity would only sustain her for half a minute before being cornered by her pursuer. The girl, as cold and luminous as moonlight, wore a faint smile, standing 5 meters ahead of her. Jiazhu's steps came to an abrupt halt. What do you intend to do? After all, we bear no deep-seated grudges. Must it come to a life-or-death struggle? Jiazhu forced herself to appear calm as she inquired. She had prepared for the worst. If the situation turned dire, she would resort to self-detonation. Not only would it cause distress to her opponent, but it would also allow her an opportunity to escape. What do you think? Tang Shi tilted her head, a meaningful smile gracing her lips, her eyes swirling with an elusive darkness. You wouldn't have forgotten the harsh words you uttered while fleeing just minutes ago, would you? Gazing upon the seemingly ordinary face before her, Jiazhu suddenly sensed an unprecedented aura of danger. Her fists clenched tightly. She gritted her teeth. We can sit down and discuss this. Spare me. And you may name your price. Tang Shi raised an eyebrow. Seeing this, Jiazhu hastily added, Spirit stones, Earth tier techniques, Earth tier spells, Millennium spirit herbs. Name whatever you desire. And let us seek a more peaceful resolution. As her voice dwindled, fading until it was but a whisper, Tang Shi remained unmoved. Apologies, but there is nothing to discuss. This phrase struck Jiazhu's heart like a dagger, piercing without hesitation. In that case, Jiazhu closed her eyes, abruptly drawing in the ambient spiritual energy from the air, guiding it into her body. In an instant, a tempest raged around her. The howling winds seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space, emitting a series of piercing shrieks. Simultaneously, a crimson glow enveloped Jiazhu, as if she were bathed in flames. She then opened her eyes, revealing a fierce glint. Then let us descend together into the netherworld. Boom. A terrifying force erupted from Jiazhu's body, instantly engulfing the surroundings. Oh, a self-detonation? Tang Shi furrowed her delicate brows, murmuring, You aren't even using your own body. You are quite ruthless indeed. Jiazhu let out a cold laugh. Since I cannot survive, neither shall you. But today, you must die. Her tone was as frigid as steel, seemingly emerging from the depths of the abyss. With her furious shout, the elements of heaven and earth surged rapidly, forming a colossal vortex that enveloped the two of them. The next moment, the vortex erupted from her like a starburst, scattering brilliant sparks like raindrops in all directions. Aware that she could not survive, Jiazhu chose self-detonation, unleashing her most potent force. This attack possessed immense power, capable of shattering mountains. Tang Shi dared not be negligent, hastily conjuring a shield of spiritual energy to withstand the onslaught of the raging elements. The self-detonation of a god transformation cultivator was undoubtedly comparable to a nuclear warhead. Yet, with her defensive heavenly spirit garment, she felt relatively unperturbed. Boom. The deafening sound reverberated through mountains and rivers. Jiazhu's self-detonation stirred a tempest, sweeping nearby flora and debris into chaos, even shattering the surrounding rocks. The once lush forest was swiftly reduced to ashes, vanishing from existence. Tang Shi's robes fluttered violently, her ink-black hair billowing like a flag in the tempest. She remained suspended in the air, utterly still, her eyes reflecting profound serenity. After a prolonged moment, the wind ceased its howling. As silence enveloped the surroundings, the once lush and vibrant jungle had vanished, leaving behind only a desolate landscape marred by scars of destruction. Devoid of any verdant life, Tang Shi's gaze swept across the vicinity, finding no trace of Jiazhu either. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she murmured to herself, Has it perished or fled? Such an ancient creature, having lived for millennia, possesses boundless cunning, and many of its arcane arts fall beyond her own expertise. Thus, she could never be too cautious. Contemplating this, Tang Shi raised her finger and traced a path through the air. Soul-searching technique. A low hum resonated as ripples of azure spread outward at a perceivable pace. Soon, a wisp of faint black mist materialized before her. This dark mist was the residual essence of Jiazhu. Clearly, Jiazhu's spectral remnants had not fared well from the self-detonation, now appearing exceedingly weak. Upon witnessing that Tang Shi, at the epicenter of the explosion, had emerged unscathed, it was filled with a profound incredulity. How could this be? Jiazhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Logically, she should have been obliterated alongside the shattered mountains. Even if she had not perished, she ought to have suffered a similar fate to her own. Yet now, why had she survived intact? Jiazhu's facial muscles twitched violently, her eyes alight with fury and malice. How? How did you achieve this? She could not restrain herself from howling. Why is this happening? How could you evade even self-destruction? Regardless of who you are, one day, I shall personally slay you. With that declaration, she transformed into a mass of black mist and hastily fled. Tang Shi's demeanor sharpened. She lifted her finger, grasping the air, binding Jiazhu's spectral remnants firmly in place. Jiazhu's essence struggled for a time, but it was utterly unable to escape. She gazed deeply at Tang Shi, her maniacal laughter echoing throughout the desolate canyon. Hee hee. You wish to kill me? Dream on. Just as the words left her lips, a silver light erupted from her forehead. Tang Shi focused her gaze, and there, emerging was a resplendent diamond-shaped jade pendant, crystalline and magnificent. Though returning would incur punishment, it was far preferable to losing her life here. Jia Zhu glared ominously at Tang Shi, marking this grievance in her memory. One day, she would ensure that you were ground to dust, never to be reborn. Upon finishing her words, the diamond pendant suddenly levitated into the air, radiating a brilliant light. Tang Shi's brows knitted slightly. In the next moment, under the radiance, the space began to warp and twist, ultimately transforming into a pitch-black portal, leading to an unknown destination. Jia Zhu's remnant surged toward that portal. Whoosh! Her essence vanished into the black door in the blink of an eye. Tang Shi stared at the enigmatic dark portal, slowly raising her sword arm. Buzzing. Spiritual energy surged wildly, enveloping the sword's body, and a chilling aura of death spread forth. She gently rotated her wrist. Whoosh! A piercing sound of tearing resonated through the canyon. The sword's radiance cleaved through the black door, vanishing within. The rift in space formed by the shattered portal dissipated into mere shadows, fading into the air. Tang Shi stood there for a long while, her countenance serene. Her gaze clear, untouched by the slightest emotional turmoil. Once assured that Jia Zhu had truly vanished, she gradually retracted her aura, returning to an inconspicuous demeanor, and stepped away into the distance. Chapter 100. Acquiring the immortal slashing artifact. Jia Zhu's spectral remnants traversed the black portal, arriving in another region beneath the eastern Lan divine continent. At the same time, in Fenglin Prefecture, the sacred land of sun and moon, the mountains stretched endlessly, veiled in a sea of clouds, with the silhouettes of palatial structures faintly visible. An ancient and weathered altar stood atop the highest peak, overlooking all living beings. Both solemn and majestic, each step ascending was intricately carved with complex inscriptions, imbued with a sense of the passage of time. At the altar's center stood a statue, crafted from a rare stone, lifelike as if it were animate. It depicted a woman, her hands forming seals before her chest, gazing down upon the world with an air of haughty superiority. A mere glance would invoke an instinctive reverence. This was Ji Huang, the founder of the Sun and Moon sacred sect, who had ascended to the upper realms countless eons ago. Beneath the altar, a black portal loomed across the sky, emanating a dim, eerie glow. Jia Zhu's spectral essence drifted from the black portal, landing upon the azure stone floor. Cough, cough, have I returned? Jia Zhu raised a hand to her chest, coughing weakly, her eyes filled with hatred and malice as she gazed skyward. I nearly met my demise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, several figures streaked past. For elderly men, their hair as white as snow, donned dark robes, their presence profound as the abyss. Greetings, elders. Jia Zhu respectfully bowed. One elderly matron snorted coldly, her expression unfriendly. Jia Zhu, you still dare to return? Jia Zhu had once been the sacred maiden of the sun and moon sacred land. However, when the sect planned to arrange a marriage with a first-rate force from the southern Song region, she, unwilling to comply, had fled the sect thousands of years ago. Lowering her head, Jia Zhu humbly stated, I, the disciple, have sinned gravely by leaving the sacred land without permission. I implore the elders to impose punishment. The other elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowing at her pitiful state, reduced to but a remnant of her former self. What happened to you? While I was out in training, I was besieged by numerous cultivators and met my demise. Utilizing the golden cicada shed its shell technique, I barely managed to escape with my soul intact. Later, during a conflict, my remaining essence was almost obliterated. At this point, Jia Zhu's gaze turned vicious. Her teeth gritted as she cursed Tang Shi. That woman was too ruthless. Had I not acted decisively to return, I would surely have perished at her hands. The elders exchanged surprised glances. Oh, they silently speculated among themselves about which cultivator had managed to corner their former sacred maiden, Jia Zhu, to such an extent. Who is this cultivator? A loose cultivator from the southern region, Linxiao. The elders stared at one another, enveloped in silence. Linxiao? Never heard of them. You should recuperate. Once your injuries stabilize, we will discuss further. One of the elders advised. Jia Zhu nodded in acquiescence. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Whoosh! A thunderous roar erupted from the black portal. A gale swept through, laden with overwhelming pressure, causing the entire sacred land to tremble, the flora and fauna quaking in fear. As if the very air had solidified, Jia Zhu's expression changed abruptly. Not good. In an instant, an ink-like sword energy surged forth from the black portal, carrying a destructive momentum that pierced the heavens, directly striking the statue atop the altar. A cataclysmic wave surged forth, devouring all in its path, as if seeking to obliterate everything in existence. Crack, crack. The rocks surrounding the altar fractured and collapsed, revealing a deep, dark chasm. Not good. Quickly stop it. The elders reacted swiftly, channeling their spiritual power to reinforce the protective shield, barely managing to ward off the sword energy's onslaught. Boom! A muffled roar reverberated through the skies. The altar trembled incessantly, fissures becoming increasingly pronounced, as if it were on the brink of collapse at any moment. Damn it! Who dares to desecrate the altar of my sacred land? The leading elder thundered, his eyes ablaze with fury. The other elders, equally incensed, echoed his outrage. How audacious to attack our holy land of sun and moon. Regardless of who they were, the sacrilege of our most hallowed ground would not go unpunished. They would pay a bloody price for this affront. It must be that rogue from the southern region, Lin Xiao. Jiazhu spat venomously. The leading elder's gaze turned ominous, his murky old eyes glinting with icy malice. How dare a mere junior provoke the holy land of sun and moon? Such folly. However, our sect is currently focused on assimilating the southern Song prefecture and cannot divert our attention for now. Once we have secured all powers and resources from southern Song prefecture, then I shall see what manner of wretch dares to flaunt their ferocity beneath our very noses. After we have laid waste to southern Song, the southern region shall be next. We shall bide our time. There is no need for haste. In that case, let her frolic for another couple of days. The elders spoke with sharp tongues, exuding an air of superiority and disdain. The cultivation world is divided into realms: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, god transformation, integration, ascending to the cauldron, void reversion, and great ascension. The elders of the holy land of sun and moon were all at the late stage of the integration realm, while the elder who remained hidden and the sect leader possessed the cultivation of ascending to the cauldron. Should those two emerge, they could easily annihilate the myriad heroes of the Eastern Lawn continent. Presently, a mere Lin Xiao was hardly worthy of their concern. After all, in their perception, rogue cultivators were nothing more than a disorganized rabble. After their discussion, the elders cast a glance at Jiazhu. All right, you should hurry and tend to your injuries. Once you have recovered, remember to report to the punishment hall for your penalty. The elders departed the altar. Jiazhu, however, lingered for a long while, a sinister smile curving her lips. Her eyes were shrouded in darkness, akin to a vengeful spirit, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Xiao, your demise is nigh. How foolish of you to provoke an entity you should not have. Initially, she had planned to personally slay this wench once her injuries healed, but now, Lin Xiao seemed intent on seeking her own doom. Meanwhile, Tang Shi stood in the depths of a dense forest outside of Wanxiang City. Beside her lay the gravely injured and unconscious Bo Qing, battered nearly to death by Bai Ji. After a moment, a streak of light darted from the horizon. A white-clad figure descended into the forest, landing before Tang Shi. She waved her hand lightly, and the identical white-robed figure transformed into a paper effigy, which she stored away in her spatial ring. Another one got away. Ultimately, my strength is still too feeble, and the gap in cultivation is too vast. Relying solely on advanced techniques cannot guarantee a swift kill. Tang Shi sighed, her eyes narrowing slightly. I suppose I'll just lay low for a few 100,000 years, becoming invincible before re-emerging. She then opened her system panel to claim the reward for the hidden task of saving Bo Qing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the artifact Unyielding Slash. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 3,000 points. A look of satisfaction spread across Tang Shi's face. Unyielding Slash, costing only 15,000 points. What a profit. After claiming her rewards, Tang Shi turned her gaze toward Bo Qing, who was propped against an ancient tree, still in a deep slumber. His handsome features, flowing black hair, and delicate brow were mesmerizing, lips pressed tightly together. Clad in a white robe, he lay there quietly, resembling a captivating sculpture. Tang Shi approached, crouching down to gaze at his pallid face, her eyes flickering with conflict. With the reward from the hidden task in hand, he was no longer of use to her. How should she proceed? Should she leave him be? Fate governs life and death, wealth and nobility? Or should she take advantage of his unconscious state to eliminate him? If she acted decisively, no one would trace it back to her. Tang Shi's eyes glimmered as she pondered, and after much deliberation, she finally made her decision. Once he kill him, he will come after me for that beast later. Since they were bound to be mortal enemies, she decided he should vanish forever. The moment the thought left her lips, she extended her finger to press against his chest, a surge of potent true energy flooding into his body, intending to shatter his heart pulse. Humph. A low moan escaped, and Bo Qing, who had been in deep slumber with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. Tang Shi's expression changed dramatically, her pupils dilating. He is awake? How could he wake at such a critical moment? Should I still proceed? If she made a move now, her true identity would surely be revealed. What if Bo Qing had his own means of escape? What would she do then? In her mind, a flurry of chaotic thoughts surged, yet her calm gaze met Bo Qing's light golden eyes. After a moment, Bo Qing chuckled softly, exuding an air of elegance and composure, like a refined gentleman of the world. Lin Xiao. His first words called her name, his voice melodious and soothing, bringing a sense of tranquility to the heart. Ah, Tang Shi quickly suppressed her thoughts, forcing a polite smile. Hello. You saved me? Bo Qing's gaze dropped slightly, seemingly surprised. I suppose so, Tang Shi replied, retracting her hand with an awkward chuckle. Thank you. Bo Qing looked at Tang Shi, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Ahaha, it was merely a small effort. It's nothing to speak of. Tang Shi waved her hands, her smile growing increasingly strained. Lin Xiao, you assisted me in my time of peril. Your kindness is akin to a rebirth, and I will remember it always. Bo Qing's gaze was fervent, his expression earnest as he leaned closer, narrowing the distance between them. Their breaths intertwined, and Tang Shi could even catch a faint scent of sandalwood emanating from him. The air thickened with an ambiguous tension, rendering the atmosphere particularly enchanting. Lin Xiao, Bo Qing continued, let us marry. Tang Shi was taken aback, staring blankly at Bo Qing. What did you just say? Bo Qing's gaze was resolute. I can repay your life-saving grace only by offering myself to you. Wait a moment. Tang Shi quickly interjected, her voice rising in urgency. I don't require repayment. Please don't turn gratitude into enmity, all right? Gratitude turned to enmity? Bo Qing pronounced each word deliberately, his deep-set eyes flashing with disbelief. He did not comprehend. As the pinnacle of the god transformation realm, endowed with extraordinary talent, he was a paragon among young elites across the Eastern Long Continent. Those who encountered him would naturally seek to ingratiate themselves, vying for his favor. Countless female cultivators yearned to become his partner. Yet, he had grown accustomed to the flattery and adulation of others, treating them with indifference. This time, however, he had encountered someone who piqued his interest, and he had made an exception. Not only did he offer to be her partner, but he had also taken the initiative to express affection. Yet, to his dismay, she not only refused but accused him of turning gratitude into enmity. After mustering the courage to be vulnerable, he faced utter rejection. Even with his steadfast disposition, he felt somewhat disheartened. In his injured state, the blood surged to his head, causing Bo Qing to cough, crimson liquid spilling from the corner of his mouth. Once again, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. His face bearing a pallor tinged with despair, his breath significantly weakened. Tang Shi, with a mere few more coughs of blood, could leave the rest to fate. Bo Qing would soon meet his end unaided. Coughing violently, blood flowed incessantly from the corners of his mouth, and Bo Qing's complexion turned even more ashen, his eyelids drooping as his form swayed and collapsed once more into unconsciousness. Observing the man lying on the ground, barely clinging to life with a feeble breath, Tang Shi rose to her feet, arms crossed, her gaze a tapestry of complexity, remaining silent. I have already saved his life once. Now, if he succumbs to his grievous injuries, it is of no concern to me, none of my business. She murmured softly, retreating a few steps. Yet, just as she began to move, she halted once more. In the modern world, even a simple fall could lead to trouble. This is a realm where power reigns supreme. Would others adhere to reason and rules? Just as she had witnessed with the two mercenary groups engaged in battle before, there was no rationale to be found. Rules? The one with the strongest fist dictates the rules. Bo Qing's current state elicited neither a favorable nor unfavorable impression in her mind, and having saved his life, he should not seek to have her killed at the hands of that sixth-tier beast, right? After a moment of hesitation, Tang Shi approached and lifted Bo Qing. Indeed, he was weak, yet not on the brink of death. Very well, to save one is to see it through to the end. With a sigh, she channeled her spiritual energy into Bo Qing, helping stabilize his injuries and gradually restoring his vitality. His breath began to steady, and a hint of color returned to his pale visage. As long as he clung to life, that was sufficient. Tang Shi gazed at Bo Qing for a considerable time, clicking her tongue lightly, then muttered to herself, a wandering cultivator could hardly possess such benevolence. From this day forth, I shall be a disciple of the Great Love Alliance. Please refer to me as the Great Love Fairy. Having stabilized Bo Qing's life force, Tang Shi prepared to depart. Suddenly, a rumbling sound filled the air, and from the distant mountains, ferocious beasts surged forth in an unrestrained manner. They were colossal, their shaggy fur gleaming with a silvery sheen under the sun, their feral faces betraying a bloodthirsty savagery, with jagged fangs that sent shivers down one's spine. Roars echoed. The cries of wild beasts reverberated through the mountains. As millions of them converged, a terrifying spectacle. Their speed was astounding, their destination. Wanxiang City. Was the massacre plan of the Ironclaw demon ape commencing? There were far too many of these creatures, and currently, no divine transformation cultivators were stationed in Wanxiang City. This could spell disaster. Tang Shi's brow furrowed. If these beasts were to seize the city, it would undoubtedly unleash a storm of bloodshed, leading to countless deaths. Someone must stand in their way. Should I involve myself? Tang Shi felt a twinge of conflict within. Interfering did not align with the principles of self-preservation, and besides, she might not be able to manage millions of demon beasts. Yet, if she did nothing, her conscience would not allow her peace. After all, these beasts were targeting her. Just as she wavered, an idea struck her, her beautiful eyes glinting with realization. Bo Qing, though he was now gravely injured and unconscious, she could leverage him to command the beasts. Wouldn't it be splendid to resolve this horde of demons without a drop of bloodshed? With this thought, Tang Shi swiftly carried Bo Qing towards Wanxiang City. Chapter 102. The Beast Tide Assaults Wanxiang City. Wanxiang City. Whoosh. A violent whirlwind suddenly erupted, raising clouds of dust that obscured vision as the ground trembled violently. Reminiscent of rolling thunder. What is happening? Within Wanxiang City, all cultivators rushed out, gazing upward in bewilderment at the ominous spectacle above. A mass of dark clouds surged forth, eclipsing the radiant sun. Within the clouds, indistinct shadows darted about, emitting low, menacing growls. What calamity has befallen us now? People scrambled for cover, their terrified whispers filling the air. At that moment, a terrifyingly potent aura descended upon Wanxiang City. Through the swirling dust, a snow-white lion-tiger beast, sprouting wings, descended gracefully through the air. With each step it took, it covered vast distances, reaching the city gates in the blink of an eye. No, this is bad. It's the Snow Lion Tiger King. Someone recognized the leading beast and screamed in horror. The Snow Lion Tiger King? Gasps of shock erupted. It was a peak 5th-tier beast, its power akin to that of a half-step divine transformation cultivator. As the realization settled, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Had these beasts lost their minds? An assault of beasts upon the city. Damn it, we must retreat. In an instant, panic spread like wildfire. As everyone hurriedly fled towards the city's outskirts, desperate to escape Wanxiang City. The Snow Lion Tiger King, a 5th-tier pinnacle beast, possessed combat prowess that could rival half-step divine transformation cultivators. The ordinary citizens and cultivators within Wanxiang City were utterly defenseless against it. As the crowd scattered, fearing every moment might lead to death beneath the Snow Lion Tiger King's claws, a legion of pitch-black bat monsters followed closely behind. These bat creatures, though smaller than the lion-tiger beast, came in staggering numbers. Their wings spread wide, darkening the sky, shrieking with a fierce, piercing cry that threatened to shatter eardrums. Cultivators fleeing collided with the swarm of bats, and in an instant, carnage ensued. The chilling screams echoed through the skies, causing the residents of the city to tremble in terror. The bat monsters, with their razor-sharp teeth, savagely devoured the fleeing cultivators, their onslaught resembling a swarm of locusts indiscriminately harvesting lives. Their speed was blinding, their numbers overwhelming, and their lethal power devastating. It was a massacre beyond all defense. The acrid scent of blood quickly permeated the air. Other beasts soon followed, surrounding Wanxiang City in an unyielding tide, layer upon layer, resembling an impenetrable fortress. The Snow Lion Tiger King hovered above the highest point of Wanxiang City, surveying all below with a cold gaze. Its icy eyes glinted with a crimson glow, instilling dread in all who met its gaze. Noticing several cultivators who still dared to flee, it let out a disdainful snort, releasing a frosty mist from its nostrils. The aura of slaughter rippling throughout the area. Roaring, it unleashed a terrifying wave of demonic energy towards Wanxiang City. In a mere breath, dozens of fleeing cultivators met their grim fate. Damn these beasts, why have they launched such a sudden assault? Wanxiang City truly finds itself in turbulent times. How could it be besieged by a beast tide? We are doomed, truly doomed. Chaos reigned in the streets, a cacophony of sounds intertwining, plunging the entire city into a state of panic. Isn't Yi Qing in the city? Hurry and seek refuge with Fairy Yi. Perhaps she can devise a solution. Yes. Hope surged within the crowd. Perhaps Yi Qing could repel the beasts. Some astute cultivators quickly made their way towards the city center. However, upon arriving at the city center, they were left dumbfounded. The estate that stood proudly during the day had now crumbled into ruins. Am I hallucinating? Where is everyone? They scanned their surroundings, yet found no trace of life. Had we all been deluded earlier? Did Fairy Yi never exist? No, there are signs of a struggle. Yet it seems as though some formation has isolated this area, rendering it unknown to outsiders. But where is Fairy Yi? The situation appears rather grim, instilling a sense of dread among the crowd. They are in a state of panic, with Yi Qing being their last beacon of hope. However, that hope has now dissipated. A wave of terror rises from the depths of their hearts, spreading throughout their bodies, rendering them chilled to the bone. Why has it come to this? People murmur to themselves, their expressions vacant, uncertain of what course to take next. Meanwhile, the snow lion tiger king arrogantly looks down upon the ants beneath it, a contemptuous curve gracing its lips, as if regarding a flock of feeble insects. With a thunderous roar, the beast, standing atop its lofty perch, unleashes a sound that shatters stone and penetrates the minds of all who hear it. Weaker cultivators immediately bleed from their orifices, collapsing to the ground in agony, and some even losing consciousness. Others clutch their heads, kneeling in torment, their faces contorted in agony. The lion tiger demon king scoffs, declaring, "Wretched humans, you are unworthy of existence. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, it bellows once more, its massive form descending from the sky, enormous claws crashing down upon the earth. The ground quakes, dust billowing in all directions. The earth collapses, fissures opening like a spider's web, countless stones erupting into the air, reminiscent of an apocalyptic disaster, a sight that sends shivers down the spines of the onlookers. In sheer terror, they muster every ounce of strength to flee. At that moment, a graceful maiden emerges, wielding a longsword, her gaze calm as she faces the snow lion tiger king. "Beast, cease your rampage." The crowd falls silent, their eyes drawn to the figure before them. The girl's delicate and fragile form seems devoid of any thread, resembling a tender vine flower. Who is she? They wonder. Uncertain and unacquainted. Does it matter? The mere fact that she stands forth at this moment proves her extraordinary nature. Indeed, perhaps she is xianxia? Murmurs ripple through the throng. Could it be that we are saved? A mix of tension and excitement fills the air. The snow lion tiger king fixes its sinister gaze upon the maiden, questioning, "Who are you?" It senses the low fluctuations of spiritual energy within her, clearly indicating her limited prowess. The maiden responds with a serene demeanor, "You need not know my name, for you shall soon become a lifeless corpse." Her tone and attitude mirror the tales whispered beyond their realm. All eyes are now fixed upon her, filled with awe and admiration, as if beholding a celestial deity. The snow lion tiger king erupts in raucous laughter, its eyes filled with cruel intent and bloodlust. "Insignificant human, you dare utter such words before me? You seek death." With that, it lunges at the maiden. Gasps of horror erupt from the crowd. "Fairy, be cautious," they cry, witnessing the beast's astonishing speed. In an instant, a sickening sound echoes, blood splattering as the maiden is torn asunder, meeting a tragic end. In that moment, the atmosphere seems to freeze, collectively stunned. They had not anticipated such a swift and brutal demise for the maiden, who had stood as their last hope, leaving them speechless. Many had harbored high expectations for her, anticipating a spectacular clash, yet it all ended far too soon. Was this a cruel jest? Surely, she should have fought back. Was her strength truly so lacking? So easily dismantled by the snow lion tiger king? They had thought her to be xianxia, only to find their hopes dashed. As they regained their senses, the remnants of her form lay scattered, while the snow lion tiger king remains poised, as if nothing had transpired. It lifts its chin in arrogance. "Foolish ants, I had intended to grant you a complete corpse, but alas, you have proven disappointing." With a cold snort, it raises its head and unleashes a deafening roar, instilling fear in the hearts of the crowd. Each individual trembles, a chill racing from their spine to their crown, rendering their legs weak. The snow lion tiger king turns its ferocious gaze towards the throng, declaring, "Now, it is your turn." Pale-faced, they stumble backward, fear and trepidation surging within them. "Beast, perish!" A man suddenly cries, drawing his sword to strike at the snow lion tiger king. The beast merely smirks, casually swatting the sword aside, which shatters. And the man explodes in a shower of blood, staining the ground crimson and filling the air with a nauseating stench. This horrific display sends the remaining individuals into a frenzy. The snow lion tiger king scoffs, a pitiful assembly of ants. It strides forward, its massive form looming over the crowd. Its paw extends like a gigantic fan, casting a shadow over everyone present. What do we do? Someone quivers, overwhelmed by the dread. "We cannot face it alone. Let us unite and charge together." Another suggests, "Indeed, we shall slay this vile creature together." Thus, dozens unite, weapons raised, charging towards the snow lion tiger king. It regards them with disdain, opening its bloodied maw. With a sickening sound, several heads roll to the ground, blood cascading from severed necks to form a crimson pool below. "Do you truly believe you insignificant creatures can contend with me?" The remaining onlookers, now paralyzed by fear, dare not continue the fight. Run! A scream pierces the air as they scatter, fleeing like lost dogs. The snow lion tiger king sneers, its eyes glinting with a thirst for blood. "Escape? Who among you can flee?" Its voice, low and menacing, reverberates through the air. It charges forward with lightning speed, pursuing the panicked crowd, its enormous paws slamming down with brutal force. All around, anguished cries fill the air as the Snow Lion Tiger King savors the taste of blood, mercilessly slaughtering those before it, much like a cat toying with its prey. Suddenly, a white shadow darts through the chaos. The Snow Lion Tiger King's pupils constrict in instinctive caution, halting its assault as it fixates on the newcomer. The white figure hovers in the air, looking down upon the Snow Lion Tiger King, a hint of displeasure in its gaze. Instantly, the beast feels a shiver of apprehension. It swiftly assesses the newcomer's cultivation level, complete foundation establishment, but an inexplicable sense of danger washes over it, compelling the beast to refrain from provocation. The two parties lock eyes, tension thick in the air, each emanating hostility. Moments later, the Snow Lion Tiger King suddenly raises its head, unleashing a piercing howl that reverberates through the atmosphere. The roar is deafening, cutting through the air and reaching the heavens. Beasts scattered throughout the city respond, converging upon the source of the sound. In an instant, dark clouds gather ominously, thunder rumbles, and an overwhelming aura of demonic energy descends, bringing with it a sense of impending doom. The cacophony of roars fills the air, a chilling symphony that raises the hairs on the back of one's neck. A multitude of grotesque and colossal forms encircled the surroundings, creating an atmosphere that was suffocating and terrifying. Gulp. The crowd swallowed nervously, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. At the forefront stood the Snow Lion Tiger King, surveying the assembly with an air of disdain. It bared its sharp teeth, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty crimson. Another fool has come to court death. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze towards the woman suspended in midair. Clad in a snow-white robe, she was slender and graceful, exuding an ethereal elegance. Though her visage was somewhat unremarkable, her cultivation level, foundation establishment, complete foundation establishment. How could such a seemingly feeble being withstand the might of the Snow Lion Tiger King? Surely, she would meet the same fate as that girl, merely serving as fodder. A wave of apprehension, unease, and terror swept through the crowd, a cacophony of emotions intertwining. Fairy, flee quickly. Do not act foolishly. Someone urged urgently. With your meager strength, you could never contend with the Snow Lion Tiger King. Stop being reckless and depart at once. The earlier cultivators who had attempted to confront the beast were crushed by a single strike. Hurry, flee, or it will be too late. Among the throng were many well-meaning warnings. Yet, she remained unperturbed, as if their words did not reach her. Fairy. One individual could no longer contain himself and raised his voice. Enough of that. Since she has drawn the beast's attention, we must escape swiftly. Another person grasped the first's arm, signaling him to be silent. Indeed, has she not granted us precious moments to flee? Another chimed in, a glimmer of hope igniting within him, though he harbored doubts about whether this seemingly delicate woman could endure even 3 breaths of time. She had nonetheless diverted the attention of all the beasts within the city towards herself, thus saving the others. A commendable act indeed. Do we truly disregard her fate? The initial advisor questioned with a furrowed brow. How can we concern ourselves? With our current cultivation, a single swipe from that beast could annihilate us. Another responded dismissively. However, I believe that if we cooperate, we might stand a chance against it. The one who had previously voiced this idea had already met his demise. Stop hesitating and run. Alas, may she be favored by the heavens. Having spoken, the group fled without a moment's hesitation. After all, remaining would only lead them to death. At that moment, the Snow Lion Tiger King spoke ominously, mocking. A mere foundation establishment minnow dares to seek death? How utterly foolish. With that, it raised a paw to strike. Whoosh. A fierce gale swept forth, laden with overwhelming murderous intent, seemingly intent on snuffing out life itself. Yet, this strike was not aimed at the woman in white. Its target was the fleeing crowd. Chapter 104. Tang Shi, I am Lin Xiao of the Great Love Alliance. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, clouds of dust billowing. The ground instantaneously caved into a massive pit, debris scattering and earth flying. The fleeing crowd turned ashen, their bodies stiffening, as if their very souls were trembling. They had narrowly escaped death. Relief washed over them, but a deeper fear loomed ahead. Roar. From within the pit surged a tremendous wave of force, carrying an imposing might that spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was obliterated, reduced to ashes. As the wave threatened to engulf them, the crowd's hearts quaked in terror. Just at this critical juncture, a burst of inky sword light erupted, dispelling all threats in an instant. Whoosh. The white robe fluttered, the long skirt swirling. A fairy, a fairy. The crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. To think that the lethal strike had been executed by her? All were cultivators of foundation establishment. How could she possess such formidable strength? Thank you, fairy, for your assistance. The young lady is truly remarkable. They exclaimed in gratitude, bowing deeply in appreciation. Their expressions were solemn, their gazes filled with admiration for the woman in white. Tang Shi paid no heed to them, turning her attention back to the Snow Lion Tiger King. The beast's countenance shifted, revealing profound wariness. This woman was exceedingly enigmatic. Though her cultivation was merely at the full foundation establishment level, she could easily overpower it. Could it be that she concealed her true strength? Roar! The Snow Lion Tiger King let out a furious roar, its wings flapping to summon a tempest. It then lunged skyward, accelerating to an incredible speed, akin to lightning. As it pounced towards Tang Shi, "Fairy, be careful!" the crowd shouted anxiously. The Snow Lion Tiger King moved too swiftly for them to even catch a glimpse of its form. Tang Shi remained expressionless, lightly tapping her toes to soar into the air, evading the beast's vicious claws. With a flick of her wrist, the sword gleamed with an icy brilliance. Whoosh! A streak of sword light shot forth, aimed directly at the Snow Lion Tiger King. The sword light was razor-sharp, imbued with a chilling aura that pierced through to the core. The Snow Lion Tiger King trembled, its fur bristling. Hiss! Flesh and blood were mangled, and blood gushed forth. The Snow Lion Tiger King let out a wretched cry, crashing heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. Fear and despair filled its eyes, mingled with unwillingness and rage. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. To defeat a fifth-tier beast with a single strike? This was utterly terrifying. Foundation establishment at full capacity? How could this be possible? The crowd stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. They had initially believed she was doomed, yet the outcome had flipped dramatically. Was Foundation establishment truly this fearsome? To slay a fifth-tier beast with one blow was nothing short of astonishing. In that moment, they felt they had witnessed what it truly meant to be a formidable warrior. Could it be that she had concealed her cultivation and was the legendary xianxiaaudiobooks? Suddenly, someone murmured. Upon hearing this, the others stirred with realization. Looking at the ethereal figure in white, their eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The name xianxiaaudiobooks echoed like thunder in their minds. With the same sword strike and the same aura, it must be the same person. Fairy Yi, would you take me as your disciple? From this day forth, I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. Fairy Yi, please allow us to pay our respects. The crowd implored, kneeling and bowing deeply before Tang Shi. Tang Shi lowered her gaze momentarily at her snow-white robe, then smiled gently. Responding, "I am Lin Xiao of the Great Love Alliance." Ah! The crowd was taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. The Great Love Alliance? What sect is this? It sounds like a free, open, and peaceful order, one that exists solely to benefit the world and maintain harmony in the realm. Lin Xiao? That name was also unfamiliar. My apologies, we were mistaken. Please forgive us, Fairy. They stammered, scrambling to apologize, at a loss for words. Tang Shi smiled lightly, saying, "It is of no consequence." As her words settled, she turned to gaze at the massive pit from which the wounded Snow Lion Tiger King struggled to rise. A deep sense of trepidation flickering in its eyes. "Summon your king. I have matters to discuss with it," spoke Tang Shi with a calm demeanor. The Snow Lion Tiger King scoffed derisively. "Our king is not someone you can simply request an audience with." "Oh, if that is the case." Tang Shi's gaze sharpened, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing, sending chills through the Snow Lion Tiger King. With a low growl, it immediately faltered. Though the Snow Lion Tiger King harbored a semblance of pride, it was not foolish. It understood that before matching the opponent's strength, it was prudent to refrain from arrogance. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. A wise creature does not suffer immediate losses. Soon, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Thunder descended from the heavens, roaring incessantly, illuminating the pitch-black night. The onlookers paled in shock, raising their gazes. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, dark clouds churned violently, fierce winds howled, and endless bolts of lightning raged. Within the flashes of lightning, a colossal, menacing silhouette could be discerned perched upon the summit. It was surrounded by a tempest of thunder, forming a realm of lightning. The crowd's pupils constricted, their faces reflecting astonishment illuminated by the lightning. It was unmistakably a gigantic demonic ape, towering hundreds of feet. Its entirety enveloped in a deep black hue, its muscles bulging with explosive power, akin to steel forged, emanating a metallic sheen. It tilted its head back and roared, its voice resonating like a great bell. Crack! The void tore apart, and all fell silent. The roar instilled fear, causing the crowd to tremble. So formidable. They swallowed hard, shifting their gaze to Tang Shi. "Does Fairy Lin have confidence?" "Let us see," Tang Shi replied nonchalantly. The demonic ape traversed mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye, charging forward with fierce momentum. When it was a mere 5 paces away from Tang Shi, it suddenly halted. It bared its teeth and growled, its crimson tongue licking its blood-red lips. With a flick of her hand, a man clad in azure garments abruptly materialized before the crowd. He remained in a state of unconsciousness, devoid of any resistance, held aloft by Tang Shi. Otherwise, he would have plummeted to the ground. Order your demonic beasts to retreat, or he shall perish. The iron-clawed demonic ape's gaze roamed over the azure-clad man. After a prolonged silence, it finally made a decision, unleashing a roar. Hurry, kill him. The position of the sect master of the divine path sect will be mine. The malevolence in the iron-clawed demonic ape's eyes was palpable. Tang Shi, are these two not master and servant? The iron-clawed demonic ape's crimson eyes fixated on Bo Qing's figure, akin to a snake eyeing its prey, greed almost materializing in its gaze. If you kill him, could you grant me his corpse? I wish to savor the flesh and blood of one at the divine transformation realm. Tang Shi? Chapter 105. Bo Qing's execution of the iron-clawed demonic ape. A miscalculation. The intention had been to leverage the emperor's authority over the lords, yet unexpectedly, a single beast harbored grand ambitions, coveting the position of sect master of the divine path sect. Tang Shi surveyed the throng of demonic beasts surrounding them, numbering in the millions. If she could not command the lords, then she had no choice but to take action. Will you not strike? If you hesitate, allow this king to take the lead. The iron-clawed demonic ape urged impatiently, its gaze fixated on Bo Qing as if it were eyeing a delectable feast, salivation evident. Tang Shi's lips twitched, poised to speak, yet she observed as it could no longer contain itself and lunged at Bo Qing. A powerful gust swept across their faces, accompanied by a tearing sound. In midair, the iron-clawed demonic ape's immense claws reached for Bo Qing, its sharp nails slicing through the void, seemingly capable of shredding all in their path. Tang Shi furrowed her brow slightly, her wrist flicking. Just as she prepared to intervene, a flash of sword light appeared. The clash of sword energy and blood erupted in sparks. The iron-clawed demonic ape let out a muffled groan as its right arm was severed and fell to the ground. Roar! The excruciating pain sent the iron-clawed demonic ape into a frenzy. It howled madly, blood gushing forth, a heavy stench permeating the air. A beast is but a beast. Today, I shall slay you. Even if your master were to come, he could not save your life. A clear voice rang out beside her, imbued with a chilling coldness and a sense of impending doom. A young man in a green robe stepped forward. His flawless features were complemented by a pair of dark golden eyes, deep and mysterious, as if containing endless stars, brilliant and captivating, yet reminiscent of a vast ocean. His long black hair was bound by a dark jade crown, accentuating his fair skin. His high-bridged nose and slightly pursed lips formed a cold visage that exuded an air of aloofness. Tang Shi regarded him with astonishment. Just moments ago, he had been hanging on by a thread, and now he appeared fully revitalized? Had he accessed a medical box? You. The iron-clawed demonic ape gaped in shock at the youth, rendered speechless. Witnessing the formerly waning aura of the youth now restored to its peak state ignited a tumult of fear within. It trembled, its pupils dilating, thoughts racing as it sought a way to articulate itself. You misunderstand. I only said that to persuade her to release you. I had no intention of consuming you. I meant no offense. A cold laugh escaped Bo Qing's lips, tinged with disdainful mockery. So that was your intent. Indeed, just as you say. The iron-clawed demonic ape nodded and bowed, ingratiatingly gazing at Bo Qing. Bo Qing cast a disdainful glance at the iron-clawed demonic ape. Before you utter such words, perhaps you should wipe away the drool. The iron-clawed demonic ape froze, instinctively reaching to wipe its mouth. What drool? There is none. Realizing its own actions, the iron-clawed demonic ape felt its first stand on end, regret flooding in. Had it known to be more cautious with its words earlier. Loose lips sink ships. Oh well. I meant to eat the cultivator beside you, not you. I only said that to provoke her into releasing you. Do not slander me. I am the guardian beast of the divine path sect. Even if you are the sect master, you cannot easily slay me. The iron-clawed demonic ape clung stubbornly to this point, attempting to evade responsibility, believing it could escape and scathe regardless. Oh, is that so? Bo Qing's lips curled into a faint smile, a bloodthirsty glint flickering in his eyes. But should I desire your death, no one could prevent it. His tone was languid, yet each word pierced to the core. The bone-chilling coldness of his voice sent shivers down the spine. The iron-clawed demonic ape felt a surge of panic, instinctively retreating. Bo Qing, sword in hand, advanced step by step toward the iron-clawed demonic ape. What do you intend to do? The iron-clawed demonic ape, sensing the lethal intent, stumbled back repeatedly. I have served the previous sect master for so long and contributed greatly to the divine path sect. If you kill me, my master, your teacher, will certainly not spare you. In a moment of desperation, the iron-clawed demonic ape invoked its backing, hoping to intimidate Bo Qing. Let him come. Bo Qing scoffed, his eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. With the celestial sword in hand, he suddenly swung it toward the iron-clawed demonic ape. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. The ground cracked like a spider's web, debris flying. When the dust settled, tranquility returned. Bo Qing stood unscathed and immaculate, while the iron-clawed demonic ape lay in tatters, its remains scattered, a gruesome sight. The remaining demonic beasts froze in their actions, trembling in fear as they gazed at Bo Qing, too terrified to advance another step. The cultivators on the ground gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. A sixth-tier iron-clawed demon ape had been vanquished in an instant. Who, exactly, was this young man? From the words of that beast, it seemed he was the master of a sect. A tumult of emotions surged within the crowd. You beasts, will you remain here for me to slay? Or will you flee? A cold, deep voice resonated slowly. Upon hearing this, the demonic creatures dared not linger a moment longer, fleeing in panic and leaving behind the lifeless body of the iron-clawed demon ape. The onlookers regarded Bo Qing with eyes filled with admiration, bowing in gratitude for his assistance. Bo Qing nodded slightly, sheathing his sword, and turned his gaze towards Tang Shi. The frigid aura that surrounded him dissipated, replaced by a look of grievance on his exquisitely handsome face. Lin Xiao, Bo Qing called out, his eyes reddening, tears brimming, portraying a visage of utter heartbreak. The crowd was taken aback. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had been cold and ruthless, yet in the blink of an eye, he had transformed entirely. What a stark contrast. Gossip is the essence of humanity. Curiosity ignited among the crowd as they surreptitiously observed Tang Shi and Bo Qing, speculating about their relationship. Some whispered that there was an unmistakable air of a heartless scoundrel about him. Was it not just moments ago that Lin Xianxia threatened that beast with the life of this young master? Remarked one observer. This young master is undeniably handsome and powerful, yet he seems ill-matched with the plain Lin Xianxia. A female cultivator commented softly. It appears this young master is not in want of female companionship. Why then does he favor Lin Xianxia? Besides her superior strength, it seems she lacks in other areas. How could such an outstanding man possibly be interested in her? Hush! Speak cautiously. Someone cautioned in a hushed tone. He is our savior. Do you dare to speak ill of him? We were merely engaging in a quiet discussion, another defended. Indeed, we harbor no malice. We merely find him handsome, while Lin Xianxia is lovely, yet ultimately not a fitting match. Who are we to judge what constitutes a good match? Perhaps this young master simply appreciates Lin Xianxia for her virtues? Perhaps. But if I were to encounter someone as striking and powerful as him, I would gladly serve as his concubine. Dream on. Chapter 106. The Master of Beasts appears. As the whispers surrounded her, Tang Shi felt a twitch at her temple. Since Bo Qing had overheard the beast's words, he undoubtedly caught her comments as well. Observing with a calm demeanor, she averted her gaze, attempting to discreetly slip away. Bo Qing stepped forward, grasping her wrist firmly, his gaze intense. Lin Xiao, what is it? Tang Shi's heart raced. You deceived me. A hint of grievance flickered in Bo Qing's expression. Tang Shi's heart raced with alarm. Had he discovered her secret? Had her disguise slipped? She swallowed nervously, feigning nonchalance. What did I deceive you about? You are not a rogue cultivator. Bo Qing's raven lashes quivered slightly, his jewel-like eyes penetrating into Tang Shi's, as if seeking to unveil her secrets. Oh, is that what this is about? Tang Shi internally sighed with relief, subtly extracting her hand. Isn't it normal to hold back when venturing outside? Bo Qing lowered his gaze in silence for a moment before suddenly raising his head, fixing his earnest gaze upon Tang Shi. In the future, could you refrain from deceiving me? Tang Shi was momentarily taken aback. At the same time, within the Divine Path sect, the former sect master, Kong Huajian, abruptly opened his eyes during his meditation, his gaze sharp and venomous. Who dares to slay my demon pet? Seeking death. In the next instant, a torrent of violent spiritual energy erupted from his secluded chamber, shaking the surrounding walls. Boom. The chamber collapsed, dust swirling everywhere. The teleportation array activated, and within moments, Kong Huajian appeared high above Wanshang City, his murky old eyes scanning the vicinity, emanating a fierce murderous intent. Who dares to slay my demon pet? I give you 10 breaths to show yourself. As Kong Huajian's furious shouts echoed, a tempest surged, the heavens and earth shifting ominously. Tang Shi and Bo Qing sensed the impending danger, frowning in unison as they turned to look skyward. Just as one crisis faded, another loomed. The other cultivators, witnessing the scene, hastily retreated, fearful of becoming collateral damage. The master of that beast has arrived? We're doomed. He will surely seek revenge. Has he come so quickly? We must get far away. The cultivators murmured as they swiftly withdrew from the area. Bo Qing furrowed his brow, his gaze dark and contemplative as he looked up. Lin Xiao, he called softly. Tang Shi responded with a subtle hum, acknowledging him. Quickly go? Bo Qing urged in a low voice. Tang Shi nodded again. her feet barely touching the ground as she vanished in an instant. How fast she departs, without even a symbolic farewell, Bo Qing thought, quickly regaining his composure. He took a step forward, confronting Kong Huajian from a distance of 100 meters. The aura emanating from both figures was terrifying to the cultivators of Wanshang City, akin to colossal beasts descending upon the world, rendering them breathless. Yet, even the keenest eyes could discern that the elder was more formidable than the young man. Kong Huajian narrowed his malicious eyes, his sharp gaze locking onto Bo Qing. "Where's my demon pet?" Bo Qing replied with unyielding composure, "It is dead." Kong Huajian erupted in fury. "Bo Qing, you disgraceful sect master. You cannot even protect your sect's demon beast. You are worthless. Once you return, you shall no longer hold the title of sect master." Bo Qing cast a dispassionate glance at him and replied, "Good. I have no desire to remain a sect master anyway." At this, Kong Huajian's rage began to abate. His lips pressed tightly together as he regarded Bo Qing with a frosty stare. Bo Qing was the most promising cultivator he had ever encountered. After over 200 years in cultivation, he had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation god realm. In time, he would surely ascend to the greatest sentient stage. At that point, the Divine Path sect would rise to become the dominant force in the Eastern Lan continent, revered and celebrated, basking in immense glory and resources. Yet, he had audaciously chosen to abandon his sect master position and forego the sect's protection. Outrageous. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Kong Huajian scolded harshly. Bo Qing remained unyielding, his resolve firm. He had no intention of staying with the Divine Path sect any longer. He sought the Great Love Alliance. "Do you not wish to know who killed that beast?" Kong Huajian regarded Bo Qing with a darkened expression. "Who?" Bo Qing maintained his calm demeanor in the face of Kong Huajian's inquiry, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "I did." Those simple 4 words struck Kong Huajian like a bolt from the blue. He stared in disbelief, his teeth clenched as he accused Bo Qing. "Are you mad?" Not only had he slain his own demon pet, but he also dared to speak of not wanting to be sect master. He was truly insane. "Bo Qing," Kong Huajian roared, "you dare to kill my demon pet, raised under my tutelage for so many years?" "It deserved to die," Bo Qing coldly retorted. "Whether it deserved to die or not is of no concern to me, but..." Kong Huajian paused, his expression increasingly twisted and terrifying. "You are courting death." Before his words had fully left his lips, he lunged at Bo Qing, his attacks fierce and unrelenting. Boom. The earth shook, mountains crumbled. Bang. The two collided, an explosive shockwave radiating outward. The cultivators in the city were thrown into a state of panic, fleeing in terror. Chaos erupted within the city. In the ethereal expanse, the figure of Bo Qing hovered, his flowing robe billowing dramatically, the contours of his striking visage obscured by shadow, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Concurrently, Kong Huajian remained suspended in the heavens, his garments fluttering, enveloped in a shroud of dark crimson mist. The pallor of age marked his face, now flushed with fury, his murky gaze brimming with intense hatred, as if he yearned to rend Bo Qing asunder. The two locked eyes, the atmosphere thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, instilling a sense of foreboding discomfort. "Bo Qing, I desire your demise," Kong Huajian intoned slowly, his voice raspy and frigid, akin to a curse from the depths of hell. Upon uttering these words, a formidable aura surged forth, mingled with the essence of destruction, cascading toward Bo Qing in an overwhelming onslaught. Sensing the imminent threat, Bo Qing's gaze sharpened, his right hand extending to form a seal with his fingers, gathering a golden sphere of spiritual energy within his palm. Whoosh! The sphere of spiritual power shot forth, meeting Kong Huajian's attack head-on. The two potent forces collided midair, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated across the surroundings. Kong Huajian's expression shifted slightly. This young man had indeed grown significantly stronger, yet ultimately remained only at the transformation phase. A trace of derision flickered in Kong Huajian's eyes. "Bo Qing, opposing me will lead to your ruin." He looked down upon Bo Qing with an air of condescension, as though regarding an insignificant insect. Bo Qing's gaze was as clear and still as a frigid pool, devoid of any ripple. "Is this how you conduct yourself as a master? Slaughtering disciples indiscriminately for the sake of a demon beast?" He retorted, a hint of scorn lacing his tone. Hearing the irony in Bo Qing's words, Kong Huajian let out a cold chuckle, revulsion evident in his eyes. "I may have many disciples, but I possess only one 6th-tier demon pet. I shall not permit anyone to harm it. You have crossed my taboo." With that, Bo Qing calmly replied, "Since that is the case, I have nothing more to say. Let us commence." His tone suggested he had anticipated such an outcome. Following his words, he raised his hand and formed another seal, invoking his spell. Chapter 107. The Sky Sword is recalled. With a resounding whoosh, countless streams of spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a roaring water dragon. Roar! The water dragon bellowed as it surged toward Kong Huajian, its massive form obscuring the sunlight and casting a shadowy pall over the landscape. Observing the approaching behemoth, Kong Huajian's eyes darkened slightly, his spiritual energy swirling around him. He extended his arms, tracing profound and esoteric arcs before enveloping himself in a colossal golden barrier. The water dragon collided with the golden barrier, producing a thunderous sound. Boom! The barrier trembled violently, yet remained steadfast in its position. Bang! Ultimately, the water dragon rebounded from the barrier, dissipating into the sky, while the golden barrier remained intact, hovering beside Kong Huajian. Witnessing this, Wuqing's expression turned grave, and he quickly formed another seal with his hands, a more potent surge of spiritual energy erupting from his palms to infuse the water dragon once again, solidifying its form. Roar! The water dragon howled defiantly, its immense body coiling in the air before charging toward Kong Huajian with terrifying force. As the formidable spiritual pressure bore down upon him, a contemptuous smile crept across Kong Huajian's lips. Break! With a sharp command, the spiritual energy around him erupted, manifesting as numerous flying swords that floated ominously in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of slicing winds, a barrage of flying swords shot forth, fiercely scraping against the air and igniting dazzling sparks. Boom! In the instant of collision, a deafening explosion echoed, the violent energy surging outward like a tempest, obliterating the surrounding structures in its wake. In an instant, the air was thick with dust and debris. As the haze gradually cleared, the vicinity had transformed into a wasteland, marred and desolate. Kong Huajian stood with a serene demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. Well then, shall we continue? Before his words could fully dissipate, he swept his sleeve, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that struck the collapsed buildings. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed, dust billowing forth and debris swirling chaotically. Whoosh! A few figures emerged from the ruins. Upon closer inspection, they were the onlookers who had remained, now disheveled and bloodied, clearly having suffered from Kong Huajian's earlier strike. Kong Huajian, having lost his demon pet and faced Wuqing's retort, harbored a reservoir of pent-up rage. He now sought to unleash his fury upon these insignificant minions. A group of cowardly wretches daring to spy on my teachings. Truly, they know not the meaning of their own mortality. At his words, the crowd fell silent, quickly prostrating themselves upon the ground, fervently pleading for mercy. Ignoring their pleas, Kong Huajian raised his right hand slightly, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that propelled a young man 10 meters away. Spurt! The young man spat blood, collapsing to the ground. The others, pale with terror, trembled as they begged, "My lord, spare us. We did not intend to intrude. We beseech you, forgive us." Kong Huajian, uninterested in their entreaties, clenched his right hand into a fist before bringing it down with ferocity. Bang! 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 A series of powerful strikes rained down, sending the remaining few flying several meters away. Each of them felt their bones shatter, bloodied and writhing on the ground in agony, their fates uncertain. Upon completing this brutal display, Kong Huajian's murderous intent intensified, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. "Wuqing, it is now your turn." He moved slowly, his gaze locking onto Wuqing, radiating an overwhelming aura of malice, cold to the core. "I shall rend you to pieces, in retribution for my demon pet." With his words, a dazzling silver beam shot forth from his sleeve. This silver beam, a foot long and transparent, shimmered with a chilling luminescence. Whoosh! In an instant, it closed in on Wuqing's brow, exuding an aura of suffocating menace. Observing the silver beam, Wuqing summoned the sky sword, positioning it before him. Clang! The sharp sound of impact resonated through the air, the potent energy rippling outward. In the next moment, Wuqing felt an insurmountable force pushing against him. His body involuntarily retreating several meters, the pain in his palms becoming evident. Buzz, buzz! The sky sword emitted a trembling resonance, shaking violently, as if in fear. Upon seeing the sky sword, Kong Huajian's expression darkened immediately. The sky sword belonged to the sect master of the divine Dao sect. "If you claim you no longer wish to be the sect master, then return it to me." With that, he extended his right hand, attempting to seize the sky sword from a distance. In an instant, the sword's golden radiance surged, illuminating the entire sky like a blazing sun. The golden light intensified, emanating an overwhelming wave of energy. Whoosh! The next moment, a sharp and piercing aura radiated from the sky sword. Wuqing could distinctly feel the connection to the sky sword weakening rapidly, as if being forcibly severed by an overwhelming power. "This is bad." Realizing this, Wuqing's pupils constricted, his expression growing increasingly grave. Without the sky sword, he stood no chance against the combined might of Kong Huajian. The next second, The sky sword abruptly broke free from Baiqing's grasp, transforming into a streak of light that vanished in the blink of an eye. Clang! The sky sword, now in Kong Huajian's possession, emitted a clear and melodious ringing that resonated through the heavens, as if celebrating its reunion. Ha ha ha, sky sword, we meet again. Kong Huajian laughed heartily, his expression brimming with exhilaration. As the newly appointed leader of the Divine Path sect, he was well acquainted with the Qing sword, having forged a pact with it. Thus he possessed an intimate familiarity with its essence. A low humming resonated, as if the sword itself vibrated in agreement with him. With this thought in mind, Kong Huajian unsheathed the sword, and in an instant, a chilling radiance erupted forth. A dreadful aura of slaughter began to permeate the air. The sharp, piercing sounds of the sword echoed throughout the vast wilderness, resonating through the entire forest. Hearing this jarring sound, the sinister smile on Kong Huajian's face broadened, tinged with a hint of madness. Qing sword, you indeed still recognize me. The sword continued to vibrate, its frequency escalating, seemingly in response to Kong Huajian's words. Oh, how I yearn for the days when we fought side by side. With the low-grade spiritual weapon, the Qing sword in hand, he felt emboldened. The resounding cries of the sword grew increasingly piercing, and Kong Huajian's aura heightened, transforming him into a figure of formidable ferocity, exuding a terrifying malice. Baiqing, without the Qing sword, how can you contend with me? Kong Huajian advanced toward Baiqing, each step amplifying his oppressive presence. Sensing the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from him, Baiqing tensed. With a flick of his wrist, a leaf dancing in the wind was guided to swirl and leap at his fingertips, as a faint golden energy began to coalesce within his palm. In the next moment, Baiqing raised his wrist slightly, transforming the leaf into a cerulean longsword that emitted a soft, golden glow. Chapter 108, Borrowing a Sword. Kong Huajian narrowed his eyes, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his lips. You intend to wield a materialized sword? Such a rudimentary technique is hardly worthy of display. No sooner had he spoken than he accelerated his pace, charging at Baiqing with the longsword, leaving a trail of chilling sword marks in his wake, striking terror into the hearts of all. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to within 3 zhang of Baiqing. Die! Kong Huajian roared, swinging his longsword with terrifying might. The glimmering blade shone brilliantly, akin to a thunderbolt cleaving through the sky, its momentum overwhelming and suffocating. Boom! In the next instant, Baiqing met the onslaught with his cerulean longsword, the 2 blades clashing with a deafening impact. However, the sword fashioned from an ordinary leaf shattered instantly, unable to withstand the force. Swoosh! A piercing blade of light grazed Baiqing's arm, leaving a gruesome wound from which blood gushed forth. He inhaled sharply, suppressing the intense pain as he swiftly retreated to the side. He was already no match for Kong Huajian, and with the Qing sword taken from him, his chances dwindled further. Do you think you can escape? Kong Huajian taunted wickedly. In the next moment, he lunged forward with even greater speed and ferocity. The sharp sound of the sword slicing through the air reverberated as he approached Baiqing, delivering a merciless strike aimed at his head. Clang! At the critical moment, Baiqing instinctively defended himself with a sword of spiritual energy, yet he was still sent reeling, blood surging within him. Bang! The sword energy swept across, striking Baiqing in the chest and sending him crashing to the ground, rolling several meters away. Cough! Baiqing clutched his chest, coughing violently, expelling fragments of his internal organs. Puffed. Soon after, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling drastically. The crimson stains on his garments rendered him a pitiful sight. Just then, a white skirt fluttered before him, gliding gracefully. Baiqing lifted his gaze to meet the calm eyes of Tang Shi. Why haven't you left? Upon seeing her, a look of surprise flickered across Baiqing's face. Tang Shi silently glanced at the unseen system panel. Hidden task. Your pursuer, Baiqing, is facing a life and death crisis. You have the following options. 1. Burn your wings to ash without regret. I shall reverse the cycle to save him, earning a spell book and 3,000 points. 2. Distance yourself from calamity, preserve your life, and live in peace, earning 20 points. How can one not be entangled in karma? Once involved, if he is in danger, will you save him or not? Originally, she was miles away from Wanxiang City, but upon triggering this hidden task, she was compelled to return. For the sake of those 3,000 points, she took a great risk to come back. After all, this was her only avenue for amassing a significant amount of points. With this in mind, Tang Shi's beautiful eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination igniting within her deep black gaze. She silently produced the sword she had received from the system and extended it toward Baiqing. Baiqing stared at the black longsword in Tang Shi's hand, momentarily taken aback, and asked in astonishment, "What do you mean?" "I'm lending it to you," Tang Shi replied succinctly. With Baiqing's peak divine transformation cultivation, Coupled with the weapon of superior heavenly grade in her possession, he would be well equipped to confront Kong Huajian. Meanwhile, she would merely need to await the outcome, avoiding any exposure that might invite animosity while ensuring her own safety. It was truly a win-win situation. This hidden task was remarkably effortless. Borrow it. At her words, Bai Qing found himself both amused and exasperated. You truly overestimate me. Kong Huajian is a cultivator of the combined body realm, and now he wields the Qing Tian sword. I can hardly withstand a single strike from him. Even if you lend me this sword, my odds of winning remain bleak. You should leave quickly. Do not concern yourself with me, or you too will perish. Casting a glance at the encroaching Kong Huajian, Bai Qing urged her. Until the final moment. How can you be certain that we are the ones who will perish? Tang Shi replied with a nonchalant air, her tone unwavering. A peculiar confidence radiated from her eyes, leaving Bai Qing perplexed, yet warmed by her presence. Very well, since you insist, I shall indeed give it my all. Bai Qing smiled faintly, reaching for the ancient, jet-black blade. The sword felt cold and heavy in his grasp, imbued with a profound sense of antiquity that resonated within him. Buzz! The sword trembled slightly, emanating a familiar resonance, as if it were calling out to something. Bai Qing unsheathed the sword, its dark blade reflecting his handsome visage. Whoosh! The ink-like sword light flickered, seemingly poised to devour all light in its path, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Such formidable sword intent. As Bai Qing felt the resonance emanating from the sword, excitement surged within him, his arm trembling slightly, as if he struggled to contain it. When it was in her hands, it appeared unremarkable, but now, wielding it himself, he could sense the sword intent that surpassed the Qing Tian sword by 1,000-fold. This sword intent was akin to a slumbering primordial behemoth, evoking a sense of dread. It felt as if with merely a gentle swing, he could vanquish all foes and obliterate existence itself. This was undoubtedly a transcendent weapon of unparalleled might. With a grip on the hilt, Bai Qing abruptly turned, facing the now close Kong Huajian, and swung the sword down fiercely. The inky sword light shot forth, tearing through the void, creating a gaping rift in its wake. Rumble! The dark sword light, bearing unmatched sword intent and terrifying power, surged forth directly towards Kong Huajian's figure. Kong Huajian's heart raced, his expression shifting through various shades of disbelief before he let out a furious roar, positioning the Qing Tian sword defensively. The sword of heaven blossomed, radiating a constellation of resplendent stars, each star encircling its surroundings, exuding an inexhaustible intent to slay, shattering mountains and rivers asunder. Clang! Crack! The obsidian sword light cleaved against the sword of heaven, unleashing a crisp sound of metallic collision, sparks flying in every direction. A torrent of formidable and ferocious power surged forth, causing even the seasoned Kong Huajian, at the nascent stage of integration, to feel a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth. He staggered back several paces, his right hand gripping the sword of heaven trembling slightly. In stark contrast, Bai Qing stood firm, unmoving, his expression betraying no sign of turmoil. Kong Huajian's brow arched, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. He had underestimated this young man. Once bereft of the sword of heaven, he had been like a fish at the mercy of a butcher. Unexpectedly, the tides had turned, allowing him to contend once more. It was clear that he could no longer delay. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Kong Huajian. He tightened his grip on the sword of heaven, his feet moving slowly, gathering momentum. In the next moment, with a sharp sound, the sword of heaven shattered into two pieces, crashing to the ground. Kong Huajian stood dazed, staring at the broken sword in his hand, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Chapter 109, Bai Qing. Master, farewell. How could this be? What have you done? A tempest of disbelief surged within Kong Huajian as he posed the incredulous question. He was acutely aware of the sword of heaven's extraordinary value and the immense power it encompassed. Yet he had not anticipated that Bai Qing could so effortlessly annihilate it with a mere flick. Who would dare to believe it, had they not witnessed it themselves? Bai Qing's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze as cold as ice, as he spoke. The sword of heaven, it turns out, is nothing extraordinary. At these words, Kong Huajian's expression morphed unpredictably. Then, he lifted his head, his eyes filled with fury and hatred as he gazed at Bai Qing. Good, good, good. He spat, each repetition dripping with venomous resentment. Abruptly, he released his grip on the hilt of the sword of heaven, his left hand weaving intricate seals. In an instant, a colossal and overwhelming aura surged from within him, soaring towards the heavens, shaking the firmament. Thunder rolled ominously as dark clouds gathered, electric serpents danced, and a distant rumble of thunder resonated. Countless dazzling purple lights cascaded down from the 8 directions, converging behind Kong Huajian. In that moment, the sky was awash in purple radiance. Simultaneously, a vast vortex formed above him, gradually expanding and enveloping the entire area. The terrifying energy fluctuations swept through like a tempest, leaving everyone gasping for breath, their blood boiling. Boom. At last, an even more potent force erupted from the vortex, charging towards Bo Qing like a primordial beast. Kong Huajian's expression darkened, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Today, I shall ensure you find no place to rest in death. He could not help but concede that Bo Qing was indeed exceptional. However, in the face of absolute power, he remained but a fragile being. After all, one's cultivation realm was the most fundamental reliance. As his words fell, 100-foot-long purple sword light cleaved through the air. Break! Kong Huajian roared, his fingers converging as he pointed towards Bo Qing. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, transforming into a sharp force imbued with terrifying energy, surging towards Bo Qing's brow, intent on claiming his life. This technique, known as the Eternal Silence Finger, was Kong Huajian's exclusive mid-level secret art, infused with immensely powerful lightning elements. Once unleashed, it could shatter mountains and split the heavens. A true practitioner at the integration stage was far more formidable than that ghostly presence which had possessed Jiazhu. Sensing the chilling aura, Tang Shi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of seriousness crossing her eyes. She had no intention of intervening, choosing instead to stand quietly aside and observe the unfolding events. Although Bo Qing's potential was truly remarkable, he ultimately lacked the extensive experience and depth of a seasoned practitioner like Kong Huajian. Yet, with his own undying slash in hand, Tang Shi felt no concern for Bo Qing's safety. Swish! The Eternal Silence Finger tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it surged forward, imbued with rampant energy. Bo Qing's face remained as serene as water, his demeanor as cold as ice, seemingly oblivious to the impending crisis. He stood his ground, unyielding. As he raised his right arm, the undying slash surged with energy under his command, erupting with a dark, chilling brilliance. The blade glinting with a menacing sheen capable of slicing through the very heavens. In the next instant, the dark light shot forth like a bolt, too swift for the eye to follow. Clang! The finger light collided with the sword light, producing a cacophony of fierce metallic clashes. Neither force dissipated. They remained locked in a standoff. Sizzle! Moments later, the sword blade cleaved through the energy, continuing its descent, seemingly wielding the might to cleave mountains and part seas. Kong Huajian's pupils constricted, horror etched across his visage as he hastily retreated. A muffled thud echoed as the dark blade grazed his shoulder, blood splattering, his garments shredded, leaving a ghastly wound in its wake. Ugh! Kong Huajian groaned, a wave of pain washing over him as he spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Agony gripping his chest, and a metallic tang filling his throat. He lifted his gaze, meeting Bo Qing's distant form, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He had witnessed the previous scene with crystal clarity, yet still found it hard to believe. How could this be? Kong Huajian murmured to himself, struggling to accept the reality. In a mere century apart, he had been bested by a junior? Bo Qing advanced step by step, gazing down at Kong Huajian from his elevated position. His golden eyes deep and distant, radiating a gentle warmth. Master, farewell, he spoke slowly, his tone steady. As his words fell, the undying slash cleaved through the air, creating ripples in its wake. The blade sliced through space, emitting a hissing sound as if it were cleaving the very air itself. Kong Huajian's pupils dilated, his countenance shifting dramatically as he frantically channeled all his spiritual energy to evade the impending assault. Alas, it was too late. The blade struck mercilessly at Kong Huajian's neck, erupting in a spray of crimson mist, staining the heavens red. In an instant, Kong Huajian's head detached from his body, suspended in midair. His eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. He trembled as he attempted to utter a plea for mercy, but the words died on his lips. His eyes remained fixed on Bo Qing, unblinking, as if questioning the very fabric of reality. It was incomprehensible. How could a disciple whom he had once dominated now possess the strength to end his life? Kong Huajian had fallen. A once great figure had met his end, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. Bo Qing reached out, grasping the storage ring from Kong Huajian's finger, removing it before incinerating the body to ash, scattering it to the winds. Then, with a flicker of his form, he returned to Tang Shi's side. Thank you for your assistance. Bo Qing returned her sword with a slight bow, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Tang Shi's timely intervention and the loan of her sword, he might have been the one lying dead. However, that sword was truly remarkable. The quality of the heavenly grade was more than sufficient. In her heart, Bo Qing mused, her gaze towards the undying slash growing increasingly fervent. Tang Shi casually waved her hand. It's merely a trivial effort. I have always been one to repay kindness. Bo Qing paused, then spoke earnestly. You have saved me twice. I must repay you, Miss Lin. Upon hearing this, Tang Shi felt a sudden pang in her heart and immediately raised her hand to interrupt. Stop. There's no need for such formalities. We are merely fulfilling our respective needs. We are cultivators. What need have we for partners? Aren't there enough vulnerabilities already? A man will only hinder the speed of drawing a blade. Bo Qing furrowed her brow. With a flick of her sleeve, Tang Shi smiled. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Before her words had fully dissipated, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished without a trace. Bo Qing stood there, dazed for quite some time, before finally shaking her head. After a brief silence, she suddenly recalled something of great importance. By the way, where is the great love alliance of heaven and earth? I seem to have forgotten to inquire. Bo Qing sighed. Chapter 110. Zhuge Qingquan achieves the golden core. In the vast wilderness, the wild winds swept through withering leaves, stirring up a cacophony of sounds as stones scraped against the thickets. Occasionally, ferocious beasts would stride forth from the depths of the forest, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. This place was a realm where demonic beasts reigned supreme. At the forest's core stood several dilapidated thatched cottages, the largest of which had its door ajar, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura that enticed one to explore further. However, within the cottage, there was an eerie silence, as if no one resided there. As the faint sound of rustling echoed, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Tall and graceful, she donned a simple, unadorned garment. Her long hair, as dark as ink, was loosely gathered with a wooden hairpin, cascading down her back. Despite her modest attire, her extraordinary beauty shone through. Tang Shi slowly approached the table and sat down, delicately pouring 2 cups of cool tea from a pot. Bringing one to her lips for a sip, her contemplative gaze lingered on the azure sky outside, her bright eyes glimmering with thoughts. After a moment, she extended her slender finger to open the system panel. Host, Tang Shi, spiritual root, supreme bone of mixed 5 elements. Cultivation, 3rd layer of transformation, 63. Technique, cloud shift heart method, yellow tier low level. Spells, 3000 thunders, hand of the heavens, undying/secret technique, vortex cloud. Magic weapon, heavenly spirit garment. Open door undying/. Points, 10,238. Having ventured out, she had reaped considerable rewards. Not only had she acquired another undying/secret technique, but her points had also surpassed 10,000, a rather substantial amount. She was still short by over 20,000 points to exchange for a technique. What she needed to do now was to strive to survive each day. Tang Shi gazed up at the sky, a hint of determination flickering in her clear eyes. To her surprise, she had encountered a cultivator at the integration realm. It was perilous, truly perilous. Fortunately, she hadn't encountered anyone above the pill condensation realm. Otherwise, such an old monster could easily deduce her identity, leading to disastrous consequences. A moment's carelessness could result in her soul scattering, making even reincarnation impossible. Tang Shi closed her eyes, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in her mind. When she reopened them, only calmness remained in her gaze. Perhaps it was best to remain in the novice village until she reached level 100. She relaxed against the back of her chair, crossed her arms over her chest, and lazily closed her eyes, drifting into a state of light slumber. Everything was quiet and serene. Meanwhile, in a canyon 1,000 miles away from Wanxiang City, Xianxia and Bai Liu sat together on a tree branch, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. By the way, how long has it been? Why hasn't your senior brother awakened yet? Bai Liu complained, spitting out a seed shell in frustration. Xianxia shrugged, spreading his hands. I have no idea. TSK. Bai Liu pouted. Could it be that the elixir your senior sister provided has failed to take effect? Impossible. Xianxia shook his head firmly. What my sister gives is definitely effective. Despite his words, he too was puzzled as to why Zhuge Qingquan had yet to awaken. It had been more than half a month since his sister had left. Xianxia glanced at Bai Liu and changed the subject. What about you? Why haven't you returned to your sword spirit sect? Not going back. I said I would accompany you to the Exploding Heaven gang. Do you think I'm joking? Bai Liu shot him a look, continuing to enjoy his sunflower seeds. With no Exploding Heaven gang to return to, the only place he could go was Yunyan's sect. Songxi's lips twitched slightly as he pondered for a long time. Having traveled alongside Bai Liu for a considerable period, he found him rather agreeable and trustworthy. After some thought, Xianxia decided to lay his cards on the table. Actually, there is no Exploding Heaven gang in this world. Bai Liu stared in disbelief, his expression a mix of confusion and suspicion. What do you mean? Just what it says. There is no Exploding Heaven gang. Bai Liu nearly dropped his seeds, his eyes wide with shock. Are you joking? No, no, no. You must be joking to get me to leave voluntarily, so you concocted this nonsense. I am not deceiving you, Xianxia replied earnestly. I don't believe you. Bai Liu shook his head. My sister said the Exploding Heaven gang has millions of members scattered across the realms. How could it possibly not exist? Are you questioning my sister? Xianxia fell silent, beginning to doubt his own existence. Could it be that the Exploding Heaven gang truly existed? Was it not merely a fabrication of his sister? And should he really not question her? This meant that aside from being a disciple of Lu Feng of Yunyan sect, his sister must hold another sect's identity. Xianxia was utterly bewildered. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Seeing his perplexity, Bai Liu burst into laughter. You really are joking. All right, enough of that. Hurry up and fetch your senior brother. We shall return to the Exploding Heaven gang together. Let us go? Let us not waste any more time. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy gathered intensely in one direction. What is this? Bai Liu turned to look in that direction, his face changing dramatically, exclaiming, your senior brother is about to achieve his golden core. What? Xianxia sprang to his feet, astonished. Bai Liu gasped. Given your senior brother's qualifications, he would likely need another 30 years to reach the golden core stage. However, after being captured by the Lord of Wanxiang City and suffering a blow to his soul, even if he were to restore his soul, his realm would drop significantly upon awakening. I never would have anticipated that the elixir your sister provided would have such miraculous effects, not only resolving his issues, but also enabling him to achieve his golden core in one fell swoop. He merely needs to overcome the 9 thunder tribulations to become a true cultivator. I wondered why he had not awakened for so long. It turns out he was trying to maximize the elixir's effectiveness. Bai Liu looked towards the point where the spiritual energy was gathering. His eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Achieving the golden core by 30 years of age is exceedingly rare in the entire cultivation world. After all, in the realm of cultivation, stepping into the golden core stage before the age of 30 is considered a prodigious level of genius. While his own failures were indeed lamentable, the success of others was even more heart-wrenching. Whoa, this feels worse than death. Sister, I too wish to achieve the golden core. I too desire that miraculous elixir. Bai Liu wept bitterly while clutching the tree trunk. Eventually, he turned his head towards Xianxia and asked, Brother Mu, do you have nothing to say? Xianxia met his gaze, his exterior calm and unperturbed, yet his heart was already brimming with tears, his back teeth nearly grinding to dust. Suddenly, Bai Liu snapped to attention. Brother Mu was also a member of the Zhaodian gang. Surely, his senior sister would not neglect him. The more he thought about it, the more his jaw ached. The lemon tree bore lemons, yet beneath it stood only me. Within his heart, Bai Liu made a silent resolution. With the immense strength and favorable treatment of the Zhaodian gang, he was determined to join. Chapter 111. Which fellow Taoist is crossing the tribulation here? As the thunderstorm approached, the spiritual energy of the entire mountain peak was drained, forming an exceedingly dense mist. Within the dark clouds flickered dazzling silver rays, as if thousands of dragon-like creatures were swirling amidst them. The thunder roared, a terrifying spectacle. Shall we retreat a bit? Bai Liu suggested weakly, swallowing hard as he gazed at the brewing purple lightning above. Crossing the thunder tribulation would elevate them to golden core cultivators. However, that lightning was not summoned by the two of them. What if they were struck by the lightning? Despite his eagerness to experience the tribulation, his life was of paramount importance. But what about my senior brother? Xiangxi's brow was furrowed with deep concern. Zhuge Qingchen was still in a state of unconsciousness. Without any defenses, if the thunder tribulation were to descend, it would be dire. Upon hearing this, Bai Liu immediately grasped the implication behind his words. Your brother will likely awaken soon. There's no need to be overly anxious. Really? Xiangxi's eyes brightened. Of course. Bai Liu patted his chest. Would I deceive you? Xianxia nodded. Boom. A deafening rumble echoed across the sky as the thunder tore through the heavens like an army of 1,000 horses, fierce and domineering. In an instant, the world changed color, and a tempest arose. A thick pillar of lightning descended from the 9th heaven like a colossal support beam. Quick, retreat, Bai Liu urged, pulling Xianxia to flee swiftly. Crack! The lightning exploded, illuminating half the sky. The massive lightning pillar crashed down directly where Zhuge Qingchen lay. His body trembled as he slowly opened his eyes, the inky black of his pupils reflecting the lightning. The 3rd level of thunder tribulation, he murmured, a hint of a smile curving his thin lips, his beauty akin to jade, refined and extraordinary. He then rose, standing tall with his hands clasped behind him, his robe fluttering as he welcomed the descent of the heavenly thunder. Boom! The thunder erupted, rolling like a tide, surging towards him. Surrounding him within a 10-zhang radius transformed into a massive lightning pool, with lightning pillars crashing about. Zhuge Qingchen stood upright amidst the chaos, unyielding against the tumult of the thunder, exuding an aura of fearless bravery. He slightly lifted his gaze, his gentle visage revealing a hint of coldness, radiating a chilling presence that instilled fear in others. Boom! The heavenly thunder continued to strike him relentlessly, yet it could not inflict even the slightest harm. Meanwhile, Bai Liu and Xianxia observed from a distance, silently watching. "See, I told you your brother would wake up," Bai Liu chuckled. Xianxia nodded, his face alight with joy. "However, this is not an ideal location for crossing the tribulation," he mused, stroking his chin. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Bai Liu and said, "This place is on the outskirts of the mountain range, surrounded by people. The commotion is too great and will inevitably attract the attention of others, which could disrupt my brother's tribulation. Some rogue cultivators thrive on interfering with others' tribulations. After all, fewer high-level cultivators mean less competition and easier access to resources. The one crossing the tribulation is wholly focused on the thunder, making them susceptible to ambush. Should they perish beneath the thunder, the assailant could loot their belongings. It's a low-risk, high-reward endeavor." As Bai Liu finished his explanation, concern flickered in his eyes. Xi's lips pressed into a firm line. "If that's the case, we must remain vigilant." Indeed, just as they concluded their discussion, a voice of authoritative weight resonated from an unknown corner. "Which fellow Taoist is crossing the tribulation here? Have you consulted us for our opinion?" Upon hearing this voice, Xi's brow furrowed suddenly, a sense of danger swelling within him. He turned sharply, scanning his surroundings with heightened alertness. "Who goes there?" Bai Liu sensed the unusual atmosphere as well, his nerves taut as he surveyed the area. A light, mocking laugh drifted down from the heavens. Moments later, a wisp of eerie blue smoke coalesced into form. From the mist emerged an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, exuding an ethereal presence. Behind him stood two figures, clad in gray, each wielding a long sword, their gazes sharp and ready for action. Bai Liu and Xianxia exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious as they warily regarded the sudden appearance of the elder. "Who are you?" Xianxia asked coldly. "I am Mo Litian, the master of this land." The elder replied arrogantly. "Master of this land?" Xianxia and Bai Liu exchanged bewildered looks. "This place is mine, and this tree is also mine." Just as they pondered this, they found themselves confronted by an intruder. Mo Litian cast a dismissive glance at the two. "You dare to trespass in my domain and even attempt to cross the tribulation here? Your audacity is commendable." With a flick of his sleeve, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted forth. Bai Liu and Xianxia were caught off guard, sent sprawling to the ground. A mid-golden core cultivator. Both of their expressions darkened as they hastily summoned their weapons, bracing themselves for confrontation. Mo Litian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking coolly. "Given that this is your first offense, I may spare your lives." Xianxia raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what do you propose?" "Hand over your storage bags and bow 5 times before me. Then, we shall consider this matter resolved," Mo Litian declared haughtily. Xi's lips curled slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he retorted, "So, you intend to rob us? Just say it plainly." Mo Litian's gaze deepened, his displeasure evident. "You may interpret it that way." "Alas," Bai Liu feigned regret. "We were merely passing through and had no intention of disturbing your peace. Moreover, we do not possess any storage bags, so your robbery is bound to fail." "Oh," Mo Litian narrowed his eyes, a smile creeping onto his face. "You choose to disrespect me, do you? If so, do not blame me for being merciless." With that, he pinched a wisp of eerie blue smoke between his fingers and struck out. The smoke rapidly expanded, forming a colossal vortex that surged towards the two. In an instant, Bai Liu and Xianxia felt themselves enveloped by an ominous, suffocating force. They exchanged glances, quickly channeling their spiritual energy to resist. "Hey, old monster Mo, hold on a moment." Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the heavens. In the next moment, a streak of silver light sliced through the air, directly striking the eerie blue smoke and dispersing it into the void. A bronze battle chariot then came roaring in, coming to a steady halt before everyone. On the chariot sat two figures, a man and a woman, dressed in contrasting black and white, their garments billowing dramatically, exuding an imposing presence. "Old monster Mo, your speed is rather excessive," the man complained. Mo Litian snorted coldly. "The black and white twins, this is none of your concern." "The black and white twins?" Xianxia, with a look of uncertainty, scrutinized the two individuals before him. Both were renowned cultivators at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, infamous for their wild ways. In terms of individual prowess, the duo known as the Black and White Fiends were relatively average. However, when they combined their powers through a unique joint attack formation, their strength surged dramatically, allowing them to stand undefeated against those in the late stages of Golden Core cultivation. Due to their contrasting appearances, one clad in black and the other in white, and their status as partners, they were aptly named the Black and White Fiends. Chapter 112, The Heist. Whether or not to intervene is none of your concern. I am the one who decides. The black fiend lazily leaned against the carriage wall, casting a casual glance at the old monster, Mo, and said nonchalantly, I'll take these people. You'd best scram. He gestured dismissively toward Xianxia. Mo Li Tian's eyelids twitched as he disdainfully regarded the black fiend. By what right? Just the two of us are stronger than you. Mo Li Tian's expression shifted dramatically, a flash of anger igniting within him. Are you seeking death? Do you wish to test me? The black fiend smiled enigmatically. Don't say I didn't warn you. We've taken down 8 mid-stage golden core cultivators and 2 at the late stage. Mo Li Tian's face turned ashen, his fists clenching and unclenching in agitation. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Fine, I concede to you. Yet, despite his words, he did not depart, remaining silently at the side as if to watch the unfolding drama. The black and white fiends exchanged glances but said nothing further. The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, along with one currently undergoing tribulation, were easy prey for them. If Mo wished to observe, then let him. Bai Li Yu, with a peculiar expression, couldn't he help but comment, are we to be treated like mere commodities, tossed about like this? Xianxia remained silent, pondering the formidable strength of the approaching wild cultivators. Mu Xiang, what are the odds? Xianxia shook his head, lowering his voice. Not very confident, perhaps only 90%. Bai Li Yu nodded. As the thunder clouds overhead thickened ominously, flashes of lightning illuminating the scene with a deafening roar. The black fiend shouted, Boy, produce anything of value on you. Xiangxi's lips twitched in irritation as he retorted, If I offer up my possessions, will you spare us? The black fiend grinned wickedly, baring his sharp fangs. What do you think? It was clear there was no room for negotiation. Standing tall, Xianxia slowly unsheathed his long sword, his gaze turning icy. Then let us fight. The black fiend scoffed, You overestimate yourself. With a shared glance, he and the white fiend leapt into the air, brandishing their swords as they rocketed towards Xianxia. Moving with blinding speed, their swords aimed mercilessly at his chest. As their blades closed in, the black fiend suddenly intensified his assault, causing his sword to shimmer and multiply into hundreds of phantoms, unleashing a tempestuous force like a torrential storm. In response, Xianxia's eyelids lowered, retreating a step as he swept his sword in a graceful arc to deflect the illusions. In the next moment, leveraging the rebound, he soared into the air, hovering above the 2 fiends. The black and white fiends also ascended, floating on the opposite side, their cold gazes fixed upon Xianxia, poised to strike. After a single exchange, Mo Li Tian's attention was drawn to the longsword in Xianxia's grasp. A flicker of greed flashed through his eyes. He had lived long enough to recognize a fine sword, and this one was undoubtedly exceptional. In his possession, it would enhance his combat capabilities, rendering the combined might of the black and white fiends insignificant. After a moment's contemplation, a glimmer of determination crossed Mo Li Tian's gaze. He formed a hand gesture, conjuring a talisman, which he tossed into the air. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the talisman ignited the surrounding heavens with flames, casting a searing red glow over the landscape. The black and white fiends' expressions shifted dramatically as they retreated in alarm, staring incredulously at the old monster. What do you intend? Mo Li Tian smirked ominously. Your swords are not enough to subdue me. If that one successfully undergoes tribulation, we may not stand a chance. The black fiend hesitated, contemplating his desire to eliminate these individuals alone. Huh? Mo Li Tian scoffed, after facing me. Do you still not see the situation clearly? The black fiend furrowed his brow, revealing his internal conflict. After a moment of contemplation, the white fiend suddenly smiled. In that case, let us join forces to eliminate them first. The black fiend cast a surprised glance at the white fiend. The white fiend continued, speaking in a hushed tone. Let us use Mo Li Tian to dispose of these pests, and once that is done, we can take care of him. Isn't that the most perfect plan? The black fiend, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then let it be as you say. Why are you still standing there? Mo Li Tian sneered, urging them, get moving. Understood, no need to rush us. The black and white fiends replied in unison, mounting their swords and charging at Xianxia. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, gripping his longsword tightly as he unleashed a sharp sword energy. Clang! As their swords clashed, a crisp sound rang out, the blades vibrating in resonance. He swiftly pivoted, delivering a kick toward the black and white fiends. The black fiend sidestepped, striking at Xianxia's abdomen with one hand while the other aimed for his shoulder. Xianxia shifted his body leftward, narrowly evading the assault. Following closely, Mo Li Tian unleashed a talisman attack, a blinding white light surging toward him, as if to tear the heavens apart. With narrowed eyes, Xianxia swiftly maneuvered to the right, just managing to evade the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, the black and white fiends closed in, each strike intent on claiming his life. The clash of swords echoed through the air, reverberating with a fierce intensity. Xianxia, standing alone against 3 golden core cultivators, found by Li Yu unable to assist, relegated to watching from the sidelines as he sought a chance to intervene. At an opportune moment, he did act, but Mo Li Tian quickly recognized this hidden threat. He commanded his 2 disciples beside him, "Deal with him." Both disciples were at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, and as they made their move, Bai Liu felt a palpable pressure. The battle raged fiercely, yet Mo Li Tian's gaze remained fixed on the man beneath the thunderclouds. "You too hold them off. I'll go deal with the one undergoing tribulation. We cannot allow him to succeed." As soon as the words left his lips, he dashed into the storm of lightning. The black and white fiends exchanged a glance and intensified their assault on Xianxia. Each attack aimed to kill. Xianxia's movements were elusive, weaving through the onslaught of the 2 fiends with ease, skillfully avoiding lethal harm. On the other side, boom, lightning struck Zhuge Qingchun, instantly scorching a shallow mark upon his skin. Once the tribulation commenced, it would not relent, striking every 10 breaths. Even with his resilience, the moment he was hit by lightning, he felt as if his entire skeletal structure was shattering in agony. In the brief respite between strikes, Mo Li Tian suddenly appeared before him, extending a claw lined with barbs toward him. Zhuge Qingchun quickly retreated, evading the claw. In the next instant, another bolt of lightning descended. Mo Li Tian grinned menacingly as he closed in. "Let us see how you escape this time." Before his words could finish, he leapt into the air, descending with a claw aimed at Zhuge Qingchun. Sizzle! The powerful spiritual energy stirred up a whirlwind, tossing sand and debris, disheveling Zhuge Qingchun's azure robe and dark hair. With his gaze sharpened, Zhuge Qingchun prepared to gather his energy for a counterattack, when suddenly, a white figure dashed into his line of sight, standing before him. "Brother, focus on the tribulation, leave the rest to me." Chapter 113, The Yin-Yang Rebirth Technique. The boy's voice rang clear as jade, yet resounded with conviction, compelling belief. Zhuge Qingchun was momentarily taken aback, but soon a faint smile blossomed on her lips. "Very well. You hold on for a few minutes. Be cautious, and once I transcend the tribulation, I shall fight alongside you." "No need, I can handle them." "You just focus on your tribulation," Xianxia replied, shaking his head as the gleam of his sword flashed coldly, exuding an unparalleled chill. Zhuge Qingchun furrowed her brow slightly, disapproving of his stubbornness. Mo Li Tian snorted derisively, mockery gleaming in his eyes. How dare an ant in the Foundation establishment stage speak so brazenly? This is nothing short of seeking death. Boom! The thunder roared ominously in their ears. Xianxia advanced with his sword to meet Mo Li Tian's assault, his movements fierce and precise, brimming with lethal intent. Upon witnessing Xianxia's audacity to attack him, Mo Li Tian's expression darkened, akin to a thundercloud. "You seek death." The 2 figures collided swiftly, amidst a flurry of blades and a tempest of spiritual energy. Clad in white, Xianxia danced with grace, sword in hand, his form as ethereal as a specter. With a downward strike, a chill swept through the air, lowering the surrounding temperature significantly. Mo Li Tian's eyelids twitched, he evaded rapidly. In the next moment, swoosh, the sharp blades sliced through the air, the sound of flesh being torn echoed ominously. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, a thick aura of malevolence instantly enveloping the area. Mo Li Tian let out a muffled groan. A deep gash now marred his chest, crimson blood gushing forth. He raised his gaze to meet those indifferent eyes. He opened his mouth to utter something, but found his throat constricted, unable to voice a single word. Withdrawing his sword, Xianxia seemed to have severed Mo Li Tian's last tether, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his body. Mo Li Tian was dead. His demise came with an air of unwillingness. How could he, clearly of a higher realm, suffer such a devastating defeat? Aside from Bai Liu, the others stood in stunned silence. To vanquish a golden core cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage was utterly unfathomable. Each realm represented a vast chasm, an insurmountable divide. Zhuge Qingchun's pupils constricted in shock. Although Xianxia had managed to defeat a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator with his qi refinement level, that was already absurd to an extent of 80%. However, defeating a golden core cultivator while still in the Foundation establishment stage was a level of absurdity reaching 800%. It defied all logic. Zhuge Qingchun took a deep breath, striving to quell the tempest of emotions surging within her, forcing herself to remain composed as she prepared to confront the impending tribulation. Meanwhile, the black and white doppelgangers were completely bewildered. What manner of prodigy was this? A Foundation establishment cultivator could actually overpower a golden core cultivator? And so effortlessly? Why had they, in their own foundation establishment days, been relentlessly pursued by golden core cultivators? Now that they had ascended to the golden core stage, would they find themselves chased down by a mere foundation establishment cultivator? They gazed at xianxia, their feelings a tumultuous blend of awe and dread. Bai Liu stood behind xianxia, smugly humming to himself. This is merely the beginning. With the sit-and-forget sort of Yiqing, whose power rivals that of a transformation stage beast, I can easily match a group of golden core cultivators. It's akin to slaughtering chickens. That person's 9 thunder tribulation is about to conclude. Once he overcomes it, our situation may become even more precarious, Bai Sha suddenly interjected. Black Sha quickly gathered his composure. He's a tough opponent. There's no opportunity here. We retreat. As they spoke, the black and white doppelgangers had already begun to retreat, vanishing into the dense forest in an instant. Bai Liu glanced at Mo Litian's 2 disciples, who had just been pursuing him, and whistled with a look of malicious glee. Hey, your master is dead. What about you two? The 2 disciples trembled in fear, retreating incessantly. This man was simply too uncanny. With Mo Litian defeated and the black and white doppelgangers gone, what could they do? Remaining would only lead to their demise. Gritting their teeth, they dashed into the forest, preparing to flee. Xianxia raised his hand and effortlessly unleashed a blade of sword energy, severing their escape route. Both disciples expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Brother Mu, this. Bai Liu scratched his head, hesitating to speak. His eyes blinked as he stared at the 2 corpses lying on the ground, feeling that Brother Mu's methods were excessively ruthless. They are righteous cultivators. To leave roots unsevered is to invite retribution. With their master slain by my hand, the enmity is already forged. Should we not take advantage of his weakness to claim their lives? Shall we wait for the new year? Xi's tone remained calm. Bai Liu, how reasonable. Xianxia approached the 2 corpses, retrieving the storage pouches that had fallen to the ground, meticulously inspecting their contents. Inside, aside from 30 or so spirit stones and a vial of healing elixirs, there was nothing else, truly pitiful in its emptiness. What treasures do you find? Bai Liu inquired. Leaning closer. Trash. Xianxia disdainfully transferred all the contents of the storage pouch into his own, then made a gesture. A flicker of flame appeared, incinerating the 2 bodies into ashes. He then walked towards Mo Litian's corpse, preparing to claim the storage pouch tied to it, when he suddenly sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy from afar. Who goes there? Step forth. Xianxia barked, his tone sharp with vigilance. Bai Liu immediately followed his gaze. A gust of wind swept through, revealing a gray figure gradually approaching. The woman in gray robes was petite and delicate, her features exquisite, but her complexion was pale, exuding a sickly aura. Behind her trailed a grotesque zombie, its sunken eyes glinting with a ghostly green sheen, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. The woman pressed her lips together, offering a slight bow to the 2, her gaze fleetingly landing on Mo Litian's corpse, her expression darkening. Who are you, and what are your intentions? Xianxia narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. The woman's cultivation was at the 7th level of qi refinement, while the zombie behind her possessed a strength slightly superior. At the 4th level of foundation establishment. I am Lu Ruyan, merely passing through this area and happened to witness your friend undergoing tribulation. So I came to pay my respects, she replied softly, her voice melodious and pleasing to the ear. Pay your respects? Bai Liu scoffed, his gaze lingering on the zombie behind her. Are you certain? Lu Ruyan's face paled momentarily, hastily bowing in response. Indeed, I truly came simply to observe the tribulation, with no ill intent whatsoever. Xianxia scrutinized her for a long moment, detecting no signs of deception, then raised an eyebrow. If that is the case, you may proceed. Hearing his concession, Lu Ruyan sighed in relief, respectfully nodding her head in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Xianxia remained noncommittal, exchanging a glance with Bai Liu, already forming a conclusion in his mind. Although her words bore no apparent flaws, a sense of caution was still warranted. After all, these wild cultivators were often rife with ulterior motives and treachery. Xianxia crouched down and swiftly snatched the storage pouch from Mo Litian's waist, erasing the spiritual imprint lingering upon it before opening it to inspect its contents. Within were 100 spirit stones, 3 vials of healing elixirs, and a plethora of other assorted items. However, the most valuable treasure was an ancient tome. Xianxia's brows lifted slightly. This should be a fine item. His hand reached out, and the ancient tome landed securely in his grasp. It was titled Yin Yang Rebirth Technique. The Yin Yang Rebirth Technique. Upon hearing Xianxia murmur, Bai Liu quickly leaned in, puzzled. What kind of cultivation method is this? It appears to be a reincarnation technique. As long as the soul endures, one can be reborn. Reborn? Bai Liu's eyes widened, astonished by the revelation that such a secret method could be mastered by a wild cultivator. Chapter 114, Senior Yi. I beseech you for your assistance once more. Xianxia was equally perplexed. With this confusion, he perused the ancient texts, skimming through several pages. His lips twitching as he absorbed the knowledge that this secret method could indeed facilitate reincarnation. However, post-rebirth, one would be severed from the great Tao, left with a mere handful of years to live, inferior even to a mortal. TSK, such a fate seemed hardly preferable to not reincarnating at all. Bai Liu let out a sigh. My assessment is that it is less favorable than soul possession, utterly worthless. Xianxia chose not to respond. This was not the realm of mortals, but the world of cultivation. To be unable to ascend the Tao, yet still seek rebirth seemed absurd. He too deemed it worthless. Formulating a hand gesture, he prepared to incinerate Mo Li Tian's corpse, but suddenly halted. The zombie behind Lu Ruyin glimmered with green light, charging forward with astonishing speed, leaping several zhang into the air. Both Xianxia and Bai Liu retreated a few steps, adopting a combat stance. Roar! The zombie let out a furious roar, diving from the sky, its sharp claws reaching for Mo Li Tian's corpse, its mouth aimed at his neck. What is going on? Bai Liu was stunned. Xianxia fell silent, his gaze flickering. Do you remember the beast that hunted us? Bai Liu nodded in realization. I see. These creatures have a peculiar fondness for the corpses of human cultivators. Lu Ruyin, witnessing the scene unfolding before her, felt a surge of panic. Xiaomo, do not act recklessly. She called out urgently, attempting to recall the zombie, but to no avail. Oh woo. The zombie, relentless, lunged at the body with its gaping maw filled with fangs, seemingly intent on devouring Mo Li Tian's remains. Lu Ruyin's complexion turned pale as she summoned the winds. Soaring to the side of the zombie, her delicate, translucent fingers pressed against the zombie's shoulder. Xiaomo, you are being too presumptuous. The zombie froze as if under a binding spell, momentarily halted in its tracks. Lu Ruyin frowned, forcibly leading it back. The zombie was placed aside, motionless. Please, esteemed one, do not be angered. It is my lack of discipline, and I offer my apologies on behalf of Xiaomo. Lu Ruyin gracefully knelt at Xiangxi's feet, her head bowed, exuding an air of submission that evoked an inexplicable feeling of pity. Xianxi cast a detached glance at her, unperturbed. It is of no consequence. After speaking, he executed a hand gesture, setting Mo Li Tian's corpse ablaze, leaving not even a trace of bone. Thank you for your magnanimity. Lu Ruyin bowed in gratitude before rising. Esteemed one, did you acquire a reincarnation secret method from this man? Xianxi remained silent. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ruyin gathered her courage to speak, to be candid. This method holds immense significance for me. I hope the esteemed one might part with it and grant it to me. I am willing to exchange anything for it. No exchange. Xianxi firmly rejected her without a moment's hesitation. Lu Ruyin bit down on her delicate lips, falling silent for a moment before raising her gaze to him. Esteemed one, this zombie behind me is named Mo Guan, my husband. Due to a rogue cultivator at the Golden Core stage, he met an untimely demise. I devoted all my resources to transform him into a zombie, thereby preserving his soul. I understand that my request is presumptuous, but I genuinely require this method to revive him. He is my only kin. I beseech you to assist me. Lu Ruyin fervently implored, bowing her head 3 times, causing her forehead to swell with each impact. Xianxi regarded her in silence for a prolonged moment. What can you offer in exchange? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin felt a wave of joy wash over her. However, realizing she possessed little of value to trade, her expression quickly dimmed. I am but a scattered cultivator, impoverished, with only a spiritual sword to my name. She spoke with difficulty. What would I do with that? A spiritual sword? Is it not inferior to your senior sister's sitting forgetting sword? Lu Ruyin's face displayed conflict as she hesitated repeatedly. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and retrieved a jade porcelain vial from her storage bag, presenting it to Xianxi. This is my only treasure. I humbly request you to accept it. She spoke softly. This is a spirit purification pill. Upon consumption, there is a 50% chance of cleansing the cultivator's body of miscellaneous spiritual roots, purifying their foundation, and enhancing their aptitude. The spirit purification pill, as its name suggests, if consumed by a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots, grants a 50% chance of eliminating the weakest root, allowing them to become a dual-root cultivator, significantly accelerating their cultivation progress. And for a dual-root cultivator, there exists the possibility of becoming an exceptional single-root cultivator. Xianxi scrutinized Lu Ruyin, calmly opening the jade porcelain vial to inspect the pill within. It was pure white, crystalline, shimmering with a faint golden hue. He then turned to Bai Liu, silently inquiring with his gaze. Bai Liu glanced at it, nodding in affirmation. It is undoubtedly the spirit purification pill. Very well, I shall accept it. Lu Ruyin exhaled a sigh of relief and bowed deeply to Song Xiai. Thank you, esteemed one. Song Xiai handed her the ancient text he had been holding. Lu Ruyin promptly accepted it, hastily scanning through it, confirming it indeed contained the secret techniques for reincarnation, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, expressing her gratitude once more. Thank you, esteemed one. This is merely a transaction between us. There is no need for formality, Song Xiai replied in a subdued tone. You speak wisely, Lu Ruyin said, pressing her lips together as she tentatively inquired. May I ask your esteemed name? Mu Xian. Lord Mu, I shall remember this kindness. Lu Ruyin affirmed. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Lu Ruyin took her leave. The zombie Mo Guan hopped along behind her. An hour later, the duo returned to their cave. Mo Guan excitedly howled. Lu Ruyin rubbed her ears. Be quiet. Do not make a fuss. Mo Guan stood by the wall, looking aggrieved. Fortunately, those two young individuals were not vengeful. Otherwise, you would have been reduced to ashes long ago, Lu Ruyin thought. A shiver of fear coursing through her. Heh. Mo Guan's throat quivered slightly, not daring to retort. Lu Ruyin gently caressed the ancient text in her hands, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Guan, her gaze deep. Mo Lang, soon you shall be reborn. Heh. Mo Guan let out a low, excited growl, as if he understood the joy hidden within her words. Lu Ruyin murmured to herself, it must be luck. We had scarcely coveted the old monster Mo's reincarnation method when he perished. Just days ago, we encountered a cultivator outside the cave who perished alongside a beast. And all his treasures fell into our hands, the spirit purification pill being one of them. With the spirit purification pill, the reincarnation method has also come to us as desired. As she spoke, her fingers idly flipped through the ancient text, everything unfolded so smoothly, as if guided by divine intervention. After a long pause, Lu Ruyin smoothed the wrinkles in her garments and walked slowly toward the depths of the cave. Above her bed, a painting hung silently. The figure within the painting, clad in a black robe and wearing a bronze mask, bore a pair of tranquil black eyes that stood out strikingly. Holding a long sword, he stood against the vast sky, gazing distantly ahead, exuding an icy aura that commanded respect and instilled fear among all. Opposite the figure in black was a mountain cleaved in two. This scene unmistakably depicted Yi Qing'er cleaving the cloud-piercing palace with her sword. It was a representation Lu Ruyin had painted based on rumors. According to legend, Yi Qing'er attained this path through the death of her husband. She gazed at the painting in a trance for a long time, her slender nails curling slightly. After all, it was merely a case of killing a husband to achieve the Tao. With a similarly resolute spirit, I, Lu Ruyin, too shall ascend to the divine transformation realm and attain this path. Senior Yi, I implore you for your assistance once more. Chapter 115, by Li Yu. I wish to join a sect. Zhuge Qingchen successfully navigated the Ninth Thunder Tribulation, officially entering the ranks of cultivators and becoming a powerful figure at the Golden Core stage. He lowered his head, gazing at his fair, slender right hand, feeling the surging, tumultuous spiritual energy within, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. I have finally attained the Golden Core, he murmured softly. Immediately, his gaze drifted towards Song Xiai. 100 meters away, his expression somewhat peculiar. Even with his newfound status in the Golden Core realm, he feared he would not stand a chance against Song Xiai. Just moments ago, Song Xiai had single-handedly confronted 3 Golden Core cultivators, even slaying one of them in the process. This remarkable feat was enough to make any Foundation establishment cultivator feel a sense of shame, especially considering that Song Xiai was merely a youth of around 10 years old. This young junior brother had boundless potential for the future. It was no wonder that Tang Shi entrusted the stewardship of Lu Peak to him. Reflecting on this, Zhuge Qingchen felt a twinge of envy. Having such a junior brother was indeed a blessing for Lu Peak. At this moment, Song Xiai also raised his gaze and, upon noticing Zhuge Qingchen had completed his breakthrough, he laughed heartily. Congratulations, senior brother, on your advancement in cultivation. He then leaned in closer and whispered, Senior brother Zhuge, when we are outside, please call me Mu Xian. Taken aback, Zhuge Qingchen paused. Mu Xian, that name is rather unappealing. However, given the events that transpired in the secret realm, it was reasonable for Song Xiai to wish to conceal his true name. He nodded slightly in understanding, refraining from pressing further, and responded with a gentle smile. Thank you, junior brother Mu. Zhuge Qingchen clasped his hands in gratitude. I owe you my life. Had it not been for your timely rescue from the city lord's manor in Wanxiang City, I might have perished. Moreover, you defended me against those vile miscreants today, enabling me to pass through my tribulation safely. This kindness, I, Zhuge Qingchen, shall forever remember. Upon hearing Zhuge Qingchen's sincere words, Song Xiai smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. We are all disciples of the same sect. Senior brother Zhuge, you are too kind. The burden of such a favor was beyond his capability to bear. Yet he recalled that his senior sister had instructed him not to let Zhuge Qingxin know of her prior existence. Thus, he had no choice but to brush it off casually. Zhuge Qingxin did not delve deeper into the matter, his smile growing ever more genuine. Greetings, senior brother. At that moment, a particularly resonant youthful voice interrupted their conversation. Zhuge Qingxin turned to see a young man briskly approaching him, tall and strikingly handsome, with an innate air of defiance about him. Bai Liu reached him and bowed deeply. I am Bai Liu. Greetings, senior brother. Zhuge Qingxin was momentarily perplexed, blinking in confusion. Junior brother? The term of address was rather unusual and left him scratching his head. Had xianxia taken on a disciple during his unconsciousness? So much had transpired during their time away, and yet their sect's mission remained unimpeded. Xianxia had not delayed in the slightest. Truly deserving of Tang Shi's esteem, capable of shouldering the burdens of Lu Peak. Contemplating this, Zhuge Qingxin regarded Xianxia with deep admiration. Well done, good junior brother. Meanwhile, Xianxia, upon receiving Zhuge Qingxin's profound gaze, held his breath and hastily conveyed a message to Bai Liu. What are you doing? Are you just randomly trying to establish connections? Xianxia gritted his teeth in frustration. Bai Liu ignored his message, pushing Xianxia aside and sidling closer to Zhuge Qingxin with a sycophantic grin. As a newly initiated disciple, I am unfamiliar with many of the sect's customs. I hope senior brother will guide me. His crescent moon-shaped eyes and charming demeanor were quite endearing. Zhuge Qingxin felt a surge of warmth and smiled in response. No worries. Since you call me senior brother, I shall certainly look after you. Xianxia hesitated, wanting to say something but unsure where to begin. After contemplating his words, he intended to explain via message to Zhuge Qingxin. However, Zhuge Qingxin also rejected receiving his transmission. The two young men turned their backs to him, engrossed in their spirited conversation. I have yet to congratulate you, senior brother. Achieving Golden Core status before 30 is an extraordinary accomplishment, a rarity across the entire Donglan Divine Continent. Zhuge Qingxin smiled modestly. Bai Liu continued to praise. Senior brother's talents are exceptional. You shall surely ascend to immortality and tread the path to the pinnacle. His demeanor was one of genuine reverence, as if he regarded Zhuge Qingxin as one of the greatest prodigies of the world. Those who join the explosive heaven gang cannot be mediocre. A touch of flattery can lighten the mood. Zhuge Qingxin felt his spirits lift, and his fondness for Bai Liu grew. Indeed, not just I. If we all strive diligently, there is hope for us all. Bai Liu eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed, what senior brother says is true. At this juncture, he paused, clenched his fist, and waved it energetically, as if rallying himself for the grand ambitions to come. I shall strive to reach the transformation stage as soon as possible, to strengthen our Dao sect and unify the Donglan Divine Continent. Xianxia silently facepalmed. Zhuge Qingxin, however, was taken aback. Reached the transformation stage. To put it into perspective, the most powerful individuals in our Union sect are merely nascent soul cultivators. Achieving such a goal would require no less than 5 or 6 centuries. Surely, that is far too ambitious. Unifying the Donglan Divine Continent. Crossing over the southern region to dominate the 13 great states of Donglan, with our Union sect currently having only one peak nascent soul cultivator? Are you serious? How can one speak such grandiose words? Yet, perhaps this young man, like Xianxia, could contend against 3 golden core cultivators even at the foundation establishment stage? If he truly possessed such talent and determination, perhaps their sect could indeed unify the southern region and ascend to greatness. As for unifying the Donglan Divine Continent, well, that was a thought to entertain lightly. Reflecting on this, Zhuge Qingxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. May I inquire about your qualifications, junior brother? Bai Liu was suddenly taken aback. Qualifications. That is a necessary step for every new disciple. Have we arrived at this juncture so quickly? I am not prepared. Yet. He was very eager to join the explosive heaven gang. Bai Liu's gaze darted away, scratching his head with an awkward smile. I suppose I am barely acceptable, not as good as senior brother and Mugu. Zhuge Qingxin's heart sank slightly. Could it be that you have a mixed elemental root of 5 or 4? If that were the case, there would be a significant chance he would be dissuaded from joining. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed. Could you inform me accurately? Bai Liu hesitated, stammering for a while. I have a dual root of water and earth. They are somewhat ordinary, I suppose. Zhuge Qingxin sighed in relief. A dual root is not so ordinary after all. With B-grade qualifications, one could still become a true disciple. A dual root is already commendable, junior brother. Do not belittle yourself. He smiled, patting Bai Liu's shoulder. Oh, thank you, senior brother. I am aware of the gap between us, but I still wish to join you. Bai Liu's face was drawn, filled with yearning as he looked at him. Please, senior brother. Take me in and let me join. Zhuge Qingqian found his earnestness amusing and replied heartily, Bai Li junior brother, if you possess a dual root, and you wish to join, how could I possibly stand in your way? To be honest, even Mu junior brother, with his 5-element root, has become a true disciple of our peak. If you are willing to join, I would be more than delighted to welcome you. Zhuge Qingqian's tone was gentle. His eyes filled with genuine kindness. Agreeing to let him in, Bai Liu barely had time to rejoice, as his attention was immediately captured by the following statement. His eyes widening in disbelief, feeling an overwhelming sense of shock. Chapter 116. Are 5 spirit roots really that powerful? Huh. 5 spirit roots? My senior brother can't be joking, can he? Is this person before me truly Brother Mu, whom I recognize? Upon being named, Xianxia maintained a calm demeanor, observing with an impassive expression. You possess 5 spirit roots. Bai Liu was utterly astonished, stuttering, and his voice wavering. Xianxia replied expressionlessly, indeed. You actually have 5 spirit roots. Yes. Bai Liu was so shocked that he felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. At the same age, he was a 5 spirit root, single-handedly battling 3 golden core cultivators, not only holding his ground, but even turning the tables on one of them. What difference was this from standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine? Though aided by his senior sister's sword, his uncanny agility was equally formidable. Now, upon learning of his 5 spirit root status, Bai Liu suddenly felt that this matter had escalated to a terrifying height. He felt an urge to cry. Comparing oneself to others can be utterly demoralizing. Xianxia, after a moment of silence, added, my senior sister also possesses such roots. Bai Liu's heart convulsed violently. As if stabbed by a blade, the pain excruciating. He felt as though he had been struck by a grievous blow. This revelation was overwhelmingly significant, requiring time to process. After 3 seconds of contemplation, he began to organize his thoughts. Yi Qing'er, with her mixed 5-element roots, was widely regarded as a failed talent. Achieving foundation establishment with such qualifications was already remarkable, yet she had reached the stage of transformation. Moreover, it was said that she had not yet reached the century mark, nor even 50. Bai Liu felt as if the strings in his mind had snapped. Was this still the same 5 spirit roots he remembered? If 5 spirit roots could be so powerful, then the multitude of followers mentioned by Yi Qing'er must also be formidable. After all, there was already a foundation establishment who could fight 3 golden cores in front of him. Woe is me, my esteemed senior sister truly is exceptional. Bai Liu wept profusely, realizing that with such strength, the Eastern Lan Divine Continent was merely a stepping stone. They aimed to conquer the Central Divine Continent. Seizing the power to speak over the entire continent and standing atop the realm, gazing down upon the myriad beings. Zhuge Qingqian's lips twitched slightly. Was one Eastern Lan Divine Continent no longer sufficient for him? He aspired to the Central Divine Continent, the place teeming with countless formidable entities. There existed immortal forces in alternate dimensions and ancient sects that had resided on the Divine Continent for millennia. Even the lofty sacred sects could only bow down to the lower echelons in the Central Divine Continent. This fellow actually dared to dream of conquering the Central Divine Continent. What a fanciful notion. His audacity was beyond comprehension. The most modest force at the bottom of the Central Divine Continent could easily obliterate the Union sect. Zhuge Qingqian suppressed his urge to scoff, clearing his throat as he patiently advised his junior. Aspirations are commendable, but it is wise to remain grounded. From what I know, the Central Divine Continent is vast and filled with numerous forces, with great sects standing tall, not lacking in void refinement and ascension ancestors, along with many hidden rogue cultivators. He paused, sighed, and continued, although your talents are commendable, your cultivation time is still short, and there remains a long path ahead. You must tread carefully and avoid hasty pursuits, lest you fall in some corner of the divine continent before you can even mature. Bai Liu nodded in deep agreement upon hearing this. Indeed, he was still in the foundation establishment stage. He should merely keep such thoughts to himself. How could he dare voice them? If they were overheard by those with less tolerance, he would find himself in dire straits. Caught up in excitement, he had been reckless. Senior brother, I have realized something. Bai Liu bowed to Zhuge Qingqian. Observing this, Zhuge Qingqian felt a sense of relief. Should Bai Liu enter the sect with such boldness and voice his thoughts, it would offend every power in the Central Divine Continent, putting their Yunyan sect in jeopardy. 10 more Yi Qing'ers would not suffice. Fortunately, Bai Liu was still willing to heed guidance, understanding the value of moderation, sparing Zhuge Qingqian from further admonishment. It is good that you can comprehend, Zhuge Qingqian affirmed. Bai Liu straightened his posture. Senior brother, rest assured. I shall be cautious in my words and actions in the future. Zhuge Qingqian nodded with satisfaction. So, senior brother, when shall we return to the Zhatian gang? Bai Liu inquired cautiously. We need to recruit a few new disciples, yes? Zhuge Qingchen, suddenly realizing something, looked puzzled. The Zhatian gang. Indeed. Bai Li Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. My lifelong wish is to join the Zhatian gang. Zhuge Qingchen's lips twitched. So, the entire notion of seizing power over the central divine continent hinged upon the Zhatian gang, not their Yunyan sect. The two of them were clearly not on the same wavelength. Moreover, the Zhatian gang was the sect Yi Qing'er belonged to, known to be an immortal force. If the ambition of Bai Li Yu was predicated on the Zhatian gang, then his grand claims were not entirely fanciful. Yet, the Zhatian gang had no connection to their Yunyan sect. In fact, even within the sect, they had not uncovered any ties between Yi Qing'er and the Yunyan sect. Nonetheless, this did not prevent many cultivators from attempting to join the Zhatian gang through the Yunyan sect, and this was perhaps one such occasion. Senior brother, when shall we begin recruiting disciples? How many do we need? I have connections. Bai Li Yu was eager to visit the Zhatian gang, and the mere thought of potentially seeing senior sister, Yi Qing'er, it made his heart race uncontrollably. Zhuge Qingchen replied, your question leaves me at a loss. He then glanced at Song Xi, who shrugged, indicating his own inability to assist. Bai Li Yu's gaze darted between Song Xi and Zhuge Qingchen, feeling increasingly tense. What did this mean? Did they still not want him to enter the sect? Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take a different approach. Silently, he crushed a jade talisman. In less than a moment, a figure soared through the air. A man clad in white suddenly materialized before him. The man's features were striking, exuding an aura of tranquility akin to a mountain spring. Upon seeing him, Bai Li Yu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he choked out, Master. The man's gaze swept over him, seemingly assessing his condition. Once satisfied that he was uninjured, the man frowned and asked, what is it that you called me for? Bai Li Yu wiped away his tears and put on a smile. Master, let us join the Zhatian gang together. His master was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Surely, he would not refuse a half-wit like him. The man's expression turned serious, coldly retorting, do not be presumptuous. Come back with me. With a wave of his hand, he whisked Bai Li Yu away from the spot. Master, no? Bai Li Yu struggled. But it was futile. Watching the two figures retreat into the distance, Zhuge Qingchen and Song Xi exchanged glances, both shaking their heads, deciding not to intervene further. Chapter 117. No fruit next year? Cut it down. Bai Li Yu was unceremoniously dragged back to the sword spirit sect by his master. Feeling utterly unwilling, yet powerless to resist, regret filled his heart. After this parting, he wondered when he would next encounter the disciples of the Zhatian gang. If one cannot join the explosive sky gang, then even in death, he would find it difficult to rest in peace. As his thoughts drifted, Bai Li Yu found himself abandoned before a grand hall. Rubbing his aching posterior, he gazed at the imposing edifice before him, regret diminishing and fear surging. Standing obediently at the entrance, Bai Li Yu's heart raced with trepidation. Feng Jiuxian loomed above him, his gaze dark and profound, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he finally spoke, inquiring about the lessons learned during the journey. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and ascended to the high seat. Exuding an aura of authority, Bai Li Yu's body trembled slightly, and he quickly lowered his head, responding respectfully, yes. Clearing his throat, he organized his thoughts and began to recount the wealth of experiences he had amassed during this trial. In conclusion, he summarized, Master, this journey has been profoundly enlightening. I have grasped many principles. A faint smile graced Feng Jiuxian's lips. And what principles might those be? Pray tell. Bai Li Yu, momentarily taken aback, straightened his posture and proclaimed with conviction, the world is fraught with peril, the weak are devoured by the strong. Without diligent effort in cultivation, one can only languish as a brother among the souls in the spirit banner. Feng Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. After all, Bai Li Yu was still young. In the past, he had resisted rigorous training, unable to remain still for even a moment. This newfound awareness was indeed remarkable. Clearly, the journey had wrought significant change within him. Feng Jiuxian nodded, acknowledging his growth. Yet is there more? Bai Li Yu scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, that's all. No sooner had he spoken than he heard his master casually utter 3 words. Then roll along. Bai Li Yu, ever obedient, bowed and turned to leave. Just as he took a few steps, a thought struck him, and he turned back, saying, by the way, Master, I haven't had the chance to elaborate on the existence of the explosive sky gang. Feng Jiuxian cast him a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent, not interested. Bai Li Yu pouted, internally shouting, but I am interested. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a composed demeanor. Feng Jiuxian seemed to sense his thoughts. Are you quite eager to join the explosive sky gang? He inquired. Bai Li Yu's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. Feng Jiuxian pondered for a moment. If that is the case, Bai Li Yu held his breath, eyes filled with anticipation, awaiting his master's next words. Feng Jiuxian's lips parted slightly. You shall face the wall in the sword tomb for 10 years before emerging. Boom. It was as if thunder cracked from a clear sky, a deafening revelation. Bai Liyu stood frozen, unable to process the enormity of the statement. The sword tomb. It was a forbidden ground of the sword spirit sect, where outsiders were prohibited entry unless they had committed a grave error or violated sect rules. The sword tomb was suffused with a potent sword aura that could assault one's mind at any moment. Those who entered must maintain a clear spirit, otherwise, they risked succumbing to madness. 10 years. This was far crueler than death. Master, you must be jesting. Bai Liyu stammered, struggling to swallow. Feng Jiuxian reclined against his chair, appearing utterly unfazed. I have never jested with you. Despair washed over Bai Liyu. His legs buckled, and he knelt, pleading. Disciple does not wish to go to the sword tomb. Feng Jiuxian leisurely lifted his teacup, taking a sip before leisurely adding, make it 20 years. 20 years. Bai Liyu gasped in disbelief. That is tantamount to taking my life. He could not accept it. 10 years. Just 10 years, master. He implored. Feng Jiuxian shot him a sidelong glance. 30 years. Surely we can negotiate. Bai Liyu's heart raced, and he quickly conceded. All right. I shall go face the wall immediately. Right away. With that, Bai Liyu sprang to his feet and dashed out of the grand hall. 30 years. He could endure it. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Deep within the vast wilderness, there lay a valley known as Xianxia Gorge. Within the gorge flowed a waterfall, cascading down thousands of meters. A few wooden huts stood a kilometer away from the gorge's edge. In front of the huts was a jujube tree, its trunk stout and towering, its canopy lush and sprawling, obscuring the sky. The leaves were thick and dense, and ethereal energy swirled around the tree, exuding an enigmatic aura. Beneath the tree stood a woman clad in a blue robe, her features exquisite, with long, dark hair cascading down to her waist. She tilted her head slightly, gazing up at the mottled canopy above, her delicate brows furrowed in contemplation. Autumn had arrived, and the leaves were gradually falling. The trees before her remained verdant, swaying incessantly in the breeze. She extended her slender fingers, plucking 2 leaves. As sunlight streamed down, the leaves glimmered like droplets of water, radiant and sparkling. With a crisp sound, the 2 leaves crumbled to dust in her grasp, drifting down into the underbrush. Not a single jujube, she murmured, her delicate fingers brushing against the tree bark, her tone tinged with confusion and uncertainty. Could I have mistaken this tree? Is it not a jujube tree? This tree was discovered by Tang Shi 20 years prior during a chance encounter. It was a mere sapling, no thicker than her thumb, which she had transplanted. She had set up a spiritual array to nurture it, envisioning the day it would bear spiritual jujubes. Yet, to her dismay, after all these years, the tree had flourished upwards and spread laterally, but not a single spiritual jujube had appeared. Tang Shi's long eyelashes fluttered as she pondered for quite some time, but no answer materialized. Finally, she flipped her palm, and the unyielding death strike hovered in the air above her hand. With determination, she drew the sword from its sheath, its cold gleam emanating a chilling aura. Pressing the blade against the tree trunk, Tang Shi spoke softly, with all the spiritual energy I've provided. If you do not bloom and bear fruit by next year, I shall fell you. The jujube tree trembled slightly, its branches rustling as if in response. Seeing this, Tang Shi sheathed her sword, stretching lazily before turning to enter the hut. Lying on the couch, she gazed vacantly into space, her thoughts drifting afar. Chapter 118. Talismans? Unable to produce even a single one. Stuck in one place, with no purpose, Tang Shi spent most of these 20 years in slumber. Upon awakening, she would meditate, cultivate, learn alchemy, craft talismans, and create formations. Unbeknownst to her, time slipped by in this manner. Opening her system panel, she observed, Host, Tang Shi, Spiritual Root, Mixed 5 Elements Supreme Bone, Cultivation, 9th Stage of Fusion, 16. Technique, Yin Heart Method, Yellow Rank, Low Level. Spell, 3000 Thunderclaps, Hand of the Heavens, Undying/Secret Technique, Undying/Secret Technique Vortex Cloud. Magical Artifact, Celestial Spirit Garment, Open Door Undying/. Points, 17,538. Upon reviewing her attribute panel, Tang Shi could not help but exclaim in admiration. 20 years had elapsed, during which she had ascended from the 3rd layer of the transformation stage to the 9th layer of the integration stage. As one progresses, the elevation of one's realm becomes increasingly arduous. Moreover, as time flows, the resources required for each breakthrough multiply exponentially. Fortunately, with the aid of the system, these concerns were alleviated. Yet, the path to becoming invincible still lay far ahead. Tang Shi closed the system panel and resumed her contemplation of talismans. She picked up the brush on the table, dipped it in cinnabar, and grasped it firmly, slowly beginning to sketch on a sheet of resplendent talisman paper. With each stroke, she infused her immense spiritual energy. Half an hour later, a melodious cry of a phoenix resonated throughout the humble abode. A golden phoenix apparition spiraled in the air, vividly lifelike, as if it were a creature of flesh and blood. The phoenix circled the room before vanishing in an instant. Had she failed again? With a sound of frustration, Tang Shi cast aside the brush. Exhaustion etched across her visage. This was a talisman known as the True Phoenix Talisman. Upon activation, it could summon the phoenix apparition, boasting formidable offensive capabilities. It was classified as a high-grade Earth-tier talisman, and if crafted by cultivators of the Void Realm or above, it could even attain a low-grade Heaven-tier status. A true treasure, indeed. However, the spiritual energy expended in its creation was alarmingly vast, and it was a consumable item. Just the attempt to create this one had nearly depleted her energy, leaving her achingly fatigued. Yet, she had not succeeded. Gazing at the empty talisman paper where the phoenix had once soared, Tang Shi rubbed her temples and smiled wryly. These materials were all acquired through points exchanged from the system. The finished products were exorbitantly priced, yet the material packs were as cheap as cabbages. For merely 20 points, one could exchange for a manufacturing manual and materials such as talisman paper and cinnabar. However, the incessant failures were truly maddening. Was her comprehension truly so lacking? While the manufacturing manual was somewhat simplistic, she had diligently calculated each step, meticulously filling in the details. Tang Shi murmured to herself, resolutely picking up the brush once more. Having become adept at the creation of the True Phoenix Talisman, she quickly completed another drawing. With a swift motion, the newly crafted talisman spontaneously ignited, ashes cascading down. Tang Shi stared in disbelief at her now barren desk, momentarily lost in thought. This time, she had not even glimpsed the phoenix apparition. Could it be that she was indeed too foolish? Tang Shi sank into self-doubt. No, perhaps it was merely that she was too hasty. She would try once more. Unyielding, she lifted the brush again, attempting another drawing. Yet again, she failed. The phoenix spiraled overhead before disappearing once more. After 3 consecutive failures, Tang Shi was utterly exasperated. What was going on? She placed her hands on her hips, glaring at the 2 blank talisman papers in her hands. Everything had seemed to be executed perfectly. Frowning deeply, she grew increasingly irate. Clutching the 2 blank papers, she stormed out. In a flash of light, her figure vanished from the spot. Shortly thereafter, Tang Shi stood before a range of mountains, gazing at the towering peaks, her lips pressed into a thin line. The mountains stretched endlessly, soaring into the clouds, seemingly without end. This area was also part of the depths of the 10,000 wilds, yet it was situated far from her residence, separated by thousands of kilometers. One to the south and the other to the north. She brought her right index and middle fingers together, pinching the 2 blank talisman papers, channeling her spiritual energy into them. Yet it was as if a stone cow had plunged into the sea. There was no response. Appear, my spiritual phoenix. With a flourish of her right hand, she sent the 2 blank talisman papers soaring into the distance, and after a breath, their traces were lost. After waiting for a while, still no response came. Truly useless, the True Phoenix Talisman could not be drawn at all. Perhaps she should return to studying array formations. With a sigh of frustration, Tang Shi turned back. Upon her return, she did not immediately delve into array studies. Instead, she sat down to meditate. Having drawn 3 talismans in quick succession and ventured out, her internal spiritual energy was utterly depleted. In such a state, recovering her energy was paramount. Meanwhile, deep within the northern part of the 10,000 wilds, 2 sheets of resplendent blank talisman paper floated 2 meters above the ground. A golden light enveloped the surroundings, casting a soft golden glow, akin to a celestial realm. The spiritual energy nearby formed a vortex around the talisman papers, which were voraciously absorbing it. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust that scattered in all directions. As the dust settled, a dark shadow gradually revealed itself. It was a massive black wolf. Its eyes shimmered a ghostly blue, with a high-bridged nose and protruding fangs. Its fierce expression emanating an air of disdain for all living beings. Howl! The black wolf threw its head back in a piercing howl, seemingly intent on tearing the heavens apart, instilling terror in all directions. It stepped forward, leisurely approaching the golden talisman papers. Such a thing suspended in midair, greedily absorbing spiritual energy and glowing, must surely be a treasure. A glimmer of avarice flickered in the depths of the wolf's eyes. Just as it lifted its paw to touch the talisman paper, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through its being. Warily, it lifted its head, and a massive black serpent suddenly appeared within its line of sight. The azure serpent coiled in midair, flicking its crimson tongue, its icy gaze locking onto the wolf. There are two of these, one for you and one for me. The black wolf spoke, its eyes fixed intensely on the azure serpent. Before the serpent could utter a word, more than 10 dark figures soon arrived in quick succession. All were high-ranking demon beasts residing in the area, none below the 6th tier. They encircled the azure serpent and the golden talisman paper, watching each other with predatory intent, seemingly poised to strike and seize the prize. Hiss, 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 roar, roar, roar. In an instant, a cacophony of growls erupted, the scene descending into chaos. All the demon beasts bared their fangs, lunging toward the 2 talisman papers. The azure serpent's gaze deepened, its massive form swiftly shrinking to the size of a palm. It twisted its body, deftly evading the encirclement of the other beasts. Seizing the opportunity amidst their fray, it quietly approached the golden talisman paper, opening its mouth to swallow it whole. The golden talisman paper suddenly radiated a dazzling light, and 2 resounding cries of phoenixes erupted, deafeningly reverberating, causing all the demon beasts to quake in fear and retreat in disarray. Startled, the azure serpent's pupils constricted, hastily retreating. On the talisman paper, 2 golden phoenixes soared into the sky, their splendid tail feathers trailing a beautiful arc-caw. The phoenix's cry was resplendent, clear, and melodious, penetrating the skies and echoing through the clouds. The phoenixes transformed into shooting stars, hurtling directly toward the throng of demon beasts. Following this, a thunderous boom resounded, the golden light intensifying. The demon beasts within 100 miles had no time to scream before their blood was spilled, leaving devastation in their wake. Chapter 119, Spiritual Jujube. The sun rose in the east and set in the west, an endless cycle. The forest lay in profound silence, the only sound being the rustle of leaves. Since the day she had attempted to draw 3 true phoenix talismans in succession, Tang Shi had plunged into deep meditation, remaining immersed in her thoughts, showing no signs of awakening. The jujube tree standing before the gate is laden with translucent fruits, each imbued with a rich spiritual essence. However, it is still premature for harvesting, as one must wait a full 3 months for these jujubes to attain their complete ripeness, after which they can be plucked and savored at leisure. As dusk approaches, the sun casts its golden rays obliquely, illuminating the stone path of the courtyard, bestowing a sense of tranquility and warmth, as if it could soothe all restlessness. Not far away, a snow-white beast navigates through the thicket, its limbs long, agile, and robust. Occasionally, it glances back at the forest behind, its gaze laden with vigilance. Suddenly, it pauses, sensing something amiss. Its keen nose flares as it darts in a particular direction. Soon, it arrives at the base of the jujube tree, its eyes fixated on the large, ethereal fruits, saliva trickling down its chin. However, when its gaze shifts to the courtyard behind the tree, its entire body trembles, fear flickering in its eyes, and it swiftly turns to flee. It perceives an ominous presence lurking there, something that instills dread within it. After retreating several thousand meters from the courtyard, it gradually halts, casting a cautious glance back to confirm that the entity has not pursued, allowing itself to relax, collapsing onto the ground. Although a considerable distance away, its heart races, refusing to calm. To the untrained eye, the courtyard appears ordinary, yet it evokes an overwhelming sense of terror, as if it could engulf it at any moment. Yet, the fruits of the tree exude an enticing aroma. A single bite could potentially enhance its cultivation by a century. After much contemplation, it finally rises and retraces its steps, cautiously approaching the jujube tree. At a distance of approximately 300 meters, it crouches down, intently observing the tree, occasionally casting curious and perplexed glances towards the courtyard. Thus, it remains for 2 months. Throughout this time, it shifts positions, wandering around the courtyard, yet it dares not step inside, fearing detection by whatever dwells within. The jujube fruits gradually mature, transitioning from a green hue to a fiery red, each one substantially larger than typical jujubes, 5 or 6 times their usual size, imbued with even more potent spiritual energy. A rich, fragrant aroma wafts from the tree, captivating the attention of nearby birds and beasts. Birds flap their wings, circling the jujube tree, tirelessly drawing upon its spiritual essence, while pecking at the enormous fruits in a futile attempt to devour them. Just as their beaks are about to make contact with the fruit's skin, a white shadow suddenly bursts forth, its sharp claws striking with ferocity. With a swift motion, a bird's head is torn asunder, blood and flesh scattering. After securing its prey, the white shadow continues to soar, dispatching the remaining birds, before returning to its perch beside the jujube tree, fixating once more on the fiery fruits. As the jujubes ripen further, an incessant stream of avian and terrestrial creatures converges. Yet, each time a bird approaches the fruit, it is thwarted by the white shadow. unable to inflict any harm upon the precious jujubes. Consequently, every single fruit remains intact and secure. The white beast muses to itself, having guarded these spiritual fruits for months. Surely the owner of this courtyard will reward me with one upon their maturity? Another month passes. The jujubes, now entirely crimson, glimmer with a faint red glow, revealing intricate patterns upon their surfaces. The sweet fragrance intensifies, permeating the very mountains, attracting fierce beasts from afar, unable to resist the allure. Yet, each time a beast approaches the courtyard, it is met with the wrath of the white shadow, their anguished cries echoing, driving them away in terror. The canine creature acts as a guardian, repelling all who covet the fruits. Any beast daring to cross the threshold shall meet its doom. Nevertheless, some remain undeterred. Gradually, the number of ferocious beasts surrounding the courtyard swells, forming a dense throng. Not only vicious and bloodthirsty creatures, but also serpents, insects, rodents, and even certain high-ranking magical beasts have gathered, lurking nearby to spy on the courtyard's happenings. After observing the stillness within the courtyard for a while, a massive eagle beast can no longer contain itself. With a low growl, it spreads its wings and leaps into the air, soaring directly towards the jujube tree, intent on seizing a ripe, fiery fruit, an opportunity too rare to miss. In a flash, the white shadow darts forward, as swift as lightning, intercepting the eagle in an instant. Its claws poised to strike. A thunderous explosion reverberates through the air, dust billowing forth as the surrounding flora is uprooted. A fifth-tier black-winged hawk is sent crashing to the ground, its feathers a disheveled mess, blood gushing from its chest and abdomen, nearly reduced to a pulp. The surrounding beasts watch in horrified silence, too intimidated to approach, for they know that this white shadow is a sixth-tier magical beast. The black-winged hawk struggles to rise, its body drenched in blood, its furious eyes fixed on the white canine, letting out a cry as it prepares to retaliate. But the white beast, with a sudden dive, closes the distance in an instant, raising its sharp claws to strike at the hawk's throat. The black-winged hawk, terrified, attempts to evade, but it is too late. The claws slice through its neck, leaving a gaping wound from which blood pours forth. With a pained cry, the hawk collapses, struggling for a moment before succumbing to its grievous injuries. The surrounding beasts fall silent, paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot. The white beast stands tall and proud, surveying the assembly of creatures below, its crimson tongue lapping at the blood on its claws. Suddenly, a roar echoes from deep within the forest, laden with an oppressive force that sends shivers through the nearby beasts. A spotted leopard leaps from the underbrush, its sleek form rivaling that of the white canine. Its golden-brown eyes exuding a chilling malevolence, a long tail trailing behind, radiating danger. This is a mid-tier 6th-level beast, formidable and slightly more powerful than the white canine. A battle for the ownership of the coveted fruits is about to unfold. The white canine howls in defiance, erupting in blazing white flames that raise the ambient temperature by several degrees, rendering the air stifling. The leopard, undeterred, envelopes itself in grayish-brown mist, its aura escalating, matching the canine's intensity. Both creatures unleash their formidable presence, causing the surrounding beasts to collapse in submissive terror, unable to move. The golden-brown and jet-black eyes lock in a deadly gaze, radiating a frigid malice. The two super beasts stand off against each other, the atmosphere thick with tension, suffocating in its intensity. As moments tick by, neither side makes a move, the stalemate escalating. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, carrying with it the intoxicating aroma of jujubes. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanates from the courtyard. Chapter 120, Revive, My True Phoenix. Numerous beasts turn their heads in unison to gaze back. The wooden door creaked open slowly, revealing a slender figure who sauntered out leisurely. "Oh, what a lively scene," remarked Tang Shi with a teasing glint in her eyes as she surveyed the surrounding ferocious beasts, a smile playing on her lips. At her words, the leopard felt a sudden jolt of trepidation. There was no discernible fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from her, as if she were an utterly mundane mortal. Yet inexplicably, her utterance sent chills down the spines of the beasts present, as though they were being scrutinized by the specter of death itself, causing them to tremble in profound fear. With deliberate steps, Tang Shi made her way towards the jujube tree. With each stride, her imposing aura intensified. The hem of her garments rustled in the breeze, her raven hair billowed, and her bright phoenix-like eyes sparkled like stars, yet radiated an unsettling chill. It felt as if a primordial beast stood before them. To provoke her would invite utter catastrophe. This uncanny sensation instilled a deep-seated apprehension among all the beasts present, rendering the scene eerily silent. Tang Shi dismissed the beasts with a glance, striding directly to the side of the jujube tree. Gazing at the abundant, crimson fruits adorning the branches. A satisfied smile graced her lips. Indeed, without exerting a threat, they remained oblivious to their own folly. She extended her finger and gently coaxed a blood-red jujube, which promptly fell into her palm, bringing the fruit to her nose. She inhaled its fragrance, her brow relaxing in delight. Nourished by spiritual energy, these were indeed exquisite treasures. She then pinched it between her fingers and savored its sweetness. The skin was tender and crisp, the juice rich and fragrant, while the flesh was soft yet resilient, providing a delightful texture. Upon finishing the fruit, Tang Shi felt invigorated and alert. As she turned around, she noticed the group of ferocious beasts still staring at her, dazed. Not leaving? Do you wish to stay as guests? She inquired with a hint of menace in her tone. Upon hearing her words, the beasts snapped out of their stupor and scattered in panic, fearing her gaze would turn upon them. The leopard, sensing the danger, was the first to flee. In an instant, the vast forest erupted with the cacophony of various animal calls. Once the chaos subsided, only Tang Shi and the white dog remained. The white dog's aura gradually diminished, obediently sitting to the side. Tang Shi regarded it with keen interest. Why do you linger? The white dog lay down, gazing at her with pleading eyes. Fairy, might you grant me a jujube? It implored. Tang Shi fell silent, while the white dog anxiously stole glances at her expression. Its heart racing with trepidation. It hoped that, in light of its guardianship over her spiritual fruit for half a month, she would bestow upon it a single jujube. After a long pause, Tang Shi finally spoke. Do you desire one? The white dog's eyes sparkled, eagerly nodding in affirmation. With a delicate motion, she beckoned towards the jujube tree, and instantly, 3 fiery red fruits plummeted from the branches. Since you have kept watch here for 3 months, I grant you 3. Although Tang Shi remained in slumber, she was acutely aware of the happenings surrounding her small courtyard. The white dog, overwhelmed with joy, quickly accepted the fruits. Thank you. Thank you, fairy. Tang Shi merely smiled and shook her head. No need for thanks. It is yours by right. Nonetheless, the white dog was immensely grateful, treating the fruits as precious treasures as it tucked them away. After the white dog departed, Tang Shi plucked a dozen more crimson fruits and returned indoors. She then accessed the system shop, exchanging 20 points for a package of materials for the True Phoenix talisman. Unpacking the items on her desk revealed little more than 3 sheets of talisman paper, vermilion powder, and a brush. Failure is the mother of success. I refuse to be deterred, she declared. With one hand pinching a jujube, she took a substantial bite, while her other hand grasped the brush, dipping it in the vermilion. Focusing her mind, she began to inscribe. Heaven and earth, the profound root of myriad energies, cultivated over countless eons, manifest my divine power. Enlightenment transcends. The 5 energies surge forth. Golden light hastens to appear, protecting the true sage. As she recited, her eyes closed, and the brush danced swiftly across the paper. With the final stroke, a crimson glow erupted from the talisman, instantly transforming into a phantom of a phoenix. By decree arise, she commanded, and the phantom gradually solidified, breaking free from the talisman and spiraling around the room before vanishing. Tang Shi's face reflected exhaustion as she gazed at the still blank talisman paper in her hand. Her emotions growing complex. You flew out, so why not return to me? She muttered, before slumping into her chair, preparing to take a brief respite before continuing. After repeating the process twice more with the remaining 2 unused talisman papers, her spirits plummeted once again. Her lips pressed into a tight line, rendered speechless. Suddenly, she rose, clutching the 3 blank talismans as she ventured outside, returning to that familiar location from the previous year. The 3 talismans nestled between her fingers. She infused them with spiritual energy, yet there was no reaction, not even a ripple. Finding her aim, she cast them forth as if dealing cards. Revive, my true phoenix, she declared. With 3 swift whooshes, the talismans transformed into streaks of light, plummeting into the forest floor, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, still no signs of anything unusual emerged. The only response was the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. Tang Shi collected herself and prepared to return. The moonlight cascaded down, cloaking the forest in silvery luminescence. In the profound stillness of the vast wilderness, only the depths of the north remained tranquil, as the presence of the high-tier beasts that typically roamed there gradually dissipated. The beasts just outside the periphery began to stir, inching closer. Suddenly, under the night sky, a golden light flickered to life within the forest. Simultaneously, footsteps echoed nearby, drawing nearer to the source of illumination. These beasts possessed keen senses, detecting the potent spiritual energy emanating from the light, compelling them to rush towards it. Upon reaching the source, they beheld 3 yellow sheets of paper. What is this? They wondered. But the spiritual energy emanating from this paper is incredibly strong. We must consume it. The thoughts surged within the beasts, a desperate yearning to devour what lay before them. However, as they touched the paper, their bodies were instantly torn apart. The mountains reverberated with their roars and wails as they fled in madness, seeking to escape this bizarre realm. Yet their bodies betrayed them, leaving them to thrash and scream in vain. Within mere seconds, they all met their demise. The forest fell silent once more. Chapter 121. Descending the mountain to gather news. Ding. 1 point. Tang Shi constructed a stone table and benches beneath the jujube tree, cradling a cup of tea in her hands while gazing contemplatively at the sky. What age is it today that I know not of the Han, nor of Wei and Jin? She mused. The weather was splendid, prompting her to descend the mountain in search of news, curious to discover if any significant events had transpired nearby. After softly murmuring her thoughts, she gestured, and a fleeting illusion materialized. The identity of Yiqing'er was too renowned, too conspicuous, making it easy to be recognized. Conversely, the identity of Lin Xiu had previously allowed that demonic cultivator, Jia Zhu, to escape, leaving a lingering threat. This descent from the mountain was solely for the purpose of gathering information, with no ulterior motives. It was time to don a new guise to evade entanglements of fate. As she spoke, her fingers swiftly pointed to her brow, and in a moment of brilliance, a black lotus mark gradually blossomed, emitting a dark and enchanting glow that rendered her even more stunningly cold. Subsequently, the ethereal figure began to solidify, taking on the guise of a man. Clad in a sleek black outfit, the hem billowed in the wind. The features were subtly altered, with sharp angles, slanted brows, and eyes as dark as ink. His presence was unremarkable, akin to an ordinary person who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. Thus, it was unlikely that anyone would associate this doppelganger with Yiqing'er or Lin Xiu. Tang Shi rose, stretching languidly, and gazed upward at the sky, where the morning sun hung high. The sunlight cascaded warmly upon her, providing a comforting sensation. Today was a splendid day, perfect for venturing forth. She squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips, before turning towards the wooden cabin. Scattered cultivators, the wind unbound. Tang Shi's figure vanished from sight. The doppelganger's raven-like eyelashes fluttered momentarily, and its eyes opened to reveal a pair of profound black orbs. Standing still, it surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze on the direction of the cabin. With a slight bow, it paid its respects before stepping away from the mountain wilderness. 1,000 miles away from the vast 10,000 wilds, there lay a city named Tiandu City. Sprawling in size, the city featured a labyrinth of streets teeming with an immense throng of people. Many cultivators seeking treasures, medicinal herbs, or to hunt demons would opt to rest in this locale. Moreover, the 10,000 wilds bordered the southern region and southern Sangzhou, making Tiandu City an excellent waypoint for travelers between the two states. The streets bustled with activity, vendors hawking their wares, and the air was filled with a cacophony of voices. Shops lined both sides of the street, brimming with a dazzling array of goods. Aside from various spiritual herbs and medicinal pills, weapons and armor, there were also numerous spell manuals, talismans, and rare materials. Every field was represented, albeit with wares of rather low quality. A mere glance revealed that all were of yellow grade. Treasures of the mysterious grade were foundational for these low-tier cultivators, and none would be foolish enough to sell them. Upon entering Tiandu City, Tang Shi was immediately enveloped by the clamor that assaulted her eardrums. Having spent so long in the tranquil depths of the mountains, the noisy din was somewhat overwhelming, causing her discomfort for a brief moment before she acclimated. She raised her gaze to spot a tavern nestled in the heart of the bustling marketplace. The signboard at its entrance read Tianxiang Tavern. The tavern's decor was opulent and elegant, adorned with various calligraphy and paintings that exuded an air of antiquity. Stepping inside, she was greeted with, "Welcome to Tianxiang Tavern." 2 rows of waitresses clad in red gowns stood at the entrance, bowing in unison with utmost reverence. Each of them possessed captivating beauty, their figures voluptuous and movements imbued with seduction. A waiter promptly approached, smiling respectfully. "Esteemed guest, what may I serve you today? We offer exquisite wines, delectable dishes, and professional maid services." Upon mentioning the maid services, a hint of shyness crossed the faces of the waitresses, though their eyes bore a glimmer of longing. Disregarding the notion of maid services, as she was a woman herself and found it utterly unnecessary, Tang Shi's purpose for this outing was merely to gather intelligence, to remain an inconspicuous passerby without stirring up trouble. Thus, she averted her gaze from the crowd and found a seat by the window. "Bring me your finest wine, please." "Certainly, please wait a moment," the waiter replied, retreating promptly. He soon returned with a jug of wine and 2 plates of pastries, his demeanor exceedingly warm. Tang Shi took a few sips and nibbled on a pastry, then shifted her gaze to the bustling scene outside. Tiandu City was a veritable sea of humanity. There were disciples dispatched by sects for training, wandering cultivators drawn by the fame of the 10,000 wilds, and opportunistic merchants sensing a chance for profit. In essence, this place was a melting pot, rife with intricate information. Among these individuals, aside from the naive and innocent air of the novice disciples, the others exuded a palpable fierceness. Though Tang Shi appeared nonchalant, she was keenly attentive to the snippets of conversation around her, quietly gathering intelligence. The people here hailed from various corners, making it an ideal setting for acquiring valuable news. Filtering through the chatter, tales of stolen chickens, famous Tao companions severing ties, and heated disputes between stall owners, her focus landed on a group of 6 individuals. Have you heard? The 13 states of the Eastern Lan Divine Continent, particularly Qizhou, is governed by a royal family known as the Jili Empire. Many forces have now set their sights on it, and they are stirring restlessly. Indeed, even though Qizhou is remote and the smallest in land area, it remains a state under a royal authority, said to harbor a multitude of golden core cultivators. 16 nascent souls, 5 transformation gods, and 1 late-stage integration realm being. Right? Isn't the king of the Jili Empire already at the peak of his cultivation? It is rumored that he has 1 foot in the ascending realm, with only the final step of crossing the tribulation to ascend further. Which faction would dare to covet it? You are misinformed, another interjected with a scoff. That half-step ascending realm is merely hearsay. The king of the Jili Empire is currently gravely weakened and has little time left to live. The empire is now under the control of the princess, who possesses only mid-level golden core cultivation. How can she fend off the surrounding wolves? Ah, I see. In that case, the Jili Empire is in a precarious situation. If no one steps forth, once the king dies, it will be swiftly devoured by the powerful factions from nearby states. I too have heard that the princess is eagerly recruiting guest cultivators to aid her in maintaining control over the Jili Empire, offering conditions that are simply irresistible. Ha. If that is the case, why not form a party to visit Qizhou and become honored guests of the Jili Empire? This suggestion was met with disdainful glances from the others. Don't be foolish. To be an honored guest, you must first be a golden core cultivator, or else you won't even have the chance to meet that legendary princess. Sighing, the group exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Among them, the highest cultivation level was only at the late stage of foundation establishment. The entry threshold was golden core. Why would they even consider joining? Yet, a thought crossed their minds. If they became golden core cultivators, where could they not serve as guest cultivators? Why would they need to venture into a precarious Jili Empire? Chapter 122. Is the 10,000 wilds concealing hidden dragons and tigers? The chatter of the crowd continued, a symphony of voices that Tang Shi absorbed quietly. She remained silent, merely sipping her cup of clear wine. The southern region and Qizhou were at opposite ends of the continent, with considerable distance separating them and minimal interaction. Such distant matters were not something Tang Shi wished to ponder too deeply for now. Just as she prepared to shift her gaze in search of other information, she overheard the same group of cultivators discussing. By the way, there has been intense fighting in southern Xianxiao for decades. Recently, the flames of war have surged, and we should avoid getting involved. One careless move could lead to being caught in the aftermath of a powerful clash. How has southern Xianxiao been embroiled in conflict for so long? I heard that the sun and moon sacred land of Fenglins who seeks to unify the entire Eastern Lan Divine Continent. But they have met fierce resistance from the 2 major factions of southern Xianxiao. The stalemate has persisted for decades, making it unlikely for a resolution anytime soon. What exactly is this sun and moon sacred land that aims to unify the Eastern Lan Divine Continent? The crowd was mired in uncertainty, engaging in fervent discussions. The sun and moon sacred land of Fenglin Continent was established by a transcendent being who ascended to immortality, possessing an unfathomable depth of power. Presently, southern Xianxiao is merely struggling to survive. It would take only a few years for it to be subdued. Someone spoke earnestly, and the crowd was immediately filled with emotion upon hearing this. If the sun and moon sacred land were to conquer southern Xianxiao, all its resources would become theirs, effectively doubling their strength. With such resources, even a mere hound of the sun and moon sacred land could use them to ascend to the golden core realm, allowing the strong to elevate themselves to even greater heights. Alas, how enviable they are. For us, if we lack great fortune in this lifetime, we may never even complete our foundation establishment and be doomed to remain in this remote land for eternity. Indeed, this world is exceedingly cruel. Without cultivation resources, one is ultimately bound to stagnation. The so-called path to immortality seems utterly elusive. Tang Shi furrowed her brow lightly. Southern Xianxiao is adjacent to the southern domain. Since the sun and moon sacred land has set its sights on the Eastern Lan Divine Continent, it is likely that the southern domain will become its next target. To dare proclaim the intention to unify the Eastern Lan Divine Continent, One can only imagine the abundance of golden core cultivators within their sect. With nascent souls as common as dogs, it is probable that there are quite a few above the transformation realm as well. What then is the highest realm among them? The integration realm? The cauldron ascension realm? Or even the great ascension realm? If indeed a great ascension cultivator is stationed there, such a colossal force would be beyond the reach of anyone in the southern domain. With my current strength, encountering a great ascension cultivator would only lead to my demise. Time. I still lack a little time. Contemplating this, Tang Shi's gaze deepened, and she fell into a tranquil silence. Beneath a collapsing nest, how can there be intact eggs? I am rather sentimental and dislike relocating, so I hope the forces of southern Sanzhou can endure for a few more decades. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she overheard a few people outside the window continuing. In fact, there's no need to worry too much. Which sect doesn't he have some hidden cards? Let's stall for another 20 years. Is that so? Well, the Sun and Moon Sacred Land hasn't mobilized the entire sect. They merely dispatched 5 elders from the transformation realm to lead the charge, while their elders in the integration realm remain at the sect. No wonder it has taken so long. It turns out they only sent 5 transformation realm cultivators. But why is that? Would it not be simpler and swifter to send half of their elders and swiftly annex southern Sanzhou? Who knows? The thoughts of such mighty beings are beyond our comprehension. The person shrugged, spreading his hands. Tang Shi's doubts deepened, pondering, what is the Sun and Moon Sacred Land truly up to? With such overwhelming power, why are they not acting decisively, instead opting for a seemingly slow approach? Haraha! A burst of hearty laughter approached, and soon a figure leisurely emerged from around the corner. Dear friends, you may not be aware, but the Sun and Moon Sacred Land is not unwilling to send forth their integration realm elders. Rather, they are currently preoccupied with a pressing matter. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions instantly transformed into a spectacle of colors. To have even the integration realm elders of the Sun and Moon Sacred Land in such a state of disarray, this could only be compared to the sky collapsing. Oh, may I inquire what this matter is? The newcomer smiled, teasingly. Well, while this matter may seem trivial to us, for those of the Sun and Moon Sacred Land, it is akin to the heavens falling. The crowd fell silent. What do you mean by that? Please elucidate. The person wore a look of schadenfreude, continuing, the altar of the Sun and Moon Sacred Land was destroyed by someone with a single sword strike. Currently, the sect master and the grand elders have gone to the central divine continent in search of materials to repair the altar. What? The altar was destroyed. The founding ancestor of the Sun and Moon Sacred Land was an immortal who ascended, and the altar housed her stone statue. Now that the altar has been destroyed, how is this any different from slapping the Sun and Moon Sacred Land in the face? To think someone would dare to lay hands on the altar of the Sun and Moon Sacred Land. How audacious. Hiss, truly impressive. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone changed drastically, gasping in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. Unbelievable. Indeed. The person chuckled and shook his head before vanishing into the crowd. The few individuals outside gradually dispersed as well. Tang Shi rhythmically tapped her fingers on the table, murmuring, thus, the destruction of the altar is indeed akin to the heavens collapsing for the Sun and Moon Sacred Land. I wonder which brave soul undertook this deed. However, this action has delayed their plans for annexation and expansion. What a great boon. Raising her cup, she drank heartily. After settling the bill, she stood to leave. Having gathered sufficient information, it was time to return. As she exited the city, a group approached, clad in matching attire, exuding a potent aura of blood. Each person's face was grim and pale, bearing wounds, their garments tattered, as if they had endured a fierce battle. What happened in the northern wilderness? How could high-tier demonic beasts appear in the outskirts? A 6th-tier demonic beast, my first encounter, and my legs are still trembling. This 6th-tier beast is peculiar. Despite being in an area rich in spiritual energy, it seems to be fleeing outward. Not to mention, this beast is also particularly irritable. A mere glance invites its wrath. Something is amiss. If the 6th-tier demonic beasts are retreating, it indicates that a more powerful existence has emerged from the northern depths. If 6th-tier beasts are being driven away, could it be a 7th-tier beast? 7th-tier beasts cannot be so domineering. Could it possibly be an 8th tier? Hiss, there is a possibility. It seems the northern region is no longer safe. We should head to the southern forests instead. The group conversed as they made their way back into the city. Soon disappearing from sight, Tang Shi narrowed her eyes, focusing on their receding figures, her heart filled with astonishment. An 8th-tier demonic beast in the depths of the southern region? Such a being could rival those in the Cauldron Ascension realm. A mere expanse of 100,000 wilderness conceals such hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I must exercise greater caution when venturing to the north for experiments with my talismans. Chapter 123, The Turbulence of Tiandu City. Reports of a sixth-tier demonic beast roaming the northern outskirts of the 100,000 wilderness, and that it has sustained severe injuries. Spread like wildfire through Tiandu City in mere minutes, thanks to a mercenary group's announcement. You mean to say a sixth-tier demonic beast has appeared in the northern outskirts? In a private room of a tavern, a young man dressed in luxurious garments and wielding a folding fan smiled with a hint of intrigue after hearing the servant's report. He took a sip of his tea and inquired, "What kind of sixth-tier beast is it?" The servant replied, "It is said to be a golden scale lion, covered in golden scales and as large as a hill, with terrifying combat prowess." Golden scale lion? At this, the young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a sixth-tier beast possesses extraordinary power. Should it be slain and its beast core extracted, its value would be immeasurable. One must understand that a fifth-tier beast core is enough for a golden core cultivator to break through a barrier. As for the stronger sixth-tier beasts, they are classified as treasures and are essential materials for many high-tier pills. The appearance of an injured sixth-tier beast at the forest's edge is fortuitous for us. The young man pondered for a moment, then set down his cup and commanded, "Inform Miss He from the medicinal immortal pavilion about this news. She will surely be interested in this beast." The servant nodded and exited the private room. Watching the servant depart, the young man picked up his folding fan once more and began to sway it gently. Before long, the servant returned and whispered, "Young master, members of the medicinal immortal pavilion have arrived." A smile spread across the young man's face as he calmly replied, "Let them enter." After a brief moment, the door to the private chamber swung open, revealing 2 men and 2 women. The foremost maiden donned a delicate sky-blue gown, her ebony tresses cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her complexion was fair and smooth, and her striking features exuded an enchanting allure, exhibiting a demeanor that was both gentle and refined. Beside her stood another young woman, adorned in a soft yellow dress, her sweet and charming visage radiating an effervescent playfulness. She was her attendant. The men flanking them, though of ordinary appearance, emanated a formidable presence, clearly acting as protectors for the young ladies. Upon noticing the newcomers, the young man promptly closed his folding fan, his face alight with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Sister He, it has been a long time. How have you been of late?" Xianxia offered a gentle nod, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Thanks to young Master Yuan's kindness, I am well." Yuan Sheng, the young clan leader of the Yuan family in Tiandu City, though his clan could not rival the major sects, was nonetheless considered a significant force in the region. In contrast, the medical immortal pavilion was neither a sect nor an aristocratic family, but merely a group of merchants relying on the life of Tiandu City. "You are too humble. Miss He, please take a seat." "Thank you, young Master Yuan." Xianxia gracefully settled into her chair. Once she was comfortably seated, Yuan Sheng lifted the fragrant tea from the table, pouring her a cup. As the aroma of the tea wafted through the air, he surveyed the surroundings before speaking slowly. "I have just received word that a wounded sixth-tier demonic beast, the golden-scaled lion, has been spotted on the outskirts of the southern forest. You were the first person who came to my mind, Sister He." Xianxi's eyes glimmered momentarily. She raised the tea bowl to her lips, taking a sip to quell the tumult within her heart. Since birth, due to her flawed spiritual roots, she had been unable to embark on the path of cultivation. Fortunately, her exceptional medical skills, coupled with her intelligence and diligence, allowed her to gradually secure a position of authority within the medical immortal pavilion. Yuan Sheng harbored feelings for her, often seeking opportunities to invite her to dinner or share a pleasant evening. She had declined countless times, yet this time, given the matter of the sixth-tier demonic beast, she felt compelled to accept the invitation. This was largely due to her recent acquisition of a pill formula at an auction, the spirit recasting pill, capable of reconstructing one's spiritual roots. This pill was of paramount importance to her. With it, she could finally qualify for cultivation and potentially become a true practitioner, stepping onto the path of greatness. Furthermore, this pill was of the pinnacle sixth-tier grade, with a sixth-tier demon pill being one of its primary ingredients. "Young Master Yuan, you flatter me. As a mere merchant's daughter, how could I possibly contend with a sixth-tier demonic beast?" Xianxia replied with an elegant smile, her tone calm. "Haha." Yuan Sheng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "It is no matter, a sixth-tier demonic beast is but a triviality. Just say the word, and I will have it hunted for you on the spot." Xianxia frowned slightly. She found his address to her somewhat irritating but felt reluctant to voice her discontent, as he wielded considerable power in Tiandu City while she remained an ordinary mortal. Young Master Yuan would never engage in a losing proposition. There must certainly be additional conditions attached, she thought. As expected, upon hearing her words, Yuan Sheng's smile broadened, and he remarked, "Sister He, you are indeed astute. Please, young Master Yuan, speak plainly," she urged. After sipping his tea leisurely, he replied, I desire you. He Xi's heart raced, her brows knitting together as she fell into silence. Sister He, I am the future head of the Yuan clan, currently at the initial stage of golden core cultivation. Marrying me would be advantageous for you. Noticing the change in her expression, Yuan Cheng continued with a gentle smile. I am aware that you wish to embark on the path of cultivation. I can assist you in gathering the necessary materials and even invite a high-tier alchemist to concoct the pills for you. Young Master Yuan, please do not rush to reject my proposal. If you agree to marry me, I will ensure that everything you desire is provided. Young Master Yuan, I do not harbor feelings for you, thus I must decline, He Nci asserted resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. Yuan Cheng's brows furrowed slightly, his expression darkening as he said in a low voice, Sister He, have you truly considered this carefully? He Nci maintained her composure, unperturbed. As she rose slowly and turned to leave, Yuan Cheng watched her retreating figure, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured coldly, one who refuses to drink the wine offered shall be forced to drink the punishment wine. She is merely a mortal. How fortunate for her that the young master has taken an interest in her. I could simply have her subdued and brought back, so why extend such courtesy? This had always been his method, so why treat He Nci differently? The attendant beside him appeared perplexed. What do you understand? Yuan Cheng scoffed. She is no ordinary mortal. Having made a name for herself in Tiandu City, she is not to be trifled with. Moreover, many have benefited from her kindness. And her reputation is formidable, one must tread carefully. Does the young master intend to? The attendant inquired. Rest assured, she will surely offer a high price to recruit cultivators to the northern forest. You are to keep a close watch on her, and when the time is right, seize her belongings. Understood. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Yuan Cheng's eyes as he sneered. A mere mortal merchant dares to defy me? Meanwhile, on the other side, He Nci inquired, have all the personnel been gathered? The attendant standing before her replied respectfully, we have successfully recruited 3 golden core cultivators, 1 nascent soul practitioner, and an elder of the medical immortal pavilion who is also at the nascent soul stage, and all preparations are complete. He Nci nodded lightly, saying, in that case, let us depart. The attendant hesitated, then spoke up. Miss, you possess no cultivation to rely on. Do you truly wish to go? Furthermore, that is a 6th-tier demonic beast, comparable to the transformation stage. With just our group, it may be exceedingly difficult to hunt it down. This concerns my future. Naturally, I must go. Moreover, I have heard that the 6th-tier demonic beast is injured and may not be impossible to challenge. He Nci murmured softly. If we truly find it insurmountable, we shall retreat. Chapter 124. The contest for the fragmented map. Upon hearing this, the attendant felt a sense of relief wash over her. Let us set forth. He Nci declared, elegantly waving her sleeve as she led the way out of Tiandu City. Following her were 3 golden core cultivators, 2 nascent soul practitioners, and over a dozen foundation establishment disciples, all hastily keeping pace. The distance to the northern part of the 100,000 wilderness was over 500 miles. Traveling by our flying boat, we should arrive in about half an hour. I hope we encounter no troubles along the way. Rest assured, miss, with our strength, we should not face danger unless we happen upon a fully capable 6th-tier demonic beast, a middle-aged practitioner assured. As they conversed, they had already reached the outskirts of Tiandu City. The elder from the medical immortal pavilion retrieved a flying vessel from his storage bag. The palm-sized vessel emanated a soft, white glow, crafted from special wood, intricately inscribed with complex runes, subtly radiating the power of magical artifacts. Channeling spiritual energy, the vessel gradually expanded to several feet in length, hovering in midair. Miss, allow me to assist you aboard, the attendant offered softly. He Nci nodded in acceptance. Under the watchful gazes of the assembly, she stepped onto the flying vessel. Everyone, please board, the middle-aged man announced loudly. In an instant, the remaining cultivators began to board the vessel in succession. He Nci stood on the deck, her gaze sweeping over the assembly, a flutter of anxiety rising within her. The 6th-tier demonic beast was immensely powerful. Even injured, it remained a formidable foe. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Although she possessed remarkable courage, her apprehension was inevitable. In the realm of cultivation, the status of mortals was exceedingly low, and weak practitioners were often referred to as mere ants. What of mortals? They were beings that anyone could easily trample upon. Yuan Cheng was also eyeing her from the side. And if she failed to acquire the spirit refinement pill this time, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. This journey was a matter of success or demise. With a soft exhalation of stale air, He Nci steadied her tumultuous thoughts and gazed into the distance. Outside the city of Tiandu, many cultivators sat on the ground, displaying an array of healing elixirs and refining materials before them, resembling a miniature marketplace. Xianxia's gaze fleetingly passed over the crowd before finally settling on a young man clad in black robes. He was crouched by a stall, holding a yellowed fragment of a map, seemingly engrossed in his study. Yet, this was not what piqued her interest. What captivated Xianxia was the young man's faint aura. There were no discernible fluctuations of cultivation emanating from him, leading her to conclude that he was also an ordinary mortal. Amongst their shared humanity, the young man exhibited no trace of fear or deference when faced with the cultivators. His demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, a remarkable composure indeed. Xianxia's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, prompting her to glance at the black-robed youth a moment longer. Meanwhile, Tang Shi, the object of her attention, was negotiating with the stall owner over a palm-sized fragment of the map. 10 spirit stones. She had gathered sufficient information and initially intended to depart, but as she passed by the small marketplace, a casual glance caught her eye. Just that one glance. Amidst the myriad of eclectic items, she spotted the incomplete ancient map. Its designs were indecipherable due to its fragmented state. However, Tang Shi's eyes brightened instantly. Could this possibly be the treasure map often found in fantastical tales? A roadside vendor, an ancient map, an unexpected encounter. She felt the odds were overwhelmingly in her favor. 50 stones, not a piece less. The stall owner shook his head. This item is unidentifiable. It could merely be a scrap of paper, barely worth half a spirit stone. 10 is already generous. The stall owner scoffed, surveying her with indifference, as if to say she could either buy it or leave. His business was not to be delayed. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Shi nodded. Fine, 50 stones it is. I shall give them to you. With that, she procured 50 spirit stones from her storage pouch and handed them over. Upon seeing the spirit stones, the stall owner's demeanor brightened. Oh, if only you had been so agreeable from the start. Wait. At that moment, an abrupt voice pierced through the air, causing Tang Shi to frown. A young man in resplendent robes stood not far away, adorned in embroidered garments with a jade crown binding his hair, exuding an air of superiority. That item has caught my eye as well. I offer 100 spirit stones for it. Tang Shi's heart raced. A rival appeared just as she was about to make her purchase. This only increased the likelihood of the map being a treasure map. The next step was to see how the stall owner would respond. The stall owner's smile faltered slightly. I'm afraid you've arrived too late, my esteemed guest. I've already sold it to this young friend. The young man in splendid robes raised an eyebrow, unfazed. I'll give you 200. The stall owner shook his head. The spirit stones have already been accepted from this friend. Thus, the item no longer belongs to me. You might negotiate with her if you wish. Anger flickered in the young man's eyes, but he concealed it well as he turned to Tang Shi. Upon noticing her lack of any spiritual fluctuations, indeed, not even a hint of martial prowess, he sneered disdainfully. Some things are not meant for mere mortals like you. Before I lose my temper, you had better sell that to me. I refuse to sell. Tang Shi gracefully declined. A fierce look crossed the young man's face. You're just an ordinary mortal. How dare you refuse me after I've been so civil? Since you've chosen to be ungrateful, prepare to face my wrath. As he spoke, the young man abruptly drew his sword, unleashing the aura of an 8th-level foundation establishment cultivator. You and Gongzi. Isn't it inappropriate to resort to coercion? Unbeknownst to them, Xianxia had arrived behind the crowd, her brows furrowed in disapproval. Yuan Zhao turned sharply at the sound of her voice. Upon recognizing her, his disdain grew even more pronounced. Oh, I see it's Miss He from the Medicine Immortal Pavilion. What? Are you here to defend her? I advise you to reconsider and think of your own safety. His tone was condescending, as if he were looking down from a great height, brimming with arrogance. I've heard you've caught the eye of Yuan Cheng. Don't think you can use him to intimidate me. Do you know how many women have perished in his courtyard? Those unfortunate souls met a fate far worse than livestock, and you are not far from the same fate. Perhaps you should plead with me, serve me well. And I might, just might, speak a good word for you to Yuan Cheng and spare your life. Each word dripped with disdainful insult, chilling Xianxia's delicate features as she clenched her fists tightly. The oppression of the weak was a harsh reality she had long understood. Yet hearing Yuan Zhao's vile slander still ignited her indignation. Yuan Gongzi, be mindful of your words. I am a member of the Medicine Immortal Pavilion. You may disregard me, but what of the pavilion itself? Chapter 125. A convenient ride back to the 10,000 desolate forest. The Medicine Immortal Pavilion, though possessing only a single nascent soul cultivator, was not to be trifled with or disrespected. Even the Yuan clan would be reluctant to provoke the pavilion. Yuan Gongzi, how delightful to see you. Elder Su Qingyang of the Medicine Immortal Pavilion approached slowly, his stature upright and his aura robust. Though aged, he exuded a vitality that belied his years, his hair white yet youthful in appearance. Su Qingyang held an esteemed position within the Medicine Immortal Pavilion, commanding respect even from the pavilion master. The oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage enveloped the area, momentarily halting the very air itself. Seeing this, Yuan Zhao's demeanor softened considerably. I have had the pleasure of meeting Elder Su. The second young master is too courteous. Su Qingyang nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Tang Shi. I believe Xianxia is right. If this young friend does not wish to sell, why press her? Elder Su is mistaken. This young man was merely negotiating amicably, not coercing, Yuan Zhao replied, maintaining his smile while his heart seethed with resentment. Had it not been for Su Qingyang's formidable cultivation, he would not have shown such deference. Since she has declined the sale, I suggest you take your leave. Second young master. Su Qingyang's words were firm. Though Yuan Zhao inwardly seethed, he was compelled to feign a smile. As Elder Su says, I shall take my leave. With a bow, he turned and strode away with ostentatious confidence. Once his figure vanished at the door, Su Qingyang retracted his imposing aura, revealing a kindly demeanor once more. May I ask your esteemed name, my friend? Tang Shi returned the gesture respectfully, her tone measured. I am Feng Wu Mian. Thank you, Senior, for your timely assistance. Do not mention it. It is merely Nian Xi's kind heart that cannot abide their bullying of the weak. Tang Shi's gaze shifted to Nian Xi as she bowed once more, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Miss He. Nian Xi smiled softly. It was but a trifling matter, young Master Feng, no need to dwell on it. Her demeanor radiated warmth and gentility, evoking an involuntary fondness in those who beheld her. Young friend Feng. Su Qingyang observed Tang Shi with newfound interest. Dressed in a sleek black ensemble, his attire was unpretentious, yet his countenance was strikingly handsome. With an aura of latent brilliance nestled between his brows, his obsidian eyes, as deep as an abyss, remained curiously tranquil. As if nothing could stir the waters of his composure, a sense of curiosity arose within him. A mere mortal, standing before one of nascent soul cultivation, could maintain such an air of calm and poise, which was indeed a sight to behold. Do you know who that person was just now, young Master Feng? Not at all, Tang Shi replied, her tone still remarkably flat. Su Qingyang chuckled softly. That individual is the second son of the Yuan clan in Tiandu City. Yuan Zhao. He is notoriously vengeful and harbors a narrow mind. So having been rebutted by you today, you may find yourself entangled in troubles henceforth. The Yuan clan boasts a legendary transformation ancestor, thus dominating Tiandu City. Regardless of gender, anyone daring to defy them will face severe repercussions. They can rightly be referred to as local tyrants. It would be wise for you to prepare for the worst, young Master Feng. Su Qingyang sighed, offering a gentle warning. Tang Shi was momentarily taken aback, then clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you for the information, but it is of no concern. I intend to leave Tiandu City shortly. So farewell to you all. With that, she turned to depart, exhibiting no sign of reluctance. Young Master Feng, please wait, Niancy called out, halting her. Tang Shi paused. Niancy gracefully approached, her voice soft. Where does young Master Feng plan to go? The nearest city from Tiandu City is still 1,000,000 miles away, and as a mere mortal, it may prove arduous for you to reach it. If you do not mind, I possess a flying vessel that can escort you part of the way. The journey ahead is fraught with peril, filled with ferocious beasts and bandits. Traveling alone is exceedingly dangerous. As fellow mortals, Niancy felt a twinge of concern and could not help but suggest. Thank you for your kindness, Miss He. But that will not be necessary. Tang Shi shook her head. If she truly were but a mortal, traversing 1,000,000 miles would be a daunting task. Perhaps even 100,000 miles would be a struggle. Yet, she was merely masquerading as an ordinary person, a passerby, to facilitate her inquiries. Seeing her demeanor, Niancy bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Meanwhile, the stall owner hastily packed his wares into his storage bag and approached eagerly. Miss He, might you take me along? Niancy glanced at the stall owner, a dark-skinned man with unkempt hair and tattered clothing, marred by dirt. Where do you wish to go? She inquired. Anywhere will suffice. The man replied eagerly, as long as it is a place far from the reach of the Yuan clan. Having just offended Yuan Zhao with his earlier actions, he was keen to escape any potential repercussions. After a moment's contemplation, Niancy nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall take you along. Her heart was inherently kind. When someone sought her assistance, it was not in her nature to turn a blind eye. Thank you immensely, Miss He. Your heart is as kind as that of a bodhisattva, and the Tao ancestor shall bless you. The dark-skinned man beamed with gratitude, showering her with thanks. Su Qingyang furrowed his brow, his disapproval evident. Niancy, we must hasten to the 10,000 wilderness. We cannot afford to delay. Niancy smiled gently. Rest assured, Su Laozhang. We shall not be long delayed. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Su Qingyang ceased his objections. Then so be it. There is no need for concern, Elder Su. Since you are headed to the 10,000 wilderness, I shall accompany you, and it shall not hinder your progress, the dark-skinned man quickly asserted. eager to avoid being seen as a burden. Tang Shi stood aside, her heart stirred. To the 10,000 wilderness? Why not mention it sooner? It would be fortuitous to catch a ride. Thus, she promptly clasped her hands and said, speaking of which, I too wish to venture into the 10,000 wilderness for a glimpse. Would Miss He mind taking me along? Of course, xianxia replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she smiled. That would be splendid. Moments later, a large azure vessel soared through the skies, cutting through the winds with remarkable speed. On the deck, Su Qingyang gazed at the clouds rushing past on either side, his expression complex. Xianxia, you ought not to be so reckless, he murmured. Xianxia was perusing an ancient tome when she chuckled softly in response. Too many debts weigh down the soul. I have already offended Yuan Cheng. What difference does it make to offend Yuan Zhao once more? It is all but a matter of death. Though she sought to console herself, a hint of melancholy lingered on her lovely face. In the realm of cultivation, she had yet to embark on the vibrant path of spiritual practice. Su Qingyang fell silent for a moment, studying the young woman before him with a complicated expression. He opened his mouth as if to offer comforting words, only to close it again. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled a deep sigh. Tell me honestly, do you come here with a mindset of either succeeding or perishing? Indeed. Xianxia nodded firmly, her expression resolute. Yuan Cheng would not grant her any time. She had already placed her life on the line for this endeavor. If she failed to obtain a 6th-grade demon core and concoct the spirit-shaping pill, then death awaited her. Su Qingyang smiled wryly, his heart a tumult of emotions as he gazed at the vast blue sky. The heavens were boundless, the clouds ethereal. Even upon embarking on the path of cultivation, danger lurked at every turn, and countless lives were lost with each passing moment. This was the reality of the cultivation world. I can only hope that you manage to survive, he murmured. Xianxia smiled faintly, a hint of irony on her lips. Everyone wishes to live well, but some matters are beyond our control. Chapter 126, A Scheme in the Shadows. Meanwhile, on the other side, damn it, a mere medical immortal pavilion dares to rebuke me for the sake of a mortal? Yuan Zhao's face darkened as he roared in fury. How had he, the esteemed second son of the Yuan family, ever endured such humiliation? A swarm of ants dared to utter the word no? Rest assured, young master, my subordinates have already set eyes on the medical immortal's people, a guard whispered nearby. It is said they have ventured to the 10,000 wilderness, along with the stall owner and that mortal. Humph, Yuan Zhao nodded, his eyes glinting with malice. The 10,000 wilderness? They seek to hunt that 6th-grade beast. Do they? Then let us follow closely behind and add to their difficulties. Those who dare to offend me, Yuan Zhao, shall all meet their demise. With a cruel glint in his eyes, Yuan Zhao ordered, send word for 2 teams to stealthily trail the medical immortal pavilion's entourage. If the opportunity arises, capture them directly. As for Xianxia, take her alive. I shall deal with her personally. Understood. The flying vessel sliced through the sky, traversing layers of white clouds as it sped northward. Half an hour later, the surrounding chill began to thicken. In the shadowy forest, the dark mountains stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, resembling a slumbering primordial beast. Towering peaks pierced the clouds, and occasionally, a giant eagle soared overhead. The flying vessel landed. The group disembarked, gazing at the vast, boundless expanse of the forest before them. Is this truly the 10,000 wilderness? Xianxia pondered, surveying the endless primal forest with a creeping sense of dread. Tang Shi inhaled deeply, the cool evening breeze caressing her, laced with the faint scent of damp earth. As the vessel descended, she had already oriented herself. They were at the northern edge of the 10,000 wilderness, still a considerable distance from her stronghold. She looked up, her heart filled with curiosity. Why did the environment here appear so desolate and mournful, steeped in solemnity and silence? Perhaps it was due to the soil and water conditions. She turned to the crowd, clasping her fists in gratitude. Thank you, Miss He. Now that we have arrived at our destination, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Take care, young Master Feng. Xianxia inclined her head slightly. Farewell. Tang Shi nodded in acknowledgement before turning to depart. With steady strides, she walked through the dimly lit, tranquil forest, as if strolling leisurely in a garden. Xianxia gazed at her retreating figure, her lips pressing together, as a ripple of emotions stirred within her. Thank you, Miss He. I bid you farewell. Should fate allow, I shall surely return to express my gratitude for your kindness. The stall owner clasped his fists solemnly. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Once the stall owner vanished among the dense trees, Xianxia sighed softly. Old Su, let us take our leave as well. Su Qingyang nodded and led the group in a specific direction. A full moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery, gentle glow. The vast wilderness beneath the night sky appeared even more ominous and dark. Numerous wild beasts and venomous creatures lurked within the lush undergrowth. Xianxia and her companions carefully avoided them. It is getting late. We should rest first and plan for tomorrow, Su Qingyang suggested. The others nodded in agreement. The night would greatly hinder visibility, increasing danger. Moreover, they had been traveling tirelessly and were in dire need of respite. The group found a flat area to rest. A roaring fire blazed, warding off the chill. Around the campfire, the others gathered to discuss their upcoming plans. Xianxia leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, gazing at the flames, her mind in turmoil. A maid produced some provisions and offered them to her with concern. "Miss, please eat something to fill your stomach." Xianxia accepted the food, chewing slowly. The others had long since entered a state of cultivation that required no sustenance, while she, being an ordinary person, could not forego eating. Suddenly, a strong scent of blood wafted from afar, quickly invading their nostrils. "What is this?" Xianxia furrowed her brow. The others sensed it too, rising to trace the source of the foul odor. "What noise is that?" A cultivator stood up, alert, scanning the surroundings. "Shoo!" Su Qingyang immediately signaled for silence. However, at that moment, a strange, chilling roar echoed in their ears. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening crash, the ground trembled violently. Everyone's hearts raced. "What is happening?" they exclaimed, their faces filled with horror. Boom! The earth shook violently. A horde of massive, terrifying creatures surged forth from the depths of the forest. Pairs of green, glimmering eyes shone with an eerie light in the darkness. Their bodies exceeded 3 zhang in length, with barbed backs and menacing fangs, resembling demons from hell. It was a pack of ferocious, savage wild wolves. Damn it! How did these beasts get attracted here? Su Qingyang cursed under his breath. Xianxia's expression tightened, her delicate form trembling slightly. This was her first genuine encounter with demonic beasts. The oppressive sense of impending death bore down upon her. Even with high-ranking cultivators protecting her, she felt an overwhelming suffocation, her body stiffening, even her breath becoming labored. The savage wolves moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they were upon her, baring their fangs to bite. Splat! Blood sprayed. Su stood in front of her, cleaving the wolf's neck in two with a single stroke of his sword. They're merely second-tier demonic beasts, nothing to fear. With that, Su Qingyang wielded his sword, slicing through one savage wolf after another until the last one lay slain at his feet, the ground awash in crimson blood. He sheathed his sword. "The scent of blood will attract more demonic beasts. We must leave this place immediately," Su Qingyang warned, taking the lead as the others followed. After an hour's march, they selected another open area. "This place should be relatively safe. We can rest here for a while." Su Qingyang approached Xianxia again. Speaking in a low tone, "We have left no traces as we traveled, so we shouldn't have provoked any demonic beasts. However, just now, we were inexplicably attacked by that pack of wretched creatures. This is no coincidence, I fear." Su Qingyang's voice trailed off, but Xianxia understood his implication. The Yuan family is involved. She furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment before saying, "We are in the open while they lurk in the shadows. Let us remain adaptable and take it one step at a time." Chapter 127. Do they wish for my life even in Foundation establishment? The moon shone brightly and the stars twinkled, as the autumn breeze rustled the leaves of the ancient trees in the forest, creating a soft whispering sound. In the darkness, several shadows darted swiftly through the night, their movements agile and swift like leopards, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. They closely followed a figure into the depths of the forest. After an indeterminate duration, they finally halted. On the open grassland, the wind seemed to still, and all was silent. In the faint light, one could vaguely discern the features of the figure ahead. It was a youthful and handsome face, with deep, chiseled features. Thick eyebrows slightly raised, a prominent nose, full red lips, and elongated, profound eyes. Standing there quietly, without any movement, he exuded a unique aura that conveyed a strong and heavy sense of pressure. After following for so long, isn't it time to reveal yourself? A chilling, low voice resonated through the night. The shadows behind him froze in unison. How could he know? Even a mere mortal could sense their pursuit? This shouldn't be possible. The individuals were struck with shock, exchanging bewildered glances. Then came the sound of rustling footsteps. 10 dark figures leapt down from the surrounding trees, forming a triangular encirclement around him. The leader sneered, "Kid, you seem quite perceptive." Tang Shi smiled lightly. "It is not my perceptiveness, but rather your incompetence." After parting with the medical immortal pavilion, she had sensed a tail following her. Initially, they had kept their distance, but as they gradually drew closer, she deliberately halted, waiting for them to reveal themselves. "Humph, to dare to be arrogant when facing death." The opposing party laughed in anger. "Then let us make you the first sacrifice." With that, the 10 individuals launched their attack simultaneously. The blades sliced through the night sky, whistling as they struck towards Tang Shi. Yet, she remained utterly unmoved. Calmly, she raised her hand, flicking her fingers, and several points of silver light shot forth instantaneously, piercing precisely through the throats of each cloaked figure. Blood splattered, and corpses littered the ground. The leader, clinging to life, widened his eyes in shock, clutching his bleeding neck, staring in agony at the one before him. He could not comprehend why a mere mortal could slay a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, with just a single glance, this was utterly unfathomable. He stared at Tang Shi in disbelief. "Who are you?" Tang Shi coldly curled her lips. "An enemy who has died at my hands need not know who I am." With that, she gathered spiritual energy in her palm and swung forcefully. The leader's pupils dilated in horror. "You are a cultivator. I never claimed to be a mere mortal." As the words left my lips, an overwhelming surge of power surged forth, instantly reducing the leader to mere fragments. A few in the Foundation establishment stage dared to seek my life. Who do they underestimate? Tang Shi reigned in her spiritual aura, returning to an unremarkable guise. As she turned, she discovered a group of demonic beasts had encircled her unbeknownst to her. The beasts gazed hungrily at the corpse sprawled on the ground, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, crimson tongues flicking out, dripping as they eagerly licked their lips, as though starved. Yet, upon laying eyes on Tang Shi, they abruptly retracted their bloodthirsty fangs, standing rigidly in place, fear evident in their demeanor. "Make sure to clean up properly. I wouldn't want anyone to know I did this," Tang Shi remarked, before leisurely striding away. The demonic beasts watched for a moment, and upon confirming her departure, they surged forward, clamoring to tear into the remains. A foul stench permeated the air, blood and flesh flying in all directions. After dealing with the aftermath, Tang Shi continued her journey toward the southern woods. The clouds drifted closer, veiling the luminous moon, and the dark forest grew increasingly oppressive and mysterious, steeped in gloom. It felt desolate. The north was peculiarly strange, lacking the refreshing essence of the south. The entire forest exuded a sinister aura. Could it be due to the formidable presence lurking within? Tang Shi mused as she walked. To avoid trouble while traversing the forest alone, she deliberately skirted the territories of the demonic beasts, choosing to tread on unclaimed paths, striving to avoid any unnecessary conflict. However, a sudden voice abruptly shattered her contemplation. "Hey, run!" Instinctively, Tang Shi looked up, following the sound. A familiar figure rushed into view, dark-skinned, with disheveled hair and a filthy appearance, smeared with blood and dirt. Stumbling toward her, it was the vendor who had sold her the fragmented map. "Hey, don't just stand there, run!" he shouted, breathless as he staggered closer. "Those bastards have grown accustomed to bullying in Tiandu City. I knew they wouldn't let this go." With that, the vendor seized Tang Shi's arm, pulling her to flee alongside him. His robust frame and immense strength compelled her compliance. As they ran, the vendor muttered anxiously to himself, "Faster, faster. We mustn't get caught." The two sprinted desperately, but behind them came the sound of slicing air, accompanied by furious shouts. "Stop!" They both froze, tension coursing through their spines. A barrage of ruthless attacks followed, descending upon them like a tempest, leaving no room for escape. The vendor furrowed his brow, sensing the dire situation. Those ruffians had indeed caught up. Gritting his teeth, he pushed Tang Shi away. "I'll hold them off. You need to run as far as you can." With that, he leapt forward to confront the group of assailants. "Run? Do you think you can escape?" One of the black-clad figures sneered, mocking, daring to offend the Yuan clan. "Today, none of you shall survive." As the words fell, they unleashed their deadly techniques. Brimming with lethal intent, colorful beams of spiritual energy flickered, dazzling yet perilous. Although the vendor possessed mid-level Foundation establishment cultivation, he stood no chance against the united assault of more than 10 opponents. A silent lament escaped him. He could only wager his life. Countless blades of light descended like merciless meteors. The vendor's expression shifted as he hastily summoned the surrounding spiritual energy, attempting to thwart the onslaught. However, the moment his spiritual force came into contact with their attacks, it was instantly devoured. The black-clad figures, witnessing this, grew increasingly arrogant. They laughed maniacally. "Ha ha! With your meager tricks, you dare to contend with us? Embrace your demise, insect." In the next heartbeat, a chilling sword was pressed against his throat. The vendor's eyes widened in horror as he could only watch the blade draw nearer, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Tang Shi's gaze sharpened. She hadn't anticipated that such a humble vendor possessed a sense of righteousness. Since he displayed loyalty, she would not stand idly by. Resolving this, she clenched her wrist, gathering a surge of spiritual energy within her palm, and then unleashed a fierce gust. Chapter 128, An Unremarkable Mortal. With a resounding crash, the black-clad assailants' assault was abruptly repelled, the formidable aura sweeping them off their feet. Coughing, they all tumbled to the ground, spitting blood. Everyone present gaped in astonishment at the unexpected savior. unable to fathom how a mere mortal could effortlessly repel over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators. Surely, she must be a hidden high-ranking practitioner. Fear and complexity filled their expressions as they stared at Tang Shi. The vendor stood frozen, staring at her in shock and confusion. If you had the strength, why not say so earlier? He lamented internally, wishing he hadn't had to flee in such a frenzy. Clambering to his feet, he bowed tremulously. Thank you, young brother. No. Esteemed one. Tang Shi waved her hand dismissively, turning her attention to the unwelcome guests, arching a brow. So, you are from the Yuan clan of Tiandu City? Indeed. Since you are aware of our lineage, you should understand the consequences of offending the Yuan clan. I advise you to surrender willingly. Perhaps you might retain a complete corpse. One of the black-clad figures replied slowly as he rose, clutching his chest, his eyes filled with malice directed at Tang Shi. Tang Shi pondered, seeking clarification. I'm not entirely clear. May I ask about the strength of your Yuan clan? Upon hearing this, the black-clad figure wore a mocking smile. He scoffed, boasting, Our Yuan clan is a renowned family in Tiandu City, with a transformation realm cultivator overseeing us. A mere mortal like you, I could kill you 100 times over. Tang Shi narrowed her eyes, responding with a low, contemplative "Oh, only a transformation realm? Do you have any cultivators in the integration stage? What about the ascendant stage?" As she casually inquired, she assessed her own cultivation level. In the days since awakening, she had just crossed into the ascendant stage, now at its first level. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. She needed to ascertain the enemy's capabilities before deciding whether to annihilate those before her or eliminate the entire Yuan clan. Upon hearing her words, the black-clad figure's expressions shifted to one of disbelief. A single nascent soul could dominate a faction, while possessing a transformation realm cultivator marked one as a second-rate power. As for integration and ascendant stages, those were not merely top-tier existences in the southern region, but could even secure a place in the central divine continent, a land teeming with hidden talents. To them, a transformation realm was already an unattainable pinnacle. How could they even speak of integration and ascendant stages? Seeing their speechless reaction, Tang Shi seemed to grasp something. Oh, so you only have one transformation realm cultivator, and you dare to be so arrogant? A playful smile re-emerged on her face, a smirk that seemed to pierce the black-clad figure's pride, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. The leader clad in black roared furiously. Boldly insolent. How dare you desecrate the esteemed Yuan clan? The clamor ceased abruptly. Tang Shi repressed the smile that had graced her lips. Her gaze suddenly sharp as a blade. An overwhelming aura of pressure surged forth, descending upon them like the weight of Mount Tai, crashing down with ferocity. Caught unawares, all the men in black dropped to their knees. The sound of their knees shattering against the ground was particularly grating. A spray of rich, metallic sweetness erupted forth. They could not help but lift their heads, gazing in disbelief at the figure standing nonchalantly in their midst, exuding an indifference that mirrored that of a celestial king overlooking the heavens, imbuing them with an intangible sense of suffocating oppression. This was a force and presence that even the venerable ancestor of their clan had never possessed. It dawned upon them that they had provoked an individual far beyond their reckoning. The leader's face drained of color as he struggled to speak. May I ask, who exactly are you? Tang Shi replied with a cold indifference, a mere ordinary mortal. This declaration shattered the leader's composure entirely. A mortal? An unremarkable human being, capable of unleashing such terrifying power. No one would believe it, not even a child. The leader's body went limp, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he pleaded, spare my life, it is too late." Tang Shi's tone was devoid of warmth. With a mere wave of her hand, immense spiritual energy erupted, annihilating the group of black-clad men. A piercing scream escaped the leader's lips as his corporeal form was instantly torn asunder, hot crimson blood splattering into the air, saturating it with the stench of death. His soul fled from his body. With a pointed gesture, Tang Shi released her spiritual force like an arrow, piercing through his soul. The spirit was scattered. Once the aftermath was dealt with, Tang Shi leisurely made her way back. "Thank you for saving my life, my lady." The stall owner, Quan Jian, bowed deeply, a tremor of fear evident in his demeanor, almost prostrating himself. Tang Shi waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for such courtesy. Upon hearing this, Quan Jian hastily retrieved the pouch of spirit stones that Tang Shi had previously given him, extending it towards her. "My lady, please take back what you had given me." Tang Shi glanced at the pouch, pondering for a moment. "Are you suggesting that you do not wish to sell? You wish to reclaim your fragmentary map?" Quan Jian shook his head vigorously. No, that is not my intention. I would never dare accept your spirit stones. Now that you have saved me, I have no means to repay you, so let this be a gift to you, my lady. I only hope you do not look down upon this humble token. That is unnecessary. I do not save others for the sake of recompense. Keep it, Tang Shi insisted, her resolve unyielding. The spirit stones held little value for her. But for these cultivators, they could harness the energy within to elevate their cultivation. The stall owner demonstrated a commendable character, willing to offend the Yuan clan for the sake of a mere mortal like her. With a moment of hesitation, Quan Jian finally sighed and tucked the pouch back into his bosom. My lady, there is something I wish to speak of, though I hesitate to do so. He cast a hesitant glance at Tang Shi, pausing for a lengthy moment before continuing with a firm resolve. If possible, could you assist Miss He? Tang Shi raised an eyebrow, tilting her head slightly to regard him. Quan Jian gulped, summoning his courage. Miss He is a kind soul, offering medical aid to the people of Tiandu City without charge. Not long ago, the young master of the Yuan clan took a fancy to her, insisting she become his concubine. Now, having offended the second young master of the Yuan clan at the city gates, I fear the medical immortal pavilion cannot protect her any longer. Miss He ventured into the treacherous wilderness for the sake of a 6th-tier demon beast. Acquiring its demon core would grant her a chance to embark on the path of cultivation, but the Yuan clan will not allow her to succeed. Though she possesses some skills, her foundation is weak, and the Yuan clan has already set their sights on us. I fear her situation is precarious as well. I implore you, my lady, extend your hand in aid. I am willing to offer all the cultivation resources I have amassed in my lifetime, to serve as your loyal subordinate, even to the point of death. After speaking, he broke into a cold sweat, his gaze filled with trepidation, yet unwavering. With raven-like lashes framing his deep-set eyes, Tang Shi regarded him for a long while. Are you finished? A chill ran down Quan Jian's spine, and he could not help but shiver as he nodded, his eyes darting downwards in a flurry of anxiety. Yes, I have finished. I have overstepped, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Chapter 129. Sworn to the path, willing to be a slave for eternity. You would trade your very freedom for my assistance? Tang Shi questioned, perplexed. It was astonishing that a cultivator would willingly forsake their future and the Tao, choosing to submit to another. Indeed, Quan Jian closed his eyes painfully, reopening them with a flicker of determination. Miss He once saved my life. To me, she is more important than anything. Therefore, even if it costs me everything, I wish to rescue her from peril. I, Quan Jian, swear by my name, before the Tao ancestor above, that if you, my lady, are willing to intervene, I shall dedicate my life to your service, loyal and unwavering, never to betray you. Should I violate this oath, let me be struck by heavenly retribution, my soul scattered, never to attain rebirth. As his heartfelt pledge echoed, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from above him, ascending to the heavens, stirring the very fabric of existence. Tang Shi remained silent, contemplating. She pressed her finger to her forehead, and after a moment, a smile broke forth. Ding! Hidden task activated. Quan Jian swears to the Tao ancestor, willing to be a slave for eternity, seeking your assistance. You have the following choices. 1. For 800 years of cultivation, having never claimed a head with my sword, agree to his request and receive a random piece of magic, along with 1,000 points. 2. Difficult. Oh so difficult. The Tao is most profound. Do not regard the golden core lightly. Refuse him and receive 20 points. The system's prompt rang out abruptly. Tang Shi initially felt a surge of joy at the prospect of a task reward, but quickly fell into contemplation. Previous tasks concerning the divine transformation realm had offered 3,000 points, yet now only 1,000 was on the table. This might be related to her elevated cultivation, thereby reducing the task's difficulty. However, any reward was better than none. Outside the city gates, Xianxia had spoken up for her, incurring the wrath of Yuan Zhao. This debt must be repaid. With this thought in mind, she nodded. Very well, I agree. Thank you, my lady. Quan Jian exclaimed ecstatically, dropping to his knees in gratitude. I am forever indebted to you, and in the future, I shall surely follow your lead. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Do you know where they are now? Caught off guard, Quan Jian faltered. I do not know, he stammered, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Let us first search the outskirts. Tang Shi sighed, turning in a specific direction and taking flight, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. After a moment, Quan Jian regained his senses and hurriedly scrambled to catch up. My lady, wait for me. A faint tearing sound reached his ears. Bang! Several foundation-building cultivators were swept to the ground by the tail of the 6th-tier demon beast, the golden scale lion, 2 of whom perished on the spot. Damn it! Su Qingyang muttered under his breath, his expression shifting between anger and despair. How can this beast, despite its injuries, still be so formidable? The other 3 golden core cultivators exchanged fearful glances. This cannot go on, Su Qingyang exclaimed, his impatience palpable. Old Su, I fear we may not endure much longer. A peak golden core cultivator wore a troubled expression as he gazed at the enormous beast before him, its body exuding a sickly yellow hue. The atmosphere was laden with complexity. After entering the vast wilderness of 100,000 miles, several individuals had been journeying tirelessly towards this location. Along the way, they faced myriad dangers and encountered various monstrous beasts that launched attacks. Fortunately, their formidable strength allowed them to effortlessly dispatch the lower-tier beasts they encountered. However, while they could handle those weaker foes with relative ease, the golden-scaled lion was a sixth-tier beast, a formidable entity on par with the formidable transformation stage cultivators. It fought with increasing ferocity, appearing far from the state of an injured creature. Moreover, its body was encased in metallic scales akin to impenetrable armor, rendering it impervious to blades and arrows. Unless a transformation stage powerhouse intervened, none could hope to contend with it. "We cannot continue this fight, Elder Su," exclaimed another cultivator in the early stages of the Golden Core, gritting his teeth with frustration. "Despite our numbers and the vast resources we've expended in talismans and pills, we are still unable to subdue this beast. If we persist, we will inevitably perish." But to abandon the fight, Su Qingyang tightened his fists, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards a figure standing at the edge of the cliff, outside the fray. The woman bore a troubled brow, her exquisite features seemingly tinged with melancholy. Yet she exuded a graceful charm that captivated the heart. He regarded Xianxia as if she were his own daughter, and witnessing her in peril while feeling utterly powerless was a source of great anxiety. Having offended the two scions of the Yuan clan in one fell swoop, it was certain that the clan would not let it rest. They would undoubtedly dispatch a multitude of experts to threaten the medical immortal pavilion. The pavilion, needing to survive in Tiandu City, would not risk its standing for the sake of an ordinary person. Xianxia was in grave danger. The more Su Qingyang pondered, the more his worry intensified, and tears began to well in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew his gaze and declared resolutely, "I implore you all, let us make one last attempt." The group wore expressions of sorrow, acutely aware of the dire situation, yet they steeled themselves and charged forward. Roar! The golden-scaled lion let out a thunderous roar, its massive form towering like a mountain. Its powerful limbs struck the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. "Humph! A mere swarm of ants dares to provoke me? Seeking death," it sneered, and with a flick of its long tail, it unleashed a gale of force. The cultivators hastily summoned their defensive artifacts. Clang! 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 Sparks erupted as they struggled to evade the onslaught. "Damn beast! Receive my strike, golden dragon of spirit!" Su Qingyang bellowed, forming hand seals. In an instant, a golden dragon coalesced beside him, baring its fangs as it lunged towards the golden-scaled lion. Yet, the lion's colossal size rendered even the dragon insignificant and powerless. Roar! The lion swallowed the golden dragon whole, vanishing it from existence. Su Qingyang coughed up blood, his steps faltering as he nearly collapsed. The golden dragon contained 50% of his strength, enough to slay a nascent soul cultivator. Yet it failed to even scratch the lion's hide. "Humph!" The golden-scaled lion cast a derisive glance at Su Qingyang, its eyes deep and dark. "Is this your true ability?" It mocked, shaking its head as if to say trash. It then advanced, its malevolent gaze locking onto Su Qingyang. Su Qingyang's pupils constricted, a chilling dread coursing through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He had no doubt that should he be struck by this creature, he would surely meet his end. Desperation surged within him. A fierce determination flickered in his eyes as he gathered the remaining spiritual energy, channeling it into his palm. "Golden magnetic divine palm," he cried, unleashing a metallic wind that surged forth. The golden-scaled lion scoffed derisively, "Trivial skills." It opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar, shattering the air. Roar! The piercing sound waves detonated against their eardrums. In that moment, the cultivators felt their heads throb painfully, their chests constricting, blood rising in their throats as they all coughed up crimson. Su Qingyang was no exception, his form wavering as he nearly fell to the ground. Yet he endured, gritting his teeth to hold firm. The lion, sensing success, locked onto its next target, lunging at the nearest golden core cultivator. "Watch out!" Su Qingyang exclaimed in horror, hastily swinging his sword. Clang! The sharp blade struck the lion's neck, yet failed to even graze its scales, ricocheting back and nearly slipping from his grasp. Roar! The golden-scaled lion raised its head, unleashing a powerful gale directed at Su Qingyang. Su Qingyang coughed up another mouthful of blood, mixed with ruptured internal organs. "Elder Su, enough? We must retreat." Xianxia, standing atop the cliff, shouted anxiously. "Indeed, Elder Su, we should leave at once. If we continue, we shall all meet our demise here." The others urged. Although they yearned to conquer the beast, they understood that with their current cultivation levels, such an endeavor was impossible. Su Qingyang wiped the blood from his lips, raising his gaze to the golden-scaled lion, and gritted his teeth. "Very well, we withdraw." With great effort, he steadied himself, staggering towards the cliff's edge, taking hold of xianxiafansi and leading the others away. Thinking of escaping? The golden-scaled lion scoffed. It won't be that easy. It twisted its massive body, its speed suddenly increasing as it bore down on Su Qingyang in the blink of an eye. The group looked on in terror. This creature is massive, yet it moves with astonishing swiftness. We cannot shake it off. They cried. Quick, bombard it with talismans. They shouted, hastily activating their most potent talismans. In an instant, a barrage of radiant light shot forth, imbued with fierce momentum, towards the golden-scaled lion. Yet, the lion paid them no heed. It allowed the low-quality talismans to strike its body without sustaining any harm. Despair washed over the group. Seeing this, Su Qingyang could not help but smile bitterly. If this continued, they would all surely perish here. Just as he prepared to sacrifice himself to allow the others, along with xianxiafansi, to escape. A sudden whistling sound pierced the air. A blank sheet of yellow paper whizzed past him, heading straight for the golden-scaled lion. Huh. Su Qingyang was taken aback. Who threw that yellow paper? It seems to be me. A foundational cultivator ahead scratched his head awkwardly. I apologize. I was too anxious and didn't realize it was just a sheet of yellow paper. As he spoke, he tapped his storage bag and produced a pile of blank yellow paper, tossing it towards the golden-scaled lion. Su Qingyang was left speechless. Had this fool lost his wits? The refined talismans had proven ineffective, and now he was hurling a stack of yellow paper? Was he attempting to bury the beast under a deluge of paper? Many cultivators stared at him in bewilderment, utterly dumbfounded. Is this brother out of his mind? However, a more astonishing scene unfolded. The golden-scaled lion abruptly screeched to a halt. Its sharp claws dug into the ground, carving a gaping chasm. A piece of yellow paper brushed past its snout. A bead of sweat trickled down the lion's forehead. It stared at the yellow paper, its crimson eyes widening in shock, its expression frozen with a hint of trepidation. Not long ago, a strange phenomenon had occurred deep within the forest, prompting it to investigate. There, it had encountered 3 sheets of yellow paper hovering in midair. In that moment, its heart nearly ceased beating, and its fur stood on end, instinctively sensing a looming, lethal threat. Thus, as the other beasts were intent on claiming the yellow paper, it turned its head and dashed towards the outskirts of the forest. Yet, it was too late. A brilliant beam of golden light pierced through its scaled defenses in an instant, leaving it gravely wounded. Fortunately, its reflexes were swift. Otherwise, it would have met the same fate as those oblivious beasts, perishing on the spot. The golden-scaled lion recalled that recent scene, its heart still racing as goosebumps erupted across its body. With a reluctant glance at the group, it turned and swiftly retreated. The onlookers stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. The golden-scaled lion had halted. It was no longer pursuing them, but fleeing instead. Expressions of shock adorned their faces. Could it be that the golden-scaled lion would actually spare them? Such a phenomenon was truly astonishing. Had it succumbed to fear? Had they not witnessed its claws tremble just moments ago? No, it couldn't be. How could a dignified 6th-tier beast tremble in fear of mere scraps of powerless paper? Yet, it had indeed retreated. The crowd buzzed with speculation, struggling to believe their own eyes. Only Su Qingyang furrowed his brow, sensing something strange in the lion's behavior, yet unable to pinpoint the cause. They were no match for the golden-scaled lion. How could it be so easily frightened? Never mind. He shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts. Since the danger had passed, they should depart quickly. The others nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, a series of crisp claps resounded. Accompanying the sound was a clear, youthful voice. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. The crowd turned to locate the source. A figure clad in white appeared several hundred feet away, hands clasped behind his back. It was Yuan Zhao. As he emerged, a group of silhouettes slipped from the surrounding thickets. One was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, another in the early stage, while the rest were all at the foundation establishment stage, each exuding an aura of lethal intent. Xianxia's expression shifted slightly, cursing her misfortune under her breath. Su Qingyang felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. He fixed his gaze on Yuan Zhao, his voice low and cautious. What do you intend to do? Yuan Zhao replied with a smile. Do not worry. Old Su, I am a reasonable person. He stepped forward slowly, his eyes locking onto Xianxia. I am here solely for her, and I hope for your cooperation. And if we refuse? Su Qingyang interjected. Then I can only express my apologies, Yuan Zhao stated, and at his words, 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators lunged forward. Su Qingyang's pupils contracted, and he unsheathed his sword in a flash, ready to engage. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, piercing through the air. Su Qingyang was forced back 5 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he held his sword aloft in defiance. Even at your peak, you could not withstand the 2 of us, let alone in your current wounded state. One of them sneered. their fist imbued with a fierce wind crashing towards him. Soon, Su Qingyang found himself being relentlessly pushed back, perilously close to defeat. Bang! A moment of miscalculation left him vulnerable, and his opponent seized the opportunity. Delivering a brutal blow to his chest, he stumbled backward, crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Old Su, Xianxiaaudiobooks cried out in distress. Huh? Are there still those who wish to oppose my Yuan family? Yuan Zhao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the group with disdain. The assembled cultivators turned pale, their hearts gripped by fear. They had merely come at the behest of the medical immortal pavilion and had not anticipated confronting the Yuan family. Moreover, they stood no chance against this formidable group. What should we do? They exchanged anxious glances, panic rising within them. We must retreat. We cannot afford to offend the Yuan clan. Yes, retreating is wise. Let us go. After a brief discussion, they all activated their techniques and fled. At that moment, only Xianxiaaudiobooks, her maid, and the unconscious Su Qingyang remained in the clearing. Yuan Zhao, do not go too far. Xianxiaaudiobooks shouted angrily, her cheeks flushed with fury. Yuan Zhao's demeanor was mocking, filled with contempt. What are you, a mere mortal woman? How can you hope to challenge me? Xianxiaaudiobooks picked up Su Qingyang's sword, gripping it tightly, the blade aimed directly at Yuan Zhao, her body trembling slightly. I will fight you. Yuan Zhao chuckled derisively, shaking his head. He then flicked his wrist, unleashing a surge of spiritual power towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. Ah! Xianxiaaudiobooks screamed, hurtling backward to collide with an ancient tree, blood spurting from her mouth. Miss, her maid cried out in despair. Yet, Yuan Zhao didn't spare her a glance. A mere mortal, so overreaching. Chapter 131. Let me teach you to wield a sword. The maid rushed to Xianxiaaudiobooks' side, supporting her as tears streamed down her face. Miss, are you all right? Cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Xianxiaaudiobooks' mouth as she coughed weakly, her breath shallow. To resist a cultivator with a mortal body was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xiao Yuan, we must go. The maid, however, chose not to flee. I am but a servant. I will stay by your side, even unto death, she replied resolutely. This maid, named Xiao Yuan, had grown up by Xianxiaaudiobooks' side, their bond profound. You must listen to me. They seek only me. Take old Su and return. Mississippi. Xiao Yuan's eyes were red, tears welling. Hurry. Very well, miss, promise me you'll wait for me. I shall go to the medical immortal pavilion and fetch someone to rescue you. Xiao Yuan wiped her tears and, with great effort, lifted the unconscious Su Qingyang before turning to leave. Xianxiaaudiobooks watched her depart, a trace of a comforting smile gracing her lips. This was the best outcome. No one would die because of her. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she rose, gripping the sword with all her might and charging towards Yuan Zhao. Alas! Before she could close the distance, she was struck down by Yuan Zhao. Xianxiaaudiobooks, I could extinguish your very essence with a mere flick of my finger. Would it not be better to comply? Yuan Zhao's tone was languid, finding her defiance laughable. Xianxiaaudiobooks wiped the blood from her lips, defiantly standing once more, brandishing the sword and lunging at him again. Sigh. Yuan Zhao let out a breath, raising his hand for a strike. He deliberately moderated his strength, so as not to truly kill her. Thud. Xianxiaaudiobooks was sent flying, crashing into the underbrush, her sword slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. Foolish. Yuan Zhao snorted, strolling over to her and crouching down, his gaze fixated on her exquisite face as he grasped her chin. You know, it's no wonder my older brother is utterly captivated by you. With a mocking smile, he continued, do not waste your strength struggling. There is nothing I cannot obtain. While he teased her, one hand caressed her smooth, delicate skin. Xianxiaaudiobooks raised her hand, forcefully swatting his hand away. Yuan Zhao grinned wickedly, then seized her arm, flinging her to the ground with a powerful motion, leaving her dazed. From his elevated position, he looked down at her. Wretch, if you were wise, you would crawl onto my bed and serve me. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to take matters into my own hands. Xianxiaaudiobooks gritted her teeth, shakily rising to her feet, retrieving the sword and pointing it at Yuan Zhao's throat. Rather fierce. Yuan Zhao scoffed derisively. You can barely hold your sword steady. How do you intend to defeat me? Xianxiaaudiobooks pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes fixed on Yuan Zhao, remaining silent. If you can inflict even a single hair's breadth of harm upon me, I shall set you free and forgive all past grievances, Yuan Zhao emphasized, his tone heavy with condescension. Nevertheless, he did not believe Xianxiaaudiobooks would ever pose a threat to him, for she was far too feeble, unable even to approach him, let alone inflict any harm. Xianxiaaudiobooks, too, was acutely aware of her own limitations. She could never injure Yuan Zhao. Her sword was less than 6 inches from his neck, yet it remained stagnant, unable to advance even a fraction. The oppressive aura of the cultivator held her firmly in place, rendering her utterly immobile. This overwhelming pressure made it difficult for her to breathe. What should I do? Xianxia's face was a mask of panic, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. The sensation of helplessness left her feeling despondent. Ha! Yuan Zhao laughed maniacally, mockingly asking if she felt as though her body were mired in quicksand, utterly incapable of movement. This is the chasm that separates mortals from cultivators. Accept your insignificance as an ant and serve me well. Perhaps one day, should I be in a good mood, I might grant you a reprieve. His tone darkened further, the patience he had exhibited waning. If you continue to be obstinate and waste time, your fate. His words were abruptly cut off as he glanced over Xianxia's shoulder, his pupils constricting. A shadowy figure emerged silently. Who are you? He demanded, retreating a few steps, on guard and ready to retaliate. Unfortunately, the figure disregarded him entirely, heading straight for Xianxia. How dare you ignore me? Yuan Zhao bellowed, launching a punch that shattered the air with a resounding force. Yet, the dark-clad figure remained unfazed, passing through Yuan Zhao's attack and approaching Xianxia. Witnessing this, Yuan Zhao's shock deepened, accompanied by a sense of unease. As Xianxia saw the figure, she froze, her mind blank, devoid of any coherent thought. Feng Gongzi, she murmured, her gaze softening. Miss He, we meet again, came the reply from Tang Shi. She extended her right hand, delicately placing it over Xianxia's sword-wielding hand. The cool touch sent a shiver through Xianxia, who snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she instinctively attempted to release her grip on the sword, but found herself unable to muster the strength. You. Just as she spoke, a warm surge of spiritual energy flooded through her limbs. In an instant, all pain dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of lightness, her weariness vanishing. Feng Gongzi, what is this? Xianxia exclaimed, her heart swelling with emotion. Yuan Zhao recognized her instantly, his fury boiling over. You're alive. Tang Shi cast a sidelong glance at him, but offered no response. Stand tall, and your grip on the sword will be steady. Allow me to teach you how to wield it. With that, she grasped Xianxia's sword hand, effortlessly slicing through the air, the blade's brilliance piercing the void. The razor-sharp light cleaved the atmosphere, its fierce radiance flickering as if it could rend all existence asunder, directed straight at Yuan Zhao. The power of this strike was terrifying. Even those at the nascent soul level were drenched in cold sweat at its ferocity. Protect the second young master. Several formidable presences surged forth to shield Yuan Zhao, attempting to block the oncoming strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated for hundreds of meters. An overwhelming force emanating from the point of impact, rippling outward. The members of the Yuan clan groaned in unison, blood trickling from their lips. Thud! One by one, they toppled to the ground, raising clouds of dust and debris. Despite having two nascent soul protectors, Yuan Zhao was no exception. He was thrown to the ground, crashing into a tree trunk, blood spilling from his mouth, pain radiating through his chest. The strike left them severely wounded. Aside from the two nascent soul cultivators and Yuan Zhao, all the other lower-tier cultivators perished. Chapter 132, a single strike to kill. Incredible. Xianxia stood dumbfounded, her mouth agape at the scene before her. Her heart remained tumultuous. She had never witnessed anyone capable of annihilating so many with a single blow. The opponent possessed power rivaling that of Su Lao. What level of strength must one possess to wield such terrifying abilities? Xianxia slightly tilted her head, gazing up at the person standing beside her. Clad in the same black attire as their first meeting, his striking features exuded an aura of chilling frost. His stature was as upright as a pine tree, surrounded by a frigid breeze that emanated an extreme sense of danger. At that moment, Xianxia's heart was in disarray. Are you all right? Tang Shi inquired. Hearing the question, Xianxia snapped back to attention and hastily shook her head. I'm fine, thank you, Feng Gongzi. Good then. Tang Shi nodded slightly. She then turned her gaze back to Yuan Zhao, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, slowly raising her sword, the tip aimed directly at him. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the sword's point, Yuan Zhao's complexion changed drastically. Don't come any closer. Do you wish to oppose the Yuan clan? Wasn't it the Yuan clan that had first opposed her? Tang Shi's expression turned strange. She offered no reply, merely advancing toward him. Yuan Zhao, terror-stricken, could no longer contain himself, shouting for others to stop Tang Shi. Stop him! Someone stop him! Are you all deaf? Quickly stop him! His frantic screams echoed, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He had never felt so afraid as he did at that moment. Watching Tang Shi close the distance, he lost all composure and turned to flee. Alas! Tang Shi would not grant him such an opportunity. With a leap, the sword gleamed, and the air crackled with energy. Thud! Blood sprayed forth. Yuan Zhao fell to the ground, convulsing, his eyes wide with disbelief and resentment. Why you? You actually dare to kill me? He stammered, struggling to utter his final words, his throat convulsing twice before he swallowed them back. Tang Shi regarded him coldly, her expression devoid of any emotional response. The remaining two Yuan clan nascent soul cultivators, witnessing Yuan Zhao's untimely demise, felt their eyelids twitch violently, fury igniting within them. The second son of the illustrious Yuan family had met his end here. How would they report this back? If the ancestor learned of this, they would surely face dire consequences. You little bastard. You're dead, they shouted in unison, each summoning their treasures, unleashing powerful spiritual light toward Tang Shi. With a slight flick of her wrist, a streak of sword light shot forth, swift as a meteor, piercing through one cultivator's brow, killing him on the spot. The other cultivator's expression shifted dramatically, hastily retracting his attack, gazing at Tang Shi with trepidation. The ease with which she dispatched a nascent soul cultivator indicated she was undoubtedly a powerhouse of the transformation realm or beyond. Such a being was far beyond his capacity to challenge. However, someone of her caliber would not be an obscure individual. Who exactly are you? He inquired. Tang Shi, disinterested in answering, simply waved her hand. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying might. The countenance of the nascent soul cultivator transformed dramatically as he exerted every ounce of strength to resist. Yet, he was far too weak. How could he possibly contend with Tang Shi? The sword light traversed the heavens, akin to the Milky Way cascading from the firmament, vast and magnificent, with a cataclysmic force sweeping across the myriad realms. Accompanied by a chilling scream, another nascent soul cultivator was utterly vanquished. In an instant, the entire forest fell into an eerie silence, profoundly still. Xianxia's exquisite eyes widened, her heart pounding fiercely. Although she had anticipated Tang Shi's formidable prowess, vastly surpassing the norm, she had not expected it to reach such terrifying heights. With merely a casual flick of his wrist, he had slain two nascent soul-level powerhouses. Master, your speed is astonishing. I can hardly keep up, came the lament from afar. Xianxia turned to look. The figure of Quan Jian soon came into view, and she found herself momentarily dazed. Wasn't he the stall owner? Why was he in the company of young Master Feng? And why was he addressing him as master? Their relationship appeared to be quite intimate, leaving her puzzled. Miss, are you all right? Quan Jian inquired with concern as he approached. I'm fine. Xianxia replied with a smile and a shake of her head. Quan Jian sighed in relief, muttering to himself, as long as you're fine, that's good. Hidden mission complete. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the random spell, Heavenly Gang Golden Body. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 points. The Heavenly Gang Golden Body, its very name suggests a defensive spell. It can instantly condense the essence of the Heavenly Gang, fortifying one's physical defenses to an indomitable level. Her repertoire was replete with offensive spells. Thus, the addition of a defensive spell was truly welcome. Finally, hearing Quan Jian's voice, Tang Shi turned back to look. His gaze lingered on Xianxia for a brief moment before sweeping over Quan Jian, and he silently made his way back. Coming to a halt before Xianxia, Tang Shi suddenly reached out his right hand, clasping her wrist. Young Master Feng, Xianxia's cheeks flushed crimson, clearly taken aback by Tang Shi's sudden intimate gesture. In the next moment, a gentle and warm energy surged into her body, and in an instant, both her new and old injuries were completely healed. A look of astonishment crossed Xianxia's face as she silently lamented her overthinking. She could distinctly sense the hidden ailments within her dissipating rapidly. In merely a few minutes, she was entirely restored, even more vigorous than before. Xianxia expressed her heartfelt gratitude to young Master Feng, bowing deeply in appreciation. There's no need for formalities, since we've encountered each other. It's no trouble to lend you a hand, Tang Shi replied, releasing her hand. I heard you require the inner core of a 6th-tier demon beast to concoct the spirit-nurturing pill? Tang Shi shifted the topic. Yes, I wish to cultivate immortality. To embark upon the path of transcendence, Xianxia stated earnestly, her gaze clear and resolute. Did you acquire what you sought during your venture into the mountains? Xianxia shook her head bitterly. Even a severely wounded 6th-tier demon beast is beyond our capacity to contend with. In that case, allow me to assist you once more. When helping others, one must see it through to the end. They had already offended the Yuan clan, and it was inevitable that the Yuan clan would retaliate. Tang Shi needed to eradicate the Yuan clan thoroughly before he could return home with peace of mind. During this waiting period, it was no inconvenience to lend Xianxia another hand. With that, she stepped forward. Upon hearing these words, Xianxia trembled slightly. Her eyes brimmed with tears of excitement that she could scarcely contain. Young Master Feng, she called out again. Tang Shi turned back. Shall we go? Yes. Xianxia wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her face blooming with a radiant smile. She understood that if she did not seize this opportunity now, there might never be another. Chapter 133, Call Me Mr. Feng. And what of me? Quan Jian gazed at the two figures walking ahead, his expression somewhat perplexed. For a moment, he was at a loss as to what he should do. He scratched his head, feeling a bit bewildered. But soon, he rallied his spirits and followed closely behind Tang Shi and xianxia. Deep within the mountains, mists swirled around them. A few birds circled overhead, emitting piercing cries. Upon spotting the trio approaching, they spread their wings and swooped down to attack. Tang Shi halted, her palms slowly rising. Spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into blades that cleaved through the assailants. She then continued onward, her demeanor casual, as if the vast wilderness was merely her backyard, utterly unperturbed by any surrounding dangers. The two followed closely in her wake, filled with newfound reverence for Tang Shi. They had never felt such security before, as if no calamity could befall them with that person leading the way. Proceeding northward, the trio navigated through the dense forest in search of the injured sixth-tier demon beast, the golden-scaled lion. As dusk descended, they still had not found its trace. You're still injured. You should rest. Tang Shi stopped and turned to face xianxia. Xianxia's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, her lips devoid of color, and her brow furrowed with fatigue. After all, she was still immortal, and having sustained injuries previously, her body was struggling to endure the prolonged trek alongside him. I can manage, xianxia insisted, her lips pressed into a thin line. Tang Shi furrowed her brows. Don't overexert yourself. I'm not overexerting. I can do this, xianxia replied stubbornly. She gritted her teeth, her face contorted with effort, yet she persisted. I truly can, young Master Feng. You need not worry. Though I am but a mortal with limited strength, my constitution is quite good, and I will not be a burden to you. Hearing xianxia's words, Tang Shi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The girl seemed so anxious to prove herself, as if she feared being a hindrance. I'm tired. I need to rest. Tang Shi had to rephrase her request. After all, otherwise, the girl's stubbornness would only persist. Xianxia exclaimed, glancing awkwardly at Tang Shi before lowering her head. I'm sorry, young Master Feng. I didn't consider things thoroughly. Tang Shi waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. She turned to instruct Quan Jian to gather some dry branches to start a fire. All right, Quan Jian replied cheerfully. A moment later, Quan Jian returned, arms laden with a pile of dry wood. Master, is this enough? Plenty, Tang Shi nodded, accepting the sticks he offered and crouching down to ignite the fire. Finally, she added, from now on, do not call me master. Quan Jian looked puzzled, glancing at Tang Shi's profile. If not master, then what should I call you? Tang Shi fell silent, pondering for a moment before slowly uttering 3 words. Mr. Feng. Yes, Mr. Feng, Quan Jian replied respectfully. Tang Shi paid him no further attention, focusing intently on the fire. The flames danced, radiating warmth into the air. As night gradually descended, the forest grew increasingly heavy with a chilling aura, as if cold winds were encroaching. Quan Jian lay down on the ground, resting his head on his arms, quickly falling asleep. Xianxia shivered, drawing her neck in and wrapping her arms around herself, curling up. Tang Shi noticed and retrieved a cloak from her storage pouch, draping it over Xianxia. Xianxia stiffened momentarily before carefully expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Feng. Tang Shi responded with a soft returning to her previous position. Her gaze fixed on the flames, her mind empty of thoughts. After a long while, a series of bubbling sounds echoed through the stillness of the forest. Tang Shi's eyelids fluttered slightly as she turned her head to glance over. Xianxia, clutching her abdomen, exhibited a charmingly flushed face, appearing exceedingly embarrassed. Hungry? Tang Shi inquired. Xianxia shyly nodded, then hastily added, I haven't eaten anything today, that's why. But it's all right. Wait here, Tang Shi commanded, rising to her feet, leaving those 2 words behind as she turned and vanished from sight. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly in the direction of her departure, momentarily forgetting to react. Her large eyes blinked rapidly, her heart racing fiercely. An unusual sentiment began to blossom within her, spreading throughout her chest. Before long, Tang Shi returned, carrying a freshly killed rabbit. Xianxia immediately stood up, reaching out to take the rabbit from her hands. To her surprise, Tang Shi evaded her grasp. I can manage. It will be far easier than if you were to handle it yourself. Oh, Xianxia replied, slightly taken aback, obediently stepping back, her gaze flitting between Tang Shi and the rabbit. At that moment, Tang Shi was skillfully skinning the rabbit with her sword, swiftly removing its fur. After a few deft strokes, she discarded the head and tail and placed the rabbit on the fire to roast. In a short while, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Once it was nearly done, Tang Shi handed the rabbit meat to Xianxia. Try it. Xianxia, enchanted by the alluring fragrance, was already drooling. However, when she received the rabbit meat, she hesitated for a moment. Tang Shi glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. Why aren't you eating? Young Master Feng. You've given it all to me. Aren't you going to eat? Tang Shi smiled lightly, saying, the first thing I learned upon entering the path was fasting. Since then, I have lost my appetite. After embarking on this journey, 99 of cultivators would fast, primarily to avoid wasting time on such matters. Oh, then I won't hold back. Xianxia eagerly took a bite of the rabbit meat. The tender juices burst on her tongue. The meat was grilled to perfection, yielding a delightful chewiness. It's so delicious, Xianxia said, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Tang Shi smiled faintly, adding a few twigs to the fire. Thank you. Young Master Feng. Xianxia expressed her gratitude repeatedly, then began to devour the meat with little regard for propriety. She had been famished, and now, indulging in such a feast, her heart soared with joy. In no time, the plump rabbit was entirely consumed by her. After satisfying her hunger, Xianxia let out a contented burp. Realizing her lack of decorum, her cheeks flushed red, and she was momentarily at a loss for how to react. Tang Shi chuckled softly, not looking at her, merely stating, after walking through the forest for so long, it's time to rest. Xianxia nodded, closing her eyes. The bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating the darkness. Moonlight cascaded down, bathing Xianxia's radiant visage in a lustrous sheen, rendering her exceptionally serene. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, Tang Shi's gaze drifted into the void. Uncertain how much time had passed, she was suddenly alerted by a faint rustling sound. Rustle. Following that, Xianxia's voice pierced the stillness once more. Young Master Feng, aren't you going to rest? Tang Shi collected her thoughts and turned to look at her again. She found Xianxia had opened her eyes, her dark, bright gaze sparkling like stars, making her appear even more ethereal. I will keep watch, Tang Shi calmly replied. Thank you for your efforts, young Master Feng. It's no trouble. You should get some rest, Tang Shi encouraged. Once again, the surroundings fell into silence. The night was tranquil. The sounds of insects and birds seemed to fade into the distance, everything becoming ethereal. Xianxia lay on the grass, having just closed her eyes when they flew open again, her expression flickering. Young Master Feng, she tentatively called. Tang Shi acknowledged. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before inquiring, have you ever taken a wife, young Master Feng? Tang Shi paused, momentarily taken aback. Casting a surprised glance at Xianxia, their gazes collided in midair. Meeting the stillness of her dark eyes, Xianxia felt a sudden wave of panic, her cheeks flushing. Young Master Feng, please don't misunderstand. What I mean is, you are exceptionally handsome and possess profound cultivation. Surely you must have captured the hearts of many women. Aye. After a lengthy pause, she still couldn't articulate her thoughts. Tang Shi's lips curled slightly, revealing an enigmatic smile, difficult to decipher. No, I have not, she replied succinctly. Instantly, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Oh then, she stammered, ultimately summoning her courage to lift her head and gaze intently at Tang Shi. Young Master Feng, having cultivated for so long, you must have encountered many remarkable experiences along your journey. Would you share a few with me? She asked softly. Tang Shi, slightly bewildered, regarded Xianxia. She had anticipated that the conversation would veer towards romantic partners, and she had prepared to decline. However, she never expected that the other party would wish to hear her recount tales instead. Certainly, Tang Shi readily agreed. Xianxia clenched her hands tightly, her heart pounding like thunder, her breathing becoming somewhat erratic. In truth, she had indeed been wondering if she had a chance, but the words had lodged in her throat, held back by her hesitation, and she had not dared to voice them. After all, she was merely a mortal. How could she dare to harbor thoughts of a transcendent cultivator? Perhaps, once she embarked on this path herself, she might be worthy of standing by his side? Such thoughts felt extravagant and absurd, yet she could not help but hope. Xianxia took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure, attempting not to reveal her trepidation, lest her innermost thoughts be exposed. Young Master Feng, please do tell. Tang Shi pondered for a moment, feeling as though she had little to share. After all, her experiences were all attributed to her doppelganger. Everything she had done fell to the credit of that entity. This avatar, Feng Wumian, was venturing out for the first time and had yet to encounter anything noteworthy. Tang Shi furrowed her brow, seriously contemplating before speaking. I have primarily been in seclusion, engaging in arduous cultivation, and thus have little personal experience to share. However, I do have some observations, if you are interested. I can certainly discuss them with you. Xianxi's heart leaped with joy, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Then I shall tell you the tale of the cunning King Han, known as Han Pao Pao. In a realm of mortals, there was a man named Han Li, who accidentally entered the Seven Xian sect and, through a series of fortuitous events, became a disciple of the skilled physician, Dr. Mo. After becoming Dr. Mo's disciple, he fortuitously acquired the celestial bottle, a vessel that could accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs. It can hasten the growth of spiritual herbs? Does that mean a year's worth of herbs could be matured in mere days? Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment, her heart racing with excitement. Such a treasure was irresistible. Indeed, Tang Shi continued after a brief pause. Later on, Han Li befriended a companion named Li Feiyu. After a period of time in the sect, Han Li faced his first crisis. Dr. Mo had taken him in merely to usurp his body. Although Han Li narrowly escaped, this experience taught him the treachery of human nature, transforming him into a person who would not act without benefit. After establishing his foundation, he participated in a treasure-seeking conference, which is also the origin of the name Han Pao Pao. The treasure-seeking conference was spearheaded by the Yin family, in collaboration with the Golden Core disciples of neighboring nations. And the Yin family set a trap to bloodily sacrifice all who attended. Han Li detected something amiss with a member of the Yin family. While maintaining a facade of calmness, he secretly planned to utilize the Divine Wind shuttle to escape. However, he was ultimately discovered by the young master of the Yin family. After a series of confrontations, Han Li managed to evade capture, thus earning the moniker Han the Runner. Following this incident, he was assigned to guard a mining vein, during which time the demon sect launched an attack, awakening another facet of his abilities. Those who teamed up with him invariably faced annihilation, leaving him as the sole survivor. Eventually, after 2 harrowing escapes, the righteous sects suffered a complete rout, leading Han Li to flee to the chaotic Star Sea. Upon his arrival, beset by numerous dangers, he recalled a dear friend. Henceforth, he adopted the alias Li Feiyu, relishing the use of his friend's name whenever he played tricks on others, while he employed his own name when performing benevolent deeds. Thus, it was said, killing and arson, Li Feiyu, revered by all, Han the Honorable. Xianxia could not suppress a laugh upon hearing this. Fortunately, Li Feiyu was merely a mortal and remained oblivious to the truth. Otherwise, he might have spewed a mouthful of blood. Were these two truly the best of friends? Should he also venture into the spiritual realm? One could scarcely fathom how 100 explanations would suffice. In the realm of fantasy and cultivation, who traverses the world without an alias? For instance, there was Xiao Yan's rock owl. Yet, those names were derived from their own. Who would utilize the name of a close companion? Wouldn't that invite animosity upon one as friend? Tang Shi smiled, acknowledging Xianxia's point. Yet she added, perhaps Han Li is simply envious of his dear friend's longevity and seeks to hasten his passage through life. Tang Shi shook her head lightly, but mortals have brief lifespans. Those practitioners whom Han the old demon has offended may have turned to bones before they even locate him. This Han Li is quite the peculiar character, Xianxia remarked. Unable to contain her amusement, Tang Shi nodded in agreement before changing the subject. It's time to sleep. Xianxia blinked in surprise, uncertain of how to respond. Is that it? I truly don't wish for it to end so swiftly. She yearned to hear many more tales. Aren't you tired? Tang Shi inquired, noticing her hesitation. Xianxia paused, awkwardly touching her nose, and cleared her throat. I am not tired. Tang Shi narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her. Not tired? Xianxia felt a pang of anxiety and feigned confidence. Indeed, I am not tired at all. May we converse a bit longer? Tang Shi remained silent, her gaze fixed upon her face. Xianxia's heart raced, yet she maintained her composure, meeting her gaze. After a prolonged silence, Tang Shi sighed. It is quite late. Perhaps another time. Very well, then let it be another time. It was as if an unspoken agreement had been reached, causing Xianxia to break into a radiant smile as she returned to sleep. Moments later, her soft breaths drifted into Tang Shi's ears. And you claim not to be tired? The following day, as sunlight pierced through the clouds to illuminate the earth, the trio set forth once more. However, in contrast to the earlier silence and awkwardness, Xianxia now brimmed with vivacity, chattering incessantly. Windmaster, do you think we will find that 6th-tier beast today? Let us leave it to fate, Tang Shi replied softly. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 wilderness, locating a high-tier beast was not particularly arduous. The challenge lay in pinpointing the specific 6th-tier golden-scaled lion, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Alas, the 10,000 wilderness is so vast. May the Tao ancestor bless us to find it swiftly, Xianxia prayed, clasping her hands together. Tang Shi paused, then chuckled, shaking her head. Fear not. If we cannot locate the injured golden-scaled lion, I shall seek out another 6th-tier beast for you. Upon hearing her comforting tone, Xianxia quickly waved her hands. Would that delay you? Please do not let a mere girl hinder your cultivation. Tang Shi gazed into the distance, her voice light, yet resonant, ensuring Xianxia heard every word. Not to worry, cultivation is not a matter of urgency. Then I must thank you, Windmaster, you are truly kind. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. Tang Shi lowered her gaze, smirking. So quickly you bestow upon me a good person card? Is that not permissible? Xianxia blinked, confusion evident in her eyes. But Windmaster, you truly are a good person. Tang Shi's eyes gleamed mischievously as she shot her a sidelong glance. Are you not concerned that I may have ulterior motives? How could that be? You are my lifesaver, Windmaster. If you truly wished to exploit something, you would have acted long ago, rather than waiting until now. Xianxia tilted her head, her tone innocent, reminiscent of a naive girl just entering the world. Tang Shi decided to impart a lesson. What if I came for your spirit pill recipe? What if I merely wished to cultivate you like Han Li's first master, only to later seize your soul, or perhaps to make you into a furnace? Xianxia's body stiffened suddenly, her pupils constricting. Observing her intense reaction, Tang Shi smirked, leisurely articulating, feeling frightened now? Xianxia gripped her sleeve tightly, her knuckles turning white. I believe that Windmaster is not that kind of person. You know me, and thus believe I am not that kind of person? Tang Shi halted, narrowing her phoenix-like eyes as she scrutinized her. Xianxia's expression shifted with uncertainty, and after a long pause, she managed to respond. I have encountered far too many greedy and hypocritical individuals. I trust my judgment. Windmaster, you are a person of integrity. Tang Shi suddenly let out a chuckle. A good person? From a certain perspective, what Xianxia asserts is not entirely incorrect. Yet, the standard of goodness is rather vague. As cultivators, there are no absolute good people. It merely happens that no interest conflict between both parties, thus leading to peace. However, should something arise that benefits both, the next moment, they would undoubtedly draw their swords against one another. Just be aware of this in your heart. Once you embark upon the path, remember to keep your wits about you. With that, Tang Shi continued onward, leaving behind a slightly desolate silhouette. Xianxia gazed at her retreating figure, her expression complex and dimmed. Moments later, she raised her smile anew and followed after her. Meanwhile, the ever-persistent Quan Jian had turned into a mere shadow behind them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from afar. At sound, Xianxia trembled violently. It must be the golden-scaled lion, the one that was severely injured. Her face lit up with excitement. Windmaster, let us hurry. Tang Shi nodded, quickening her pace toward the direction of the roar. As they approached, the sound of the beast grew increasingly distinct. At last, a majestic and towering mountain peak came into view. The golden-scaled lion let out an enraged roar. It's up there, Xianxia exclaimed, her fists pumping in excitement. Yet, before the trio could draw nearer, they spotted two figures engaged in a fierce battle with the sixth-tier golden-scaled lion. Those figures looked quite familiar. Wait, is that Zhang Heng and Senior Song Haoran? Xianxia gasped in astonishment. These two were among the practitioners she had initially rallied. Both were at the Golden Core stage. Faced with Yuan Zhao, they had chosen not to leave the 10,000 wilderness but to delve deeper into the forest to confront the golden-scaled lion together. Windmaster, what should we do now? Should we intervene? Xianxia hesitated, though she too coveted the beast's demon core. However, Zhang Heng and Song Haoran were already embroiled in a fierce battle with the golden-scaled lion. Should anyone intervene at this moment, they would likely be perceived as an enemy seeking to profit from the turmoil. Xianxia turned to inquire about Tang Shi's thoughts. Let us observe for a while. After a brief pause, Tang Shi continued. Two Golden Core practitioners daring to confront a sixth-tier beast is quite audacious. Does Feng Gongzi believe those two will emerge victorious? It is undoubtedly a lost cause. The casual dismissal of those four words instantly invigorated Xianxia's thoughts. Does this imply that we still have a chance? Indeed. With that, the three of them stealthily positioned themselves at the periphery of the battlefield, taking in the unfolding drama. The roar of the golden scale lion reverberated like thunder, its form radiating a blinding brilliance, akin to a miniature star descending upon the earth. Zhang Heng and Song Haoran each wielded a treasured sword, launching a coordinated assault on its underbelly. Yet, the lion's defenses were too formidable. They could scarcely breach its armor and narrowly escaped being crushed by a swipe of its paw. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Heng declared, Brother Song, I will distract it with the yellow paper, and you seize the opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. It was precisely because they had previously discovered that the yellow paper could counter this beast that they had chosen to collaborate rather than confront it alone. Song Haoran nodded gravely. I leave it to you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Heng spread his palm, and a piece of yellow paper shot forth, hovering in the air and spinning, emanating a faint glow, as if it could sense a mysterious energy. Upon sighting the yellow paper, the golden scale lion, once filled with frenzied rage, inexplicably calmed, its demeanor turning cautious. Seizing this moment of stillness, Song Haoran charged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the lion. With a series of thunderous impacts, the golden scale lion staggered back several paces. Witnessing this, Tang Shi's expression turned complex. She had anticipated that the two would soon succumb. Yet they had managed to hold their ground thus far, and they seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Tang Shi raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on the yellow paper that had altered the course of the battle. How could a mere piece of ordinary paper, devoid of any spiritual energy, possibly counter a sixth-tier beast? This was indeed perplexing. Could it be that the yellow paper was a high-level talisman that her current cultivation level could not discern? Curiosity piqued. Tang Shi decided to observe further. At that moment, Zhang Heng shouted, "Now's our chance. Let's finish it." Responding to his call, Song Haoran intensified his assault, relentlessly bombarding the golden scale lion. Soon after, he thrust his sword into the lion's left shoulder, blood gushing forth. In agony, the golden scale lion let out a low growl and violently swung its head, crashing into Song Haoran's chest. With a dull thud, Song Haoran was sent sprawling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he tumbled into the grass. Clutching his chest, he knelt on the ground, struggling to regain his balance. The golden scale lion, consumed by fury, leapt toward him. Zhang Heng's eyes narrowed as he quickly formed hand seals, casting numerous pieces of yellow paper into the air. In an instant, the golden yellow paper took flight, transforming into a rain of talisman paper that blanketed the sky. The dense flurry obscured the sun, enveloping the golden scale lion within its grasp. Roaring in rage, the lion was incensed, its temper flaring as it sought to shred the two humans before it. Yet, it was clearly wary of the yellow paper, refraining from making any rash movements. "It seems we have no opportunity now," xianxia murmured, a hint of disappointment in her voice. A wounded beast that had lost half its power proved to be such a formidable opponent. One could only imagine how terrifying a fully powered sixth-tier beast would be. Tang Shi's brow furrowed slightly, a nagging feeling of unease lingering. Inspecting the pile of yellow paper from every angle, she could only discern that it was ordinary paper, devoid of any remarkable qualities. Even its aura was that of mundane yellow paper, entirely lacking any spiritual fluctuations. How could such trash possibly counter a beast? Tang Shi found herself questioning her perception of reality. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng, invigorated by the effectiveness of the yellow paper, let out a triumphant laugh. "Huh, you foul creature. How dare you be so arrogant? Prepare to meet your end." Brother Song continued to assault the golden scale lion. Song Haoran wiped the blood from his lips and charged forward once more. Infuriated, the golden scale lion remained hesitant, unwilling to act recklessly for fear of the talisman paper. Observing its cautious demeanor, Song Haoran grew bolder, his swordsmanship flowing like a dragon, each move aimed at the lion's vital points. With no means to counterattack, the lion relied on the remarkable resilience of its scales to withstand the onslaught. Gradually, the scales began to shed, blood pouring from its wounds and staining the ground crimson. Letting out a pained roar, the golden scale lion's eyes glowed with a fierce, crimson light. Zhang Heng's eyes gleamed. What a perfect opportunity. "Brother Song, press on." Song Haoran swiftly adjusted his approach, gripping his blade tightly and launching a fierce attack aimed at the lion's neck. This was its most vulnerable spot. Severing the scales around its neck would surely spell doom for the sixth-tier beast. Sensing the impending threat to its life, the lion disregarded the yellow paper and prepared to retaliate. As a sixth-tier demon king, it would not be humiliated by mere human ants. With a swift motion, it raised its paw, crushing the talisman paper that had encircled it into dust. Memories of a catastrophic event deep within the forest flooded its mind, a tragedy that had claimed the lives of many demon kings, leaving nothing but blood-soaked earth and scattered corpses. It had narrowly escaped that calamity, but now, could history be about to repeat itself? Letting out a mournful roar, the golden scale lion's aura surged dramatically, its power exponentially amplified. The yellow paper could no longer restrain it. Song Haoran's expression shifted in alarm, and without hesitation, he retreated swiftly. However, the lion did not pursue him immediately. Instead, it turned its head. All present bore witness to the astonishment and confusion etched upon the lion's face. It seemed to be grappling with the events that had just transpired. The golden scale lion slowly raised its foreleg, crushing another piece of yellow paper beneath it. It lowered its head, scrutinizing the pulverized remnants, and proceeded to crush yet another. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the dust away until it vanished from sight. Piece by piece, it crushed the yellow paper, yielding no reaction whatsoever. The anticipated catastrophe failed to materialize. Not a shred of attack emerged. It fell into silence, its gaze vacant, lost in thought. Tang Shi, she mused, let's call it what it is, a worthless piece of paper. It nearly made me question my sanity. What was happening? Zhang Heng remained on high alert, unwilling to let his guard down, for everyone knew that this creature was poised to retaliate. Suddenly, the golden scale lion unleashed a savage roar, pivoting violently to face Song Haoran, its gaze finally locking onto Zhang Heng. Its eyes grew cold as ice, brimming with a palpable intent to kill. Human, how dare you toy with this king? Zhang Heng's heart sank inexplicably. How had he mocked it? This was all rather strange. Why had the yellow paper suddenly ceased to restrain it? Zhang Heng was baffled, but now was not the time for such musings. He silently urged the remaining spiritual energy within him, bracing himself for the impending escape. At that moment, the golden-scaled lion suddenly sprang into action. With a ferocious swipe of its paw, it lunged at Zhang Heng with an overwhelming force. Zhang Heng's pupils constricted as he hastily evaded, narrowly escaping the brutal strike. Damn it! His heart raced, cold sweat beating on his forehead. If he had failed to dodge, he would surely have met his demise on the spot. Song, assist me, Zhang Heng urged. Without hesitation, Song Haoran charged forth to share the burden of the attack. The golden-scaled lion roared once more, its massive form surging toward the pair. Be cautious. Damn beast. Get away from me, they shouted in unison. Each displayed their unique skills, desperately resisting the onslaught of the golden-scaled lion. Yet they continued to be pushed back relentlessly. Brother Song, this wretched creature has entered a frenzied state, its strength surpassing even its peak. We cannot hold out much longer. We must retreat, Zhang Heng exclaimed anxiously. Song Haoran gritted his teeth, a struggle evident in his eyes. Brother Song? I refuse to yield, Song Haoran replied. His voice laced with determination. He had initially believed he could easily slay this beast, but now he found himself cornered, a situation that was deeply humiliating. Brother Song, Zhang Heng urged, stamping his foot in frustration. No, I will not concede so easily. Song Haoran's eyes burned with madness as he shouted. Fourth form of the Song family sword technique, Dance of the Eight Directions. With a swift motion, a brilliant white light erupted from his sword, propelled by a formidable sword aura, and shot straight toward the golden-scaled lion. The Song family's unique technique, utilizing sword energy to enhance the practitioner's combat prowess twofold, unleashed a strike of staggering ferocity. Perhaps they could indeed vanquish this demon beast. Zhang Heng thought to himself. Roaring in defiance, the golden-scaled lion unleashed a deafening roar. It opened its maw wide, expelling a golden orb of light. Instantly, a wave of devastating demonic energy erupted. The earth trembled with a thunderous boom that resonated across the land. The two terrifying forces collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that unleashed a pressure akin to a tidal wave, engulfing the surroundings. Zhang Heng and Song Haoran were sent flying, spitting blood as they crashed to the ground, their faces pale and breathless. Chapter 137. I am the Demon King. How could I fear mere paper? Although it was a sixth-tier demonic beast, it had sustained injuries previously and had been attacked repeatedly. The wounds compounded. Yet even so, the two golden core cultivators were effortlessly slain by it. The beast howled once more, its voice echoing through the forest, sending ripples of sound that caused the entire woodland to tremble. Trees snapped, and underbrush collapsed. With no cover left, Tang Shi and her companions were completely exposed to the gaze of the golden-scaled lion, its blood-red eyes fixed upon them, filled with mockery and malice. Upon meeting the lion's gaze, Xianxia turned pale, her body trembling, as if a great weight pressed upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. She could not fathom why fear gripped her, yet the sensation was palpable, suffocating. The golden-scaled lion grinned menacingly, advancing toward them. Tang Shi stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Xianxia, and spoke in a firm voice, "Stay here and wait for me." With that, she drew her longsword, pointing it directly at the golden-scaled lion. Xianxia gasped, "Young Master Feng, please be careful. Do not worry, a sixth-tier demonic beast cannot harm me," Tang Shi reassured her, turning her back to the two, gesturing for them to remain calm. She appeared confident. Xianxia bit her lip, her heart still heavy with concern. Seeing the frail youth daring to confront it, the golden-scaled lion emitted a strange sound, darting forward like a flash of lightning. Tang Shi swiftly turned her wrist. With a flash, a cold gleam appeared, slicing toward the lioness' neck. The overwhelming sword intent descended upon it. The golden-scaled lion felt a chill run down its spine. The aura of danger made its first stand on end. Instinctively, it recognized that if it were to withstand this strike, it would surely perish. Without hesitation, it spun around and fled at breakneck speed, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. The sword strike continued onward, cleaving through the air. With a thunderous roar, the mountain crumbled, dust billowing as a chasm over 10 yards wide opened before them. The two who remained behind gasped in astonishment at the sight of the profound fissure. What seemed like a light, effortless strike bore an overwhelming might. Is this truly the extent of young Master Feng's power? How impressive! Xianxia's eyes sparkled with admiration. I have indeed chosen the right person to follow. Quan Jian's eyes glimmered with excitement. To serve such a formidable individual as a servant is a fortune. Both gazed at Tang Shi with profound respect. The golden-scaled lion, too, was drenched in cold sweat. Its instincts had proven correct. That youth in black was no ordinary foe. Had it not evaded in time, its head would have been severed. It could not withstand another blow. It needed to flee. Resolving itself, it turned and bolted. Tang Shi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the lion's unexpected reaction. It was the first time she encountered a beast that fled so decisively. Perhaps it was her lack of experience. Yet, that was all there was to it. In the next moment, Tang Shi activated her movement technique, 3,000 thunderclaps, and leaped into pursuit. Her feet seemed to tread on air, arcs of electricity flickering, rendering her form indistinct. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance, seizing the golden-scaled lion by its tail. The lion roared in fury, its massive body twisting and struggling to throw her off. Get down, Tang Shi commanded, pulling on its tail and slamming it down violently. The impact reverberated through the forest. The earth shattered, dust swirling as its colossal form crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. It lay at the bottom, its limbs twitching, its tailbone shattered. Agony coursing through it. The golden-scaled lion howled, its wail echoing, startling the birds and beasts of the forest into a frenzy. Struggling to lift its head, it beheld the black-robed youth standing above the pit, its pupils constricting in fear. Ignoring the pain, it desperately attempted to rise and flee. However, as soon as it stood, the youth looked down at it and spoke coldly. I advise you not to struggle in vain. His voice was low, yet it struck the golden-scaled lion's heart like a dagger, the chilling intent permeating its very soul. With a mournful cry, the golden-scaled lion trembled in fear. This human youth was far too powerful, beyond its capacity to resist. Thoughts raced through its mind, and suddenly, it prostrated itself, emitting a series of guttural sounds from its throat. Tang Shi was momentarily taken aback. What is this beast doing? The golden-scaled lion raised its head, its jaws agape, revealing a menacing array of white teeth. Tang Shi, observing this, suddenly recalled the attack it had unleashed against the two golden core cultivators. Could it be? Her expression shifted slightly, and she quickly retreated, her longsword glowing as she prepared for defense. With an excited howl, the golden-scaled lion arched its body and expelled a volley of thumb-sized orbs from its mouth, resembling a pea shooter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The orbs zipped through the air, landing at Tang Shi's feet. Tang Shi cast her gaze downward, fixating on the multitude of demon cores scattered at her feet, her eyelids fluttering slightly. Among them lay over 20 cores from 6th-tier demon beasts, while the remainder comprised a collection of 5th, 4th, and 3rd-tier ones. Initially, she had anticipated a formidable onslaught from her opponent, yet it turned out that the grand display was indeed a precursor to something significant. I offer you all this in exchange for my life, the golden-scaled lion implored humbly, its eyes brimming with yearning and hope. Tang Shi regarded the creature for several moments before bending down to collect the demon cores one by one. The golden-scaled lion, witnessing her actions, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. These cores were remnants of its kin who had perished in a cataclysm, which it had later scavenged with aspirations of enhancing its own prowess. Little did it anticipate that they would be put to use so swiftly. The lion reveled in its own cunning, yet soon, the joy on its face froze. Although Tang Shi gathered the cores, she did not choose to depart. Instead, she remained by the edge of the pit, her gaze cast downward in contemplation. Her dark, profound eyes seemed to penetrate all barriers, reaching into the very soul of the lion, instilling within it a sense of unease and trepidation. The golden-scaled lion swallowed hard and murmured, I have given you everything. What more do you desire? Tang Shi raised her left hand, her index and middle fingers coming together as she beckoned it closer. The lion's eyelids twitched violently. Paralyzed by fear. Where should I come? It stammered. Tang Shi casted a faint, disdainful glance. What do you think? The lion trembled and replied, please. Don't kill me. I am not an easy target. Despite its bravado, it hesitantly emerged from the pit. Tang Shi scrutinized it, circling around. The golden-scaled lion felt a chill run down its spine under her intense scrutiny. After a long pause, Tang Shi inquired, why do you fear the yellow paper? The lion was momentarily taken aback, recalling how it had been rendered immobile by mere scraps of paper, which ignited a surge of indignation within it. I, a dignified demon king, would never cower before a piece of torn paper. It roared defiantly. And you are not afraid? Tang Shi countered. Of course not. The golden-scaled lion retorted, puffing out its chest. It was a demon king, after all. The thought of its embarrassment spreading was unbearable. Tang Shi chuckled softly. What is so amusing? The lion asked nervously, though it maintained its facade of bravado. That yellow paper is nothing but a worthless scrap. I was merely being cautious. A trifling piece of paper, I could shatter it with a swipe. How could it ever harm me? Tang Shi shook her head. You are anxious. I am not. The lion vehemently denied, though beads of sweat began to form on its brow, betraying its inner turmoil. Tang Shi regarded it with a nonchalant expression. A thought crossed her mind. Could the lion's profound fear of the yellow paper be linked to the 3 talismans she had discarded? Contemplating this, she approached the golden-scaled lion. Feeling increasingly apprehensive, the lion instinctively stepped back. "Look, you are anxious again," Tang Shi observed. "Ugh," the lion cursed inwardly. "This wretched human. Can't she recognize my unspoken understanding? There's a saying among humans. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. I've shown my awareness. Can't she just let me go?" Tang Shi's lips parted slightly as she steered the conversation directly. "Not long ago. I lost something in the wilderness of 10,000. Have you seen it?" "I have not, nor have I heard of it. I didn't take it. I know nothing. Please, let me go." The golden-scaled lion quickly responded. Tang Shi raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "I haven't even specified what it is." The lion's face contorted into a mask of obsequiousness. "What did you lose? Is it important? Do you need my help to find it? I assure you, you've come to the right demon. I possess an acute sensitivity to the aura of treasures." Tang Shi interrupted its boasting with a smirk. "It is not something of great importance, merely 3 scraps of paper." The lion's expression froze, its mind reeling. Scraps of paper? 3 scraps of paper? Could they be the very catalyst of that cataclysm? A tempest of emotions surged within it. Yet it dared not reveal any hint of its inner turmoil. It hesitantly inquired, "Where exactly did you lose those 3 scraps?" "Deep within the north." Tang Shi succinctly replied. "Ah, it matches perfectly. Those are indeed the ones." The golden-scaled lion felt a shock coursing through it, cursing its misfortune internally. The 3 precious talismans had been destroyed amidst the fray of other demon beasts. Would this human cultivator, in a fit of rage, obliterate it as well? The more it pondered, the more fear gripped its heart, prompting it to inch backward, gazing at Tang Shi with trepidation. Tang Shi squinted her eyes, fixing her gaze upon it. After a lengthy silence, she said lightly, "You have seen them." The statement was unequivocal, leaving no room for doubt. Hearing this, the golden-scaled lion nearly collapsed from the weight of despair. "I have seen them, but—" It faltered, struggling to articulate its thoughts. Tang Shi's patience began to wane as she lightly tapped her weapon, producing a crisp sound. The golden-scaled lion felt tears welling in its eyes. "Those 3 pieces of paper have long turned to ashes. They cannot be retrieved. Elaborate on the events." The lion cast a furtive glance at her, noting her impassive expression that revealed no trace of emotion, and thus summoned its courage to continue. "That day, I was resting when I sensed the spiritual energy around me converging towards a particular direction, as if some extraordinary treasure were about to emerge. I awoke and followed the energy to investigate. Upon arrival, I discovered 3 yellow papers voraciously absorbing spiritual energy, emanating a mysterious golden glow that made my heart race." Pausing, the golden-scaled lion glanced at Tang Shi, who remained unfazed. It sighed and continued. "Soon after, more and more demon beasts gathered at the location, each vying to seize the 3 yellow papers. In the end, apart from me, they were all torn to shreds." Tang Shi absorbed this information thoughtfully. So, her talismans were not worthless after all. It made sense why this 6th-tier demon beast would fear the talismans. Her gaze settled on the lion, which quaked under her scrutiny. "May I leave now?" it asked tremulously. "Not so fast," Tang Shi replied. Before retrieving a materials package for the Spirit Phoenix talisman from her system and sitting down on the ground, the golden-scaled lion felt a mix of confusion and apprehension. Was she truly going to disregard it? With her eyes closed, Tang Shi envisioned the intricate designs of the talismans in her mind, each stroke on the yellow paper imbued with profound significance. She began to draw the Spirit Phoenix talisman, intending to demonstrate to the golden-scaled lion how it differed from the previous 3. The lion sneaked occasional glances at her, its thoughts racing. It felt an urge to escape while she was preoccupied with crafting the talisman, yet fear held it back. Deep down, it harbored a foreboding sense that should it dare to move, it would be met with immediate demise. After all, this human cultivator was no ordinary adversary. To act with such audacity, she must possess an unwavering confidence in her capabilities. The golden-scaled lion extinguished any thoughts of escape, resigning itself to remain in place, awaiting its fate. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, yet also passed in the blink of an eye. The torment was unbearable. The golden-scaled lion exhaled a long, weary sigh. Just then, several voices drew near from afar. "Ha ha, our luck is truly remarkable. We have just stepped into the northern mountains and already encountered a pack of 5th-tier demon beasts, the golden dragon leopards. Their claws can be forged into superior yellow-grade weapons, exceedingly sharp. Indeed, this is a bountiful harvest. It's a pity we did not come across the rumored injured 6th-tier demon beast. Otherwise, we could have taken it down with ease. Ah well, being able to hunt so many demon beasts is already commendable. Let us hasten back." The men conversed loudly. Soon, They approached and locked eyes with the golden-scaled lion. "It's a sixth-tier demon beast. Be on guard," one of them hissed. They swiftly drew their blades, their gazes fixed warily on the golden-scaled lion. However, the golden-scaled lion merely yawned lazily, showing no inclination to attack, not even letting out a growl. The men exchanged glances. The leader remarked, "The golden-scaled lion, as rumored, seems to be gravely injured. Since we have encountered it, let us eliminate it." The other two concurred. "It's worth a try. The four of us together can surely slay it." Just as they spoke of the sixth-tier demon beast, they found it before them so soon. And thus, they charged. Yet, the golden-scaled lion remained unmoved. "Is it too injured to act? That works in our favor, saving us a great deal of trouble." One man exclaimed excitedly. "No need to hesitate. Let us strike." The leader shouted. "Onward, let us slay this beast." They cried, rushing forward to deliver the final blow to the golden-scaled lion. Boom. At that critical moment, a tremendous force struck from the side. The 5 men were sent flying without warning, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from their chests, staining the earth crimson, a sight utterly shocking. Look, I knew it. Make a move, and you shall die." Chapter 139, Refining the True Phoenix Talisman. The 4 golden core cultivators were knocked to the ground by the sudden attack, devoid of any capacity to resist. Fortunately, despite the terrifying appearance of the incident, they sustained no fatal injuries. Nevertheless, they were left utterly astonished. What just transpired? The golden-scaled lion had shown no movement at all. Cough, cough. The 4 struggled to rise, their faces etched with horror as they stared ahead. "Who did this? Step forward." One elder bellowed, his voice reverberating through the mountains, causing the very trees to sway. The golden-scaled lion lazily lifted its eyelids, casting a sidelong glance at the enraged elder. Then, it slowly took a few steps, regarding him with contempt. "Fool, do you truly believe yourself to be something significant? You seek death." Enraged, the elder's aura surged, lunging once more at the golden-scaled lion. "Silence." The suddenly resonant voice stunned everyone into silence. The tone was calm, yet seemed to carry a mysterious power that halted the elder in his tracks, leaving him dazed and wide-eyed, as if struck dumb. The golden-scaled lion rolled its eyes in exasperation. Such a fool dared to come here and flaunt his power? It was hard to discern whether to commend his audacity or deride his folly. However, upon hearing that familiar voice, the golden-scaled lion couldn't help but shiver. Turning its gaze to the side, the young man in the black robe sat poised on the ground, the breeze billowing his garments, the sunlight casting a golden hue upon him, enhancing his handsome stature. His eyes remained tightly shut, and before him, a talisman shimmered with ethereal light, slowly taking form. As its gaze fell upon him, the 4 cultivators also looked at the young man in the black robe, their expressions freezing in shock, revealing profound astonishment. "He is refining a talisman." A whisper of realization spread through them, prompting everyone to react. Is he not concerned about being disturbed while refining a talisman in such a place? After all, the slightest interruption could lead to failure or even backlash. Yet the young man in the black robe seemed oblivious, focused solely on weaving the runes. Could it be that this secluded place, guarded by a 6th-tier demon beast, affords him the peace to work? Someone speculated. Nods of agreement followed, as they found the reasoning plausible. Should we still confront the golden-scaled lion? The current circumstances have surpassed all expectations. We initially thought to seize the opportunity to slay this beast and claim its demon core. But now we're faced with an unexpected variable. The golden-scaled lion was evidently subdued by him. Now that he was refining a talisman and the golden-scaled lion was gravely injured, it was a rare opportunity. Miss this chance, and it will be gone. The group was torn. Meanwhile, the elder regained some clarity. "Wait, we should hold back and observe." As his words fell, the other 3 nodded, stepping back to observe the black-robed youth from a distance. At this moment, they dared not act rashly, even refraining from speaking loudly, fearing they might disrupt the black-robed youth. Just the sound of his voice had intimidated 5 golden core cultivators. Who would believe it if they had not witnessed it themselves? As they speculated in hushed tones, Tang Shi finally completed the last rune of the talisman, exhaling a breath of stale air. Immediately after, he opened his eyes, their gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on the talisman. Buzz. In an instant, a humming sound resonated through the air, a translucent ripple spreading outward. Hiss. The 4 men simultaneously gasped in fright, overwhelmed by an inexplicable terror. This aura was too formidable. They even felt an instinctive urge to kneel in submission, especially the golden-scaled lion, whose experience with the calamity caused by such a talisman was still fresh in its memory. Not only the golden-scaled lion, but even the birds perched atop the trees trembled violently, as if faced with something terrifying, flapping their wings and screeching as they fled. In the next moment, a golden phoenix soared from the talisman, Radiating brilliant golden light, its wings spread wide. Its wingspan reached 10 zhang, each feather shimmering like gold, resplendent in beauty. Cloaked in a myriad of colorful rays, it emanated a holy glow, akin to a celestial bird descending, exuding an aura of divine dignity. Caw! Its high-pitched, resonant cry filled the skies. The golden phoenix flapped its wings, spiraling through the air several times before vanishing from sight. All returned to tranquility. The four remained frozen in their prior positions, standing dumbfounded. The golden-scaled lion's eyes widened, its throat involuntarily convulsing. What grade of talisman is this? Such an extraordinary phenomenon. I don't know. The others simultaneously shook their heads, expressing their confusion. I suspect it cannot be below the earth-tier quality. They were baffled, yet the golden-scaled lion understood. Not long ago, 3 golden phoenixes had swept through countless foes, dismantling all defenses, annihilating everything in their path. It was a memory freshly etched in its mind. Now, as this golden phoenix reappeared, one could only wonder what calamity it would unleash. The thought of fleeing surged wildly, yet was ruthlessly smothered. After all, it was the very harbinger of that catastrophe. Could it escape? The answer was abundantly clear. The golden-scaled lion lay prostrate on the ground, its body trembling as if electrified. A shiver coursing through its fur, while chaos reigned in its mind. Tang Shi watched in stunned silence as the phoenix dissipated, the talisman reverting to a blank sheet. She gazed vacantly at the empty talisman floating before her. No words escaped her lips, and the others dared not utter a sound. Even the air felt stifled, as if suffocated by an oppressive silence. The golden-scaled lion, crouching low, refrained from movement, beads of cold sweat trickling down its forehead, its heart racing like a drum. Despite the distance, it could sense an overwhelming malevolence, a primal urge to flee. Just as its anxiety peaked, Tang Shi suddenly spoke. Come take a look. Can you discern the difference between this and the 3 talismans? Her voice was gentle, devoid of any hostility, akin to a friend engaged in casual conversation. Upon hearing her, the golden-scaled lion cautiously leaned forward to inspect the blank talisman. Its gaze shifted, becoming peculiarly insightful. Tang Shi inquired, what do you think? Is there a difference? The lion pondered for a moment, hesitating before replying. Though the aura seems similar, there's an odd feeling about it. Oh, Tang Shi raised an eyebrow. Indeed. The lion carefully chose its words. This talisman feels like a blade that has yet to be unsheathed. Though powerful, it poses little threat until it is drawn. Tang Shi nodded in agreement. At present, it is merely a semi-finished piece of scrap paper. I previously observed that those 3 talismans actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and perhaps this one simply hasn't yet gathered enough. The golden-scaled lion voiced its uncertainty. Tang Shi smiled. In that case, let us give it a try. Right now? The lion was taken aback. With a flick of her fingers, Tang Shi disregarded its question, channeling her spiritual power into the talisman, which erupted in a dazzling radiance, blinding to behold. Then, she formed a hand seal, and with a swift motion of her sleeve, a miniature gathering array enveloped the talisman. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy began to coalesce into wisps of mist, surging towards the talisman, which astonishingly began to absorb it autonomously. Within mere moments, it had drawn in a portion of the spiritual energy from its surroundings, radiating a golden halo. At this rate, you'll attract the beasts of the forest. If that happens, I want to be able to fend them off, and don't blame me for the warning. The golden-scaled lion swallowed hard, offering a cautious reminder. Fear not. As long as that 8th-tier beast in the forest doesn't intervene, I shall remain invincible. You, on the other hand, are free to do as you wish. Tang Shi replied nonchalantly. The golden-scaled lion was bewildered. What 8th-tier beast? In the vast wilderness, the strongest beasts are merely at the peak of the 6th tier. There aren't even any 7th-tier beasts, let alone 8th-tier ones. Could it be that one has stealthily taken hold without my knowledge? That cannot be. I have been vigilantly monitoring the recent catastrophic events. After a moment of contemplation, the golden-scaled lion slowly spoke. It seems there aren't any 8th-tier beasts in the wilderness. Tang Shi furrowed her brow. If there are no 8th-tier beasts, why not flee to the outskirts? Your 3 talismans have already annihilated the high-tier beasts in the northern forest. I dare not linger here. Who knows if you might toss down another 3 talismans, and what if they happen to strike me? The lion grumbled, feeling wronged. Am I the type to indiscriminately throw talismans? Tang Shi retorted. Aren't you? The lion countered. You threw one last year. Tang Shi paused, recalling that last year's talisman had indeed detonated. Right, the golden-scaled lion nodded, relieved. Fortunately, I was at a critical juncture of advancement at that time, so I didn't get caught up in the commotion and avoided disaster. Otherwise, my apologies, I thought it was merely a piece of rubbish. Tang Shi smiled politely, albeit awkwardly. The golden-scaled lion opened its mouth, then huffed in disappointment, left without a retort. What could it say? How could it dare say anything? Cough, cough. The conversation between the two, one human and one beast, had become quite animated, and finally, one of the onlookers could no longer contain a couple of light coughs, interrupting their exchange. Tang Shi turned to face the crowd. They all wore sheepish smiles. Esteemed senior, we happened to pass through this area and inadvertently intruded upon your space. We hope for your understanding. Don't believe them. They are deliberately trying to take advantage of the situation, to kill me and then you. Seizing the talisman you crafted, the golden-scaled lion immediately interjected, undermining their facade. Upon hearing the lioness words, the group of cultivators froze momentarily, their expressions darkening like storm clouds. A beast is a beast. They had indeed harbored thoughts of seizing the opportunity to kill and rob. But could they admit it? Certainly not. Besides, they had yet to act on those thoughts. What nonsense are you spouting? We only intended to kill you. We had no intention of harming the esteemed senior. Exactly. We are righteous cultivators, not those who murder for treasure. They protested vehemently, their faces flushed with indignation. The golden-scaled lion rolled its eyes in disdain. How shameless. Who is just now wearing a greedy expression, daring to act but not to admit it, yet still has the audacity to argue. With that, it turned back to Tang Shi, insisting, you must eliminate them. They are all no good. As soon as this was said, the four cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, as though plummeting into an endless abyss. Esteemed senior, please don't misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely happened upon this place and encountered the wounded golden-scaled lion, which stirred our greed. As for you, we mean you no harm. The four cultivators hurriedly explained, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Whether you kill them or not, let me tell you, possessing such a treasure, if you do not eliminate them today, they will come for you tomorrow, the golden-scaled lion urged, nodding toward the talisman that was greedily absorbing spiritual energy. With a huff, it added, I see through the essence of humanity, greedy, cunning, vicious, selfish, and despicable. The four cultivators' faces twitched, rendered speechless by the lion's accusations. You must eradicate them to prevent future troubles, the golden-scaled lion pressed, excitement gleaming in its eyes. Tang Shi shot at a glance, be quiet. The golden-scaled lion, undeterred, continued to incite, what I say is the truth. A mere commoner cannot safeguard a precious jewel. If you do not eliminate these four today, they will undoubtedly seek to harm you in the future, and you will not have time to prepare, perishing without a grave. Tang Shi regarded it quietly for a moment before replying softly, you truly understand human nature. To say that the golden-scaled lion was solely concerned for her well-being would not be entirely accurate. After all, those four had sought to kill it. Conversely, it also wished to eliminate them to vent its frustrations, a perfectly reasonable desire. The lion's words held some truth, yet there was a caveat. A mere commoner could not protect a precious gem. She could. Tang Shi was not a malevolent cultivator who would choose to silence others merely because they had glimpsed her cards. Everything capable of thought harbors greed. While these four were indeed greedy, they had not yet acted against her, causing her no tangible harm. Thus, she showed little inclination to heed the golden-scaled lion's provocations. Esteemed senior, please do not heed the words of this beast. The four cultivators wiped the sweat from their brows, forcing out laughter. It is merely trying to sow discord, hoping we will turn against each other so it can reap the benefits. Indeed, this beast is far too insidious. It harbors ill intentions. Esteemed senior, do not fall for its ploys. You must believe in us. With our cultivation, how could we dare covet your treasures? The four individuals waved their hands in a clarifying gesture. Tang Shi surveyed the surroundings and concluded that it was best to let them depart. Although a sense of greed lingered within her, she managed to exercise restraint and chose not to hold their actions against them. Indeed, the senior was benevolent at heart. The four sighed in relief, clasped their hands in farewell, and swiftly retreated. Hey, are you just going to let them walk away? The golden-scaled lion was taken aback. Was that it? Why was it that it had expelled so many high-tier demon cores yet remained ensnared? How infuriating! Was this truly the chasm that separated humans from demons? Otherwise, Tang Shi countered, are you not concerned that they might covet your talismans and seek a chance to plot against you? Do you truly believe they could slay me? Ah, yes, this human cultivator before us certainly possesses the capability to end me with a single strike. The golden-scaled lion conceded. However, at present, you rely on your profound cultivation, dismissing these small fry. But what of the future? Others cannot remain at the golden core stage indefinitely. Tang Shi chuckled softly, exuding an air of ease, and I cannot remain at the pill formation stage forever either. What stage? The golden-scaled lion's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily flabbergasted. The youth before it appeared to be no older than a century, Yet he was at the pill formation stage? That implied he had commenced his cultivation from birth. Achieving the divine transformation stage at birth. That was indeed the pill formation stage, with just 2 more steps to ascend. The golden-scaled lion was utterly astonished. What kind of monstrous talent for cultivation is this? Truly terrifying. Nevertheless, it continued, despite your strength, there remains a certain something you lack when compared to those ancient entities. The golden-scaled lion spoke with a sense of pride. Tang Shi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is that something? Defense, techniques, and weaponry are all top-notch. What differentiates you from those formidable beings? Your cultivation methods do indeed fall slightly short. Yet, she was skeptical that the golden-scaled lion could perceive such nuances. Under Tang Shi's watchful gaze, the golden-scaled lion stood tall, its forelimbs clasped in a gesture of respect. Its face adorned with flattery. What I lack is a demon companion like myself. A pill formation stage creature under a century old is undoubtedly a candidate for ascension. Such a significant leg to have, I must hold on tightly. In the future, I shall stride across the divine continent. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. And it certainly recognized this. Tang Shi fell silent. The golden-scaled lion continued respectfully. If you lack a contract servant, I would be honored to serve as your demon companion, fighting for you and safeguarding you across the world. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Tang Shi's lips twitched. Her expression peculiar. You wish to be my demon companion? Are beasts now clamoring for such a position? The golden-scaled lion hastily flattered. Indeed. This is merely for your consideration. I am aware that human cultivators often favor capturing demon beasts as mounts or spirit companions. Others have them. I cannot allow you to be without. And I, the golden-scaled lion, possess extraordinary talent, likely to ascend to the 7th or even 8th tier in the future. An 8th tier demon beast as a spirit companion, unique in the divine continent. If I become your demon companion, you shall no longer need to exert yourself while traveling. I shall carry you. How splendid would that be? Far steadier than flying on your sword. The notion of having an 8th tier beast as a pet certainly sounded appealing. How confident was Tang Shi in ascending to the 8th tier? The golden-scaled lion observed with a contemplative expression. Perhaps a 2 out of 10? It responded hesitantly. Tang Shi fell silent once more. Are you merely spinning grandiose tales? What do you mean by spinning tales? I haven't even begun to draw. The golden-scaled lion sported an awkward smile, continuing to chuckle. Actually, reaching the 6th tier is also within reach. Here in this mountain range. There are few who can surpass me. It had intended to boast, yet upon noticing Tang Shi's unwavering silence, it felt as if it were being scrutinized, igniting a wave of unease. Eventually, the golden-scaled lion could only bitterly concede. If you do not desire it, let us pretend I never spoke. Before it could finish, Tang Shi abruptly interrupted. It's not that I'm unwilling. More friends mean more paths. Having more demon companions to bear the burden is beneficial. The golden-scaled lion was momentarily stunned, then erupted with excitement. Really? Shall we sign the contract now? Tang Shi shook her head. Not so fast. The golden-scaled lion blinked in confusion. Tang Shi spoke calmly. Go retrieve my 2 friends unharmed. The talismans are still voraciously absorbing spiritual energy. I must remain here to prevent any unwary demon beasts from approaching. Thus, she instructed the golden-scaled lion to bring Quan Jian and xianxia. Understood. The golden-scaled lion replied, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, on another side, xianxia and Quan Jian stood beneath the shade of a tree, casting worried glances into the distance as they murmured, why hasn't young Master Feng returned yet? Could he be in trouble? Xianxia's delicate face was tinged with anxiety. Should we go look for him? Quan Jian waved his hand, offering reassurance. Do not fret. Mr. Feng's strength is unfathomable. Even if he encountered trouble, he would surely be fine. Yet xianxia, still anxious, replied, are we to simply wait here? Quan Jian scratched his head. With our level of strength, we wouldn't be much help. We would only complicate matters. Despite this, xianxia furrowed her brows, her voice soft. Young Master Feng has risked himself for me, yet I remain idle. I cannot help but feel guilty. Once I enter the Tao, I shall serve Mr. Feng. It would be my humble contribution. Her eyes sparkled with determination, clearly having made a decision. As the two exchanged thoughts, suddenly, Quan Jian's ears perked up, and he looked up, squinting. It seems there's some movement? Xianxia followed his gaze. In an instant, several streaks of light shot through the air like comets across the sky, landing beside the two. Upon seeing the newcomers, their expressions changed drastically. Before them stood over 10 individuals clad in the robes of the Yuan clan, hovering regally in the air, their cold gazes sweeping over Quan Jian and Xianxia. At the forefront was a slender, pale youth in white, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of noble superiority. Yuan Chum, the direct descendant of the Yuan family, at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Behind him trailed four esteemed guests of the Yuan clan and several disciples from within the family. The four esteemed guests exuded a formidable aura, clearly at the Golden Core level, while the Yuan clan's disciples had also reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, their vitality surging. Just a step away from the Golden Core, Yuan Sheng. Xianxiaaudiobooks trembled, her face paling. The Yuan clan has come again. Sister, he has been in the forest for quite some time without returning, and I grew overly concerned, thus I took the liberty of searching for her. Please do not hold it against me. Yuan Sheng spoke with a gentle smile. As a direct descendant of the Yuan family, Yuan Sheng possessed remarkable talent, demonstrating extraordinary cultivation aptitude from a young age, and was designated as the next family head by the Yuan patriarch, receiving meticulous guidance and numerous precious treasures. Now, at over 30 years of age, he had reached the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, a veritable prodigy of his generation. Have you hunted any 6th-tier demon beasts for their cores? Would you like me to lend you a hand? No need. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave for now. Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly uttered, turning to flee alongside Quan Jian. However, the moment she took a step, Yuan Sheng shifted with a flourish, blocking the pair's path. Xianxiaaudiobooks, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, inquired. Young Master Yuan, what are your intentions? Yuan Sheng chuckled softly. Sister I have long harbored feelings for you. My visit today is solely for your sake. You need not feel embarrassed. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall fulfill whatever is within my power. And what if I refuse? Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted, her teeth clenched. Yuan Sheng shrugged. I do not wish to impose. Should you adamantly reject my advances, I would have no choice but to take you back by force. Xianxiaaudiobooks' fair complexion turned ashen, her dark eyes glaring at him with resentment. How dare you? I, Yuan Sheng, have never failed in my pursuits, including that of you, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Do not disregard my intentions, he warned. Is your Yuan clan not overstepping its bounds? Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed indignantly. Yuan Sheng maintained a smile. Why the anger towards me? I merely wish to take you as my bride. There is no need to act as though you have suffered a grave injustice. Do you truly believe I am unworthy of you? To his provocative words, Xianxiaaudiobooks boldly responded. Indeed, I hold that belief. What did you say? Yuan Sheng's expression shifted momentarily to confusion, almost doubting his own hearing. I said you are unworthy of me, Xianxiaaudiobooks reiterated, enunciating each word with clarity. Yuan Sheng's gaze turned icy. Xianxiaaudiobooks met his stare unflinchingly. Suddenly, he erupted in a maniacal laugh, his voice laced with malice. Xianxiaaudiobooks, how dare you look down upon me? You are but a plaything. Should I tire of you, I would sell you to a brothel for the amusement of other men. As he spoke, he brandished a long blade, entirely crimson, adorned with the fierce carving of a dragon. The dragon appeared so lifelike that it seemed to pulse with vitality. Yuan Sheng swung the blade menacingly towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. Quan Jian swiftly pulled Xianxiaaudiobooks aside to evade the strike. With a thunderous boom, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy radiated outward. The surrounding flora trembled in response. The blade, imbued with formidable power, struck the earth, cleaving a fissure over 10 yards wide, sending dust spiraling skyward. What a domineering artifact! Quan Jian gasped, his apprehension deepening. With his current cultivation, he realized he was no match for the Yuan clan and could only pray for the swift return of his master, Mr. Feng. Yuan Sheng stood firm with his weapon, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The disciples of the Yuan clan surrounded them, their expressions equally menacing. He fixed his gaze on Xianxiaaudiobooks. I offer you one more chance. Think carefully. Though her face was pale, Xianxiaaudiobooks held her head high, unyielding. Are you certain you wish to make me your enemy? Yuan Sheng's lips curled into a derisive smile, his cold gaze regarding her as one might observe an insect. You are merely a mortal. What do you possess to contend with me? I advise you to submit and cease wasting time. Else I shall ensure you find neither life nor death bearable. With that, he flung his blade, producing a resonant clang. The sound reverberated, and spiritual energy surged forth. The blade trembled violently, echoing with the roar of a dragon, instilling terror in all who heard it. Quan Jian felt a profound sense of danger and urgently pulled Xianxiaaudiobooks back once more. After Quan Jian had shielded Xianxiaaudiobooks, Yuan Sheng's attention finally shifted to him. What do you mean by this? You dare to interfere with my intentions regarding Xianxiaaudiobooks? He sneered. Your audacity is remarkable. After a moment of silence, Quan Jian replied. Miss, he is a dear friend of my master. Might young Master Yuan consider showing mercy? The Yuan clan members appeared oblivious to the demise of Yuan Zhao. And for now, delaying was their only option. Yuan Sheng scoffed. And who is your master? Perhaps you should summon him, so I may witness his prowess. Disdain flickered in his eyes. What does it matter? Before the might of the Yuan clan, he is inconsequential. What's the matter? Unable to call him forth? Or are you attempting to deceive me? Then I shall have no choice but to take your lives. He has gone to pursue a beast. Quan Jian urgently asserted. Humph, such a feeble lie. Do you think I would believe that? Prepare to die. With that, Yuan Cheng planted his foot on the ground and leaped into the air, brandishing his blade with lethal intent. The very air warped under the force of his strike, the terrifying spiritual energy rampaging. The blade's glow flickering as if to tear apart the fabric of space itself. Should this blow land, given Quan Jian's current strength, he would surely perish on the spot. Under such overwhelming pressure, even if Quan Jian wished to deploy escape techniques or talismans, he found it nearly impossible. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the valley, reverberating like the growl of a mighty tiger. Instantly, the ground trembled violently, as if some colossal creature charged from afar. With a resounding crash, leaves scattered and distant mountains quaked. An astonishing force swept through the area, rivaling and even surpassing the might of Yuan Cheng and his cohort. Yuan Cheng's expression shifted. Everyone turned their gaze to the source of the disturbance, revealing a massive beast slowly approaching from the mountains several miles away. With each step it took, the ground shook, and rocks crumbled as if it sought to flatten the mountains themselves, its presence overwhelming. The creature was covered in golden scales, its imposing body robust and its limbs powerful. Even drenched in blood, its aura remained intimidating. The golden scale lion, one of the Yuan disciples exclaimed. It is the sixth-tier beast rumored to be gravely injured. Look at its condition. It must be severely weakened. What fortune! We shall slay it together. Excitement surged through the Yuan clan members. Yuan Cheng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. So it is the wounded beast, delivered right to my doorstep. I shall not be courteous. In stark contrast to the Yuan clan's excitement, Xianxia and Quan Jian turned pale upon sighting the beast. Isn't this the very creature that young Master Feng has been pursuing? Why has it returned? Is it possible that even Mr. Feng cannot vanquish this beast? They exchanged glances, each reflecting the despair in the other's eyes. Do not panic. Perhaps it merely fled too quickly. Let us wait a moment. Mr. Feng may yet return. Quan Jian inhaled deeply, striving to quell his own rising anxiety. However, even he recognized the feebleness of his own reassurances. The golden scale lion drew ever closer. And as the others rushed to confront it, Yuan Cheng declared, "We shall deal with that beast first." With that, he leaped into action, charging towards the golden scale lion. Yes, the Yuan clan members responded in unison. In an instant, the disciples of the Yuan clan unleashed their powers, racing towards the golden scale lion. Their speed was remarkable, and they quickly encircled the beast. The golden scale lion roared in fury, its form expanding dramatically as it struck one of the Yuan disciples on the head. With a sickening crunch, the disciple's skull shattered, blood gushing forth as he fell lifeless to the ground. I am a sixth-tier beast. How dare you, mere ants, challenge me? Die. The golden scale lion unleashed a torrent of golden breath, piercing through the chests of 3 Yuan disciples instantaneously. The gruesome scene left them dead on the spot, their bodies riddled with gaping wounds. A shared expression of profound terror manifested in the eyes of the onlookers. They were astonished to discover that this wounded beast still possessed such formidable lethality. Vile creature, you seek death. A sharp command echoed as 3 men and 1 woman descended from the heavens, guests of the Yuan clan, for cultivators at the Golden Core stage. Another quartet marching towards their doom. The golden-scaled lion sneered coldly. Do not be arrogant, wretched beast. The elderly woman stepped forward, wielding a magical flying sword, and struck at the golden-scaled lion. Whoosh! The unparalleled brilliance of her sword light sliced through the air. Boom! Fragments of stone erupted, a cloud of dust billowing forth. When her full-force strike landed upon the golden-scaled lion, she found it utterly unscathed. Instead, her own hands trembled violently, nearly dislocating. How can this be? She gasped. Humph! The golden-scaled lion scoffed. What right do you have to challenge me, you ignorant fool? No sooner had the words left its mouth than it raised its massive paw and struck down upon the old woman with terrifying force. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the lion's blow crushed her skull, and the esteemed Golden Core expert met her demise in that instant. Chapter 143. The Emergence of the Yuan Ancestor. Hiss! The old woman's tragic death sent a chill through the hearts of all witnesses, who gasped at the brutal scene before them. They could hardly believe that this monster, despite its grievous wounds, could annihilate a Golden Core master in an instant. A 6th-tier beast, indeed, was a force to be reckoned with. Among the remaining 3 Golden Core guests, expressions of grave concern and trepidation marred their faces. Young master, we must retreat. A 6th-tier beast is beyond our capabilities, one of the guests murmured. The other 2 nodded in agreement. To hunt a 6th-tier beast with only Golden Core cultivation was a foolish endeavor. Yuan Cheng's gaze darkened, filled with intense hatred. No, this accursed beast must be eliminated, or my honor will be irreparably tarnished. Especially with Xianxia present, Yuansheng could not allow himself to fail. Young master, that beast is far too powerful. We truly cannot defeat it. The guest urged, his voice tinged with desperation. What nonsense is this? Attack. If you can't defeat it, then perish. Yuansheng roared, forcing the two guests to press forward despite their fears. Yet they had no chance to approach. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, the three guests could not even breach the beast's defenses before they were reduced to mere pulp. One may have seen those fleeing for their lives. But have you ever witnessed such fools rushing to their own demise? The golden-scaled lion mocked, its laughter dripping with derision as it surveyed the crimson liquid staining the ground. Hearing such taunts, Yuansheng gritted his teeth in fury. Worthless. All of you are utterly useless. After a furious rebuke, he drew his saber. Whoosh. He raised the long blade and aimed a fierce strike at the golden-scaled lion. Swoosh. The blade's brilliance tore through the air with an explosive roar. The golden-scaled lion, sensing imminent danger, shifted its gaze and quickly darted 10 meters to the left. The blade's arc grazed its side, cleaving through a swath of forest. Did it evade? Yuansheng's pupils constricted. You have some skill, boy, the golden-scaled lion remarked, its icy gaze fixed upon him. But that is where your prowess ends. Whoosh. A tremendous pressure enveloped the area, rendering it difficult to breathe. The golden-scaled lion transformed into a shadow, charging toward Yuansheng. Young master, retreat. The two clan disciples cried out in alarm, urging him to escape. Though Yuansheng was consumed with rage, he did not lose his wits. Faced with such peril, he could only choose to retreat momentarily. Take xianxiafansi and go, Yuansheng commanded, turning without hesitation. Upon witnessing Yuansheng's decision to retreat, the two young disciples exhaled in relief, hastily lifting xianxiafansi between them as they rushed toward the valley's exit. As for Quan Jian, who was with xianxiafansi, he was left to be devoured by the beast, perhaps buying them a moment's respite. However, no sooner had Yuansheng vacated than the golden-scaled lion roared, "Excellent. You have successfully enraged me." With that, it shot forth like a meteor in pursuit. As for Quan Jian, the beast did not even spare him a glance. Yuansheng's group could flee, but taking xianxiafansi with them was a step too far. After all, her master had instructed it to bring these two alive. If they departed with the girl, how could it fulfill its duty? Such matters directly influenced its future. Young master, the beast is closing in. The two disciples exclaimed in panic. Ignore it. Keep running until we are out of the mountains. Yuansheng barked through clenched teeth. He was solely focused on shedding this troublesome beast. Yet, the golden-scaled lion's speed was unparalleled, quickly closing the gap. Uft! Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, piercing one disciple's throat. Blood gushed forth. The disciple's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his gushing neck, slowly collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Yuansheng turned back, his pupils narrowing in horror. The golden-scaled lion's attack was mere moments away. The violent aura filled the battlefield, akin to a mountain pressing down, rendering resistance futile. Boom! The lion's powerful strike seemed to embody a terrifying force capable of shattering the very fabric of reality, crashing toward Yuansheng. Not daring to delay, Yuansheng swiftly gathered his internal energy and unleashed his strongest technique, Thousand-Leaf Fireblade. In an instant, a surge of crimson flames erupted from within Yuansheng, enveloping his long saber. He then swung the weapon, unleashing a scorching blade of flame that bore down with devastating ferocity. Clang! A resounding clash echoed. The fiery blade collided with the lion's sharp claws, producing a melodious chime. Sparks erupted, dazzlingly illuminating the surroundings. Suddenly, with a crack, a series of fine fissures spread across the blade, swiftly engulfing the entire weapon. Clang! The saber shattered, fragments flying. The searing blade dissipated, revealing the lion's fearsome visage. It had effortlessly shattered a mid-grade mystical weapon with its bare hands. Yuansheng's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, goosebumps erupting across his skin. In that moment, he truly grasped the essence of mortal dread. It is time to end this. A chilling, ghostly voice reverberated. Following this, a massive, obsidian paw print descended from above with a thunderous crash. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of horror and unwillingness flickered in Yuansheng's eyes. Yet he found himself powerless to resist. His strength was vastly inferior to that of the golden-scaled lion. Yet, just as the situation seemed hopeless, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Whoosh! A terrifying sword light cleaved through the air, striking fiercely. The lion's paw print met resistance, erupting in a deafening explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Yuansheng retreated, avoiding the ensuing chaos. What is that? The golden-scaled lion raised its blood-red eyes, scanning the distance. There stood an elderly man clad in gray linen, wielding an ancient longsword. His deep brown eyes were set deep within their sockets, lending him an air of somber authority. Greetings, ancestor. The members of the Yuan clan rejoiced at the sight, bowing respectfully. This venerable figure was none other than Yuan Wuyong, the esteemed ancestor of the Yuan clan. Ancestor, this beast has slain 4 of our esteemed guests and numerous disciples. We beseech you to avenge their deaths. Yuan Sheng implored, sorrow etched upon his face. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wuyong cast a dispassionate glance at Yuan Sheng and the others. Humph, a bunch of useless fools. Yuan Sheng lowered his head, his heart swelling with indignation. Clearly, it was the overwhelming strength of the golden scale lion that rendered them powerless. Yuan Wuyong, unwilling to engage in a futile debate, fixed his gaze coldly upon the golden scale lion. Heh, a mere 6th-tier monster dares to threaten the Yuan clan? Who gave you the audacity? Before he finished speaking, the ancient warrior vanished from his position. In the next instant, Yuan Wuyong appeared like a specter on the back of the golden scale lion, delivering a thunderous punch. Boom. The golden scale lion was caught off guard by the force of the elder's blow, its massive body hurled backwards. Thud. It crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Oh whoa. The beast howled in agony, thrashing helplessly. The members of the Yuan clan erupted in excitement at the sight. Wonderful. The ancestor has wounded the golden scale lion with a single punch. It seems his strength has significantly improved. They cheered. Haha. That beast is about to meet its end at the hands of our ancestor. Ancestor, slay it to avenge our fallen brethren. Yes, kill it, skin it alive. The Yuan clan rejoiced, envisioning the imminent demise of the golden scale lion. Yuan Sheng too felt a cruel smile tugging at his lips. No matter how powerful it was, before the ancestor of the Yuan clan, it could only bow in submission. The Yuan clan remained the dominant power within 100 miles. Yuan Wuyong snorted coldly. Today, I shall take your life, to honor the sacrifice of our kin. With that, he lunged once more at the golden scale lion, intent on claiming its life. The golden scale lion, roaring defiantly, found itself overmatched against Yuan Wuyong, forced into a defensive stance. After a fierce battle, the golden scale lion bore not only its old wounds, but also new ones, appearing battered and beleaguered. This creature is remarkably resilient. It still hasn't perished. Yuan Wuyong frowned slightly. No wonder it's a 6th-tier beast. Even when heavily injured, it can still put up a fierce fight, growing more tenacious with each encounter. Humph. I refuse to believe I cannot subdue this beast. With a dismissive scoff, Yuan Wuyong radiated a dazzling golden light, a torrent of overwhelming power surging forth. The golden scale lion sensed it had reached its limits. Had it been uninjured, it could have exchanged blows with its adversary endlessly. But now, weakened and battered, it could not continue. Otherwise, death would be inevitable. Suddenly, the golden scale lion whipped its tail, charging towards xianxiafansi and the 2 others accompanying her. Caught off guard, they were sent sprawling, spitting blood. Xianxiafansi, in a state of shock, watched helplessly as the beast's maw opened wide, preparing to swallow her whole. Despair enveloped her as she closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. After a moment, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Xianxiafansi hesitated, slowly opening her eyes. The scene before her left her astounded. The beast was carrying her away, darting swiftly into the depths of the forest. The creature's speed was astonishing, covering hundreds of meters in mere moments. Yuan Wuyong frowned slightly before sneering. Do you think you can escape? With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, chasing after them like a streak of light. The golden scale lion, clutching Xianxiafansi, sprinted madly. Along the way, it even sought out Quan Jian, bringing him along. Xianxiafansi and Quan Jian exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the beast's intentions. Are we really being taken along as food? No, surely not. The sight of its menacing teeth sent cold sweat cascading down their spines. The trio, 2 humans and 1 beast, raced through the lush treetops, their speed akin to the wind. Yet, despite their haste, they could not shake Yuan Wuyong's pursuit. After all, he was a genuine cultivator at the transformation realm. Moments ago, he had been hunting the Yuan clansmen. And now the tables had turned. The golden scale lion felt the pressure mounting. Old man, if you reach my master, you shall regret it. Upon hearing this warning, Yuan Wuyong's sneer deepened. Huh, you think to intimidate me with mere words? How laughable. You have slain so many of my kin. I shall capture you and torment you for years to vent my rage. The golden scale lion's expression darkened. You old wretch, your heart is too cruel. It was your kin who coveted me first. Is it wrong for me to retaliate? Humph, keep your excuses. Yuan Wuyong's gaze turned sharp and merciless. Today, you cannot escape. Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Wuyong surged forward with terrifying speed, closing the gap in an instant. The golden scale lion's heart raced as it sprinted desperately away, traversing mountains and rivers. Though Yuan Wuyong was formidable, he could not match the golden scale lion's knowledge of the terrain and thus could not catch up. Not long after, the golden scale lion suddenly halted, having arrived at the place where Tang Shi awaited. Here, There were no violent fluctuations of spiritual energy, nor any sense of danger. Towering ancient trees loomed, as if they had stood since time immemorial, their foliage lush and vibrant. The atmosphere was tranquil and serene. The golden scale lion burst forth, breaking the tranquility as it set down Xianxia and Quan Jian, then prostrated itself on the ground. "Master, I have brought your two friends back." Tang Shi responded lightly. As soon as Xianxia and Quan Jian touched the ground, they rushed over to Tang Shi. "Master, young Master Feng." Their eyes brimmed with tears, filled with grievance. They had nearly been frightened out of their wits, especially Xianxia, whose heart had almost leapt into her throat, trembling with fear as she threw herself into Tang Shi's embrace. "Whoa, young Master Feng, I thought I would never see you again." Tang Shi stood stiffly, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected display of affection. She quickly collected herself, observing her surroundings with calmness, and gently patted Xianxia's shoulder to offer comfort. "Fear not. I am here. Nothing will go awry." It took considerable effort for her to help Xianxia relax her nerves. Suddenly, Tang Shi sensed something and lifted her gaze towards the distance, speaking casually. "Little Jean, why did you come back with a tail?" The golden scale lion, startled, buried its head in the earth, its voice muffled. "I was injured and couldn't defeat him." Tang Shi's dark eyes shifted, casting a sidelong glance at it. The injuries it bore appeared grave. The golden sheen on its scales had dulled considerably, clearly indicating it had suffered greatly. The golden scale lion lowered its head, shaking it slightly. "If I were at my peak, I could have dealt with him in a heartbeat. Now, I truly have no means." Before it could finish, the sound of rushing air announced Yuan Wuyang's arrival. He stood atop the void, gazing down from his lofty perch at a throng of individuals below. His eyes swept over each person in turn, ultimately resting upon the unfamiliar countenance of Tang Shi. She appeared devoid of any ethereal energy, resembling an ordinary mortal. However, the talisman suspended in midair, radiating a resplendent golden glow and voraciously absorbing spiritual energy, evoked a sense of trepidation. The audacity to venture into the depths of the mountains, accompanied by a sixth-tier beast, spoke volumes of the extraordinary nature of this individual. Yuan Wuyang harbored a silent disdain. "So, you are the master of the beast?" he inquired. Tang Shi nodded, conceding the point. Yuan Wuyang's expression darkened. "It has slain several of my kin. Do you not owe me an explanation?" Tang Shi turned her gaze towards the golden scale lion, arching an eyebrow. The lion shrank back slightly, feebly retorting, "They sought to kill me first. And they also intended to abduct your female companion. Regardless, the dead are my kin. You bear responsibility," Yuan Wuyang asserted with unwavering resolve. "What do you propose?" Tang Shi asked. "Compensation of 1,000 spirit stones and 26th-tier demon cores," Yuan Wuyang demanded, "or, alternatively, allow me to take your golden scale lion back for further handling." Chapter 145, The Contract of Companionship. Tang Shi's expression grew notably colder as she fixed her gaze upon him. Her eyes, sharp enough to pierce through the very essence of existence, instilled a sense of pressure in Yuan Wuyang. He furrowed his brow. "Are you of the Yuan clan?" she inquired slowly. Yuan Wuyang narrowed his eyes. "Indeed. I am Yuan Wuyang." After a brief pause, he added, "Were it not for your apparent prowess, I would not waste words with you over the loss of my kin at the hands of your beast." Tang Shi let out a soft laugh, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. "So, you are the ancestor of the Yuan clan. How very disrespectful," she remarked. "Now that you are aware of my identity, you should comprehend what is required of you," Yuan Wuyang queried with an air of arrogance. "I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your demands." "What?" Yuan Wuyang was taken aback, his face contorting with anger. "Are you truly so foolish as to oppose the entire Yuan clan over a golden scale lion?" "I have no intention of opposing anyone," Tang Shi replied indifferently, shaking her head. However, she continued with a slight shift in tone, "It is your clan that has persistently opposed me. I had intended to resolve matters here before seeking you out, yet you have conveniently delivered yourself to me. Thus, I need not make an extra trip, which suits me just fine." Yuan Wuyang felt a jolt of alarm at her words. "What do you mean?" He sensed an ominous undertone. The calmness she exhibited indicated she had mastered the situation, emboldening her confidence. Moreover, her words hinted at a grave conflict between certain members of her faction and his, escalating to life and death stakes. "Literally," Tang Shi replied, a cold smirk gracing her lips. With a swift motion of her wrist, a pitch-black longsword materialized in her hand. The sword glimmered ominously, its blade aimed directly at Yuan Wuyang. His pupils constricted suddenly, a wave of dread washing over him. The chilling aura emanating from the sword was far more terrifying than any adversary he had encountered in his cultivation journey. This weapon was no ordinary blade. Instinctively, he retreated a few steps, his eyes brimming with caution. "Young brother, I advise you to reconsider," he warned gravely. Though your skills may be formidable, you are still quite young. I concede that you have surpassed your peers in terms of cultivation speed. But should you dare to challenge me, I assure you, death is inevitable. Tang Shi appeared to find amusement in his threat, suddenly breaking into laughter. What is so amusing? Yuan Wuyang demanded, his irritation mounting. Nothing of consequence. She replied, her laughter fading. I merely find it amusing that the arrogance of the Yuan clan is evidently a hereditary trait. Yuan Wuyang furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed by her words. Without warning, Tang Shi wielded her sword and executed a swift downward strike. With a whoosh, a fierce sword energy shot forth. The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated in Yuan Wuyang's ears, causing his heart to race as visions of being torn to shreds by the sword energy flooded his mind. And indeed, that was precisely what transpired. With a splatter of blood, Tang Shi retracted her longsword, standing in silence. The two individuals and one beast present fell into a stunned silence. How could one in the spirit transformation realm execute such a decisive strike with the ease of slaughtering a chicken? After a moment, the golden scale lion was the first to recover, rushing to rub against Tang Shi's legs in a display of affection. Master, let us formalize our contract at once. Right now? It implored eagerly, fearing a change of heart from her. Such an extraordinary ally must be secured without delay. Tang Shi regarded it with a leisurely demeanor. Very well, let us sign, she replied. With that, she extended her index finger to her forehead and recited an incantation. As the words fell from her lips, a golden light enveloped her and the golden scale lion. The lion felt a wave of warmth wash over it, an unprecedented sense of joy flooding its being. As if it had submerged into a spiritual spring, Tang Shi's fingertip twitched, and a drop of her essence bled forth, merging into the mark upon the lion's forehead. With a hum, golden runes flowed outward, enveloping its entire brow. In an instant, radiant gold erupted forth, dazzlingly brilliant. The contract was sealed. Now, devote yourself to your training and reach the 8th tier as you promised, but do not keep me waiting too long. The golden scale lion, ecstatic, nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Although the success rate for ascending to the 8th tier was minimal, it was more important to secure such a powerful ally first. Tang Shi merely spoke casually. She held no expectations for its ascension to the 8th tier, only hoping for some future opportunity to assist it in breaking through. What is your name? She inquired. The golden scale lion replied promptly. Master, I have no name. I humbly request you to bestow one upon me. Golden Scale is too fine a name to be altered. Henceforth, you shall simply be known as Golden Scale. Yes, thank you for the name, Master. Tang Shi then turned her attention to xianxia, producing a 6th-tier demon core from her storage pouch and offering it to her. Here. Xianxia accepted it with a dazed expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, young Master Feng. No need for gratitude, Tang Shi replied dismissively. Young Master Feng, I shall remember this great kindness. Xianxia's tears streamed down her pallid cheeks as she choked out. Should you ever require anything, I will not hesitate to risk my life for you. It was but a trifling effort. Tang Shi waved her hand. Xianxia wiped her tears, regaining her composure. She bowed deeply to Tang Shi, the unspoken understanding between them palpable. Meanwhile, Quan Jian darted to the site where Yuan Wuyang had fallen, retrieving the discarded storage pouch and scampering back to Tang Shi, presenting it like a treasure. Mr. Feng, this is Yuan Wuyang's storage pouch, filled with all his life savings. Tang Shi accepted the pouch, probing it with her spiritual sense and her eyes widening in surprise. This fellow was quite affluent indeed, over 100,000 spirit stones, along with a plethora of various pills, spells, and techniques. However, these trinkets held no allure for her. She merely cast a cursory glance before tossing it back to Quan Jian. You keep it. Cultivate diligently and hasten to form your core. Yes, thank you, Master, Quan Jian replied, astonished as he cradled the storage pouch. For a solitary cultivator like him, this resource was akin to a heavenly blessing. He trembled with excitement. Tang Shi returned to the talisman, awaiting in silence. It seemed the ancestor was approaching from this direction. From afar, a voice echoed, prompting Tang Shi to lift her gaze, and she beheld several figures hastening towards her. It was none other than Yuan Cheng and his companions. They appeared to be following Yuan Wuyang. Tang Shi remained unperturbed, standing motionless before the talisman. With a subtle glance, she signaled to the golden scale lion. The lion immediately understood her intent, leaping forth and transforming into a streak of golden light. Chapter 146. The beast emerges, rooting out the threat. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the mountains and forests, causing Yuan Cheng and the others to halt in their tracks, turning towards the source of the sound. From the depths of the thicket emerged a massive golden phantom, its roar imbued with overwhelming pressure that made the surrounding flora tremble and rustle. The golden scale lion? The ancestor has yet to slay it. It dares to turn back and confront us? And where is the ancestor? Shock and disbelief washed over the group. Yu Wencheng furrowed his brow, casting a wary gaze around. Suddenly, a mocking voice floated to their ears. What is wrong? Seeking Yuan Wuyang? He is dead, his remains obliterated. You. Cease your nonsense. Yu Wencheng's complexion darkened. With a wretched coward like you, do you dare to threaten my clan's ancestor? You must be dreaming. Ha! Whether it's a dream or not, you'll soon find out as I send you all to meet your forebears. As the words fell, the golden scale lion unleashed its ferocity, letting out a skyward howl before charging forth in a blaze of golden light. Curse that beast. Yu Wencheng gritted his teeth. Barking, retreat. The others, hearing the command, frantically turned to flee, but they were no match for the golden scale lion. Boom. Golden light erupted, and a mist of blood filled the air. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen members of the Yuan family perished. The golden scale lion paid them no heed, turning away to leave. Instead of hurrying back, it made its way towards Tiandu City. Upon exiting the mountains, it transformed into human form, taking on the guise of a burly man. Beasts of the 6th tier could freely morph into human shapes, yet for the golden scale lion, its beast form was far more imposing and majestic. With head held high, the golden scale lion strode confidently towards Tiandu City. It encountered no obstacles and swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Yuan clan. Stop! Who permitted you to intrude upon the Yuan territory? Get out! A guard shouted. Without uttering a word, the golden scale lion swatted the guard aside with a single strike, stepping into the Yuan residence. Who dares to trespass upon my Yuan clan? Do you wish to die? In an instant, alarms blared throughout the clan, and all members rushed forth. The golden scale lion crossed its arms, surveying the crowd with disdain. A fierce aura emanated from its being. I have come to eradicate the Yuan clan. All of you must perish. As the declaration echoed, the golden scale lion unleashed a gust of wind from its maw, sending clan members flying. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies colliding with walls filled the air, accompanied by their agonized cries. Who are you? Why do you trouble my Yuan clan? The clan leader inquired solemnly. The golden scale lion scoffed. Why? Your Yuan clan is arrogant and tyrannical. All must be punished. The clan leader's expression shifted dramatically. We have never crossed paths with you. Why must you bear a grudge against my Yuan clan? Enough with the meaningless chatter. The golden scale lion waved its hand irritably, conjuring a tempest that sent all Yuan clan members sprawling to the ground. Ah! The cries of despair rang out. Blood splattering, and the scene turned chaotic. Quickly, summon the ancestor. Someone screamed in a shrill voice. The clan leader hastily produced a jade talisman and crushed it. After a long moment, there was no response. Impossible. How can there be no response? Where's the ancestor? He muttered in horror. Has anyone seen the ancestor? The ancestor left an hour ago and has yet to return. The crowd was engulfed in panic. It's over. The golden scale lion grinned sinisterly, reverting to its original form, raising its massive paw for a fierce strike. Boom. The Yuan clan members could not withstand the onslaught of the golden scale lion, crumbling under the attack, leaving none alive. Once the members of the Yuan clan were dealt with, the golden scale lion returned to the mountains, brimming with joy. I'm back. With a swagger that betrayed any sense of kinship, the golden scale lion approached Tang Shi, grinning widely. Tang Shi cast a fleeting glance at it, displaying little emotion as she continued to study the talisman. Master, it inched closer to Tang Shi, wagging its tail in a manner reminiscent of a dog seeking approval. Aren't you going to ask what I was doing out for so long? Without turning her head, Tang Shi replied, What were you up to? Hee. I went to kill people. I eradicated everyone from the Yuan clan, the golden scale lion boasted proudly. Tang Shi nodded calmly. Well done. I trust you with your tasks. This reaction caused the golden scale lion to momentarily pause, then it reiterated. I went to Tiandu City and wiped out all those with the surname Yuan, leaving no future threats. At this revelation, Tang Shi finally regarded it with appreciation. Feeling somewhat pleased. Ah, my little Jean is indeed reliable and capable, she praised. The golden scale lion huffed proudly, basking in the compliment. Since you have returned, stay here and guard the talisman while I escort those two out of the mountains. Understood, the golden scale lion nodded. Tang Shi adjusted her robe, glancing at the two who appeared bored nearby. Let us go. I'll escort you both out. Oh, okay. He Xianxia nodded absent-mindedly. What about me, master? Am I also leaving? Chu Jin queried, puzzled. Yes. While you have sworn an oath, I will not confine your freedom. Moreover, you are too weak at present and of little use to me. Chu Jin's determination to cultivate strengthened. Tang Shi mounted her sword, with Xianxia following, while Chu Jin took to his own sword, and the trio swiftly departed the vast wilderness. As they passed a certain area, Tang Shi suddenly slowed her pace. Her gaze fixed thoughtfully on a particular spot. Through the gaps in the trees, she caught a glimpse of a figure clad in black robes, walking slowly. Behind her, a bouncy zombie followed closely. Though the zombie was grotesque and reeked of decay, it posed no harm to the black-robed woman and even served as her protector, never leaving her side. Is this the path of refinement? Tang Shi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. While the cultivation world offered myriad paths, the sword path was the most prevalent. It was her first encounter with someone genuinely practicing the path of refinement. It was not limited to crafting tools and elixirs, but extended to refining people and even the heavens. She could not discern the black-robed woman's features, but sensed her slender and delicate frame, akin to a willow branch, exuding an air of fragility. Young Master Feng, what is wrong? Xianxia asked anxiously, noticing her sudden halt. Tang Shi collected her thoughts, shaking her head. It's nothing. Let us continue. With that, she urged her flying sword to quicken its pace. Before long, they emerged from the mountains. Raising her eyes, Tiandu City loomed before them, majestic and imposing, resembling an ancient colossal beast lying upon the earth, exuding the weight of countless ages. Xianxia had never felt such a strong aversion to returning to Tiandu City as she did at that moment. The melancholy of parting enveloped her. Young Master Feng. She hesitated, longing to remain by his side forever. Tang Shi's gaze deeply penetrated her, and with a slight nod, he solemnly remarked, "There is no banquet that does not come to an end. Take care." With that, Tang Shi turned to depart. Xianxia's delicate form trembled, and in the next moment, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Young Master Feng, though no banquet lasts forever, life is full of encounters. We shall meet again, won't we? Feng Wu me on, she softly murmured, her heart heavy with sorrow and reluctance. Tang Shi paused for a moment, smiled at her, then resumed his journey. Xianxia stood transfixed, watching as his silhouette gradually faded from view. Chapter 147. Such fortunate luck. Upon returning to Tiandu City, the chaos was palpable. The Yuan clan, which had dominated this land for a millennium, was utterly annihilated within the span of an hour. Such a commotion naturally stirred the practitioners of Tiandu City. The Yuan clan had been vanquished. Who could be the formidable power behind this? For years, the Yuan clan had acted with arrogance, bringing about their own demise. Nevertheless, with their extinction, Tiandu City was bound to undergo a transformation. Are we still discussing this? The mighty one has departed, yet the Yuan clan's treasury remains untouched. Do you not have any thoughts on this matter? What? Such a stroke of fortune exists. Indeed, it is said that the Yuan clan's treasury is filled with spiritual artifacts, which would fetch a handsome sum at auction. Why was this not mentioned sooner? As the discussions unfolded, glances were exchanged among the crowd, and they simultaneously took a step forward, heading towards the Yuan clan's residence. The news rapidly spread throughout the city, drawing countless practitioners towards the Yuan clan's estate in hopes of reaping some benefits. When Xianxia and Quan Jian entered the city, this was the scene that greeted them. All walks of practitioners were frenzied over the Yuan family's treasures. The streets bustled with a throng of people, a cacophony of voices rising, shouts, curses, and disputes blending into a chaotic symphony that served as the backdrop for the two. Miss, what are your plans next? Quan Jian inquired. Xianxia paused for a moment before replying. Let us return to the Medicine Immortal Pavilion first, then we shall devise our next steps. That sounds splendid. And what of you, young Master Quan? Xianxia turned her head to regard him. I shall seek a secure place to reach the Golden Core stage, then travel through the Eastern Lawn Divine Continent, striving to attain the transformation stage within a century, to become a support for young Master Feng and return to his side. Upon hearing this, Xianxi's expression momentarily clouded. Soon after, she pursed her lips and offered a faint smile. I wish you smooth sailing, dear brother Quan, and may you soon fulfill your aspirations. Quan Jian bowed in gratitude, saying, I am indebted to your kind words, Miss He. I too wish for you to achieve your desires. After their brief exchange, the two parted ways. Once Quan Jian had departed from sight, Xianxia turned and headed towards the Medicine Immortal Pavilion. Miss. Shortly after stepping out, several individuals clad in blue approached her. They were all stewards of the Medicine Immortal Pavilion. Miss, you have returned. We were just gathering personnel to rescue you. Indeed. Fortunately, you are unharmed. Otherwise, the pavilion master would surely have held us accountable. It is good that you are back. Very good indeed. Are you injured? Do you require our assistance in healing? The stewards expressed their concern, their faces tense. Seeing this, Xianxia felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within. Though she did not show it outwardly, it had been several days already, and only now were they mobilizing to gather people. Had she not encountered Feng Wu Mian, she would have been ashes by now. It seemed they had only remembered her existence upon witnessing the annihilation of the Yuan clan. I am not injured. Xianxia replied coolly. The stewards sighed in relief, saying, in that case, please accompany us to meet the pavilion master. Xianxia raised an eyebrow and asked, the pavilion master seeks me? Yes. What could it be regarding? most likely concerning the Yuan clan's extermination. Oh, He Nianxi's brow arched. You may tell him that I am unaware of the Yuan clan's destruction and that it bears no relation to me. With that, she turned to leave. The stewards exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback. How could the usually humble and courteous He Nianxi suddenly display such a tempestuous temperament? Moreover, her frigid demeanor was utterly unbelievable, as if she had transformed into a different person. They could only return dejectedly to report. Within the main hall of the Medicine Immortal Pavilion, an elderly man sat at the central table. With hair and beard as white as snow and eyes clouded, he donned splendid attire that exuded authority. Beneath him stood several individuals. Pavilion Master, Miss, he has refused to see you. She claims ignorance of the Yuan clan's annihilation and asserts that it is of no concern to her, a steward reported respectfully. The Pavilion Master, Tang Shi, remained expressionless as he nodded slightly. He said nothing further, but someone could not contain their indignation, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. How dare a mere mortal defy the Pavilion Master's orders?" That girl, He Nianxi, has been given a modicum of authority and has grown increasingly arrogant. Several others expressed their outrage, their dissatisfaction palpable. The fact that He Nianxi, a mortal, had assumed the guise of the pavilion's representative had already bred jealousy and resentment among many. Now, her audacity to defy the Pavilion Master's command only provided them with leverage. Tang Qilong raised a hand, signaling for silence. Enough. I did not summon you here to discuss her. He continued. What are your thoughts on the extermination of the Yuan clan? His eyes darkened as he pondered something. Upon hearing the mention of the Yuan clan, the hall fell silent. Everyone was hushed, fully aware of the clan's formidable status, particularly within Tiandu City, where they were regarded as one of the top powers. The sudden and brutal eradication of such a behemoth was truly shocking. Pavilion Master, the Yuan clan possessed a being at the transformation stage. To have been wiped out in an instant, their assailants must have been at least at the combined body stage. A steward could not help but swallow hard. The other stewards also turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Moreover, the brutality of their extermination, executed without restraint, clearly indicates that their assailants regard our Tiandu city with disdain. Did they leave behind any useful clues? Very cautious, none. The stewards exchanged glances, shaking their heads and sighing. Tang Qilong raised his right hand, lightly tapping the table as he sank into contemplation. After a moment, he mused. Could this incident be the work of He Nianxi? As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Everyone turned to him with expressions of shock. Unlikely, a steward shook his head, saying, I heard that the young master of the Yuan clan had been harassing her recently. If it were truly He Nianxi's doing, why would she conceal it until now? Other stewards quickly echoed their agreement. I too find it implausible. While He Nianxi is indeed clever and astute, she remains merely a mortal. It is simply unrealistic to confront a super clan like the Yuan family. I concur. The objections caused Tang Qilong to frown. He glanced at the entrance, his tone growing somber. However, according to reports from our spies, when He Nianxi ventured into the 10,000 wilds, 2 direct descendants of the Yuan clan followed closely behind her, and they have yet to make an appearance. At this revelation, the hall fell silent once more, the tension palpable. Indeed, He Nianxi has returned, yet the 2 direct descendants of the Yuan clan, who have been following her with malicious intent, have yet to make an appearance. Does this not subtly indicate something troubling? Might it suggest that those 2 scions of the Yuan clan have perished as well? Speculated one of the attendants. The likelihood appears significant. Tang Qilong nodded in agreement, expressing uncertainty about the events that transpired after Elder Su's return. However, I am resolute in my belief that the extermination of the clan was not orchestrated by He Nianxi. She likely encountered some fortuitous opportunity, or perhaps crossed paths with an extraordinary individual. The certainty in Tang Qilong's words sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. He Nianxi's fortune seems remarkably opportune. A seemingly inescapable predicament has been revitalized. Chapter 148. The Demon King need not remain. She refuses to meet with me, harboring some grievance within her heart. Yet, if Elder Su could not contend with her, we are equally powerless. Tang Qilong's expression grew grave, his tone laced with concern. This girl, despite her youth, possesses a remarkable sense of independence. Upon her return from her journey, she is shrouded in mystery, and from now on, we must treat her with greater courtesy. I suspect she has secured some formidable backing. We, at the Medical Immortal Pavilion, must not tread the same disastrous path as the Yuan clan. Tang Qilong's admonition instilled a sense of trepidation among the assembly, prompting immediate nods of agreement. Satisfied with their response, Tang Qilong gestured for them to depart. Once everyone had dispersed, he paced alone in the hall, unable to resist stroking his beard, murmuring, If only Xianxia's patron would lend their support to our medical immortal pavilion. We could swiftly assimilate all the resources of the Yuan clan and ascend to the pinnacle of power in Tiandu City. Alas, such thoughts are but fanciful musings. The night was as cool as water. Dark clouds obscured the moon, casting the entirety of Tiandu City into a shroud of ominous mist, exuding an air of eerie chill. Lu Rian had kindled a bonfire, seated before the flames, grilling fish. The fire crackled and hissed, and a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Lu Rian remained focused on her task, occasionally casting wary glances around to ensure no danger lurked nearby. A zombie, its body a mottled gray, stood upon a branch, gazing at the moon, its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. On this night, with the clouds obscuring the moon, it was unable to absorb the moon's essence, resulting in a significantly slowed cultivation speed. "All right, come back," Lu Rian called, glancing at the zombie. Upon hearing her command, the zombie leaped down from the branch and stood silently beside her. Lu Rian tore a piece of the grilled fish and savored it with delight. Once she had finished, she turned her gaze to the zombie, scrutinizing it for a while. Zombies are categorized into various types: purple, white, green, hairy, flying, swimming, and untransformed bones. At this moment, her zombie had begun to sprout hair on its surface. Lu Rian drew a dagger and made a decisive cut on its arm. Sparks flew forth. A smile blossomed on Lu Rian's face. The copper skin and iron bones were gradually stabilizing, and the day when it would officially transform into a hairy zombie was not far off. Once the zombie became a hairy type, she too would formally attain the status of a golden core cultivator, perhaps in 20 years, 30 years, or even 50. Yet, the zombie gazed at Lu Rian with an expression that conveyed a lack of understanding. Lu Rian's smile gradually faded into silence. This was not what I desired. After wandering for 20 years, I am still a step away from reincarnating as a human, requiring only the final ingredient, the Yin condensing grass. The Yin condensing grass is a rare spiritual herb of considerable value, and it can only be found in the depths of the 100,000 wilderness. To procure it, one must venture deep into the treacherous terrain of the wilderness, where sixth-tier demon kings roam and ferocious beasts abound. Even a Yuaning expert risks demise if they are not careful. Lu Rian's gaze dimmed. After a moment, she suddenly looked up at the sky, offering a fervent prayer. "Please, open a path for me once more, Senior Yi." As her words fell, Lu Rian bowed deeply, as though venerating a profound faith, imbued with reverence and admiration. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze profound and icy, resembling two gemstones that emanated an enchanting light. Within her frail form resided a spirit unyielding and resilient. When Tang Shi returned to the 100,000 wilderness, she anticipated that the talisman would create a significant commotion, but she hadn't expected it to be so extravagant. Although night had fallen, the surroundings shimmered with golden light for hundreds of miles, resembling a sea of golden brilliance. She stood in astonishment. Such a considerable disturbance. It was no wonder that it had attracted the beasts. It would be difficult to remain unnoticed. "Master, you have finally returned. If you had been any later, I would not have been able to protect this item." The voice of the golden-scaled lion resonated, tinged with relief from having escaped a calamity. Tang Shi approached, scrutinizing the golden talisman suspended in the air. Previously blank, the talisman now bore intricate, arcane patterns. A vivid image of a phoenix flickered into view. Overwhelmed by the spectacle, Tang Shi glanced around, her vigilance heightened. The once tranquil valley was now rife with commotion. Faint sounds of various beasts, demonic birds, ferocious tigers, and enormous pythons could be heard rushing towards them, their roars echoing in a relentless chorus. So many beasts? Tang Shi's brows knitted together. Following a recent explosion that had obliterated a portion of them, how could there still be so many? The 100,000 wilderness is lacking in many things, but it is not short of demonic beasts. The golden-scaled lion replied quietly. This statement rang true. Moments later, a multitude of beasts arrived, halting nearby, their eyes greedily fixated on the golden talisman above. All were 5th tier or lower. 6th tier beasts scarcely regarded it. They were wary of the golden-scaled lion's presence, daring not to approach, yet they refused to depart, lingering on the periphery. As for Tang Shi, exuding an aura as ordinary as any human, she was completely disregarded, unworthy of their attention. "Should we drive them all away, master?" The golden-scaled lion inquired, its sharp claws scratching the earth. Tang Shi glanced at it with mild indifference, asking, "Can you command them to leave?" The golden-scaled lion was taken aback, its expression morose. What a jest! Although 6th-tier beasts are demon kings, the 100,000 wilderness is rife with them. 5th-tier beasts are as numerous as dust. Anyone can command them, and it would be a tiresome endeavor. Either one must possess the suppressive force of an ancient bloodline or ascend to 7th-tier status to exert absolute dominance. Otherwise, they cannot intimidate this throng of beasts. Yet, it lamented, but the 6th-tier beasts are all gone. I am the only one left. We can give it a try. The golden-scaled lion hesitated. Then let us commence. With Tang Shi's words, the golden-scaled lion leapt into the air, its form rapidly enlarging, swelling to a towering height in an instant. A colossal beast loomed against the sky. Roar! A low growl reverberated, its sound waves sweeping across the surroundings. The beasts sensed the threat, sharpening their claws and baring their vicious fangs, ready to pounce. They had no intention of retreating. What of the 6th-tier Demon King? With such a multitude of 5th-tier beasts, who could predict the outcome? Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, an uncountable horde of beasts surged toward the golden-scaled lion, their roars shaking the heavens, creating a terrifying spectacle. Tang Shi sighed quietly. She had indeed overestimated the golden-scaled lion. Begone, a casual utterance, yet imbued with a formidable presence that made all the beasts tremble. The myriad of demonic beasts suddenly felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Their bodies enveloped in a chilling dread. They recoiled in terror, refusing to linger, hastily fleeing until they vanished without a trace. The golden-scaled lion, this beast king, was not to be trifled with. Chapter 149. Lu Rian acquires the Yin condensing grass. At the same moment, Lu Rian ventured deep into the desolate forest, accompanied by the zombie. Any mountain range becomes increasingly perilous the deeper one delves. She had to muster all her focus, cautiously exploring her surroundings. A deep, hoarse roar suddenly echoed through the air, followed by the thunderous charge of two massive, pitch-black bears racing from the thicket, their speed akin to lightning. Both bears were 5th-tier demonic beasts, far beyond the capability of Lu Rian, an unrefined cultivator. The ground trembled beneath them, dust swirling, trees splintering, and stones flying as the cacophony reverberated. Lu Rian's delicate visage paled, fear flickering in her eyes. She could distinctly sense the two giant bears closing in on her, their ferocity overwhelming. Was she destined to perish here? She gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes misting with tears. She had not yet truly embarked on the path to greatness. Must she meet her end in this forsaken forest? Even in death, she could not resign herself to such a fate. Suddenly, after the thunder of their charge, the two 5th-tier bears ignored her completely, speeding past her towards the distance. Their velocity was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. What was happening? Lu Rian stood frozen, her face a mask of confusion. They spared her? The uproar escalated, with a cacophony of various demonic beasts surging forth from the jungle, racing away into the distance, creating a spectacle reminiscent of rivers returning to the sea. The bewildering actions of these beasts left Lu Rian in a daze, utterly perplexed. Was this a beast tide? It hardly seemed so. Could it be that a far more formidable presence had descended into the depths of the forest, forcing these creatures to flee? Her brows knitted in concern. An unsettling anxiety began to swell within her. If that were the case, was it a blessing or a curse? But what did it matter? Perhaps it was my sincere devotion that had moved Elder Yi, paving the way for me. After a moment's reflection, she shook her head, dismissing the thought. Finding the Yin condensing grass and hastening Mo Guan's revival was her utmost priority. Tom was no longer on her side. With this thought in mind, Lu Rian utilized her agility to hasten deeper into the desolate forest. The demonic beasts all surged towards the mountain's edge, leaving the depths of the forest eerily silent, with only the whispering of the wind breaking the oppressive stillness. Yet, Lu Rian remained vigilant, her guard unwavering. At last, she traversed through layers of dense thicket and arrived at the mouth of a valley. This must be the valley where the Yin condensing grass thrived. Lifting her gaze to the shadowy valley, a glimmer of joy ignited in her eyes. This secluded valley, rich in spiritual energy and shrouded in Yin aura, was undoubtedly the habitat of the Yin condensing grass. Yin condensing grass, I have arrived, she murmured, stepping into the valley. A bone-chilling cold seeped into her skin, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down her brow, and Lu Rian gasped in surprise. The moment she set foot in this place, an unsettling sensation enveloped her, as if she were entombed within ancient ice, freezing her very core. Fortunately, this discomfort was fleeting. Taking a deep breath, Lu Rian activated her cultivation method, staving off the encroaching chill, and proceeded deeper into the valley. The valley was vast and desolate, devoid of any vegetation. Occasionally, a gnarled ancient tree would appear, shrouded in thick gray mist, exuding an eerie presence. In the past, this valley would have teemed with demonic beasts, perhaps even 6th-tier ones. Yet, with the mysterious exodus of the wild beasts, the valley had become desolate, stripped of any sign of life. Let us hope all the beasts have fled, otherwise, I shall undoubtedly be reduced to a mere skeleton, Lu Rian thought anxiously, her hands and feet growing cold. She pressed on into the valley. Aside from the gray mist, there was nothing else in the valley, let alone the condensing grass. Frowning, she couldn't help but worry. Had she misjudged the location? The condensing grass thrived in frigid environments. If it were absent, how could such dense aura and fog exist here? She meticulously searched once more, but found not a trace of the grass, her anxiety mounting. What should she do? If she delayed any longer, the beasts might return, making it exceedingly difficult to retrieve the condensing grass and escape unscathed. Just then, an unusual wave of energy surged forth, capturing Lu Rian's attention. What was that? Following the source of the disturbance, she beheld a golden light spreading from the edge of the mountain wall, dazzling and resplendent. In an instant, her body stiffened, her pupils dilating. The golden radiance dispersed the gray mist, illuminating every corner of the valley, as brilliant as the sun suspended in the sky. The golden light, infused with a sacred essence, evoked a sense of reverence within her. Lu Rian's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, as if she had witnessed a ghost. What on earth was this? Might this be the entity that drove all the demonic beasts to flee? She pondered, a sense of worship bubbling within her. The golden brilliance flowed ceaselessly, seemingly adorned with countless runes dancing in the air, permeating the entire void. An overwhelming and unfathomable aura spread forth, filling every inch of space. Under this aura, Lu Rian felt her heart race, trembling in fear. She perceived herself as inconsequential as an ant, fragile as paper. In this moment, Lu Rian understood clearly that she and this presence were as if from entirely different realms. The disparity in power was insurmountable, rendering her incapable of even conceiving of reaching such a towering pinnacle. This being was likely thousands of miles away, yet still exuded such might. It was utterly terrifying. Lu Rian's heart quaked with awe, overwhelmed by the enormity of the revelation. In this seemingly small southern domain, such a formidable existence lay hidden. Even if all the strong warriors of the southern domain banded together, they would appear as feeble ants before this elder, surely easily crushed. No, perhaps not. Elder Yi must be far superior to this being. The deities and Buddhas of the heavens would fall before her single strike. Elder Yi was invincible. Lu Rian clenched her fists, her body trembling with excitement. In this moment, she seemed to have found her purpose, her eyes brimming with admiration, respect, reverence, and newfound confidence. As the golden radiance cascaded down into the depths of the valley, slowly, a crystal-clear herb emerged from the soil, radiating a silvery glow. Lu Rian's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a mask of disbelief. The herb, entirely silver-hued and translucent, resembled a gem of exquisite beauty, emanating a dreamlike luminescence, stunningly brilliant. This was the condensing grass. It radiated pure and immense energy, causing the surrounding mist to swirl and seem to boil. What a magnificent sight! She couldn't help but gasp in awe. She never expected this wondrous herb would only reveal itself in the presence of such light. Filled with anticipation, Lu Rian hurried towards the condensing grass. Chapter 150. The True Phoenix Talisman completed. With a swift motion, she plucked it and stored it in her spatial pouch, her exhilaration palpable. The condensing grass was finally in her grasp. The final material has been prepared, and all that remains is to select a safe location to commence the resurrection of Mo Guan. Once revived, an auspicious day will be chosen. Lu Rian's heart brimmed with anticipation, her beautiful eyes shimmering with fervent light. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she turned and departed the valley. She propelled herself through the rugged mountains with utmost speed, daring not to linger for even a moment, for she could not predict when the demonic beasts would return. Tang Shi silently observed the increasingly radiant talisman before her, exchanging glances with the golden scale lion. Did the last burst of light spread this far? She inquired. The golden scale lion shook its head. No, it exploded long before. Tang Shi nodded in understanding. After a moment of contemplation, she murmured, such a commotion. It's fortunate it wasn't in the southern forest, otherwise my stronghold would have been exposed. After 2 more hours of waiting, the brilliance faded. Tang Shi waved her hand, and the talisman landed in her palm. A gentle warmth emanated from it, and the once blank surface was now adorned with a vividly lifelike phoenix design, exquisite in its detail. The true treasure, True Phoenix Talisman, was complete. Tang Shi beamed with satisfaction, her smile radiant. Lightly rubbing the edge of the talisman paper with her thumb and forefinger, she sighed, truly, I am a genius in the art of refinement. As her words fell, she channeled a surge of spiritual energy into the talisman and then handed it to the golden scale lion. The golden scale lion, taken aback, asked, what is the meaning of this, master? It felt somewhat bewildered. Did master consider its strength insufficient, and gifted a protective artifact? This was unprecedented. No one had ever treated it so kindly before. A warm feeling surged within, and its nose tinged with a hint of moisture, an impulse to weep arising. Master, I shall faithfully follow you from now on. I will brave fire and water, without hesitation. It declared solemnly, its expression resolute. Tang Shi waved her hand, urging, enough of the idle chatter. Take this talisman and head straight to southern Songzhou. Investigate the annexation progress of the Sun and Moon Holy Land. If their next target is the southern region, throw this talisman. Do you understand? So that was the plan. The golden scale lion momentarily froze. 3 black lines appearing on its forehead. Am I really going alone? I mean, as a mere beast? Tang Shi nodded affirmatively. I do not keep idle companions. And that applies to beasts as well. Ever since she heard of the Sun and Moon Holy Land's intention to unify the 13 continents and their current war with the southern Songzhou forces, a sense of crisis had begun to brew within her. The audacity of the Sun and Moon Holy Land to wage war against the 12 continents indicated their formidable strength and confidence. The moment their altar was restored would mark the rise of their army. Thus, within 3 days, southern Songzhou would undoubtedly fall. Given its proximity to the southern region, the probability of the next target being the southern region was as high as 80%. No one knew when their altar would be repaired, perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps in 10 or 20 years. Tang Shi would never place her hopes in others, ignorant of the enemy's capabilities and still merely at the Ding realm herself. She needed to prepare thoroughly in advance. What she lacked most now was time. Letting the golden scale lion scout ahead was crucial. If necessary, she would act decisively. Tang Shi held great confidence in the power of this completed talisman, certain it would inflict heavy casualties on the Sun and Moon Holy Land. Not only would it hinder their campaign, but it would also allow the golden scale lion to attract some enmity. In this manner, the Sun and Moon Holy Land's assault on the southern region would be postponed for a time. Most importantly, she would remain undiscovered. This plan was simply perfect. As for whether the golden scale lion could return alive amidst the Sun and Moon Holy Land's retaliation, its fate would depend on its own fortune. However, there was no need for concern. Should she survive for another 1,000,000 years, she would surely seek vengeance for it. To nurture soldiers for 1,000 days is to use them for 1 moment. Your time to shine has come. Remember, when you venture out, never reveal your true identity. Nor mine. Do you understand? Tang Shi instructed sternly. After a series of words, the golden scale lion nodded blankly. Little Jean, do you wish to become an 8th-order demon emperor? Do you aspire to be the progenitor of all demons? Do you long for boundless longevity to ascend to the upper realm? Tang Shi affectionately ruffled its fur, coaxing gently. The golden scale lion trembled with excitement. Its eyes ablaze with fervor. Of course, who does not yearn for strength? Who does not seek growth? Yet, how many gifted humans remain trapped at a bottleneck for thousands of years, never breaking their shackles in their lifetimes? The struggles of the demon race were even more pronounced. When weak, they had to evade human hunters and contend with the brutalities of their own kind. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. After expending thousands of years and consuming countless spiritual herbs, they barely stepped into the 6th-order Demon King realm. The hardships endured were beyond what others could comprehend. Then forging a contract with me was indeed the right choice. I can assist you on your path to the pinnacle. Tang Shi's eyes darkened, her voice resolute and impassioned. The golden scale lion trembled violently, overwhelmed with excitement. Although it had initially sought her out for protection, wary of her formidable strength, it now felt that this was the wisest decision of its life. Such a master, who cared for her demon companion, was worthy of its unwavering loyalty. Even if it meant shattering itself, it would gladly follow her. The golden scale lion let out a low growl, kneeling before her. Tang Shi's lips curled into a gentle smile, exuding the aura of a benevolent elder. In that case, depart quickly. Remember, do not reveal your true identity. Avoid unnecessary battles. Throw the talisman and flee. Do you understand? She admonished, not forgetting to remind it. Master, rest assured, Golden Scale will not fail in its mission. The golden scale lion grinned, then leaped gracefully, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Watching the powerful and agile figure of the golden scale lion depart, Tang Shi sighed silently. Her words to the golden scale lion were not mere lofty promises. The day her true form emerged would be the moment the golden scale lion soared to greatness. Wasn't it just an 8th-order demon emperor? With ample spiritual herbs and rare treasures, she could ensure its ascension to that rank. The pressing concern now was whether it could survive until that time. I hope you return safely, she murmured, gathering her thoughts as she prepared to return. On her way back, Tang Shi encountered the alchemist once more. She stood atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, she unfurled an ancient scroll, her hands spread wide as she revealed it. The ease of her success felt almost predestined, as if guided by the will of Senior Yi. Wonderful. Today is truly magnificent. Unable to discern the contents of the scroll, Tang Shi merely cast a fleeting glance before continuing on her way without pause. Chapter 151. The Restoration of the Sun and Moon Holy Land's Altar. In Fenglinsu. At the altar of the Sun and Moon Holy Land, four elders gathered. 3 were clad in resplendent robes, while the 4th, donned in gray, sat above with closed eyes, feigning slumber. The contrast between them was striking. The 3 elders bore expressions of grave concern, their gazes flickering as though they were confronted with a difficult predicament. The statue atop the altar was marred with cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering. This sight filled them with horror. The statue in question is that of the founder who established the sacred land of Sun and Moon. The destruction of the founder's statue is akin to having one's ancestral grave desecrated. The elders were momentarily taken aback, and they swiftly dispatched disciples to inform the sect leader and the other elders to convene and discuss a resolution. The conclusion reached was to locate 6 pieces of elemental stones to restore the statue of the founder. This matter bears immense significance, hence the elders personally undertook the task, leading the elite disciples from various peaks to search across the divine continent for clues to the 5-colored stones. After more than 20 years of effort, their harvest has been quite commendable. Yet now, they still lack the final 2 pieces of the elemental stones. Should they fail to gather enough to restore the statue, they would feel deeply ashamed before the founder. One elder looked up and lamented with great anguish. Alas, the elemental stones are treasures of the heavens and earth, exceedingly difficult to collect. We have exerted ourselves to the utmost, remarked another elder. However, there is no need for excessive worry, as Elder Chun has already led a team to the central divine continent, a land rich in resources, where many rare treasures exist. It is certain that the last 2 elemental stones will be procured. The last elder appeared considerably more optimistic, for at this juncture, there were no other alternatives. Let us hope so. The group exchanged glances and collectively exhaled a heavy breath, regaining their composure. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying wave of energy suddenly surged forth, shaking the entire firmament, causing the sky to transform instantly. A massive rift was torn open in space, dark and ominous, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, eager to devour all. An elderly figure tumbled from the darkness, blood-soaked, his garments tattered, and his body marred by numerous wounds. He struggled to raise his head and cast a glance towards the statue of the Sun and Moon's sacred land, filled with reverence and yearning. He has finally returned. Elder Chun has returned. It is Elder Chun. The 3 elders, witnessing this, hurriedly descended from the altar and rushed towards him. Elder Chun, what has transpired? How could you sustain such grievous injuries? What of the other disciples you took with you? They inquired anxiously, assisting Elder Chun to his feet. Yet, the moment they touched him, he let out a pained groan and coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. They are all dead, every last one of them. Elder Chun's visage was gaunt, his eye sockets hollow, and he appeared drastically emaciated. He was drenched in blood, his injuries severe beyond measure. What? Upon hearing this, the 3 elders were struck with horror, unable to believe their ears. Even Elder Chun, who had achieved the late stage of the combined body realm and led the expedition to the central divine continent, had suffered such losses, with his entire contingent annihilated, leaving him as the sole survivor. What on earth transpired? Elder Chun, could you elaborate? The others echoed, urging Elder Chun to recount the events in detail. Elder Chun shook his head, a despondent expression crossing his face, and sighed. It is my failure in properly guiding my disciples that angered a rogue cultivator, leading to their complete annihilation. His tone was heavy with remorse. After hearing this, the elders wore peculiar expressions, rendered speechless for a long while. They had anticipated a fierce battle during their quest, yet it turned out to be a case of provoking trouble. Indeed, the saying that one must be cautious in the central divine continent is not without merit. Yet, the prideful elite disciples of the Sun and Moon's sacred land could not temper their tempers, provoking a rogue cultivator's wrath, resulting in their demise. There is a saying that one truly does not know whether to speak or remain silent. The elders glared at Elder Chun with a mix of frustration and disappointment, but ultimately swallowed their words. Elder Chun, aware of his misstep, offered an awkward smile before retrieving 2 palm-sized stones from his storage bag. These stones were translucent, exhibiting a purplish-blue hue, radiating a resplendent glow that seemed to harbor infinite mysteries, profoundly extraordinary. Elemental stones. The 3 elders' pupils constricted, and a wave of excitement surged within their eyes. I have not failed my mission. Elder Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking with relief. The 3 elders immediately exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the task was not forgotten. With the elemental stones in hand, the statue of the founder could finally be reconstructed. Elder Chun, you have toiled greatly. Please focus on healing your injuries while we report to the Grand Elder and proceed with the statue's restoration. The three elders expressed their joy and promptly returned to the altar, respectfully reporting to the elder seated beside the statue of the founder, who remained motionless. The three elders raised the elemental stones high and spoke in unison. We report to the Grand Elder that we have gathered all the elemental stones, and the statue of the founder can be rebuilt. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes snapped open, radiating a piercing brilliance. In an instant, the entire square was engulfed in an overwhelming pressure, suffocating and oppressive. After more than 20 years, you have finally gathered the elemental stones? The elder slowly rose, the surrounding void trembling as if it could not withstand the weight of his presence. With each step he took, the altar quaked violently, as though the heavens were collapsing. Merely taking a single step unleashed a vast, boundless pressure that swept across the 8 directions. This is the terrifying power of a realm of ascension. Even the simplest of actions possesses the might to shake the very foundations of existence. Every gesture imbued with the potential to annihilate the world. Your speed is rather slow, is it not? The elder's voice was frigid, laced with displeasure. The three elders bowed their heads, feeling a profound sense of frustration. The elemental stones are not cabbages that can be plucked at will. They truly did their utmost. With clear conscience, they held such thoughts inwardly, yet dared not voice them aloud. Returning to the Grand Elder, I am ashamed. We encountered unforeseen circumstances during our journey, which delayed us. Elder Chen replied, steeling himself. This was indeed the truth, but he did not dare to reveal the full details of the ordeal. Humph. The elder in the gray robe snorted lightly. Though he did not scold them, his expression remained grim. Had you all blocked that one sword strike back then, the altar would not have been destroyed, and we would not be burdened with such arduous tasks now. The faces of the elders stiffened slightly, their hearts heavy with bitterness. That sword strike had come swiftly and fiercely. Who could have anticipated that a sword would descend from the void with such overwhelming ferocity? Did they not attempt to defend against it? It was utterly insurmountable. Had it not been for these events, the southern Song state would have long been under our dominion. Because of your incompetence, for elders could not even protect a single altar, resulting in the southern Song state still remaining unconquered. Moreover, we have suffered losses, bringing disgrace upon our sect. Do you understand your crimes? The elder in the gray robe grew increasingly agitated, his gaze icy, as sharp as a blade piercing the bone. This scene left the elders trembling in fear, silenced by dread. Chapter 152, Pacifying the Southern Song State. Grand Elder, it is true that we have been negligent in this matter, but please grant us another chance. We assure you that once the altar is resolved, we will conquer the Southern Song State within 3 days, living up to your expectations. One elder declared through gritted teeth, determination shining in his eyes. The others quickly echoed, vowing that they would sweep through the Southern Song State in 3 days. The elder in the gray robe's expression softened slightly. In that case, I shall repair the altar over the next 2 days, and when the altar is restored, it will be the time for you to stain the heavens with blood. His voice boomed, reverberating across the land. Yes, we shall obey the Grand Elder's command. The elders clasped their fists and bowed, their spirits invigorated, filled with fervor. The elder in the gray robe nodded slightly and waved his sleeve. Instantly, the elemental stones in the hands of one elder fell into his grasp. After a brief examination to ensure their integrity, he prepared to place them into the statue. Suddenly, he paused in his movements, as if struck by a thought, and turned to inquire whether they had discerned who had defiled the altar. It was a woman named Lin Xiao, a formidable practitioner at the transformation stage, one elder replied. Transformation stage? The gray-robed elder murmured to himself, his brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. You 4 elders were unable to thwart a single strike from someone at the transformation stage? He slowly shook his head, casting a disappointed gaze upon the 4 elders. Their expressions twitched in response. We did attempt to stop her. We are all at the integration stage, 4 of us, no less. How could we not impede a mere transformation stage cultivator? It was simply that the altar was too close, leaving us no room to evade. Enough. The gray-robed elder waved his hand, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Have you managed to uncover her background? Not yet. Lin Xiao's origins are shrouded in mystery. She is a lone cultivator known to have appeared in the southern region. There are also rumors that she is a disciple of the Heavenly Unity Alliance, possessing unfathomable strength. The Heavenly Unity Alliance? What faction is that? The gray-robed elder fell into deep contemplation, his brows knitting together. At that moment, silence enveloped the square, the atmosphere thick with tension. The 4 elders remained stoic, their gazes fixed inward. The Heavenly Unity Alliance? What sect is this? Even they had never heard of it. The name seemed overly grandiose, evoking an air of incredulity, akin to the notorious and flamboyant gang that reigned over the entire southern region. Such audacity! The Heavenly Unity Alliance. Could it possibly be a force from the Central Divine Continent? The gray-robed elder's gaze landed on Elder Chun, who had just returned from the Central Divine Continent. Elder Chin's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily responded. I did not hear of any Heavenly Unity Alliance while in the Central Divine Continent. A lone cultivator here, a Heavenly Unity Alliance there. Perhaps these are merely pretexts. The gray-robed elder remarked. Sweep through the southern Song Prefecture. Our next target is the southern region. Indeed, he affirmed. Moreover, this Lin Xiu must not be underestimated. The gray-robed elder cautioned. The four elders exchanged knowing glances, fully grasping the elder's intent. Once everything was clarified, the gray-robed elder finally infused the 6 5-element stones he held into the ancestral statue. Buzzing, the statue trembled, radiating a resplendent aura, exuding a profound spiritual resonance. Ancient and vast, steeped in antiquity, it evoked awe and reverence. The array on the ground was activated, shimmering with brilliant light, flowing into the altar like a cascade. In an instant, unmatched divine brilliance erupted from the statue, soaring into the heavens, dazzling and magnificent. An inexplicable wave enveloped the entire mountain range, causing all beings to tremble in fear. The gray-robed elder formed a seal with his hands, channeling power into the statue. Boom! In a heartbeat, the heavens trembled. A massive vortex materialized, drawing in rich spiritual energy. The altar, in turn, absorbed this energy, slowly beginning to restore itself. Time passed, minute by minute. When daylight once again illuminated the scene, the altar was entirely restored. Boom! The altar quaked, an enigmatic aura emanating from the statue, leaving all in attendance spellbound. Noble, immortal. Such was the most fitting description. The gray-robed elder smiled. The altar has been fully restored. There are no longer any lingering concerns. You may all depart. Yes, elder. The other elders bowed and retreated, their faces similarly adorned with expressions of joy. The destruction of the altar had been a blow to all within the holy land of sun and moon. Now that it was restored, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief and prepare to march toward the southern Song Prefecture to seize it. Meanwhile, on the other side, whoosh. A sound of rushing wind erupted. A towering figure clad in black armor soared through the air, moving with astonishing swiftness, covering 100 zhang in an instant. Moments later, he stood suspended in the air, gazing down upon a distant town, his expression shifting between light and shadow. Ultimately, he opted to walk towards the city. The high-ranking cultivators of the Holy Land of Sun and Moon were preoccupied with the altar's restoration, leaving only minor figures to attack the southern Song Prefecture. For 20 years, the Tianxin sect and the 100-Flower Valley had struggled to take it, with no end in sight. As for the Holy Land of Sun and Moon targeting the southern region, that was a distant prospect. The master was simply too anxious. I'm hungry. I should eat first. The black-armored man muttered, proceeding towards the city. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, heavy clouds gathering. In the horizon, a pitch-black chain seemed to descend from the heavens, enveloping the entire expanse and obscuring the light. Why is it suddenly raining? The black-armored man looked up at the void, puzzled. He scratched his head and mumbled, forget it. I'll eat my fill before gathering any news. With a grin, he stomped his foot, his body soaring several meters in an instant. Arriving at the city gates in the blink of an eye, he headed straight for the finest tavern in the city. Soon, a table laden with delicacies was presented before him. Ah, how delightful. He couldn't help but lick his lips, eagerly beginning to feast. After days of relentless travel, he was ravenous and had long been craving a hearty meal. Just as he devoured his food with abandon, a panicked voice erupted from within the tavern. The 100-Flower Valley has been annihilated. What? The black-scaled lion paused, his face a mask of shock. What? Echoed the younger cultivators seated beside him in unison. One young lady in red suede, nearly toppling over, her face ashen. It was all fine when I came here. What on earth happened? The black-scaled lion hastily inquired. Just 2 hours ago, the elders of the Holy Land of Sun and Moon jointly descended upon the 100-Flower Valley, leaving no room for resistance. It was swiftly obliterated. Now, the people of the Holy Land have headed toward the Tianxin sect. It won't be long before the fate of the 100-Flower Valley becomes that of the Tianxin sect. After this recounting, the black-scaled lion stood frozen in disbelief. What? So soon? He swallowed hard, his face filled with trepidation. Could the master's predictions possibly come true? No, I must go. I must go? The same frantic dialogue ensued. The black-scaled lion silently glanced at the young cultivators beside him, who were now engaged in heated debate, before bursting out of the tavern. Chapter 153. The Fall of the Tianxin Sect. Upon arriving outside the gates of the Tianxin Sect, the black-scaled lion found a throng of onlookers gathered. All high-ranking cultivators from the southern Song Prefecture, none lower than the late Golden Core stage. Those of lesser strength dared not approach. The crowd buzzed with speculation. The holy land of sun and moon swept through the 100-flower valley like a whirlwind. They will undoubtedly soon descend upon the Tianxia sect. I hear that 4 elders from the Holy Land are involved. The Tianxia sect is in peril. Do you think the Tianxia sect can hold out? After all, their sect master is at the peak of the transformation stage, though that is still a realm below the elders of the Holy Land, one pondered aloud. In my view, the Tianxia sect cannot escape annihilation, a cultivator at the early nascent soul stage side. The Holy Land's momentum is fierce, clearly well prepared. They are simply not a match. Not necessarily. There are rumors that the previous sect master of the Tianxia sect is still alive and has ascended to the ascendant stage. Another middle-aged man interjected. The ascendant realm? Good heavens, is it true? Such formidable beings as those in the ascendant realm exist only in legends. Although the Heavenly Heart sect boasts profound roots, it is inconceivable that they could have an ascendant realm master in their ranks. Otherwise, they could not allow the sun and moon sacred land to be so audacious. As the others exchanged words, many cultivators who had harbored a glimmer of hope swiftly extinguished their thoughts and began to worry for their own safety. They pondered their fate in the aftermath of the upheaval in southern Sangzhou. In a nearby corner, a woman clad in a purple dress listened intently to the ongoing discussion, scoffing at the mention of the ascendant realm. Where did such rumors originate? Perhaps there was some strength thousands of years ago, but in recent years, they have waned and long lost the qualification to dominate. Beside the purple-clad woman stood a little girl, around 8 years old, with 2 adorable pigtails. Upon hearing her words, the girl blinked her sparkling eyes and asked, "Master, does that mean the Heavenly Heart sect has no ascendant realm experts?" "Indeed," the woman responded nonchalantly, her certainty apparent. The little girl's eyes sparkled with mischief as she exclaimed, "In that case, we can seize that treasure." "Ha ha ha, seize?" The purple-clad woman chuckled softly. She then affectionately ruffled the girl's silky hair, a tender smile gracing her lips. "Little Gio, the Heavenly Heart sect isn't as weak as you might think. Besides, the people from the sun and moon sacred land are about to arrive. There's no need to panic." Hearing this, the little girl pouted, seemingly disappointed. Just then, she noticed a golden-scaled lion staring at her from a distance, her eyes widening as she raised her small fist. "What are you looking at? Do you believe this ant will beat you up?" The golden-scaled lion, uninterested in her antics, quietly averted its gaze. The purple-clad woman observed the lion's golden eyes, a look of surprise flashing across her face. A beast of extraordinary caliber, how intriguing. The golden-scaled lion sensed a chilling gaze upon it, its fur bristling with tension. It glanced up to find a striking figure in purple standing nearby, her beautiful eyes glimmering with intense curiosity. The lion was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the woman was plotting something against it, potentially to its detriment. Before it could deliberate further, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Brilliant streaks of light shot through the sky from afar, moving with astonishing speed and producing a sharp, ear-splitting sonic boom that resonated through the heavens. In an instant, 3 dazzling trails of light sliced across the sky above the Heavenly Heart sect, exuding an overwhelming presence. "They're here." Among the crowd, many powerful figures widened their eyes in alarm. Boom, boom, boom. 3 massive ships of law traversed the void above the Heavenly Heart sect, upon which stood dozens of cultivators clad in white robes adorned with golden and silver insignias. This assembly radiated an oppressive aura, akin to the might of the heavens themselves, enveloping the entire mountain gate. All cultivators fell silent, paralyzed by fear, as they dared not utter a sound. The people from the sun and moon sacred land had arrived. How would the Heavenly Heart sect respond? A commotion ensued, and the crowd stirred with countless pairs of eyes fixed skyward. Amidst their attention, an elderly man in resplendent attire strode forward, exuding an overwhelming aura that felt as profound as an abyss, almost suffocating. This man was unmistakably a peak expert of the harmonization realm. In addition, 3 other elders also stood at the level of harmonization realm experts, 1 in the early stages and 2 in the mid stages, together with the hundreds of elite disciples behind them. Their formidable presence instilled fear and compelled onlookers to hold their breath. Heavens! To unleash 4 harmonization realm experts as the first strike. Is this the might of the sun and moon sacred land? Truly terrifying. Can the Heavenly Heart sect withstand even a single incense stick's duration? None could say for certain. Alas, this night was destined to be extraordinary. Some cultivators could not help but sigh for the golden-scaled lion, having encountered even higher-tier cultivators. The presence of merely 4 harmonization realm experts felt utterly insignificant. Not a ripple stirred within it, as it deemed these individuals mere trifles compared to its master. Thus, it did not even flinch. The leaders of the Heavenly Heart sect stepped forward and responded. The elder at the forefront stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing as his voice resonated like thunder across the skies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 3 streaks of light pierced the air, appearing beside the elder. The foremost figure was none other than the sect master of the Heavenly Heart sect, Xianxia. He stood shoulder to shoulder with 2 elders, all being experts of the spirit transformation realm. Humph. Sun and Moon Sacred Land, do not attempt to bully us too much. Xianxia's expression darkened ominously. Yi sect master, I advise you to be sensible. Becoming a vassal of our sacred land is your only path to survival. Never. Xianxia rejected vehemently, stubborn and unyielding. One elder from the Sun and Moon Sacred Land remarked coldly, his voice laced with a chilling undertone, reminiscent of a demonic echo from the abyss. In an instant, he flashed toward Xianxia. Come. Xianxia roared in defiance, charging to meet him. Boom. In an instant, the two clashed. One was a master of the spirit transformation realm, and the other of the harmonization realm. Every blow reverberated through the void. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying energy swept through the surroundings, causing numerous cultivators to retreat in haste. Given the vast difference in realms, the situation quickly became clear. Xianxia found himself at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of peril. Yi sect master, surrender quickly. The eyes of the Sun and Moon Sacred Lands cultivators gleamed with disdain and arrogance, seemingly confident of their victory over the Heavenly Heart sect. Never. Xianxia bellowed defiantly, executing his ultimate technique with all his might to resist. Yet, the disparity in cultivation levels was insurmountable. He was forced to retreat, constantly on the edge of danger. The 2 remaining elders of the Heavenly Heart sect fought valiantly to support him. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Their attempts merely alleviated the pressure momentarily. The Heavenly Heart sect was fated to perish. The onlooking cultivators shook their heads in dismay, filled with regret. Before absolute power, the Heavenly Heart sect ultimately could not escape the fate of destruction. Chapter 154, Golden Scaled Lion. It's my turn to take the stage. Yi sect master, I offered you a chance to reconsider, yet you remain obstinate. How foolish. The elder from the Sun and Moon Sacred Land sneered, flicking his finger to send a jet-black short sword hurtling toward Xianxia with the force of thunder. Oh no. Xianxia's pupils constricted, his expression drastically changing as he hurriedly sought to evade. Slish. A spray of blood erupted as the sword tore through his abdomen, leaving a gaping wound. In an instant, flesh erupted and blood gushed forth. Cough. The severely injured Xianxia coughed up a mouthful of warm blood, his breath faltering as he collapsed to the ground. His complexion pale. In stark contrast, the elder from the Sun and Moon Sacred Land remained unscathed. At that moment, the elder stepped forward, looking down at Xianxia. What final words do you have, sect master? Coughing violently, Xianxia clutched his wound, his face flushed. Even if I perish, I will never submit to your Sun and Moon Sacred Land. Such resolve. The elder chuckled coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He struck down with a palm. Boom. A wave of destructive power surged from his hand, hurtling directly toward Xianxia with overwhelming force. Witnessing this scene, Xianxia's gaze gradually dimmed. This level of attack was beyond his capacity to endure. Though he was a peak expert of the spirit transformation realm, he was merely a step away from the harmonization realm. Yet, that step felt like an insurmountable chasm. Toiled for a millennium, still unable to advance even an inch. To strike? Not to strike, to strike, not to strike. Meanwhile, the golden-scaled lion was quietly devising a plan in his heart. The opportunity was indeed opportune. With the 4 elders of the Sun and Moon Sacred Land present, if he could eliminate them, his strength, being in the early stages of the transformation realm, could annihilate the 4 beings in the fusion realm. The mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. He smirked at the notion. However, on the other hand, his master had bestowed upon him but a single talisman, implying he possessed only one chance. Given the formidable prowess of the 4 adversaries at the fusion realm, their myriad of techniques could thwart his attempt. Should they withstand his assault, the consequences would be dire. The golden-scaled lion fell into contemplation. Perhaps he should observe a while longer. What if their next target was not the southern domain? Would his interference be in vain? He chose not to act, and others followed suit. It was unwise to offend the Sun and Moon Sacred Land for the sake of the Heavenly Heart sect. Such a course was not worth pursuing. Thus, all opted to stand idly by. As one of the elders from the Sun and Moon Sacred Land struck down, Xianxia was instantly crushed, meeting his demise on the spot. With the death of the Heavenly Heart sect's leader, the remaining individuals stood no chance against the 4 beings of the fusion realm. They were but fish on a chopping block, easily slaughtered within moments, suffering grievous losses in the blink of an eye. Master, a desperate voice echoed from afar. A young boy dashed madly into the throng, but was swiftly intercepted by his companions, preventing him from getting close. In that moment, tears streamed down his face. Overwhelmed by sorrow, the golden-scaled lion cast a glance at the boy, recognizing him as the one encountered at the tavern. They had departed together. But the golden-scaled lion had arrived long before, while the boy had lagged behind. His companions clutched his arm tightly, whispering, "Senior brother, do not act recklessly. We cannot save Master or the others now. We would only be courting death. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of insufficient firewood." Upon hearing this, the boy halted, his entire being trembling. He gazed skyward at the figures above, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Sun and moon sacred land. I shall never forgive you." His voice was laced with an overwhelming hatred. Yet, no one paid heed. In less than half an hour, the Heavenly Heart sect was utterly annihilated. Corpses lay strewn haphazardly, the stench of blood pungent in the air. TSK, the Heavenly Heart sect is not strong at all. Not to mention the Celestial Foundation realm, their ISNT, even a single being in the fusion realm. "Master, did you overestimate them?" A girl named Xiaoxiao remarked with disappointment amidst the crowd. The woman in the purple dress was equally astonished. "It has been so long since I last visited the Eastern Lawn Divine Continent. Has the Heavenly Heart sect truly fallen to such depths? They once stood as equals to the Sun and Moon's sacred land, even with the latter seeking marriage alliances with them," she murmured. "Can we still seek that treasure?" "Of course we can." The woman in the purple dress nodded, vanishing with the little girl without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, after dispatching all their foes, the Sun and Moon's sacred land began to prepare to seize the resources of the Heavenly Heart sect. One elder remained behind, leading a group of disciples to handle the aftermath. Subsequently, one of the elders turned his gaze towards the southern domain, snarling, "Southern domain, it is your turn now." The golden-scaled lion was momentarily taken aback. Southern domain? They were indeed referring to the southern domain, weren't they? His fists clenched tightly. Once again, his master had accurately predicted the situation. Suddenly, he raised his head towards the heavens, grinning widely, licking his lips, his eyes filled with a fierce light. In that case, he had no choice but to take action. With that, he stomped his foot fiercely, unleashing a powerful aura that erupted like a volcano, shaking the surroundings. Boom. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically, their astonished gazes fixed on him, eager to discern his intentions. After displaying such overwhelming strength, would he ally with them or provoke them? At this moment, the golden-scaled lion had already positioned himself directly opposite the members of the Sun and Moon sacred land. Upon seeing him, they all fell into a defensive stance. "What is your intention?" The leading elder inquired sternly, his gaze locked onto the golden-scaled lion. With a smile, the golden-scaled lion replied, "I just overheard you all mentioning your plans to head to the southern domain." "Indeed," the elder nodded. "What? Do you have any advice?" The golden-scaled lion's smile widened. "Then it seems my information was accurate." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion palpable. The elder's brow furrowed slightly. "Are you a practitioner from the southern domain?" The golden-scaled lion shook his head. "Not a practitioner, but a beast. You wish to obstruct us?" The golden-scaled lion nodded affirmatively. Indeed, at this declaration, the crowd fell silent, momentarily questioning their own ears. This fellow dared to obstruct the Sun and Moon sacred land? With his early-stage transformation realm strength, was he not courting death? In that instant, all eyes turned to the golden-scaled lion, as if regarding a fool. Ha ha! The sound of mockery erupted around him. At that moment, the members of the Sun and Moon sacred land laughed heartily, their mirth unrestrained. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, some stifling laughter. But out of fear of the overwhelming presence of both parties, they refrained from making a sound. How absurd for one in the early stages of the transformation realm to exhibit such arrogance. It was utterly laughable. On what basis did he presume he could contend with the Sun and Moon sacred land? Who had bestowed upon him such audacity? A delusion, foolish and pitiable. He was utterly unaware of his own insignificance. Laughter echoed from every corner of the gathering. In their eyes, the golden-scaled lion was merely a fool oblivious to the danger. A pitiful creature attempting to put on a brave front despite his glaring weakness. The members of the Sun and Moon sacred land regarded him as if he were already a corpse. Did this waste dare to obstruct them? What a dream. Chapter 155. Contending with 4 fusion realm elders at the transformation realm. Very well, when has the Sun and Moon sacred land ever been provoked by an ant? The elder of the Sun and Moon sacred land, furiously amused, fixed his gaze upon the golden-scaled lion, a chilling murderous intent surfacing on his face. "Since you say so, let me see what gives you such confidence. Attack." With a cold command, the 4 elders simultaneously lunged towards the golden-scaled lion. Previously, only one elder had engaged in the assault on the Heavenly Heart sect. Now, all 4 fusion realm elders were involved. This clearly demonstrated the Sun and Moon sacred land's intent to eliminate the golden-scaled lion without hesitation. In an instant, all four elders unleashed their combined might. Their terrifying spiritual power surging forth like a raging torrent, bearing down upon the golden-scaled lion. The overwhelming force enveloped the entire arena, casting a shadow over the sky. Observers swiftly retreated 100 meters in response. Such a battle was beyond their capacity to participate. The clash of four fusion realm powerhouses was a foregone conclusion of annihilation. On one hand, they feared being caught in the crossfire. On the other, they wished to distance themselves from the golden-scaled lion to avoid being implicated in the impending reckoning. Boom. Under the terrifying spiritual power of the four fusion realm elders, the surrounding void trembled and distorted, erupting with thunderous sounds. The elements of heaven and earth roiled and boiled, as destructive waves swept across the expanse. The crowd felt the overwhelming surge of devastation, their hearts filled with dread. Even those at the Golden Core realm hastily withdrew to a safe distance, fearing to be entangled in the chaos. Faced with the combined assault of the four elders from the Sun and Moon sacred land, the golden-scaled lion swiftly and decisively retrieved the talisman. He murmured incantations, and two yellow talismans immediately shot forth. With a hum, the light of the talismans blazed brilliantly. In an instant, a colossal, fearsome bird engulfed in golden flames spanned half the horizon, obscuring the entire sky. The aura emanating from it caused the very heavens and earth to change in hue. The onlookers gasped in shock. What a formidable presence! Is this truly the talisman I once knew? With such a treasure, it is no wonder it dares to challenge the sacred grounds of Sun and Moon. The crowd was stunned, their eyes wide as they beheld the golden-feathered phoenix suspended in midair. Bathed in golden flames, it appeared more real than life itself, radiating an overwhelming sense of menace. Especially as it soared, the fierce winds it generated stirred up clouds of dust, obscuring the vision of the gathered spectators. Before the golden-feathered phoenix, all cultivators present seemed as insignificant as fledglings. In that moment, the gazes directed at the golden-scaled lion had completely transformed, devoid of their previous disdain. Some even reflected a hint of reverence. Indeed, one must never underestimate any individual in the realm of cultivation. The golden-scaled lion stood proudly in the sky, surveying the four elders below. The runes upon its back shimmered brightly, exuding a rich spiritual radiance that illuminated the heavens. With a piercing cry, the fearsome bird suddenly let out a shrill call. In the next moment, it flapped its wings, stirring up the sands and soaring skyward. "Look, it's moving," someone exclaimed, pointing at the beast. The crowd's pupils contracted in unison. Before them, a dazzling golden silhouette streaked through the air, hurtling towards the four elders of the sacred grounds of Sun and Moon. The speed was so astonishing that the elders' expressions shifted, revealing their solemnity. A flaming golden phoenix descended from the heavens, racing towards the four elders, leaving a trail of torn void in its wake. "Damn it! This little beast seeks death. Let us strike together and eliminate it." The elders of the sacred grounds of Sun and Moon turned furious, their eyes brimming with wrath and murderous intent. Sun and Moon divine fist. The four elders shouted in unison, each unleashing their fists. Behind them, colossal phantoms materialized. This was, without a doubt, the legacy manifestation of the sacred grounds of Sun and Moon, a mid-tier earth-grade technique. When executed collectively by the four, it could rival a low-tier heaven-grade technique. The four clenched their fists tightly and hurled them at the golden-scaled lion. In that fleeting moment, a vast and overwhelming force emanated, enveloping the entire sky. The void trembled as though it could not bear the weight of such power. Under this might, many onlookers turned pale, feeling as if they were caught in a tsunami, their bodies swaying uncontrollably. The aura was so terrifying that they knew they had to flee, lest they be caught in its wake. The residual power of a battle at this level was enough to shred them into pieces, even those among them who had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Yet, in the face of such horrifying fluctuations, they appeared as insignificant as dust, utterly powerless. They had no right to spectate. Thus, they hurriedly retreated, distancing themselves by hundreds of miles. In the blink of an eye, aside from a scant few who possessed absolute confidence in their strength, all other cultivators had vanished without a trace. Only the ravaged square remained, along with the terrifying waves of energy erupting in the sky. Boom. The combined fist strikes of the four elders from the sacred grounds of Sun and Moon finally collided with the golden phoenix. Where they met, a dazzling and blinding golden spiritual light erupted, making it impossible to gaze upon. The sky immediately crumbled, as if the very fabric of space had shattered, forming a pitch-black vortex. The contiguous mountain ranges below were swept away by the ferocious force, instantly flattened to the ground. Ripples surged forth, obliterating everything in their path. The terrifying currents rampaged wildly, withering and decaying all vegetation, turning them to dust. Even those spectators who had not yet fled could not escape the calamity, being swept up in the horrifying winds, leaving no remains. In one fell swoop, the mountains within 1,000 zhang radius were reduced to a vast wasteland. Hiss! As the crowd witnessed this scene, they could not help but feel their scalps tingle in fear. Even from thousands of zhang away, they could still perceive that dreadful fluctuation. How terrifying! What manner of fiend is that? Fortunate was their swift escape. Otherwise, they would have met a fate of utter annihilation. The onlookers, still trembling from the encounter, were immensely relieved. Prior to this, no one had anticipated that a mere talisman could possess such terrifying power, capable of contending with 4 combined stage cultivators. The magnitude of that power was truly colossal, nearly akin to the collapse of heaven and earth. If one had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would believe it? However, that valiant warrior was merely at the transformation stage. Although he possessed a formidable secret treasure, it was unlikely to bridge the gap in their realms. Indeed, the 4 elders of the sacred grounds of Sun and Moon were all formidable combined stage experts. While the power of the earlier talisman was indeed peculiar, overcoming 4 combined stage elders still seemed an insurmountable challenge. Not necessarily. I dare say that cultivator might prevail. To confront the combined stage with a mere transformation stage body is nothing short of defiance against the heavens. That individual talisman is indeed a treasure, yet they remain merely at the transformation stage. Faced with the united might of the 4 combined stage elders, they cannot endure for long. Soon, they shall be forced to flee. The crowd buzzed with discussion, each voicing their own opinions. To most, the defeat of the golden-scaled lion appeared inevitable. Yet in the next moment, their expressions drastically changed.